A top-notch university student acquires a demonic system, compelling him to rob graves after foreseeing an impending apocalypse for humanity. In the chaotic graveyard of Zheng City, China, ominous clouds devoured the sky like a beast, and the chilling wind howled through the tombstones. In this desolate area, known by the villagers as a haunted place, the silhouette of a young man wielding a spade stood out starkly. "I mean no disrespect, may the departed rest in peace." Bai Yang murmured a respectful incantation, yet his hands worked with unhesitating resolve. Behind him lay 8 uncovered graves, with decayed white bones exposed under the dim sky, resembling eerie paintings. A weathered tombstone stood silently before the freshly dug pit, bearing witness to this act of desecration. This bizarre behavior stemmed from a strange encounter earlier that morning. On May 20th, 2024, during an early calculus class at Shanghai University, the usually rule-abiding student was discreetly playing a mobile game at the back of the classroom. Just as his team suffered a defeat in the game, a blinding light flashed in his mind. Demonic system, pre-binding to host. Am I so distracted in class that I'm hallucinating? Bai Yang pinched his roommate's leg, confirming through his friend's yelp that this was no dream. Suddenly, the text in his mind shifted, announcing a task that sent chills down his spine. The beginning of the demonic path. Craft a 10 souls banner. Required materials: a complete human skull, a complete human spine, 1 animal hide. Completion rewards: 1 10,000 souls banner, 10 levels of heavenly demon cultivation, 100 demonic points, formal binding to the demonic system, glimpses of the future. Penalty for failure: termination of host. Time limit: 23 hours 59 minutes. The process for crafting the 10 souls banner flooded his mind. Using the spine as the pole, hanging the skull with animal hide, and using his own blood as the medium. Bai Yang's face turned ashen. The thought of grave robbing filled him with dread, but failure meant death. Truly, the demonic system was ruthless in every sense. Even the astonished gazes of his classmates could not deter him as Bai Yang dashed out of the classroom, right in front of the bald professor, heading towards the outskirts of the city to find suitable materials. Thunk! The spade finally struck something hard, producing a dull thud. Sparks flew upon impact, illuminating a corner of a bronze coffin. Finally, a complete coffin. Bai Yang was overjoyed. Previous graves had only yielded fragmented remains, and without a complete skeleton, he would be doomed. Quickly clearing the dirt from the coffin, Bai Yang exerted his strength to pry open the lid. Inside lay a well-preserved skeleton, hands crossed as if in peaceful slumber, unaware of the disturbance to its millennia-long rest. "My apologies, elder, but I borrow your bones to save my life." Bai Yang carefully extracted the skull and spine, then retrieved a pre-prepared pigskin from his backpack. Following the guidance in his mind, he meticulously combined the 3 items, then bit his finger to draw mysterious runes on the hide with his blood. As the last stroke fell, the 10 souls banner emitted a faint black glow, hovering before Bai Yang. Wailing cries echoed from all directions, as if a portal between the living and the dead had been opened. The system promptly notified him. The beginning of the demonic path is complete. Reward: 1 10,000 souls banner, 10 levels of heavenly demon cultivation, 100 demonic points, glimpses of the future. A sudden gale swept through the graveyard, amidst lightning and thunder. A flag even more imposing and terrifying than the 10 souls banner materialized out of thin air. Billowing black smoke erupted from the 10,000 souls banner, soaring towards the heavens as if tearing the sky apart. Bai Yang reached for the 10,000 souls banner, and an overwhelming desire for souls surged through him. With a mere thought, the banner ascended, its flag waving autonomously, releasing dense smoke. In an instant, hundreds of howling souls were drawn to the flag, only to be devoured and refined by the 10,000 souls banner. A terrifying vision of the future flooded his mind. Bai Yang trembled uncontrollably, tears of blood seeping from his eyes as he witnessed the impending catastrophe for human civilization. By the end of 2024, spiritual energy began to revive, and ferocious beasts appeared worldwide. First-level beasts were impervious to bullets, and second-level beasts were immune to artillery. Initially, countries were indifferent until 5th-level beasts emerged, capable of withstanding nuclear strikes, plunging the globe into chaos. In the spring of 2025, the revival of spiritual energy accelerated. A 7th-level beast landed in an island nation, erasing it from the world map in a single day. In the summer of 2025, American genetic warriors inadvertently awakened a 9th-level beast, obliterating half the country in an instant. By autumn 2025, waves of beasts attacked from all directions, leaving only the cultivators of China able to resist, as refugees from other nations flocked to this last sanctuary. In the spring of 2026, a 10th-level beast named Kanglin appeared, and China's elite forces vanished without a trace after engaging it. Mid-spring 2026 saw a full-blown explosion of spiritual energy, and beings surpassing beasts the great demons descended from the void. The vision froze with the sky over China filled with great demons, while the supposedly invincible 10th-level beast Kanglin cowered like a pet at the feet of a great demon. Witnessing such a terrifying future, Bai Yang nearly broke down. The system then issued a long-term task, to his surprise. May every Chinese be like a demon. The more Chinese citizens become demon cultivators, and the higher their cultivation levels, the more demonic points you earn. Each person who becomes a demon cultivator rewards 1 demonic point. Each breakthrough in cultivation grants an additional point. Bai Yang's eyes gradually brightened. With the demonic system, there might be hope to battle the great demons by drawing strength from 14 billion compatriots. But to make all of China embrace the path of demon cultivation, that sounded utterly absurd. The heavenly demon cultivation method flowed into his mind, from the first level, beast blood infusion, to the 10th level, refining 10,000 souls. A complete path of cultivation unfolded before him. Bai Yang realized that cultivating demons was not inherently evil. It was the only hope for saving humanity. The immediate priority was to contact the highest authorities of the country to report the impending disaster. Bai Yang knew that conventional reporting would take too long. Only by creating a spectacle in the capital's purple gold city could he quickly draw attention. He checked the system panel. 100 demonic points seemed meager, not even enough to break through the first level of the body refinement stage, which required 150 points. Browsing the demonic shop, Bai Yang chose the most economical option, exchanging for a level 1 blood pool. In an instant, a pool of churning, pungent crimson liquid appeared before Bai Yang. Without hesitation, he stepped into it, closed his eyes, and recited an incantation as strands of blood energy seeped into his body through his pores. 3 days later, in Kyoto's Zijin City, Bai Yang stood before Zijin City, clutching the wand of 10,000 souls, surrounded by 50 fully armed Special Forces soldiers, their guns all aimed at him. Half an hour earlier, having just broken through the 3rd level of the body refinement stage, he had forcefully entered Zijin City, demanding to see the Grand Elder, claiming to have urgent news. Initially, the Special Forces lurking in the shadows didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until the wand of 10,000 souls in Bai Yang's hands suddenly trembled, releasing hundreds of fierce souls wreathed in black smoke into the air, that they took notice. Just 3 seconds later, Bai Yang put away the wand, and the battle-hardened Huaxia Flying Tiger team surrounded him. The Information Technology Department quickly retrieved all data related to Bai Yang. From the identity information of his ancestors going back 18 generations to his web browsing history at 2 in the morning, nothing was overlooked. The data showed Bai Yang was an ordinary college student. His father Bai Hong worked at a repair shop, and his mother Zhang Yuma worked at Foxconn, with 18 generations of pure Huaxia ancestry. Aside from occasionally visiting inappropriate websites, there was nothing unusual. Yet the technicians were fixated on those 3 seconds of surveillance footage, hundreds of ghostly black smokes swirling in the air. This was not something an ordinary college student could do. 3 elderly men in Zhongshan suits hurriedly approached from within Zijin City, the 3 Grand Elders of Huaxia. The leading Grand Elder Wang Zhongping immediately ordered, "Xiao Lu, isolate everyone who has seen the video at once. Not a word must leak out. Grand Elders, you can't go any further." The Flying Tiger team captain began, only to be halted by a raised hand from the 2nd Grand Elder, Long Zhanshan. The 3rd Grand Elder, Fong Hongtao, looked grave, aware that spies from various countries were lurking near Zijin City, monitoring the actions of Huaxia's top officials. In a sealed conference room 20 meters underground, Long Zhanshan frowned deeply. "You say spiritual energy is reviving, and Blue Star will ultimately be overtaken by fierce beasts." He recalled the Tintin giant pig captured by the military a few days ago, likely one of the fierce beasts Bai Yang mentioned. Wang Zhongping was somewhat puzzled. If that's true, these fierce beasts don't seem that formidable. Seeing that the Grand Elders had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, Bai Yang's gaze shifted to the handgun at Long Zhanshan's waist. "2nd Grand Elder, may I borrow this?" Taking the gun, Bai Yang swiftly chambered around, and to the Grand Elder's shock, pointed it at his own temple. There are 10 levels of fierce beasts. A level 1 beast is already impervious to blades and bullets, just like me. Bang! The bullet whistled towards Bai Yang's temple, only to bounce off his skin and clatter to the ground. Bai Yang slowly revealed the terrifying power of the fierce beasts. A level 2 beast can withstand artillery fire, a level 3 beast is impervious to missile strikes, and a level 5 beast can survive the impact of 3 nuclear bombs. His words struck the 3 elders present like a heavy blow, shattering their composure. Wang Zhongshan's tall frame involuntarily hunched, his eyes filled with deep concern. Fong Hongtao was the first to recover from the shock, staring intently at Bai Yang. "Since it's the revival of spiritual energy, do we humans have a method to cultivate it?" Bai Yang nodded slightly, but hesitated just as he was about to reveal the key information. The cultivation method he held, the heavenly demon cultivation method, and the 10 soul banner were items of dark cultivation. In those novels, dark cultivators were always depicted as despised and sinister beings. If he spoke rashly, he feared he might be imprisoned as a dangerous individual. Sensing Bai Yang's hesitation, Wang Zhongshan solemnly promised, "Young Bai, no matter what you require, I represent China in offering our full support." In his view, this might concern the future of 1.4 billion compatriots. "I have mastered a dark cultivation method, and the magical artifact is a soul banner used by dark cultivators." Bai Yang finally mustered the courage to reveal the truth. Unexpectedly, Wang Zhongping smiled kindly. "That's not quite right. The cultivation methods we Chinese practice are the true righteous paths." Long Zhanshan spoke bluntly. "A blade has no morality. It depends on the one wielding it. Even dark cultivators pale in comparison to the atrocities of war criminals." These words enlightened Bai Yang. "If my heart is good, even dark cultivation is righteous. If my heart is evil, even a Buddha would fall to darkness." Subsequently, Bai Yang explained the cultivation system in detail, from the body refining stage to the ultimate realm of the Chaos Demon King. He took out a glass bottle filled with blood water and taught the three elders the incantations. As they applied the blood water to their arms, they immediately felt a peculiar energy permeate their bodies. At that moment, the three elders were overwhelmed with excitement. Fong Hongtao trembled as he caught the tin-soul banner Bai Yang casually tossed to him, treating it as a priceless treasure. When he realized he could indeed wield this magical artifact, his eyes shone with hope. Finally, Wang Zhongping solemnly proposed, "Let's convene the highest-level meeting in China in a week to collectively determine our future direction." The other two immediately raised their hands in agreement, as if they could already see the dawn of China's rise. Bai Yang sat on the toilet in the military district's special care room, looking at the guard Lu Zhendao standing straight in front of him with a helpless expression. This burly guard was pinching his nose, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, having maintained this posture for a full 10 minutes. "Do you have to follow me even to the bathroom?" Bai Yang couldn't help but complain. This was a strict order from the great elder before departure. Bai Yang's life had to be protected at all costs, with all orders executed before reporting. As an elite guard, Lu Zhendao naturally had to adhere strictly, even in such awkward situations. Walking down the corridor, Bai Yang had already seen the same group of guards rotate at least 8 times. This airtight protection made him realize his importance to Huaxia, but it also caused him many inconveniences. "If I were to summon the top soldiers from all the military districts of Huaxia tomorrow, how many could you gather?" Bai Yang suddenly asked, having already calculated in his mind. Lu Zhendao immediately replied, "Within a day, we could gather up to 10,000. Then call 10,000 top soldiers to gather at the Kyoto military district tomorrow morning." Bai Yang pulled up his pants and stood up, a glint of determination in his eyes. "Also, prepare a helicopter. I want to go to the graveyard near Kyoto, preferably one with a lot of tombs." "Yes, sir." The order spread like lightning across the nation. On the battlefield in Afghanistan, White Ghost, Lung Feng had just taken out an enemy sniper 3 kilometers away with a single shot. This sharpshooter, who had eliminated over 800 enemies, immediately set off upon receiving the order. Two towering figures, Xiong Junfeng and Li Tiniu, squeezed into a jeep barely able to contain them. At the military district airport, Lin Bing, who had taken out the Blue Army commander with a single shot in a red-blue confrontation, greeted Zhang Shirue, a close combat expert from the White Tiger team, who could take on 10 opponents at once. In the third-generation Qinglong fighter jet, Bai Yang unfurled the 10,000 souls banner. Rolling black smoke enveloped the surroundings, and over 1,000 souls were drawn out from the tombs, only to shatter upon entering the banner. When the number of souls reached 9,890, the collection process halted abruptly. None of these souls could become one of the 10 main souls or the 100 general souls. Lu Zhendao's hand on the control stick was soaked with cold sweat. Witnessing Bai Yang's collection of souls, he finally understood the man's significance. "Take me to Shanghai University. I need to pick up my laptop," Bai Yang said, putting away the 10,000 souls banner with a serious expression. "Can we have a guard fetch it for you?" "No. The laptop contains important data." "Understood." Lu Zhendao's face was stern. In his view, anything Bai Yang deemed important must concern the fate of Huaxia. Calling Yunnan Province Military Department. "This is the highest action team." The fighter jet roared through the sky. "Deploy the special forces immediately to the main gate of Shanghai University and eliminate any potential threats." Outside the main gate of Shanghai University, Zhang Dijian stared intently at his phone screen. Below a series of green messages, a brief white reply stung his eyes. "I'm sorry, you're a good person, but I like Bai Yang. There's no possibility between us." "Bai Yang. It's Bai Yang again." Zhang Dijian's face flushed with anger as he hurled his smartphone to the ground. This marked his 6th failed confession, and all 6 girls had invariably been infatuated with Bai Yang. Considering himself the son of the vice principal, while Bai Yang was merely a campus heartthrob, his fury only intensified. Suddenly, 10 military vehicles roared in, stopping at the school gate. Over 80 fully armed Special Forces soldiers swiftly disembarked and expertly dispersed the gathering students. A wave of exclamations erupted from the crowd. Look at their insignia. They're from the Wolfang Special Forces of Hunan Province. Could it be terrorists? Or maybe they're going to blow up the school. Don't talk nonsense. It must be some big shot coming to inspect. Speculations buzzed as the crowd grew larger. Zhang Dijian also stopped to watch, his curiosity piqued. Half an hour later, a rumbling sound echoed from the sky. 5 Qinglong fighter jets sliced through the air, hovering above the school gate before gently landing. Oh my god, it's the third-generation Qinglong jets from the military parade. Another wave of astonished cries swept through the crowd. Someone pulled out a phone to take a photo, but a Special Forces soldier immediately intervened. No photos, no videos allowed. A stout girl protested. Why not? Taking photos is my right. Before she could finish, a gunshot rang out, silencing the crowd. The first shot is a warning. Anyone caught recording again will be shot on sight. The soldier's weapon pointed at the girl, frightening her so much that her pants were instantly soaked. Once the jets landed, a Special Forces captain briskly approached and reported in a commanding voice. Wolfang Special Forces have cleared the area. Awaiting further instructions. From afar, Zhang Dijian watched as the cabin door opened, revealing a young man whose profile bore an uncanny resemblance to Bai Yang. He whispered a few words to the captain before the door closed again, and the captain ran towards the campus. Could it be Bai Yang? The absurdity of this idea startled Zhang Dijian. He shook his head vigorously, trying to dismiss the thought. But he suddenly remembered that Bai Yang hadn't attended class for several days, ever since he abruptly left that day. Picking up his cracked phone, Zhang Dijian was overwhelmed with a mix of old and new grievances. He decided to report Bai Yang's truancy to the counselor, hoping to get his rival expelled. Mr. Wang, I have something to report. Zhang Dijian burst into the advisor's office, panting heavily, with sweat rolling down his chubby face. He leaned on the door frame with his right hand, exhilarated at the chance to get Bai Yang in trouble. Wang Duan handed him a tissue with an expressionless face, though her eyes betrayed her disdain. If not for the need to curry favor with the vice principal's son for a promotion, she wouldn't give him the time of day. Bai Yang skipped class 3 days ago and hasn't shown up since. Such behavior ruins the fine academic atmosphere of Shanghai University and must be severely punished. Zhang Dijian exclaimed, gesturing wildly. It's just a few missed classes, a reprimand should suffice. Wang Duan replied, raising an eyebrow. She had a good impression of Bai Yang and, having been a student herself, didn't think much of skipping class. This is no small matter. Zhang Dijian fumed, seeing even the advisor was partial to Bai Yang. Thinking of how the girl he liked also favored Bai Yang, he played his trump card. Ms. Wang, the outstanding advisor selection is in 2 weeks. If such behavior is found in the grade, my father. Wang Duan's expression changed abruptly. You're right, it's serious. He should write a 20,000 word reflection. Her tone was ingratiating, thinking that securing the vice principal's support would guarantee her promotion. My father despises such students. With someone like that around, your chances of being selected as an outstanding advisor are slim. Zhang Dijian sneered in dissatisfaction. Given the vice principal's character, how would he handle this? Wang Duan cautiously probed. My father is fair. Such egregious behavior must result in expulsion. Meanwhile, aboard the Qinglong fighter jet, 3,000 meters in the air, Lu Zhendao stared in disbelief as Bai Yang crushed a laptop into metal scraps and tossed it out of the plane. Sir, that laptop had important data, he stammered, his voice shaking along with the control stick. Focus on flying. Bai Yang barked. Seeing Lu still trembling, he explained, the data is all in my head. This is just to destroy the laptop. The computer stored all the study materials Bai Yang had gathered over 8 years. As someone destined to stand at the pinnacle of Blue Star, he had to eliminate anything that might threaten his image. Now that the laptop was destroyed, he could finally focus on his cultivation with peace of mind. In the courtyard under the moonlit night, the bathtub's water was stained crimson. Bai Yang resolved to stay up all night, concentrating on enhancing his abilities. Suddenly, his phone rang with the tune, Boundless is my love. The caller ID read, Dad. Dad, what made you decide to call me? Bai Yang picked up the phone, answering in a relaxed tone. On the other end, Bai Hong's furious voice immediately came through. You little rascal. The school called this afternoon and said you haven't been to class for days. Tell me honestly, what have you been up to? Before Bai Yang could respond, Zhang Yuma had already taken the phone from Bai Hong, asking gently, Yang, don't mind your dad's yelling. Is someone bullying you at school? Is that why you're afraid to attend? Bai Yang was momentarily stunned. His mind had been consumed with thoughts of the demonic cultivation system and training, completely neglecting such trivial matters as attending class. He didn't know how to respond, and there was a brief silence on the line. Seeing his son's silence, Bai Hong leaned closer to the phone, his tone turning serious. I know you've got a good temper, but if anyone's bullying you, you shouldn't put up with it. I work at the repair shop, and I'm strong. If you can't handle someone, I'll come over and back you up. Hearing his father's sincere concern, Bai Yang's nose tingled and his eyes reddened. What he was involved in was too significant to reveal to his family. So, he made up an excuse. Dad, you're overthinking it. I've been busy with a business opportunity my classmates and I found, which is why I haven't had time for school. You little brat, skipping school for that. Bai Hong was furious, initially worried his son was being bullied, only to find out he wanted to venture out on his own. Well, it's not impossible, Bai Yang muttered under his breath, thinking that once he accumulated enough demonic points to break through the initial foundation stage, he could indeed fly. Zhang Yuma shot Bai Hong a look, speaking with a hint of guilt. Yang, your dad and I aren't educated. We've worked hard all our lives and might not understand this entrepreneurship thing. But if it's something you've decided on, I'll fully support you. She nudged Bai Hong lightly with her elbow. Bai Hong sighed deeply, as if aging 10 years in an instant, placing his hands behind his back. If you've made up your mind, go ahead. Your dad supports you too. That's it. Your mom and I need to rest. We have to be up at 5 for work. Take care of yourself out there, and if you need money, just ask your mom. Good night, Yang. The call ended, and Bai Yang's tears silently fell. He thought about his plans to tackle future crises and gather elite warriors to strengthen his power, yet he overlooked the two people far away who cared for him the most. Dad, Mom, though I can't tell you the truth now, your son is doing well. You won't have to work so hard anymore. Bai Yang silently vowed. Lu, come in, Bai Yang called out. Lu Zhendao, who had been dozing lightly outside the door, immediately entered, seeing Bai Yang wiping his eyes with his sleeve. I have a task for you. Arrange for my parents to be transferred to easier jobs, without them noticing anything unusual. Can you do it? Sir, we started working on that during your conversation with the Grand Elder. 10 minutes later, Bai Yang sat cross-legged in the bathtub, eyes closed in meditation, as strands of energy flowed into his body. Suddenly, the phone rang again. Who's bothering me now? Bai Yang's tone was annoyed, having been interrupted from his training. On the other end, Wang Duan's stern voice came through. Bai Yang, what kind of attitude is this? Do you realize you've been absent from class for 3 days? Oh, well, I won't be attending anymore, Bai Yang replied coldly, thinking that with the initial resurgence of spiritual energy in a few months, there was no point in attending classes. Wang Duan was furious at his response. If you're not in class tomorrow, expect to be expelled. Bai Yang hung up directly. As he was about to resume his training, another call came in. Who's it this time? It's Zhang Dijian from your class. I'm the one who suggested your expulsion. If you want to blame someone, blame. Idiot. Bai Yang cursed, hanging up and turning off his phone. He had little recollection of who Zhang Dijian even was, and quickly returned to his training. On the other end, Zhang Dijian's face was dark. He had planned to give Bai Yang some hope before crushing him when he begged for mercy, but was abruptly hung up on instead. We'll see about that. Zhang Dijian seethed. I hope you're as tough when you're expelled as you are now. He began to fantasize about Bai Yang begging for mercy, a sinister glint in his eyes. The following morning, an awe-inspiring scene unfolded at the main gate of the Kyoto military district. Over 1,000 green military vehicles from all across the country streamed in, lining up neatly in front of the district's entrance. License plates from Hunan to Jiangxi indicated that these elite troops hailed from every corner of China. Li Tiniu's eyes were sharp as he carefully observed this magnificent display. Above, fighter jets roared past, and a few peacekeeping helicopters that had just returned from the Afghan battlefield hovered in the sky. Xiong Junfeng stood by his vehicle, his muscles tense. He could clearly feel the overwhelming aura of strength surrounding him. Look, someone suddenly exclaimed. A figure leaped from a helicopter marked with peacekeeping insignia. It was Lung Feng, wearing goggles, and he plummeted down like an unsheathed sword. 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. Lin Bing's pupils contracted as he watched in disbelief. The safe parachute deployment height for ordinary paratroopers was 500 meters, and even his own limit as an all-around soldier was only 150 meters, yet this person continued to fall. At just 60 meters from the ground, Lung Feng suddenly spread his arms, and a specially designed military wingsuit unfurled. His body nearly paralleled the ground, speeding over the tops of military vehicles without losing momentum. This is a monster, Lin Bing thought in shock. The limit for wingsuit deployment on Earth was 100 meters, yet Lung Feng not only deployed at 60 meters, but also managed precise ground-level flight. Even more astonishing, he assessed the difference between the ground-level second-degree wind and the high-altitude fifth-degree wind in under a second and flawlessly adjusted his flying posture. China's Blade Unit, Lung Feng reporting. With a clear shout, Lung Feng deployed his parachute, landing steadily at the military district's entrance. Following him, Li Tiniu and Xiong Junfeng charged out of their vehicle like two mountains, lifting a Fort-Un military truck onto their shoulders and striding toward the entrance. Iron Fist Regiment, Li Tiniu, Xiong Junfeng reporting. White Tiger Team, Zhang Shirue reporting. Wolf Pack, Lin Bing reporting. With each resounding report, a throng of people surged toward the military district's entrance. In the control room, Bai Yang watched and couldn't help but exclaim, China's soldier kings are truly exceptional. Kid, I've lent you the secret base, but I worry you might not keep them in line. Every soldier king is quite the maverick. Yesterday, Feng Wei, the commander of the Beijing military region, received orders to fully cooperate with Bai Yang in completing the transition work. At this moment, he stood in the office of the training base, contemplating how this young chief instructor would tame the unruly soldiers in front of him. If you're curious, you can come in after signing a top-secret confidentiality agreement, Lu Zhendao said calmly, showing no sign of deference despite Feng Wei's rank. Forget it, top-secret agreements are too much hassle. You guys carry on, I'm leaving. Feng Wei waved his hand and turned to leave. Lu, inform the guards to take them to the secret base and let them cool their heels for a bit, Bai Yang instructed softly. Yes, sir. An hour later, on a barren sandy field, 10,000 elite soldiers stood in a formation, perfectly aligned as if drawn with a ruler. Under the scorching sun, Li Tiniu stood rigidly, barely moving his lips. Old Xiong, why isn't the instructor here yet? If you ask me, who should I ask? Xiong Junfeng replied impassively. Suddenly, the roar of a helicopter shattered the silence. A military helicopter hovered 30 meters above the formation, and without warning, a figure leaped down. Boom. With a loud crash, dust flew everywhere. The downdraft from the helicopter scattered the dust, revealing Bai Yang's unscathed figure standing in a 3-meter-wide spiderweb-like crater. 30 meters, that's 10 floors high. Lung Feng's pupils contracted, a storm of disbelief raging in his mind. Such physical prowess far exceeded human limits. Had China made a significant breakthrough in genetic technology? Let me introduce myself. I'm Bai Yang, your chief instructor for this training session, Bai Yang said, his eyes like lightning as he surveyed each soldier present. I know I'm young. If anyone has doubts, step forward now. I'll take on 100 of you at once. No sooner had he finished speaking than nearly everyone took a step forward, their sharp gazes fixed on Bai Yang. Chief instructor, what you just did was impressive, but saying you can take on 100 of us is just nonsense. Zhang Shirui was the first to challenge him. At that moment, Lu Zhendao jumped down from the helicopter and stood silently by Bai Yang's side. Seeing this, Lung Feng exclaimed, Leader Lu? Looking at the former leader of China's Blade team, Lung Feng's heart churned. Lu Zhendao merely gave him a complex glance, already mourning for these soldiers in his heart. Bai Yang grinned, waved his right hand, and a 10,000 souls banner appeared out of thin air. With a vigorous swing, over 9,000 wailing spirits surged out, surrounded by black smoke, creating a terrifying spectacle. Half an hour later, the 10,000 soldiers were divided into 100 groups, each using a huge bath filled with beast blood and some first-level blood pool water. Bai Yang repeatedly reminded them to memorize the cultivation mantra, as they would be responsible for teaching the demonic cultivation method to various military regions. Sir, are you really going to teach them the entire method of making the 10 souls banner? Lu Zhendao asked worriedly. Bai Yang looked into the distance and sighed. Lu, I understand your and the elders' concerns, but time is running out for China. The whole nation must be armed and trained if we're to survive the coming crisis. With only one day remaining before the highest level meeting in Huaxia, Lung Feng stood at attention and saluted, reporting to Bai Yang. Chief Instructor Bai, the progress statistics for the training of 10,000 elite soldiers are as follows. 12 have reached the 8th level of the body refinement stage, 136 have reached the 7th level, 846 have reached the 6th level, and 700 are at the 3rd level. Having said that, he quickly turned and headed towards the primary blood pool. Bai Yang stood still, filled with emotion. In just 5 days, he had already reached the great perfection stage of foundation establishment. This far exceeded his expectation. She himself had taken 3 days just to reach the 3rd level of the body refinement stage. Yet the demonic cultivation of the 10,000 soldiers had directly propelled him to the great perfection of foundation establishment. He glanced down to check the remaining amount of demonic points, which showed 13,000 points left on the light screen. No wonder the requirements for spending demonic points to level up keep increasing, Bai Yang thought to himself. If all 14 billion people in Huaxia practiced demonic cultivation, wouldn't I become a world-shaking demon king? Looking at the upgrade requirements displayed on the screen, Bai Yang couldn't help but shake his head. From the body refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage, the consumption increased incrementally. A few hundred points for each body refinement advancement, 3,000 points for the early foundation establishment, 6,000 for the middle, 10,000 for the late stage, and a whopping 40,000 for the great perfection. And breaking through to the early golden core stage required a staggering 300,000 demonic points. This is outright robbery. Bai Yang exclaimed fiercely at the light screen in his mind. In his agitation, he accidentally released a bit of pressure. Officer Bai, please restrain your power. Lu Zhendao gasped for breath under the weight of the pressure, his eyes full of shock. Recalling the elder's special instructions yesterday to protect Bai Yang, he couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. It seemed he was the one who needed protection. Realizing his faux pas, Bai Yang quickly reined in his aura and smiled awkwardly. Prepare the helicopter. I need to see the Great Elder and invite a few academicians from the Huaxia Academy of Sciences over. There's important material to report. Yes, sir. Upon arriving at the meeting place, Wang Zhongping greeted him warmly, his silver hair showing hints of black. Young friend Bai, you've been busy in the military district these past few days, and today you finally have time to visit us old folks? Seeing the noticeably revitalized elders, Bai Yang felt a warmth in his heart. Elders, you all look much more spirited now. We owe it all to your heavenly demon. Huaxia cultivation method. Long Zhanshan quickly corrected himself, noticing the three academicians present. I heard you came with important material to report. Qian Zhonghai suddenly rushed forward excitedly, gripping Bai Yang's hand tightly. Is this young friend the creator of the Huaxia cultivation method? Bai Yang felt a bit embarrassed after all. The original technique was called the Heavenly Demon Cultivation Method, and it was the three great elders who renamed it to the Huaxia cultivation method, specifically attributing its authorship to him. Considering he needed 300,000 demonic points to break through to the early golden core stage, Bai Yang made a decision. He spent 10,000 demonic points to exchange for the design blueprint of a spiritual pressure detector from the demonic marketplace and handed it to Qian Zhonghai. Mr. Qian, please take a look at this. Qian Zhonghai took the blueprint and examined it closely with academicians Deng and Sunday. As their eyes scanned the paper, their expressions grew increasingly excited. Qian Zhonghai's hands trembled uncontrollably, and tears welled up in his eyes. Academician Sun Jiadong was so moved that he clutched his chest and swayed on his feet. A masterpiece, they exclaimed almost in unison. The blueprint's explanation of information transmission principles was far ahead of its time, with the innovative concept of spiritual pressure showing over 99 credibility from multiple dimensions of evidence. You're shaking too much. I can't see the blueprint. Deng Jiashan grabbed the blueprint from Qian Zhonghai, though his own hands were trembling just as much. Academicians, Bai Yang cut straight to the point. If I need a spiritual pressure detector by tomorrow, can the Huaxia Academy of Sciences make it? Although he couldn't understand the dense professional symbols on the blueprint, it was urgent to have the instrument ready before tomorrow's high-level meeting in Huaxia. Qian Zhonghai adjusted his glasses and answered rigorously. According to the blueprint, with our institute's most advanced machine tools, it can be manufactured within 8 hours. However, fully understanding the underlying principles would require at least 2.5 years of research. Bai Yang breathed a sigh of relief. To make Huaxia's top leaders aware of the threat posed by fierce beasts, this spiritual pressure detector was indeed indispensable. Meanwhile, a red fighter jet streaked across the sky over Kyoto. Daddy, there's a big red bird in the sky. A little girl by the roadside pointed innocently at the sky. That's not a big bird, her father explained excitedly. It's the Vermilion Bird 20, one of our most advanced fighter jets. He took out his phone to record, only to find that the news apps were already flooded with related discussions. Online comments poured in. I've seen 5 Vermilion Bird 20s heading to Kyoto today. There are Azure Dragon jets heading to Kyoto from the northwest too. Kyoto is under complete lockdown now, with 56 Hongqi cars entering the city. I've heard 300 recipients of the moon emblem are gathering in Kyoto. By the afternoon, all major platforms were buzzing, with discussions reaching a fever pitch. From the top 10 trending topics on Weibo, all were related to Kyoto, pushing even Wang Feng's concert buzz aside. Bai Yang stood atop the gates of the Forbidden City, gazing down. The usually bustling streets were eerily quiet, with a fully armed soldier stationed every 10 steps, as if the entire city was bracing for a significant event. Hopefully, everything goes smoothly tomorrow, he murmured softly. The next morning, the gates of the Purple Forbidden City were bustling with activity. Over 100 luxury cars were lined up in an orderly fashion, each carrying high-ranking Chinese officials adorned with the moon emblem badge. Wenbin, it's been 3 years since we last met after you became the Minister of Foreign Affairs, greeted a minister wearing the sun emblem badge. Brother Lin, is this meeting called by the military for some reason? Wang Wenbin turned to inquire of Lin Guobiao, the Minister of Defense, both of their badges glinting with the sun emblem. What could the military be up to? Lin Guobiao chuckled, shaking his head. The Americans are all talk with their sanctions, too afraid to engage in real conflict. I suspect it's more about the recent trade sanctions from the US and the finance ministry needing to re-strategize our development. Outside the Great Hall, 300 officials wearing the moon emblem badge courteously made their way inside. Within the spacious venue, 305 chairs were divided into 3 sections, the left for the radicals, the center for the neutrals, and the right for the conservatives. The factions were clearly delineated, with tension hanging in the air. Taking this opportunity, I propose we confront the Americans head-on. Xue Cheng, a representative of the radicals, suddenly stood up. The US has been pushing us too far with their sanctions in recent years. Exactly. Back in the day, we drove them away with just rifles and grenades. Now we're even more capable. Let's deal with Japan first, then the US. The radicals echoed in agreement. Fight, fight, fight. Is that all you know? Yi Fan, from the conservative faction, stood up angrily. After mutual destruction, should we let other countries take advantage of the situation? Even if we win, we'll just be paving the way for others. As the debate heated up, the doors to the hall slowly opened. The entrance of four figures instantly silenced the room. Among them, Bai Yang drew everyone's attention. Although curious about this young man's identity, no one dared to ask. Wang Zhongping took his place at the podium, his expression grave as he announced, "China is facing a life-and-death crisis." The room erupted in astonishment. It was Lin Guobiao who eventually broke the silence. "Mr. Wang, what does this crisis come from? How is it that the military knows nothing about it?" Bai Yang stepped forward, facing the hundreds of assessing eyes, and said in a deep voice, "My name is Bai Yang. While you may not know me, that is not important. What I am about to tell you requires mental preparation. Those with a history of heart problems should have their medication ready." Under the solemn gaze of the crowd, Bai Yang slowly emerged from backstage, pushing a uniquely designed instrument. As soon as this spirit pressure detector was powered on, it projected a massive map of the blue star in midair, its blue light enveloping the entire venue. Spiritual energy is gradually reviving, and fierce beasts will soon emerge from all over the world. Bai Yang's voice echoed through the hall. "Nonsense." An elderly man with white hair sprang up from his seat, pointing a trembling finger at Bai Yang, his face flushed with anger. Bai Yang was prepared. With a flick of his wrist, a pitch-black banner appeared out of thin air. Instantly, hundreds of pale specters howled out from the banner, swirling above the venue. The eerie ghostly aura swept across the room, with black smoke swirling so intensely that it even blew off a few attendees' wigs. Some elderly individuals were so shocked by the strange scene that they experienced heart palpitations, hastily retrieving emergency heart pills to place under their tongues. Seeing the audience finally take him seriously, Bai Yang continued his explanation. Fierce beasts are classified into 10 levels. Those above level 5 can withstand nuclear bombs. Look at the red dots on the map. These represent existing fierce beasts. Level 1 beasts have spirit pressures ranging from 100 to 999 points. Level 2 from 1000 to 9999 points. And due to their weaker strength, they appear as small red dots. Level 3 beasts have spirit pressures between 10,000 and 99,999 points. Pointing at the map, he continued, Level 9 beasts have spirit pressures between 10 billion and 100 billion, while level 10 beasts exceed 100 billion, theoretically capable of destroying the entire blue star on their own. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the venue. Although the attendees were reluctant to believe it, Bai Yang's display of bizarre abilities forced them to take notice. However, there's no need to be overly concerned. Bai Yang sensed the despair among the audience and reassured them. The revival of spiritual energy is a gradual process. By the end of this year, the blue star's spiritual energy content can only accommodate up to level 5 beasts. At that moment, the elderly man suddenly pointed at the map with a trembling voice. "Bai Yang, my young friend, that dark red large 10 kilometers off the coast of the Magic City, could it be a level 5 beast?" Bai Yang quickly glanced at the map, his pupils contracting. A conspicuous dark red had indeed appeared off the coast of the Magic City, with a spirit pressure value as high as 2.5 million points. There's no need to worry. The dark red color indicates the beast is currently dormant and won't awaken in the short term, Bai Yang explained. To think the human race has fought amongst itself for a lifetime, only to fall to the hands of fierce beasts in the end, said Xue Cheng, a representative of the radical faction, slumped in his chair with a bitter expression. A level 5 beast can resist nuclear bombs. Is there any hope for humanity? At this, Wang Zhongping stood up, his voice booming with resolve. "Fellow colleagues, our 5,000-year history of Huaxia stretches to this day. You are the pillars of Huaxia, the backbone of our nation. How can we surrender before the battle even begins? We cannot. Even if it costs me my life, I will stand at the forefront of the people. We were not afraid of the American planes and cannons back then, and we will not fear mere beasts now. If it's a fight they want, then a fight they shall have." It's hard to imagine that these words were shouted by the conservative leaders who have always advocated for peace. A sharp glint flashed in Xue Cheng's eyes. As a soldier who had fought through over 100 battles, his fighting spirit was fully ignited at this moment. Even that old guy Yi Fan said he would rather die in front of the people. What reason do I have to back down? Standing on the podium, Wang Zhongping's gaze was piercing. "Everyone, the situation hasn't reached its worst yet." He turned to point at the young man beside him. This young man, named Bai Yang, not only reported the spiritual energy resurgence to the nation immediately, but also selflessly shared the methods of the Tianma cultivation and artifact creation. As soon as he finished speaking, 10 robust warrior kings, including Lung Feng and Lu Zhenda, filed out from backstage, each holding several soul banners emitting black energy. In unison, they took out prepared steel pipes and, with muscles bulging, twisted the hard steel pipes into spiral shapes. The most crucial point, Wang Zhongping's voice resonated through the hall. is that the cultivation methods Bai Yang provided can be practiced by all 1.4 billion of our compatriots. These artifacts can be used by everyone as well. Thunderous applause erupted in the hall. The spark of hope ignited in everyone's heart. Perhaps the resurgence of spiritual energy is an opportunity for the rise of China. Wang Zhongping motioned for silence with his hands and said solemnly, I propose to establish a special affairs department in addition to the existing 5 major departments. Appoint Bai Yang as the Minister of Special Affairs and award him the Order of the Sun. All departments must unconditionally cooperate with the Special Affairs Department. Who approves? Who opposes? Approve. The unanimous voice echoed in the hall. Suddenly, a discordant voice emerged. A corpulent middle-aged official stood up. I oppose. Although Bai Yang has contributed significantly, he is young and inexperienced. Is it appropriate to directly promote him to minister? Following this, an official wearing square-framed glasses chimed in. I suggest awarding him the Star Medal first and letting him gain experience at the grassroots level for a few years. Objection overruled. Long Zhanshan slammed the table, his gaze like lightning sweeping over the two. This is an extraordinary time. Do you think I don't know what schemes you're plotting? With the nation in crisis, you're still thinking about jockeying for positions? The two dissenters sat down, faces flushed with embarrassment, recalling their original motivation when they entered public service, the determination to strive for the rise of China. Huaxia News broke a major story yesterday. At a top-level meeting, 305 senior leaders unanimously approved the establishment of the Special Affairs Department. Shortly after, Huaxia's official website emphasized the dual necessity of the department's formation, both in terms of current times and practical needs, and highlighted the importance of confidentiality. The Huaxia Daily announced with enthusiasm that the birth of the Special Affairs Department marks the beginning of a new era for the nation. This news hit like a bombshell, causing a stir in the White House. In the office of President Trump, the enraged president slammed the table and shouted at the intelligence director, Damn it! You bunch of incompetents! How did we not see such an important department being established in Huaxia? The intelligence director, sweat forming on his forehead, hurriedly explained, Mr. President, our intelligence network in Huaxia didn't pick up any advance information. It was likely a last-minute decision. Within 3 days, Trump seethed through clenched teeth. I want to know everything about the Special Affairs Department, including who the minister is. If you can't do it, you're out. He then smashed a crystal glass on the floor and immediately called Japanese Prime Minister Abe Shinzo. A sycophantic voice came from the other end. Honorable President Trump, what can I do for you? Probe into Huaxia's intentions and create some trouble around them. Trump coldly ordered. Meanwhile, in a secret base of the Kyoto military district, Bai Yang surveyed the 10,000 spirited soldiers at the body refining stage in front of him. Today, 9,000 of them would be dispatched to military districts across the country, each responsible for teaching cultivation techniques to 100 loyal and vetted soldiers. Although the scale seemed modest, it was a carefully considered decision. In a previous top-level meeting, Bai Yang had proposed making cultivation techniques available to the public, but it was unanimously opposed. The Grand Elder expressed concern that the unique nature of demonic cultivation techniques might lead some exceptionally gifted individuals to harbor malicious intents once they gain power, potentially threatening societal stability. After thorough discussion, it was decided to first conduct a pilot program within the military with rigorously selected loyal soldiers. The remaining 1,000 elite soldiers were incorporated into the Dragon God Special Forces Group, with Bai Yang as the leader, holding supreme command. This special task force, heavily invested in by the nation, was destined to become one of Huaxia's most formidable forces. Bai Yang toyed with a crystal ball of aptitude in his hand, a treasure that could be exchanged for 10 demonic points, used to determine a user's demonic aptitude based on the density of black mist within. At that moment, thousands of helicopters had already taken off from Kyoto, heading to universities and technical schools nationwide to carry out talent selection missions. In a lecture hall at Shanghai University, Zhang Dongdong lay bored on his desk. Ever since his close friend Bai Yang skipped class that day and never returned, he had been feeling unusually lonely. Dear Miss Jiang Fan, this is the second time I'm confessing my feelings to you. Please forgive my impulsiveness, but a girl as beautiful as you deserves someone like me. With a red rose between his lips, Zhang Dijian puffed out his chest, striking a pose he believed to be his most charming, as he walked towards Jiang Fan under the watchful eyes of the entire class. Jiang Fan was seated at the long table in the middle of the classroom, flanked by her female classmates. Watching Zhang Dijian, with his greasy face and arrogant demeanor, approaching her, she became anxious, her eyes welling up with tears as she pleaded, Don't come any closer. Please don't come any closer. Zhang Dijian. Zhang Dongdong suddenly stood up from his seat, his sturdy frame blocking the aisle. Everyone in the class knows Jiang Fan likes Bai Yang. What do you think you're doing, forcing her like this in public? Zhang Dijian sneered. Zhang Dongdong, I advise you not to meddle. The process for Bai Yang's expulsion is already underway, so don't follow in his footsteps. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Dongdong pushed him to the ground, pointing angrily at him. How can you do such a thing to a classmate? Just as the tension between them reached a breaking point, the classroom's broadcast system suddenly came to life. All students of Shanghai University, please gather at the East Playground within half an hour. Anyone late will lose 2 academic credits and receive a public reprimand. As soon as the announcement ended, hurried footsteps echoed through the hallway. Students flooded towards the East Playground as if those 2 credits were a matter of life and death. Standing amidst the crowd, Jiang Fan was deeply worried by Zhang Dijian's earlier words. How could Bai Yang face expulsion for just missing a few classes? She took out her phone and, after much deliberation, sent a simple message. Jiang Fan here. School's called for a gathering at the East Playground in half an hour. Latecomers lose 2 credits. Hurry. Half an hour later, a military helicopter landed in front of the stage on the playground. 5 fully armed soldiers disembarked and began organizing the students into lines. Conversations buzzed around the scene. What's going on, guys? I heard Yunnan University is also testing with the crystal ball. Kyoto University and Shuemu University finished theirs an hour ago. Could it be related to yesterday's top-level meeting in Huaxia? For most students, touching the crystal ball resulted in only a faint wisp of black smoke. Zhang Dijian stood in line. Puzzled normally, his father would inform him of any school activities, but this time he was in the dark. Next, Zhang Dongdong. When Zhang Dongdong placed his hand on the crystal ball, a thick black smoke swirled within it. The soldier beside him perked up but maintained a calm demeanor, saying, Zhang Dongdong, please wait over there for a moment. Zhang Dongdong turned pale with fear. Soldier, sir, does this mean I don't have long to live? The soldier offered no explanation, knowing that once these students signed the military's top-secret confidentiality agreement, they would understand the truth. That's what you get for pushing me. Karma's a thing. Zhang Dijian's gloating laughter pierced through the crowd. Zhang Dijian stood at the back of the crowd, a smirk of schadenfreude playing on his lips. He had clearly seen a dense black mist emerge inside the crystal ball the moment Zhang Dongdong's hand touched it. With so many students before him showing no reaction, this black mist was certainly not a good sign. Next, Jiang Fan. Hearing her name, Jiang Fan swallowed nervously and stepped forward after Zhang Dongdong. Her trembling hand barely touched the surface of the crystal ball when a sudden change occurred. A dazzling black light burst from the ball, illuminating her pale face. This is a natural talent, the warrior exclaimed with delight. The black mist is so dense it transformed into black light. This has only happened 9 times across all of Huaxia, and Jiang Fan makes the 10th. A true prodigy of the dark path. Soldier uncle, am I going to die? Jiang Fan's voice was choked with sobs, tears streaming down her face. In Huaxia, black has always been synonymous with disaster, a deeply ingrained belief. The warrior patiently reassured her. Jiang Fan, there's no need to worry. In Huaxia's history, there was a dynasty that revered black. Dense black light isn't necessarily a bad thing. Turning to the other students, he shouted, everyone, speed up. We're running out of time. Discovering a genius like Jiang Fan, he was eager to send her to the military district to prevent any unforeseen complications. Jiang Fan, oh Jiang Fan, since you've chosen Bai Yang, this is your fate, Zhang Dijian sighed from afar. Though not close, he saw the blinding black light clearly and thought this might be Jiang Fan's karma. Last one, Zhang Dijian. The students on the field had mostly left, leaving only Jiang Fan, Zhang Dongdong, and 3 others. Zhang Dijian slowly stepped forward, casting a deep glance at Jiang Fan before placing his hand on the crystal ball. In that moment, an astonishing change occurred. Blinding black light shot out, and the crystal ball trembled violently, shattering with a loud crash under everyone's gaze. No, this can't be. Zhang Dijian cried out in despair, eyes wide with fear. He lunged at the warrior, clinging to his leg and sobbing uncontrollably. Save me. Please save me. I'm so young, I don't want to die. The warrior could no longer console Zhang Dijian, his attention entirely captured by this unprecedented phenomenon. Someone had actually managed to shatter the talent-assessing crystal ball. Set off immediately. Notify the Dragon God Special Forces. Something significant is happening at Shanghai University. In a secret base within the Yunnan Military District, a closed underground room gathered 108 university students, meticulously selected from various colleges in Yunnan province for their exceptional magical aptitude. Under the fluorescent lights, Du Fei, a stern-looking military officer, stood at the podium, with a stack of highly confidential agreements neatly arranged on the desk. Students, this agreement is of great significance. Du Fei addressed the young faces below. Once signed, you will be privy to the truth. Sir, we're just ordinary college students. Why do we need to sign a confidentiality agreement? A voice questioned from the crowd. Du Fei took a deep breath. This is related to a top-level meeting held yesterday in Huaxia. For you, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily settled on 6 students from Shanghai University. Among this group was not only a magical prodigy, but also someone capable of shattering a crystal ball. This discovery had caught the attention of Bai, the leader of the Dragon God Special Forces, who promised to visit the Yunnan military district the next day. Since this involves national secrets, let's sign. Zhang Dongdong was the first to pick up a pen and carefully signed his name on each page. 10 minutes later, once everyone had completed the signing, Du Fei finally smiled. He retrieved a stack of beautifully printed Huaxia cultivation manuals from his briefcase and said, I believe you've all read cultivation novels. Today, I'm going to teach you the real techniques of cultivation. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room erupted. Wow, this is way better than preparing for exams. I can't believe Huaxia has actual cultivation techniques. Finally, I get to become an immortal. The excited voices rose one after another. But soon, questions followed. Zhang Dongdong, flipping through the manual, asked perplexedly, Sir, why do we need to use beast blood for cultivation? Aren't righteous cultivators supposed to absorb spiritual energy in the novels? Other students also raised questions about everything from Bai Yang's level of cultivation to the integrity of the techniques, prompting Du Fei to signal for silence. These questions will be answered in detail during tomorrow's training. For tonight, study on your own. As night fell, inside a simple military tent, Zhang Dijian held the manual, his eyes gleaming with ambition. The path of cultivation requires overcoming inner demons. Bai Yang, you are the hurdle I must cross. He picked up his phone, speaking coldly to his advisor. Xiao Wang, Bai Yang's expulsion must be processed within an hour. 2 days? No, it has to be now. Outside the tent, the moonlight was like water, and a new era of cultivation legend was about to unfold. Otherwise, you won't get promoted even if you wait another 10 years. Wang Duan slammed the phone down, her brow furrowed. As a regular teacher, she knew well that getting a promotion required the support of the vice principal, so she reluctantly decided to bypass the usual approval process involving the dean and principal. She immediately dialed another number, her tone intentionally stern. Hello, is this Bai Yang's parents? I am Bai Yang's counselor. After confirming the voice on the other end, she intensified her tone. Bai Yang has been skipping classes frequently, and his behavior has seriously affected the academic atmosphere. Our school has officially decided to expel Bai Yang. She paused briefly, her voice becoming sharper. As parents, you are truly unqualified. Even if you lack education, you should at least discipline him properly. With such a family background, turning your child into this is simply hopeless. With that, she hung up the phone abruptly. In a modest living room, Zhang Yuma looked at her husband, Bai Hong, with worry in her eyes. Old Bai, do you think it's reliable for Yang to give up his studies to start a business? In her traditional view, pursuing education was the right path for young people. The couple, having been constrained by their low educational level all their lives, had been hopeful when their son got into college, only to now receive the expulsion notice. Bai Hong, however, appeared surprisingly relaxed. Let him try. After all, our family is in a better place now. He suddenly shifted his tone, a mix of confusion and delight in his voice. Honey, don't you think things have been strange lately? I'm just a repairman, and the boss suddenly made me deputy factory manager. Now I just sit in the office drinking tea, and I get paid 50,000 a month. It feels unreal. Zhang Yuma also showed a puzzled expression. Isn't it? Over at Foxconn, they inexplicably said my voice was good and insisted I become a broadcaster. My loud voice is famous within 10 miles, and they actually praised it. I just say mealtime in the group every day and earn 10,000. Give our son a call, let him know not to worry about us. Bai Hong picked up the phone and dialed his son's number. At the training ground, Bai Yang saw his father's call and gestured for the elite soldiers around him to continue their training. When he answered, Bai Hong's loud voice came through immediately. You rascal, the school says they're going to expel you. Surprisingly, Bai Hong's tone was not as stern as usual, but rather relieved. If they expel you, so be it. You can focus on your business. Dad, is the sun rising in the west? Bai Yang joked, still adjusting to his father's sudden open-mindedness. His mother's gentle voice came through the phone. Yang, we've both been promoted, and our salaries have increased a lot. You don't need to worry about us. Bai Yang understood that his superiors had already arranged his parents' jobs. Bai Hong's voice suddenly choked up. Son, you've grown up. The silver strands in his black hair glistened in the sunlight, and this usually strong man seemed a bit vulnerable. Your mom and I support your entrepreneurship and hope you can make your own way. Old Bai, we agreed not to mention this. Zhang Yuma gently placed a finger to her husband's lips and softly said into the phone, Yang, whether you succeed or not, you will always be our pride. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, and remember to eat on time. Holding back the sting in his nose, Bai Yang feigned a light-hearted tone. Mom, I'm eating well here. I'll come back to see you both as soon as I'm done tomorrow. Talk to you later. After hanging up, Bai Yang gazed into the distance, silently thinking, Dad, Mom, your son is working on something great for China, something I can't disclose just yet. Like the predecessors who built nuclear bombs, who lived anonymously for decades for the country's prosperity and strength. Loyalty and filial piety have always been hard to balance. Until the secret is lifted, I can only ask you both to endure. The next morning, a group of college students with dark circles under their eyes gathered at the training ground. Du Fei looked at their tired expressions, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. I suppose everyone had a good night's sleep, right? Upon hearing this, everyone shot him resentful glances. Knowing that training would start the next day, they could hardly sleep and had arrived at the training ground before dawn to wait anxiously. Let me show you what it means to be a cultivator in the body refining stage. Du Fei waved his right hand, and the 10 souls banner traced an arc through the air. In an instant, 10 wraiths enveloped in black mist emerged, glaring menacingly at the crowd. I feel like this isn't a technique practiced by righteous people, Zhang Dongdong stammered, his eyes fixed on the 10 souls banner made of human bones. In novels, only those who cultivate demonic paths use these. That's a misconception. Du Fei immediately corrected. What is the righteous path? A kind heart defines righteousness. Do not be misled by appearances, classmates. Although he knew this was indeed a demonic cultivation technique, he firmly believed that techniques themselves are neither good nor evil. It is the heart that determines morality. The body refining stage has 10 levels, and I'm currently at the 5th level, Du Fei explained, pulling out a 12-centimeter thick steel plate and forcefully striking it against his head. With a loud crack, the steel plate broke in two, while his head remained unscathed. That's incredible. The crowd erupted in excitement, with someone shouting, I'd let my roommate live 10 years less for such power. 20 years. My roommate could drop dead for all I care. No malicious bidding. Du Fei quickly stopped the students, worried that someone might take their words too seriously and cause trouble. Please calm down. It only took me a little over a week to reach this level of cultivation. With your talent, you might progress even faster. Hearing this, the students' eyes lit up, and they immediately sat down attentively like primary school children, eager to learn the first mantra of the Huaxia cultivation method from Du Fei. Once everyone had memorized the mantra, Du Fei gave the order. You can now immerse yourselves in the blood pool. Remember to chant the mantra silently in your hearts. Over 100 people jumped into the blood pool, and the level of the blood visibly dropped. Just 10 minutes later, with a boom, a surge of energy erupted from Zhang Dijian, who was the first to break through to the first level of the body refining stage. This scene left Du Fei astonished among 10,000 elite soldiers. Only a few like Lung Feng had managed to break through in 10 minutes. Du Fei quickly pulled out a satellite phone and called Bai Yang. Leader Bai. Zhang Dijian broke through to the first level of the body refining stage just 10 minutes after entering the blood pool. He's the demonic path genius who shattered the crystal ball. I'll be there in 2 hours, Bai Yang replied succinctly, then flew towards the military district airport. Because Du Fei spoke so quickly, the pause between Zhang and Dijian was almost non-existent, leading Bai Yang to mistakenly think it was a single name, Dijian. He thought to himself, Dijian, who would have thought there was someone in Daxia with the surname Da? Truly, with 14 billion people, there's every kind of surname. Such a talent capable of shattering a qualification crystal ball is indeed rare. If it's true, he must be recruited into the Dragon God Special Forces. Another thought crossed Bai Yang's mind. The name does resemble Zhang Dijian's a bit. Bai Yang's face was clouded with anger as he finally remembered last night that Zhang Dijian was just a quiet, overweight guy in his class. This guy, who had no grievances against him, had reported him for skipping class and even wanted him expelled. When I have the chance, I'll make sure you experience the taste of the 10,000 souls banner. Bai Yang vowed silently to himself. An hour and a half later, the blood in the pool had been completely depleted. Zhang Dijian stood by the edge, feeling the surge of power within him. His face barely able to conceal his smugness had reached the second level of the body refinement stage half an hour ago. Brother Zhang, I'll follow you from now on. A classmate with a sharp, monkey-like face eagerly sidled up to Zhang Dijian. In his eyes, someone who could reach the second level of body refinement in such a short time was destined for greatness. Brother Wang, let's just call each other equals, Zhang Dijian said, looking around triumphantly. Among the 108 college students present, only he and Jiang Fan had reached the second level of body refinement. It seemed like fate. He thought to himself, Jiang Fan, if you don't know what's good for you, wait until I reach the foundation establishment stage, and I won't be so polite. Just then, Du Fei approached with a broad smile, his gaze lingering meaningfully on Zhang Dijian. Classmates, I have good news. Team leader Bai, who wrote the Chinese cultivation method, will be here in half an hour to inspect. If you perform well, you might receive personal guidance from him. Zhang Dijian was thrilled, thinking that with his best potential, he would undoubtedly be the one to receive Team Leader Bai's guidance. Suddenly, he noticed that Team Leader Bai's name was Bai Yang, the same name as the pretty boy in their class. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could they be the same person? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Dijian shook his head with a chuckle. Team Leader Bai must be an immortal-like elder, a true dragon from the 9 heavens, not that insignificant worm. Team leader Bai is here, came a shout from afar, as another leader training 100 warriors suddenly exclaimed. Instantly, thousands of warriors paused their training, rushing forward to catch a glimpse of team leader Bai. Weren't they supposed to arrive in 2 hours? Du Fei muttered, then shouted. Team leader Bai is here. Stop training and come with me to greet him. With his second-level body refinement strength, Zhang Dijian quickly pushed to the front of the crowd. I, Zhang Dijian, have the demeanor of a demon king. With team leader Bai's support, achieving the golden core and nascent soul stages is within reach. He grew more excited, bulldozing through like a tiger tank, shoving aside any warriors in his path with his hefty arms. Don't push. Dude, stop pushing me. It wasn't me. Don't look at me. Who keeps pushing? Have some decency. Angry voices erupted from the crowd. In the center of the crowd, Bai Yang was smiling and waving to everyone. Hello, everyone, hello. Team leader Bai, thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble. I'm here to serve you all. Who the hell is pushing me? The harmonious interaction was suddenly interrupted by a shout of anger. Bai Yang looked in the direction of the commotion and saw a nimble, hefty man desperately squeezing forward. Make way, make way. Zhang Dijian pushed past the soldiers in front of him, craning his neck to see the center of the crowd. In the clearing, a young man dressed in a white dragon robe was waving enthusiastically to those around him. The sun glinted off the sun emblem medal on his chest, and his delicate yet resolute features locked eyes with Zhang Dijian. Oh crap, it's Bai Yang. Zhang Dijian's pupils contracted, and almost instinctively, he crouched down and quickly disappeared into the throng. He scrambled against the flow of people, drawing curious glances from the surrounding soldiers. Bai Yang frowned slightly, his gaze following the panicked, retreating figure. The face seemed inexplicably familiar, yet he couldn't quite place where he'd seen it before. What are you up to, fatty? You were pushing forward like crazy just now, and now you're backing out. The soldier Zhang Dijian had pushed aside glared at him. Zhang's face was ashen, drenched in cold sweat, and his disheveled appearance was concerning. Do you need me to call a medic? No, please don't. Zhang Dijian forced a smile more pitiful than tears. Ever since spotting Bai Yang, all he wanted was to escape the scene. But the crowd surged forward, and an individual's strength was no match for it. He was pushed further ahead, crouching and hoping desperately. Don't see me, don't see me. Everyone quiet down. Bai Yang pressed his hands downward, and the crowd stopped moving. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Zhang Dijian hunched over, trying to squeeze his way out. I'm looking for someone named Dijian. Does anyone know him? Hearing this, Zhang Dijian felt a moment of relief. Bai Yang got the name wrong. Maybe there was still a chance to escape. But then Du Fei's voice rang out. Leader Bai, I'm the one who called you. The name is Zhang Dijian, not just Dijian. Curse you, Du Fei. Zhang Dijian muttered under his breath, quickening his pace to flee. He had already planned it out in his head. If he could get away, he'd find some remote place to hide, become a local ruler, and live in peace. Zhang, there you are. A classmate with a sharp face suddenly appeared in front of him. Before Zhang Dijian could react, he shouted, Officer Du, Zhang Dijian is here. It's over, all over. Zhang Dijian collapsed to the ground in despair, grabbing a handful of dirt to smear on his face, hoping Bai Yang wouldn't recognize him. The crowd parted to form a path, and Bai Yang's gaze landed directly on Zhang Dijian, his lips curling into a knowing smile. Zhang Dijian, it's been a while, hasn't it? My memory's a bit fuzzy. Didn't you say on the phone last time, if there's blame, what should we blame? Leader Bai, this is our first meeting. I have no idea what you're talking about, Zhang Dijian replied, trying to suppress his fear and appear calm. Oh, maybe I have the wrong person then, Bai Yang replied with an unmistakable hint of mockery in his voice, already forming a plan in his mind. This place is too crowded and not suitable for taking action. It's better to find a secluded and quiet spot. Just then, Zhang Dongdong and Jiang Fan squeezed through the crowd and immediately spotted Bai Yang at the center, surrounded by people. When Zhang Dongdong's gaze fell on the sun emblem, symbolizing supreme power, on Bai Yang's chest, he was struck speechless. Bai group leader is actually Bai Yang. Stop it, Zhang Dongdong. You act like you're eager for me to leave. Bai Yang strode forward and gave Zhang Dongdong a firm hug, then turned to Jiang Fan, who was rubbing his hands. Jiang Fan, long time no see. Long time no see. Jiang Fan replied with a smile. Bai group leader, do you all know each other? Du Fei asked, clearly confused by the unexpected connections Bai Yang had with the people present. Don't ask what you shouldn't, Bai Yang responded curtly, then ordered, take Zhang Dongdong and Jiang Fan to the Shenlong Special Forces Reserve for training. I have something to discuss with Zhang Dijian. Before he finished speaking, he had already lifted Zhang Dijian by the collar and taken off into the sky. The people on the ground watched Bai Yang's figure disappear into the distance. Zhang Dongdong was still in shock. Is this a dream come true? Bai Yang, who used to team up with me in games and always ended up losing, is actually the Bai group leader who wrote the cultivation method for China. Du Fei gazed at the sky, feeling a mix of emotions. If nothing unexpected happens, the next time we meet, I'll have to call you sir. Having personal ties with Bai group leader is a dream for thousands of soldiers. High in the sky, Bai Yang held a trembling Zhang Dijian. Do you have anything to say? Bai Yang asked lightly, while Zhang Dijian was so scared he wet himself. Bai group leader, I apologize for any offense before. We were classmates, please forgive me. Zhang Dijian begged tearfully, though a trace of hatred flickered in his eyes. He vowed to survive and repay today's humiliation 100-fold. I'm someone who is fair and just, and I never settle personal scores. Bai Yang smiled kindly, and with a wave of his left hand, a soul banner appeared out of thin air. You have great talent, and my soul banner can help people cultivate. For the sake of our past as classmates, I'll let you practice inside. Before he could rejoice, Zhang Dijian was swallowed by the soul banner. Dozens of souls tore him apart, and his soul disintegrated under the pressure of the main and secondary souls. Bai Yang frowned slightly. The positions of these 10 main souls and 100 secondary souls are quite dominant. Even with Zhang Dijian's outstanding talent, his soul couldn't withstand it. He then made a call. Brother Liu, arrange a special car for me. I need to go home later. Also, investigate Zhang Dijian's connections at Shanghai University. You know what to do. However, what arrived was just a regular ride-hailing car. The driver, seeing the sun emblem on Bai Yang's chest, was so nervous he nearly crashed 5 times. Sir, maybe you should drive. The pressure is too much for me. The driver pleaded, almost in tears. Bai Yang sighed helplessly, stored away the sun emblem and his white robe, changed into casual clothes, and started walking. Meanwhile, at home, Bai Hong and his wife were busy preparing dinner. Old Bai, our son is coming home today. Make a few more dishes so we have enough to eat. Go take a look yourself. There are already 18 dishes on the table. We won't finish them until tomorrow noon. After tidying up, Bai Hong sat on the sofa, reflecting. I haven't worked at the factory for several days. I'm starting to feel rusty. Zhang Yuma joked. Isn't it nice not having to work? But I do find it strange. My loud voice isn't exactly pleasant to hear. Do you think it's possible that this is all thanks to our son? Him? If that rascal had such capabilities, I'd call him Dad. Just then, Bai Yang stood outside the door with a subtle expression and gently rang the doorbell. Dad, Mom, I'm home. June 2nd, 2024. Huaxia, Yanlongxi. The lead gray clouds hung low, seemingly ready to unleash a downpour at any moment. An old fishing boat slowly sailed near the boundary of the Yanlong Sea. This area, teeming with tuna, was the very reason the crew had traveled such a long distance. On the deck, a few sun-weathered men were casually chatting with cigarettes hanging from their lips. The captain, Ming Hongwei, was the oldest, and the wrinkles on his face told stories of a life at sea. Ming, the weather looks off. I reckon a storm's coming. We should think about heading back, a sailor said, glancing worriedly at the sky. Ming Hongwei took a deep drag of his cigarette, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. We'll cast the net one more time, then leave. I need to get home this time. I haven't seen my daughter Ruru in half a year. A hint of tenderness appeared on his weathered face as he spoke of his daughter. Just then, Li Yunfei noticed a warship on the horizon, its bow flying a prominent Sakura flag against the dark clouds. Ming, look over there. Li Yunfei shouted, pointing. Isn't that a Japanese warship? What are they doing here again? Damn, it's strange, Li Yunfei muttered. Our old boat's radar works just fine, but their fancy equipment always seems to fail. If you ask me, they should buy from us in Huaxia. It might be pricier, but at least it's reliable. Ming Hongwei didn't have time for jokes. He rushed into the cabin, adjusted the high-frequency radio, and called out, Hey, Japan, you're approaching Yanlong Sea. Turn around now. Meanwhile, on the Sakura warship, Inoue Daishiong had just hung up the phone, his ingratiating smile quickly disappearing. He walked to the deck, facing 500 soldiers lined up neatly. His voice boomed. Warriors, today we're going to stir things up in Yanlong Sea, test Huaxia's limits. Are you ready? Yes. The unified shout reverberated across the sea. Just then, his secretary hurriedly whispered something in his ear. What? A Huaxia fishing boat ahead. Inoue Daishiong frowned, taking the binoculars. Through the lens, he saw a few men on the distant, shabby fishing boat flipping off the warship. Just a bunch of nobodies, Inoue Daishiong sneered. Full speed ahead. They'll move aside. Ming, Li Yunfei's voice was filled with panic. The Japanese warship is heading straight for us. What do we do now? The pipe in Chu Yunlong's hand fell to the ground, his voice a mixture of anger and shock. The Sakura warship remained arrogantly unyielding, showing no sign of slowing down. Instead, it accelerated, heading straight toward the Yanlong waters. Listen to my command. Move the fishing boats over and block just before the boundary line. Ming Hongwei ordered through gritted teeth. I refuse to believe their warship would actually dare to force its way through. They were only a stone's throw away from the Yanlong waters. If the Sakura warship continued its reckless advance, a collision with the fishing boats was inevitable. Ming Hongwei grabbed the radio, his voice heavy with warning. Listen up, Sakura. This is the Yanlong waters. Take another step forward, and you'll bear the consequences. Full speed ahead. Inoue Daxiong roared from the warship's command deck. The warship, like a menacing beast, charged directly at the fragile fishing boats. He sneered to himself. Let these foolish fishermen be the first test of Huaxia's resolve. With trembling fingers, Ming Hongwei dialed the National Security Hotline. Hello, is this National Security? This is a fisherman from the Yamlong waters. The Sakura warship is about to collide with our boat. They're not slowing down at all. A collision is expected in 30 seconds. The men on the fishing boats glared with fury, none backing down, as angry curses echoed continuously. The incident quickly caused a huge uproar domestically. Huaxia Daily and major media outlets reported on this malicious event. Online, Huaxia netizens were enraged, engaging in fierce online debates with Sakura netizens. Amidst the online clamor, Wang Chunling sat alone in a dimly lit room, her fingers flying over the keyboard. It takes two to tango. Without video evidence, who knows what really happened? I urge everyone not to jump to conclusions. She was a top student in reality but transformed into another persona in the online world. After typing the final character, Wang Chunling lay back on her bed, content, and began watching entertainment videos. She was indifferent to the potential impact of her words after all, it was just the internet. In the headquarters of the Kyoto military district, Bai Yang stood in the spacious conference room, his fists clenched tightly. Mr. Wang, the Japanese abducted 8 fishermen. Are we just going to tolerate this? His voice was filled with anger, and his eyes flashed with unwillingness. Mr. Wang sighed softly, looking helpless. I understand how you feel. I'm just as outraged. But now that China has mastered the Tianma cultivation method you provided, our rise is inevitable if we proceed methodically. Even the usually hardline hawks recommend not escalating the conflict. Young Bai, patience is a virtue, said Elder Long, stepping forward and patting Bai Yang on the shoulder. Once the Shenlong Special Forces break through to the early Golden Core stage, that'll be the end for Sakura. Bai Yang turned and left without a word. As he pulled out his phone, a news notification caught his attention. He clicked into the comments section on a whim and was met with a flood of vile remarks from extremists. They eat from our bowl and then curse you sun-grateful bastards, he muttered through gritted teeth, quickly dialing the Special Affairs Department. This is Bai Yang. Investigate those who posted defamatory remarks against China during this incident. Dig up their home addresses and personal information. Have the National Security Department cooperate to revoke their Chinese citizenship and expel them abroad. If they love foreign air so much, let them breathe it to their heart's content. After hanging up, Bai Yang somberly assessed his cultivation status. Name, Bai Yang. Demonic points, 180,000. Demonic artifact, soul banner. Demonic realm, foundation stage peak. To break through to the early Golden Core stage, he still needed 120,000 demonic points. Once 9,000 elite soldiers were in place tomorrow, he expected to gain nearly 1.8 million demonic points. After reaching the early Golden Core stage, his spiritual power could cross the ocean, allowing him to personally set foot on Japanese soil to seek justice for China. Meanwhile, in the underground third level of Oni Nest Prison in Kyoto, Japan, a particularly bright cell held 8 fishermen, hands bound, glaring at Inoue Daishiong as he paced in. These fishermen were captured by a Japanese warship using a large net. Inoue Daishiong was instructed by his superiors to secretly detain them and, by any means necessary, force them to admit they voluntarily followed the warship intending to gain Japanese citizenship. This was an attempt to tarnish China's image and elevate Japan's international standing. Glad to see you're all unharmed. Inoue Daishiong said with a fake smile. A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year, how could it be sincere? Damn Japanese, they just kidnapped us and now pretend to be concerned. Tui. Ming Hongwei spat at Inoue Daishiong, but it fell short. Please don't be angry. This is all a misunderstanding. Inoue Daishiong continued to feign concern. I'm here to bring you some good news, Inoue Daishiong announced, standing in front of the iron bars with a deceitful smile. He adjusted his military uniform's collar, looking down at the 8 Chinese fishermen shackled to iron stools. Sakura Nation is very merciful. Although you've been disrespectful, Mr. Anpei has decided to give you a chance. If you admit to voluntarily following the Sakura warship and express a desire to join our nationality, and perhaps criticize the Chinese government a bit, there will be rewards. That's a load of crap, Li Yunfei shouted, the chains clanging loudly as he struggled fiercely. You abducted us by force. Chu Yunlong laughed, his eyes full of disdain. Join Sakura nationality? Just say you want us to be traitors. No need to beat around the bush. Inoue Daishiong was unfazed, snapping his fingers. A soldier wheeled in a suitcase and opened it with a snap. Gleaming gold filled the entire suitcase. Following that, 8 scantily clad Sakura women walked in, deliberately showcasing their alluring figures. Money, beauties, everything you could want. You can indulge in an unforgettable experience right now. Inoue Daishiong said confidently, well aware of the power of seduction, just as it had conquered the island-stationed American troops before. Li Yunfei shut his eyes tightly and shouted to his companions, listen up, brothers. Anyone who dares betray us, I'll be the first to deal with him. The 8 men stood as if cast from iron, their eyes shining with determination. Money is valuable, and beauty is tempting. But for our country, these mean nothing. Inoue Daishiong's face darkened abruptly as he waved his hand. The execution squad waiting outside wheeled in a cart of torture tools. The glinting knives, skinning tools, bamboo spikes, iron nails, and red-hot branding irons were enough to make anyone shudder. If you don't know what's good for you, then enjoy this. Inoue Daishiong slammed the door shut, and the chilling screams echoed through the cell. Half an hour later, Chu Yunlong was barely conscious, covered in gruesome wounds. I can't hold on. Old Chu, hang in there. The country will definitely save us. Li Yunfei, bloodied and weak, tried to comfort him. At that moment, Inoue Daishiong strolled back in, playing with his white gloves. Have you considered my offer? I agree. Suddenly, Ming Hongwei's voice rang out. Ming Ge. The others looked at him in disbelief. Traitor. You traitor to China. Angrily, curses erupted. Inoue Daishiong laughed, signaling the soldiers to gag the others, then personally untied Ming Hongwei and dialed the phone number. Honorable Prime Minister, the Chinese fisherman Ming Hongwei has agreed to cooperate with our actions. News about the Sakura Nation was everywhere, with the most eye-catching being a sensational piece. 8 fishermen had chosen Ming Hongwei as their representative to attend a Sakura Nation press conference, which would be broadcasted live across the globe at 10 a.m. the next day. The news caused an uproar on major forums in China. Netizens quickly dug up personal details about Ming Hongwei. His wife, Huang Xiaomei, worked at a hot pot restaurant in the city, and his daughter, Ming Ruru, attended a primary school there. Photos of the family spread like wildfire across various social media platforms. Ming Ruru, get out. Class 2, Grade 3 doesn't welcome the daughter of a traitor. A young boy stormed up to Ming Ruru's desk, angrily sweeping her stationery to the floor. In his young mind, sharing a class with a traitor's daughter was a deep disgrace. My dad is not a traitor. Ming Ruru stood up abruptly, her eyes blazing with anger. Your dad's in cahoots with the Japanese and wants to become a Sakura citizen, a big traitor, the boy shouted, shoving her hard. Ming Ruru fell heavily, her desk crashing down on her. Traitor's daughter, you should be called Jian Ruru. Another boy pulled out a raw egg he'd brought especially for the occasion and smashed it on her head. Egg yolk trickled down her hair as he pointed and laughed. Daughter of a traitor, here's a rotten egg for you. I won't let you talk about my dad like that. Ming Ruru, like a wounded animal, lunged at the boys, but more classmates swarmed over, pinning her down, hurling insults and spitting at her. Stop it, all of you. Their homeroom teacher, Qin Yu, strode into the classroom, her face stern. The students scattered instantly. Teacher Qin, my dad isn't a traitor. Ming Ruru's eyes were filled with tears, recalling the warm memory of her father holding her and singing the national anthem. Your father did make a mistake, but that doesn't mean you should be punished for it. Qin Yu sighed, quickly leading Ming Ruru to the school gate and handing her over to a worried Huang Xiaomei. Take Ruru home for now, and keep her away from school for the time being, Qin Yu advised. Thank you, Teacher Qin. Huang Xiaomei bowed deeply and hurried away with her daughter, making sure to put a double-layered mask on her. Mom, everyone at school says Dad is a traitor, but he always taught me to love my country. Ming Ruru looked up at her mother, her eyes swollen from crying. Just 6 months ago, Dad even gave me a small dragon flag, telling me to study hard and contribute to the country's development. Dad loves our country so much, but everyone says he's a traitor. I believe your dad isn't a traitor either, but no one believes us. Huang Xiaomei forced a smile. She had already been fired from her job that morning, and passers-by on the street pointed fingers, venting their anger on the mother and daughter. Everything depended on the broadcast the next day. The next day, at 9:30 a.m., in a messy room. What did I say? Even those fishermen admitted it. So why is someone still denying it? This is getting intense. Wang Chunling sat at her computer, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she engaged in a heated online debate. Her room was a mess, and her slippers were covered in dust. Suddenly, a rapid knocking on the door interrupted her typing. Who is it? Wang Chunling closed her laptop and shuffled to the door in her dirty slippers. Peering through the peephole, she saw a middle-aged man in a utility worker's uniform. As soon as she opened the door, 2 plainclothed operatives burst in, quickly pinning her to the ground with a swift maneuver. Cold handcuffs clicked around her wrists. Breaking into a private residence. What are you doing? I'm going to call the police. Wang Chunling struggled wildly on the floor, her cheek pressed firmly against the cold surface. One of the operatives flashed a Ministry of State security badge in front of her. Wang Chunling, due to your anti-state comments online, the authorities of Huaxia have decided to revoke your citizenship and deport you immediately. I was wrong. I only made inappropriate remarks, and I'm willing to retract them. It's just unethical, not illegal. Wang Chunling's pleas echoed down the hallway, but the operatives ignored her, carrying her downstairs and into a waiting military vehicle. Similar scenes were unfolding across Huaxia, yet they went unnoticed by the public, who were focused on the upcoming 10 o'clock news conference. Meanwhile, backstage at the Sakura Nation's press conference, Inoue Daxiong was giving Ming Hongwei final instructions. After Kawashima Miko finishes speaking, stick to the script. We willingly followed the Sakura warship because we want to join Sakura Nation. We've prepared all the statements to discredit Huaxia. Ming Hongwei suppressed his inner resentment and asked coldly, "Have you taken care of the promise to treat Chu Yunlong and the others?" "They're all fine now. It depends on your performance." Inoue Daxiong patted Ming Hongwei's shoulder and then sternly told the makeup artist, who was covering the bruises on Ming's face, "It must be perfect above the neck, or you'll face the consequences." The makeup artist's eyes gleamed with fervor, as if serving Sakura Nation was the highest honor. At exactly 10 o'clock Kyoto time, the press conference began. Kawashima Miko sat at the front, introducing the event. "Welcome to the Sakura Nation press conference. I am Kawashima Miko, spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Today, we have invited fisherman representative Ming Hongwei to explain the incident." Inoue Daxiong gave Ming Hongwei a gentle push on the back, his eyes full of anticipation. "Go ahead, Mr. Ming. Beauty, money, power, they'll all be yours soon." In front of the television, Huang Xiaomei and her daughter, Ming Ruru, were intently watching the live broadcast of a press conference. Suddenly, Ming Ruru pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "Mom, that's Dad." On the screen, Ming Hongwei emerged slowly from the backstage. Despite his impeccable suit, his tightly clenched fists and slightly trembling body betrayed his inner turmoil. Ming Ruru keenly sensed her father's unease, and Huang Xiaomei's body began to tremble involuntarily as well. Although she had always believed her husband could never be a traitor, witnessing this scene caused her faith to waver. The internet was already in an uproar, with insults flying everywhere. "Traitor! Go to hell. 100 executions wouldn't be enough for this betrayer." Someone revealed, "Ming Hongwei was my classmate in junior high, such an upright person back then. How did he end up like this?" Some radicals even shouted, "Expel his entire family from the country. Traitors' relatives don't deserve to stay in China." Meanwhile, in the Dragon God Special Forces unit of the Kyoto Military District, 1,000 soldiers were intently watching the same scene. Bai Yang frowned, noticing that although Ming Hongwei appeared well-groomed on screen, the makeup clearly masked a deep exhaustion. "Mr. Ming Hongwei, please say a few words." Kawashima Miko handed over the microphone, her eyes full of encouragement. Ming Hongwei took a deep breath, his body trembling slightly, tears welling up in his eyes. At this moment, the attention of 1.4 billion Chinese was focused on him. He began, as Inoue Daxiong backstage punched the air in excitement. But in the next moment, Ming Hongwei made a shocking revelation. "We didn't willingly go with the Sakura warship." The audience erupted in shock. He quickly continued, "They forcibly abducted us, secretly detained us, and used every method to force us to cooperate with this press conference, claiming we would join Sakura nationality." As he spoke, he suddenly stood up and tore open his shirt. His bare torso was shocking, deep wounds exposing bone, hideous burn marks, bruises covering his body, not a single patch of unscarred skin. "Stop him!" Inoue Daxiong roared in fury, and the Sakura soldiers, as if waking from a dream, rushed towards the stage. Turning to the camera, tears streamed down Ming Hongwei's face. "Wife, these years have been hard on you raising our child alone. Ruru, listen to your mother. Dad might not come back, but you must seek justice for Dad." Facing the charging soldiers, he roared like a trapped beast. "Come on, kill me. You can kill all of us, but you can never kill all the Chinese. Let my blood pave the way for China." Several Sakura soldiers rushed forward to drag away Ming Hongwei, while Inoue Daxiong quickly cut the power, plunging the TV screen into darkness. "Stop! Let go of my dad!" Ming Ruru screamed hysterically, watching helplessly as the soldiers roughly pulled her father away. The horrific scars on her father's upper body were a silent testament to the brutal torture he had endured. Huang Xiaomei held her daughter tightly, her nails digging into her palms, blood trickling down her fingers. "Ruru, remember, your father is a great hero. If he never returns, we must avenge him." She sobbed uncontrollably, clutching her daughter. At that moment, all of Huaxia was enraged. The Huaxia government immediately issued a stern warning, demanding that the Sakura government ensure the safety of the 8 fishermen or face strong measures, including the possibility of war. Major news outlets reported Ming Hongwei's heroic act of revealing the truth at the press conference, praising his patriotic spirit. Huaxiao promptly announced the deployment of a fleet, vowing to bring back the 8 compatriots. Public opinion surged online. Some regretted sharing information about Ming Hongwei's family, while many condemned Sakura's atrocities, likening them to the horrific human experiments of the last century. "I'm going to smash my Sakura car right now," one netizen declared passionately. "Let them see the fury of Huaxia's 1.4 billion people." A nationwide boycott of Sakura goods ensued, with numerous Chinese companies canceling orders, pushing thousands of Sakura businesses to the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, The atmosphere in the Kyoto military district was tense. 1,000 elite soldiers trained relentlessly in the blood pool, while Bai Yang focused intently, monitoring the rise of his magic points. 360,000, 540,000, 660,000, until it slowed at 1,800,000. Suddenly, Bai Yang's eyes snapped open. A fierce wind howled, and spiritual energy surged as the elite soldiers in the blood pool struggled under the pressure. Finally, he broke through to the mid-stage of the golden core. Although he still needed 3 million magic points for the late stage, his current strength was enough for him to make his mark in Sakura. At that moment, the system presented a new side mission. Collect 10,000 loyal souls from past and present to obtain the supreme post-heavenly treasure, the 18 layers of Purgatory Tower. 30 minutes later, Bai Yang arrived at Lingyuan in Jin City. This city, carrying special significance, was his destination. With his breakthrough, he flew at lightning speed, no longer fearing detection. At that moment, Lingyuan was deserted. Bai Yang took out the Wanhun banner, his expression solemn. Unlike his usual practice of waving the banner to collect souls, he stood in the center of the graveyard, his gaze sweeping over the towering tombstones. The afternoon sun cast a golden hue over them, while the sounds of insects and birds punctuated the silence. Honored predecessors, Bai Yang's voice was low and grave. I come uninvited with urgent news. Taking a deep breath, he continued. Just yesterday, the Sakura nation invaded our Huaxiao waters, abducting and secretly imprisoning 8 fishermen. They intend to use torture to force our compatriots into submission. As his words echoed, a menacing, chilly wind suddenly arose. Bai Yang tightened his grip on the Wanhun banner. Despite the torment, we, the children of Huaxia, remain unyielding. Fisherman Ming Hongwei exposed the treachery of the Sakura nation to the entire world, only to be taken away by them. His fate remains unknown. The ground began to quake rhythmically, and wisps of blood-red mist rose from the earth. In the distance, the sounds of battle from another dimension could be faintly heard. With a fierce expression, Bai Yang thrust the Wanhun banner into the ground. Today, I intend to confront the Sakura nation to rescue our compatriots. I ask for your support, revered ancestors. With a thunderous roar, over 1,000 blood souls burst from the tombstones, their attire clearly indicating their identities. A powerful blood soul roared, ready to charge into the Wanhun banner, but was halted by a golden-red loyal soul. Xiao Lu, do not act on your own. The golden-red soul commanded with authority. I am Lion Leader Zhao Dezhu. Everyone, follow my orders. Stronger ones to the front, weaker ones to the back, and no one enters the banner without permission. Bai Yang watched in awe as over 1,000 blood souls formed orderly ranks in the sky, marveling at their strict discipline. Soon, the positions for 100 general souls were filled, while the unselected blood souls gazed at Bai Yang with longing. Everyone, there will be more opportunities in the future. Bai Yang reassured them, realizing that one Wanhun banner could not contain so many souls. The golden-red loyal soul laughed heartily to the sky. If not now, then when? With that, it surged into the banner amid a cascade of golden light, commanding 10 general souls and 1,000 deceased souls. The remaining 9 golden-red loyal souls followed suit, drawing a cloud of virtuous gold in the sky. Under the blessing of the virtuous gold cloud, the Wanhun banner ascended and transformed, emitting beams of black light, shrouding the surrounding area in black smoke. When Bai Yang grasped the banner's handle, the smoke seemed to retreat back into the banner as if it had a mind of its own. He took out his phone and dialed Mr. Wang's private number. Mr. Wang, it's Bai Yang. I'm a bit of a hothead, and I can't stand seeing Huaxiao suffer any injustice. So, forgive my youthful recklessness. After hanging up, Bai Yang sped towards the Sakura nation, creating waves of air in his wake. Mr. Wang quickly redialed, only to find the phone had been turned off. This kid, why is he so stubborn? Mr. Wang paced anxiously, veins bulging on his forehead, and shouted at his guard. Notify everyone immediately. All 9 aircraft carriers are to assemble at the Magic City and prepare to head to the Sakura nation. If Bai Yang loses a single hair, we'll give them a missile storm. The official website of Huaxiao released a major announcement. A fleet of 9 aircraft carriers has set sail towards Sakura, issuing the strongest warning against any actions that may harm Huaxiao compatriots on the island. This news quickly sparked a storm on social media platforms. We're finally standing strong. Excited netizens discussed in the comments. Even the United States only has 14 carriers. This time the nation means business. Some paced back and forth at home, eager to rush to the front lines, while others took a cautious stance, analyzing. Given the country's usual approach, this seems more like a show of deterrent strength. Fishermen in coastal regions were fired up, expressing their desire to follow the warships with their boats. Count me in. Someone left their phone number in the comments. Let me contribute to the nation too. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Prime Minister's residence in Sakura was tense. 9 aircraft carriers. This is a dangerous signal, came the voice of President Trump from the other end of the phone. Abe Shinzo's forehead was beaded with sweat as he murmured, "If Huaxiao is serious, we have no means of resistance. We might be raided by Huaxiao special forces in the middle of the night." "Relax," Trump replied nonchalantly, scrolling through Twitter. "Huaxiao always warns, but never actually acts. Hasn't it been like this for years?" Abe Shinzo shook his head in frustration. "Yeah, 9 aircraft carriers? Who would believe such nonsense?" Trump's voice came with a promise. "Go ahead. The United States will fully support your actions." After hanging up, Abe Shinzo's smile twisted. He turned to Inoue Nobita, who was kneeling on the ground. "You failed the last mission and should have committed seppuku. However, I can give you a chance to redeem yourself." Inoue Nobita's forehead touched the ground, his uniform soaked with sweat. "Thank you, Prime Minister, for your mercy. I permit you to command the Emperor's aircraft carrier to strike. This time, don't let me down." Soon, Sakura's official website released a message. The Emperor's aircraft carrier has set off towards the border of the Sakura and Yanlong Seas. The accompanying image showed the massive carrier cutting through the waves with an imposing presence. Sakura's netizens were instantly abuzz. "Let Huaxiao witness our strength. They boast of 9 carriers, yet we've seen no trace of them. While we are taking real action, let them relive the despair of a century ago." At this moment, in the command room of Huaxiao's military headquarters, General Long Zhanshan stared at the screen displaying Sakura's carrier photo, an icy determination emanating from him. "Comrades, our test has arrived. In half an hour, get 9 Huaxiao aircraft carriers to the port of Modu to put maximum pressure on Sakura Nation. Can it be done?" "Yes." At this moment, thick clouds loomed over the Yanlong Sea. Bai Yang, gripping the wand of 10,000 souls, streaked through the clouds like lightning. On the distant horizon, with the Sakura flag rising, the massive Emperor aircraft carrier surged through the waves, its deck neatly lined with 500 fighter jets. Full speed ahead, Inoue Deo stood on the bridge with arms crossed, a gleam of arrogance in his eyes. With the Emperor at the helm, they were sure to make a significant impact in the Yanlong Sea. Seeing the Sakura flag, Bai Yang's fury ignited instantly. "Damn Sakura Nation, dare to invade. Do you really think Huaxia is defenseless?" He accelerated, breaking the sound barrier, diving towards the Emperor. "Alert! Alert!" The cockpit alarms blared. Radar detects an unidentified target approaching at supersonic speed. Inoue Deo raised an eyebrow, quickly analyzing. "It can't be a human. Even America's strongest genetic warriors can't exceed 30 meters per second. This must be a new Huaxia aircraft, misidentified by radar as a human signal." He sneered. "Just one aircraft, challenging our 500 jets and advanced missile systems. How laughable." Bai Yang hovered 3,000 meters above the carrier, using the clouds for cover. His voice thundered. "Ahead is Huaxia territory. Passage is forbidden." The sudden warning sent 1,000 soldiers from the island nation into a panic, rushing to the deck. The sea remained calm, as if the earlier events were just an illusion. "Brave Sakura warriors, do not panic." Inoue Deo reassured through the broadcast. "It's just Huaxia's aircraft bluffing. Who's willing to take it down?" As soon as he finished, 5 pilots dashed to their jets. Inoue Deo flashed a ruthless smile, then called his secretary into the cabin. Bai Yang looked down at the 10 jets ready to take off, amused. The warning was given. Now it was time for battle. He suddenly unfurled the wand of 10,000 souls, unleashing a torrent of black smoke that engulfed the entire carrier. 10 loyal souls and 100 blood souls dove first, followed by over 9,000 spirits, encircling the carrier. Amidst the thick, black smoke, Inoue Deo was terrified. "Damn it! What's happening?" He frantically pressed the communicator, calling headquarters. "The Emperor is under attack by an unknown gas, suspected Huaxia secret weapon, requesting support." Despite Inoue Daishiong's desperate shouts into the microphone, the communication channel of the Sakura army only responded with a piercing static noise. The cockpit's dashboard flickered with ominous red lights, indicating a complete disconnection from the outside world. "Did you really think the 10,000 souls banner was that simple?" Bai Yang stood on the deck, a cold smirk playing at the corner of his lips. His gaze pierced through the thick, black smoke, taking in the panicked expressions of those aboard the Emperor aircraft carrier. The moment he deployed the 10,000 souls banner, the magnetic field was thoroughly disrupted, severing all communication between the massive carrier and the island nation's military command. "Brothers, charge! Destroy the enemy." At Bai Yang's command, 100 blood souls and 10 loyal souls transformed their spectral forms into sharp blades, sweeping across the deck like a storm. Over 9,000 wraiths, shrouded in dark smoke, joined the fray, their faces twisted with a century's worth of resentment, attacking the fleeing enemies with relentless ferocity. Screams, pleas, and cries echoed across the carrier. Inoue Daishiong and his female secretary huddled in the cockpit, trembling in a corner, too afraid to even peek outside. Bang! The steel door of the cockpit was kicked open with a deafening crash. Bai Yang stood with arms crossed, looking down at the cowering Inoue Daishiong. his voice cold as ice. Surrender now. You're under arrest. I surrender. I surrender. Inoue Daishiong pleaded, yet his right hand stealthily reached for the gun holster at his waist. Foolish Chinese, you'll pay for your arrogance. Bai Yang watched Inoue Daishiong's sly movements with disdain. A mere handgun was no match for him. Not even a missile could harm him in the slightest. Die. Inoue Daishiong drew his gun and fired 7 shots at Bai Yang. The bullets struck Bai Yang's body, but only left 7 neat holes in his clothes before falling harmlessly to the ground with a crisp clang. Is that all? Bai Yang advanced step by step, his footsteps echoing in the cramped cockpit. Inoue Daishiong's trembling fingers frantically pulled the trigger, but only the hollow click of an empty chamber was heard. The magazine was already spent. Just as Inoue Daishiong opened his mouth to speak, he suddenly felt the world spinning. When he regained his senses, he saw his body still standing upright, but there was a gaping void where his neck should have been. In the United States, at the White House, the president was informed, Mr. President, according to satellite data, the Emperor aircraft carrier has vanished into thin air in the Sakura Sea. James stood before the president, his hands slightly trembling. The static on the large screen cast an eerie silence over the command room. Just 5 minutes earlier, satellites had been tracking the Emperor's clear path towards the Yamlong Sea. After a sudden signal interruption, when the image returned, the massive aircraft carrier had completely disappeared from the radar. Damn it! President Tempest slammed the table and roared at James, the director of intelligence. That's a damn aircraft carrier. What on earth has China done? Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Get in touch with Japan immediately, he ordered through gritted teeth. We need to find out how China managed this. The United States must have this technology too. Soon, official statements from Japan and the United States exploded across public discourse like a bomb. Both countries condemned China's illegal seizure of the aircraft carrier and demanded the disclosure of related technology, threatening sanctions otherwise. Online, American citizens were abuzz with discussion. Some marveled at mysterious Eastern powers, others speculated about Chinese sorcery, and many worried about an Eastern curse. Japanese citizens were filled with hostility, with some even threatening to plant the cherry blossom flag in the Forbidden City. Meanwhile, the streets of China were alive with excitement. The public cheered the country's strong stance, flooding online platforms to engage in heated exchanges with foreign netizens. Inside the Forbidden City, a meeting between 3 elders was shrouded in tension. That kid is too reckless. Long Zhanshan's clenched fists were white with pressure. Those damn Japanese dare to send an aircraft carrier to provoke us. Wang Zhongping fumed, smashing a golden Nanmu wood table. Old Wang, you should have a word with Bai Yang too, the 3rd elder sighed. I've tried, but that kid won't listen. Wang Zhongping shook his head, then suddenly showed a hint of pride. But Bai Yang really is something. Report, Commander. All 9 of China's active aircraft carriers have converged at the port in Shanghai. Awaiting your orders, came the hurried footsteps and report of a guard, relaying the latest news from the military headquarters. Perfect timing for the rendezvous, Wang Zhongping exclaimed, standing abruptly with a glint of determination in his eyes. After lying low for so many years, it's time for China to show its might to the world. Issue the order to publish photos of the carriers gathered on China's official website. All 9 carriers are to head full speed towards Sakura Nation. Everyone, prepare for combat readiness. If anything happens to Bai Yang, Sakura Nation will face the consequences tonight. Soon, China's official website released a significant announcement. Our 9 active aircraft carriers have gathered at the Shanghai port and are now heading towards Sakura. A stern warning to Sakura. Do not harm the people of Daxia, or China will take necessary actions. Consider this your forewarning. The announcement was accompanied by striking photos of the carrier fleet. The news spread rapidly, igniting a fervor across China. Online forums were flooded with voices. 9 carriers together, this is serious business now. Finally, the day has come for China to take action against Sakura. I regret not enlisting. If I had, I'd be at the forefront now. People in major coastal cities organized themselves spontaneously. Residents near the Shanghai port began renting boats, while people in Jin City scrambled to buy flights to Shanghai. Boat owners in Weihai offered free rides to those wishing to go. Within just 10 minutes, flights to coastal cities were sold out. Those unable to secure flights drove or took high-speed trains towards the coast. Highways were lined with vehicles from all over the country, all racing towards Shanghai. Ports were filled with countless vessels, from small fishing boats to large cruise ships, even cargo ships, all offering free transport to willing citizens. At the docks, a 94-year-old veteran, adorned with war medals, insisted on boarding a ship. Don't try to stop me, he said, wiping tears from his eyes. I started fighting at 12 and watched many comrades fall. I'd rather die in battle than of old age at home. Meanwhile, in the Sakura Prime Minister's office, Shinzo Onpei paced anxiously. All this over 8 fishermen? It's like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, he exclaimed, sweeping the tea set off the table in frustration. Standing nearby, 24-year-old advisor Kobayashi Muniki spoke up. Prime Minister, there's no need to worry. From what I know of China, this is just a show of strength to the world. The fate of those 8 fishermen isn't truly important to them. They're using this as a strategy to intimidate America, a classic Sun Tzu tactic of striking the mountain to shake the tiger. Shinzo Onpei nodded at this insight. So what do you suggest we do? Remain calm and do nothing. Kobayashi Muniki replied firmly. In the military camp of Sakurakoku in the city of Nishikyo, a group of Sakura warriors sat around a blazing bonfire. The young warrior Rita Yudo looked towards Colonel Yoshimura with a hint of worry in his eyes. Colonel Yoshimura, recent images from Huaxia show 9 aircraft carriers gathered at the port of Modu. Do you think there's a possibility of war? Colonel Yoshimura's lips curled into a disdainful smile, his eyes full of scorn. Huaxia? Huh, they're just a bunch of cowards. How dare they go to war with our great Sakura nation? However, Lily Yudo remained solemn, hesitating for a moment before summoning the courage to speak. But I've heard that the people of Huaxia are battle-crazed. They can remain motionless even when engulfed in flames, and can traverse snowy mountains in just a single layer of clothing. Before he could finish, laughter erupted around him. Yoshimura laughed so hard he clutched his stomach, tears in his eyes. Yudo, oh Yudo, where did you hear such nonsense? Ryuzawa Yudo's face turned red, his voice growing smaller. I saw it in a Huaxia documentary. His words were drowned out by the louder ridicule. A self-deceiving work of cowardly Huaxia. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't be fooled, someone mocked loudly. Being burned and not moving? Crossing snowy mountains in single clothing? Even the toughest American soldiers couldn't do that, let alone the so-called sick man of East Asia Huaxia. As everyone chimed in, Ryuzawa Yudo wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. He stared blankly at the flickering flames, thinking to himself, how could anyone endure being burned by fire without moving? Huaxia people are truly cunning liars. At that moment, the bonfire suddenly extinguished. Thick black smoke appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the surroundings in an instant. Everyone, stay alert. Yoshimura drew his katana from his waist, and the group stood back to back, ready for anything. But it was all in vain. Amidst a series of mournful wails, Bai Yang collected all the souls into the soul banner. In his mind, a screen displayed. The soul outing is complete, reward issued. Supreme artifact, the 18 layers of Purgatory Tower. The 18 layers of Purgatory Tower, shrouded in black mist, appeared out of thin air, settling firmly in Bai Yang's right hand. Gazing at the horrific scenes within the tower, Bai Yang couldn't help but shiver with dread. This 18 layers of Purgatory Tower, why does it look more and more like the 18 layers of hell? In the first layer, hideous imps wielded iron pincers, ready to pluck the tongues of any soul entering the tower. In the second layer, bizarre long scissors floated in the air, poised to sever the fingers of souls. In the third layer, eerie iron trees with sharp blades were scattered about, with countless ghostly faces crawling over the twisted trunks. And in the final 18th layer, a spring of black water continuously bubbled. Any soul soaked in it would immediately be restored, only to return to the first layer to endure punishment again. This purgatory tower, nourished by the suffering of souls, destined each one trapped within to neither live nor die, forever unable to find peace. The energy accumulated in the 18 layers of the Inferno Tower can be used both for offense and defense. Once enough souls are gathered within, it becomes an invaluable asset for both attack and protection. Bai Yang's lips curled into a cruel smile. Welcome to my 18 layers of the Inferno Tower, little devils. As the magical artifact was unleashed, the souls of 1,000 Sakura soldiers were sucked into the Inferno Tower like a vortex, subjected to endless torment starting from the first layer. After collecting the souls, Bai Yang immediately turned his attention to the next objective, rescuing the imprisoned fisherman. On the way to the military camp, he had captured a Sakura soldier and extracted information from his soul, learning that the Ghost's Nest prison in Shijing City, known for its tight security, was where the fishermen were held. Now, Bai Yang hovered 1,000 meters above, gazing down at the heavily guarded prison. Although the defenses were designed for mortals, he felt an unsettling sense of threat, as if something there could endanger his life as a golden core cultivator. Bai Yang attempted to extend his spiritual sense, but found it restricted by an invisible barrier, unable to reach beyond his body. This unusual situation made him cautious, but with the urgency of the rescue, he decided to set aside this question for later investigation after he advanced in cultivation. Meanwhile, in an underground control room 20 kilometers from the prison, Kobayashi Sashu leisurely sipped his coffee, watching the surveillance footage. China has deployed 9 aircraft carriers. Seems like they're using the strategy of encircling Wei to rescue Zhao. Your real goal is to rescue those 8 fishermen, isn't it? As he mused aloud, Bai Yang suddenly appeared on the surveillance screen. To Kobayashi Sashu's shock, Bai Yang seemed to sense the camera's presence, abruptly turning to stare directly at it. Under that piercing gaze, the camera exploded, leaving the screen in darkness. That moment nearly made Kobayashi Sashu lose control, forcing him to admit that this mysterious figure's power far surpassed that of America's strongest first-tier genetic warriors. Bai Yang kicked open the iron doors on the second basement level, but found no trace of the fisherman. Not wasting any more time, he smashed through the floor, descending with a crash to the third level. The 8 Chinese fishermen, shackled in chains, looked up, tears glistening in their eyes. The country sent someone to save us. Chu Yunfei cried out in relief. The ordeal they endured made life unbearable, and if not for being chained to iron chairs, they might have sought death. Effortlessly breaking the thumb-thick chains, Bai Yang was about to lead them out when a voice suddenly echoed from the broadcast system. Do you really think you can just walk away? Bai Yang paused, looking defiantly at the camera, and coldly replied, "Spit it out already." A fit of violent coughing came through the broadcast in response. Xiaolin Zhongxiu had anticipated various reactions from Bai Yang upon being discovered, but the calmness and slight impatience displayed by this Chinese superhuman caught him off guard, causing him to choke on his coffee. "Mr. Superhuman from China," Xiaolin Zhongxiu set down his coffee cup, a cold smile playing on his lips. "You probably don't understand your current predicament. In the dark room of Ghost Nest Prison, there's a 10th Santon tactical nuclear bomb stored. With just the push of a button, you'll be reduced to ashes in an instant." Bai Yang's pupils contracted sharply. This was the source of his persistent sense of Dang-era 10th Santon tactical nuclear bomb lurking in the shadows. Though he was confident in withstanding the blast of a Shifeng missile, surviving such a powerful nuclear bomb seemed grim. He quickly weighed his options. It said that a Jindan cultivator can withstand a nuclear explosion, but this legend had never been tested in battle. The energy accumulated in his newly acquired 18 layers of purgatory tower was woefully insufficient for safety. More troubling was the fact that even if he survived by chance, the 8 Chinese fishermen he barely knew would certainly perish. Seeing the grave expression on Bai Yang's face, Xiaolin Zhongxiu relished the regained sense of control. "They'll give you 3 minutes to consider joining our great island nation," he said leisurely. "Once time is up, I'll detonate the tactical nuclear bomb in the dark room. And just a reminder, any movement during the countdown will also trigger the bomb immediately. Do not doubt my resolve." The countdown echoed through the third underground level of the prison, casting a deathly silence over the 9 individuals. Bai Yang furrowed his brow, racing against time to search for usable items in the demon marketplace. He swiftly analyzed the situation. The human limit for reaction time is between 0.1 to 0.2 seconds. Even if he managed to escape with the 8 fishermen immediately, the opponent could trigger the bomb within at least 0.5 seconds. That time would only allow them to fly a few hundred meters, while the nuclear blast wave traveling at kilometers per second would surely catch up with them. The urgent task was to find suitable protective gear in the demon marketplace. If he couldn't find anything, he would have no choice but to make a desperate attempt with the 8 fishermen in the final 5 seconds before the bomb detonated. On the sandy beach along the coast of Sakura country, the afternoon sun shone down on the relaxed vacationers. Suddenly, a bright red flag appeared on the horizon, followed by the increasingly clear silhouettes of 9 massive ships. It was the fleet of Chinese aircraft carriers heading towards the island nation. "Mom, look! It's the Chinese dragon flag," a little boy exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the flags waving in the distance. His mother sat up abruptly from her lounge chair, her face turning pale. Chinese aircraft carriers. A shrill scream shattered the tranquility of the beach. The crowd scattered like startled birds. "Run! They're going to land!" Panic-stricken cries echoed around. The news spread like wildfire across the internet. Within a minute, social media platforms in Sakura country were flooded with panic-stricken comments. 9 aircraft carriers. We have no power to resist. Quick, apologize to China. I don't want to die. Damn Abe Shinzo. Hurry up and meet China's demands. In the radar monitoring station, Abe Shinzo's hands trembled as he stared at the screen. The dense array of red dots indicated that besides the 9 aircraft carriers already docked, tens of thousands of ships were approaching Sakura country's waters. He angrily grabbed the phone, ready to hold Kobayashi Sashu accountable. The source of this disaster lay entirely with that arrogant fool. 500 meters from the coastline, the 9 aircraft carriers stood in formation. Thousands of rockets automatically locked onto the military fortress in Kyoto, while 8,000 fighter jets stood poised on the decks. Suddenly, a commanding voice boomed across Sakura country via the hacked broadcast system. "Final warning. Immediately release the 8 detained Chinese fishermen. Do not harm any Chinese citizens on the island. This is not a drill. We are fully prepared for any military action." Meanwhile, on the 3rd basement level of the prison, Bai Yang and his companions were racing against time. In the dim room, the countdown on a small tactical nuclear device had only 30 seconds left, its ticking reminiscent of the footsteps of death. "I'm sorry for getting you all involved," Ming Hongwei whispered, his mind filled with the weary image of his wife and the innocent smile of his daughter, Ruru. "You bastards, even if I die, I won't surrender to you." Even in the face of death, they maintained their indomitable Chinese spirit. Even if my head gets a scar as big as a bowl, I'll still be a good man 18 years later. Li Yunfei's voice trembled slightly, but he kept his eyes fixed on Kobayashi Zongxiu in front of him. Even in the face of death, he wanted to maintain his last shred of dignity. It's the spirit of the Chinese people to prefer dying standing than living on their knees. Bai Yang stood nearby, his brow furrowed. He had been searching through the demonic marketplace for a while, but everything was either too expensive or too cheap to be useful. The situation was dire. Could he really escape with 8 Chinese fishermen before the tactical nuclear bomb detonated? This wasn't something that could be solved with experience. Kobayashi Zongxiu smirked coldly, raising the nuclear bomb remote in his hand. Bai Yang's expression had already told him that these people wouldn't surrender. In that case, he might as well finish this quickly. At that critical moment, his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. Taking it out, he saw it was Prime Minister Abe. "What the hell did you predict?" came the furious roar of Shinzo Abe from the other end of the line. 9 Chinese warships have reached our coast, and tens of thousands of ships are ready to land. Release those 8 fishermen and agents immediately. If you delay any longer, China will take action. Kobayashi Zongxiu slumped into his chair, looking at the 9 figures on the surveillance screen, and could only let out a helpless sigh. You win. Later, on the deck of the Qinglong aircraft carrier, young friend Bai, the 3 leaders in the video conference looked visibly relieved. Do you realize we almost went to war with Sakura country? Bai Yang bowed his head in apology. I promise, I'll wait until I'm stronger before causing any more trouble. But when he saw the sea full of Chinese sailing ships in the distance, he couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. 9 aircraft carriers plus thousands of civilian ships. This was clearly a setup ready for a fight. The atmosphere on the fleet was even more charged. Commander, how do we fight? Follow the 30th Army's lead. The Xiong Army requests a surprise attack. Let's give those little days a blitzkrieg. Countless Chinese people waved their arms, their shouts echoing loudly. When Bai Yang showed this scene to the 3 leaders, they were all stunned. They had originally thought netizens were just boasting online. But who would have thought they had actually organized a fleet, ready to follow the warships into battle? This wasn't part of our plan. Bai Yang stood in the command center of the Special Affairs Department, gazing at the screen displaying the coordination of 9 aircraft carriers. I only requested 9 carriers from the military, and I didn't expect such a huge reaction. The constantly updating data on the screen showed a massive swarm of civilian ships following the carrier fleet, like a moving sea, heading toward Huaxia. These were citizens spontaneously coming to support. Minister, the people think the country is going to war with Sakura Nation, so they've organized themselves. The 3 senior officials reported to Bai Yang in detail. Listening to their explanation, Bai Yang felt a surge of warmth in his heart. This is the cohesion of Huaxia. The people can unite spontaneously without mobilization. Lu, make sure to register the identities of those who have come on their own to join the fight. Bai Yang addressed Lu Zhendao with earnestness. When we expand the recruitment of cultivators next, prioritize them. Understood. Remember, they are the backbone of Huaxia. Ensure their stipends and allowances are properly arranged so they don't feel neglected. As the sun set, the red sun gradually sank below the horizon. The silhouette of the carrier fleet and the numerous civilian ships formed a spectacular scene against the dusk. The next day, in the Special Affairs Department meeting room, Bai Yang put down his phone, a slight smirk on his lips. Sakura Nation's officials had just issued a statement, claiming that the abduction of Huaxia fishermen was solely the act of Inoue Daishiong and expressing deep apologies. These guys haven't changed a bit. As arrogant as they are before being struck, they become just as cowardly afterward. Minister Bai, everyone is here. Let them in. 20 elites from the Special Affairs Department filed in, taking their seats on either side of the long conference table. These individuals were the cream of the crop, selected from thousands of elites across various fields. Although they had anticipated this moment for a long time, they couldn't help but show surprise when they saw the legendary Minister Bai was so young. The Special Affairs Department has been established for some time now. Bai Yang looked around the meeting room and got straight to the point. If anyone has encountered difficulties in their work, now is the time to speak up. As soon as he finished, all eyes instinctively turned to a young woman. She had a neat shoulder-length bob and wore a crisp uniform with a metal nameplate that read, Ouyang Wan. Despite her short tenure, her decisive work style and extensive knowledge had already earned her unanimous recognition within the department. Bai Yang noticed Ouyang Wan's somewhat hesitant gaze resting on the metal on his chest and offered an encouraging smile. With the minister's signal, Ouyang Wan took a deep breath and began her report. Minister Bai, the Special Affairs Department recently conducted a nationwide inventory of cultivation resources, and the results are concerning. She quickly flipped through the documents in her hand, listing the data one by one. Currently, the nation's 1 million cultivators consume 10,000 tons of beast blood daily, averaging 10 kilograms per person. At this rate, when the 14 billion population begins cultivation, they will require 14 million tons of beast blood daily. Even with the country's efforts to expand animal husbandry, the existing blood supply can only support 800 million people reaching the 10th level of the body refining stage. Ouyang Wan's tone grew more grave. More critically, there is a significant shortfall in the supply of frozen beast meat needed for the foundational stage, as well as bone meal and blood soul grass required for the golden core stage. Seeing Ouyang Wan's furrowed brow, Bai Yang said without hesitation, "In extraordinary times, we must take extraordinary measures. If we don't have enough domestically, we'll buy from abroad." Minister Bai, Ouyang Wan quickly interjected, "Large-scale purchases will inevitably cause a price surge, posing a serious risk of inflation to the domestic economy." The others in the room nodded in agreement. Bai Yang rubbed his temples in exasperation. "Everyone, you need to shift your mindset. By the end of the year, spiritual energy will begin to recover, and once fierce beasts appear, all national currencies will devalue into worthless paper. At that point, spiritual stones and medicines will be the true hard currency." These words were like a wake-up call, making the industry experts present suddenly realize the situation. At that moment, Du Hao, head of the mobilization department, spoke up. "Minister Bai, while the issues with beast blood, meat, and bone meal can be addressed through imports and underground channels, the scarcity of blood soul grass. You don't need to worry about the blood soul grass," Bai Yang assured everyone in the meeting room, a confident smile playing on his lips. "The spiritual energy in the air isn't high yet, but once it gradually recovers, the blood soul grass by the graveyard will grow like weeds, becoming inexhaustible." He explained in detail that the third level of the demon cultivation method requires the use of beast bone powder combined with blood soul grass to refine pills. This spiritual herb, which absorbs the essence of departed souls, will grow rapidly as long as the concentration of spiritual energy in the air is sufficient. However, Bai Yang said seriously, "we need to focus on collecting other medicinal materials for now. Once the spiritual energy begins to recover, these ordinary herbs might evolve into spiritual medicines. When procuring supplies, make sure to stock up on herbs like ginseng." Du Hao immediately bent his head to take notes, his pen swiftly moving across the notebook, ready to arrange execution after the meeting. "Minister Bai, I have an idea." Ouyang Wan adjusted her glasses and continued after Bai Yang nodded for her to proceed. "Since currency will become worthless after the spiritual energy recovers, why not launch a financial blitzkrieg against the Western countries? They will inevitably restrict the outflow of funds, and we can take the opportunity to convert the harvested funds into resources locally." Bai Yang's eyes lit up, finding the proposal bold and practical. However, Du Hao frowned. "This will surely provoke the Western countries led by the US, and they will unite to suppress us. Moreover, many of our compatriots are still abroad. In extraordinary times, we must use extraordinary measures." Bai Yang decided firmly. "Ouyang Wan's proposal is excellent. We are pressed for time and must move forward boldly." He then announced a three-step plan. Step 1. Recall overseas Chinese and repatriate all foreigners within our borders. To prevent leaks, this step must be executed decisively. Step 2. Recruit and expand the army. This is crucial, and I will suggest to the second elder of Longzhan Mountain to convene a military meeting. Step 3. Launch the financial blitzkrieg. Turning to Ouyang Wan, Bai Yang asked, "Are you willing to take full responsibility for this specialized task?" Ouyang Wan stood up excitedly. "I am willing." Noticing the downcast expression on Du Hao's face in the corner, Bai Yang smiled and said, "The first step's task is yours to handle. Du Hao, are you confident?" Du Hao's eyes immediately sparkled with determination as he straightened his back. "I guarantee the completion of the task." The official website of Huaxia suddenly released a shocking announcement. All foreign immigrants within the country are required to leave by noon the following day or face mandatory measures. This news hit like a bombshell, causing an uproar across various countries on Blue Star. On the streets, angry Western citizens marched with protest signs, while some opportunistic gangs looted Chinese-owned shops. On social media, expatriates in Huaxiao voiced their concerns. "I have a legal visa and have lived in Huaxiao for over 5 years. Why should I leave? This goes against international norms. Even if you order us, we won't leave. Let's see if you dare forcibly deport everyone." Huaxia citizens with foreign family members also spoke out. "I'm a senior engineer in Huaxia, and my wife is from an island nation. We've been married for 8 years. If you dare touch her, I'll leave with her," an engineer declared angrily online. A female teacher echoed, "My husband is American. Forcing him out means losing an excellent elementary school teacher." More voices chimed in. "My boyfriend is American. We've been together since college. You have no right to tear us apart." In the face of overwhelming criticism, the Huaxia government remained silent. Initially, these expatriates thought this was mere posturing and that the government would soon retract the order under pressure. However, as time passed, the deportation notice remained prominently pinned on the homepage of the official website, with no signs of withdrawal or explanation. Some sensitive expatriates sensed something unusual. Deporting immigrants, this is no coincidence. Is Huaxiao planning something big? Such speculation spread like wildfire online, sparking panic. More and more foreigners flocked to the airport, causing massive traffic jams on the roads leading there. Within just 3 hours, flights to destinations worldwide were fully booked, and almost all foreign immigrants chose to leave rather than face uncertainty. 8 hours later, the vast majority of Western immigrants had left, leaving only a few stubborn individuals still watching and waiting. They couldn't believe that typically soft, Huaxiao would dare to take such measures. In a luxurious suite at the Kyoto Grand Hotel, Wang Xian snuggled against her boyfriend David's strong arm, her voice playfully teasing. Honey, they're just bluffing. They won't really send you back to Africa. David held her slender waist, his face full of disdain. With the character of Huaxia people, where would they get the nerve to touch me? I know them too well. They just love to boast. That morning, under David's suggestive smile, Wang Xian gently nodded. The two of them, in perfect sync, drew the curtains, completely unfazed by the approaching noon deadline and not believing that China would take any drastic measures. The next morning at 9, the Chinese authorities released a major announcement. According to statistics, there are currently some discordant voices on the internet. Starting today, we are opening a free immigration channel and will offer full-cost waivers and a 20,000 yuan humanitarian subsidy for those wishing to emigrate abroad. This policy is valid until noon today. After that, it expires. This announcement exploded across the internet like a thunderbolt. Countless netizens began to cheer, as if celebrating a festival. The toilet water in the island country is really clean. Finally, I can go and experience it myself. Emigrating to America is the right path. The freedom there is much higher than in China. Taking the whole family to retire in the kangaroo country, the air there is simply paradise. This is like a pie falling from the sky. I've already sold my house and can fly to the pasta country this afternoon. However, they were unaware that this was a trap carefully designed by Bai Yang and the three elders. Since they had decided to repatriate foreign immigrants, cleaning up domestic dissenters was also part of the plan. In just 1 hour, the number of applicants exceeded 2 million. These people not only signed up themselves, but also spread this great news wildly among those around them. 2.5 hours later, the number of applicants skyrocketed to 6 million. Major airports were packed, and international flights were sold out. These individuals thought, it can't hurt to take advantage of this. At worst, we can come back later. There's no way they won't let all of us return, right? Surely they can't punish everyone. At noon, Kyoto time, the application count finally settled at 6.31 million. Looking at this number, Bai Yang was filled with mixed emotions. These people, choosing to leave just as China was on the brink of taking off, meant they would henceforth have no ties with the country. From now on, they will be stripped of their Chinese citizenship and will no longer enjoy the benefits afforded to Chinese citizens. At precisely midnight, heavily armed military and police special forces launched operations simultaneously in various cities. The roar of armored personnel carriers pierced the night as they carried soldiers armed to the teeth, ready to execute a special mission to remove all foreign immigrants who had not yet left the country. In room 2103 of the Kyoto Grand Hotel, Wang Xian was playing cards around a coffee table with 3 African men. Just as one of them, named David, was about to play a card, urgent footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the door. Bang! The door was kicked open with force, and 5 fully armed special forces officers filed in. The black muzzles of their guns were trained on everyone in the room, and the tactical flashlight beams illuminated their expressions clearly. They're really here. Wang Xian's face turned pale instantly. She hadn't expected the government to take such decisive action. As 3 soldiers moved forward to detain the African men, Wang Xian leapt up and spread her arms to shield them. Stop! You have no right to lay hands on these sacred brothers. Before she could finish, the butt of a soldier's gun struck her heavily on the back of the neck. Wang Xian fell to the floor, and the soldiers quickly tied everyone up with bed sheets and wheeled them towards the elevator. Similar scenes unfolded simultaneously across the nation. Western immigrants who had stayed behind, hoping for leniency, were forcibly removed. Videos of the operations were uploaded online, sparking widespread discussion. The government is finally taking real action. These foreign-worshipping traitors should have been sent away long ago. France is nearly overrun by immigrants. We can't let that happen here. Netizens celebrated, with some even setting off fireworks outside their homes. With the departure of over 6 million so-called traitors, the unity among the 1.4 billion Chinese people reached unprecedented levels. What does this large-scale cleanup operation signify? Many began to speculate on the government's next move. At noon, Kyoto time, a critical announcement was released on the Huaxia official website. The concise and powerful message instantly ignited the hearts of overseas Chinese. To those wandering in foreign lands, your motherland needs you now. Please return home as soon as possible within 3 days, and the local Huaxia embassies will assist you with your journey back. The news spread like wildfire among overseas Chinese communities. Whether they were entrepreneurs expanding their markets or students immersed in their studies, they quickly decided to return to their homeland. In the office of a Harvard professor, Lin Ziyuan efficiently organized his research materials into folders, glancing at the clock on the Walla 2:30 p.m. flight. Just enough time. Professor Lin, are you really leaving? Professor Brown leaned against the doorframe, frowning. Harvard is offering you $1 million salary, while you'll earn at most 300,000 Huaxia yuan back home. That's equivalent to 30 years' salary in Huaxia. Lin Ziyuan paused, turning to face his longtime colleague. Brown, let me ask you, if Huaxia offered you a $2 million salary, would you come? Of course I would. Brown replied without hesitation. Lin Ziyuan stood tall, pride shining in his eyes. That's the difference between us. Huaxiao people have a special sense of duty to their country, something we call not forgetting the nation's concerns despite humble status. We are accustomed to putting national interests before personal ones. Brown scratched his head in confusion. As a typical American, he couldn't comprehend this mindset that transcends personal gain. Good luck, Professor Lin. Watching Lin Ziyuan leave with his simple suitcase, Brown could only bid farewell in this way. This scene was just the tip of the iceberg. Thousands of Huaxia-born scientists were waiting at airports around the world, forsaking lucrative offers to respond to their homeland's call. It's not that they didn't care about money. They simply had concerns more significant than wealth. Meanwhile, in the White House, President Timipu was in a fit of rage. Mr. President, statistics show a large number of scientists and entrepreneurs in America have booked return flights, James reported, his voice slightly trembling. Damn it. Timipu slammed a teacup to the ground, veins bulging on his forehead. What the hell are those Huaxia people up to? First, they mobilized 9 aircraft carriers, then repatriate immigrants, and now they're recalling expatriates. Are they going against globalization? Get me on the line with Western leaders immediately, Timipu roared. We must unite to pressure Huaxia to withdraw this damned announcement. Yes, sir. The official website of the United States was the first to issue a strong statement, condemning China's anti-globalization actions and demanding the immediate withdrawal of its repatriation policy and the call for overseas Chinese to return. Otherwise, it threatens sanctions. Following this, the UK and Australia joined in, urging Chinese scientists to stay under the banner of Science Knows No Borders. The Western Alliance even threatened a technological blockade against China unless it issued a formal apology and retracted its announcements. In a lecture hall at the University of Massachusetts, academician Gao Huajian was passionately speaking from the podium. Science knows no borders, but scientists have national boundaries. You study for the rise of China. Remember, Chinese blood flows through your veins, and studying abroad is for better serving your motherland. The 20 Chinese doctoral students in the audience were inspired and enthusiastic. As Gao Huajian was writing complex physics formulas on the blackboard, the sound of high heels approached. Secretary Caitlin entered with an official smile. Professor Gao, sorry to interrupt. The Chinese website just announced a call for overseas Chinese to return. If you wish to return, the U.S. government can arrange a special flight for you. Gao Huajian sneered. 30 years ago, when I gave up my Chinese citizenship to join the U.S., I was harshly criticized by my countrymen. People threw rotten eggs and dung at my house, and my parents even severed ties with me. Do you think I would go back? Caitlin wanted to probe further, considering Gao Huajian's status as a top figure in the field of physics and his involvement in several confidential U.S. projects, including the secondary gene potion. But Gao Huajian suddenly turned to her with sharp eyes. I know you're wary of the 20 Chinese doctoral students I've recruited. 30 years of this distrust is disappointing. After Caitlin left, Wang Yu, the most senior student, asked worriedly. Teacher, with the Americans so cautious, can we still go back? Gao Huajian resolutely took out his phone and found a number he had saved for 30 years left by academician Qian Zhonghai when he left the country. This time, we must return to China. If we don't leave now, we'll have no chance later. He dialed the number. Academician Qian, this is Gao Huajian. My 20 students and I want to return to China, but the U.S. is blocking us. We need our country's help. Hanging up the phone, Bai Yang's expression instantly turned grave. The call from academician Qian Zhonghai of the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences had detailed the obstacles Gao Huajian faced in returning to the country. Unconsciously, his fists clenched, and a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. These top scientists remain crucial assets to the nation even after the revival of spiritual energy. Only they can decipher those advanced design blueprints from the demonic marketplace, Bai Yang said as he got up and paced back and forth. And yet, the United States dares to restrict Huaxia scientists from returning home. Recalling the incident 70 years ago when academician Qian Shuessen was illegally detained in the U.S. for 5 years, Bai Yang's anger intensified. The tragedy of history must not repeat itself, he declared, slamming the table. Lung Feng. Before he finished speaking, Lung Feng, who had been training in the primary blood pool, dashed to Bai Yang's side like an arrow, standing at attention. I have a task for you, Bai Yang said, his eyes sharp. Go to the University of Massachusetts in the U.S. and bring back academician Gao Huajian and his 20 Chinese doctoral students safely. We must not dampen their patriotic spirit. Yes, sir. Lung Feng saluted solemnly and turned to leave. If you encounter any unexpected situations, report to me immediately. Bai Yang suddenly remembered his own unexpected incident in Japan and couldn't help but blurt out. The next afternoon at 3 o'clock, in a secluded corner of Chinatown in Watertown, a man wearing a mask and sunglasses looked around nervously before quickly slipping into a quiet little tavern. Inside, there was no one except a bartender like Lung Feng standing behind the counter. What can I get you, sir? Lung Feng asked in a calm tone. The man swallowed nervously and tentatively said, The king covers the earth, tiger? Not eating potatoes. After confirming the code words, the man removed his disguise, revealing the true identity of academician Gao Huajian. Before Lung Feng could explain further, Gao Huajian rushed outside, returning shortly with 20 people in tow. Academician, this? Lung Feng was dumbfounded. Wasn't this meeting supposed to be a secret between two people? This looks more like a party. Gao Huajian scratched his head awkwardly and explained, It's Saturday, and my secretary Caitlin, who's been monitoring me, went to report for work. I saw her leave the campus myself. She shouldn't be back today, Wang Yu added. Lung Feng sighed in resignation. Given the situation, he could only proceed with the mission. Comrade Lung Feng. Gao Huajian couldn't contain his excitement. What has the country arranged for us? When can we depart for home? His eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to clear his name and visit his elderly parents. The Huaxia National Security Department has planted operatives within the U.S. Department of Information. Last night, they successfully inserted 22 fake identities into the system and chartered a commercial flight scheduled to depart at 6 p.m. tonight. In the office, Lung Feng glanced at the diverse expressions of those present, a slight smile playing on his lips. You all just need to rest here for a while. We'll head to the airport at 4:30. Meanwhile, in the opulent presidential office of the White House, Caitlin was smoothing out every crease in her suit before she entered. President Timipu sat behind the large desk, his gaze sharp as he looked at her. Caitlin, how is the progress on the secondary gene drug research project at the secret lab? Every recent piece of news from Huaxia had been unpleasant, and Timipu was eager for some good news to lift his spirits. Caitlin's face was adorned with a sycophantic smile. Mr. President, the research is progressing quite smoothly. I believe we can involve academician Gao Huajian more deeply in the development of the secondary gene drug. She paused briefly before continuing. After Huaxia announced the recall of overseas Chinese yesterday, I specifically tested academician Gao. He has no interest in returning to Huaxia and clearly identifies himself as an American now. Timipu was overjoyed at this news. Gao Huajian, a top scientist jointly honored as an honorary academician by the Western Alliance, had finally been successfully turned by Caitlin. This scholar, with profound expertise in materials science and physics, had previously been limited in his participation due to his sensitive status. Now that his loyalty was confirmed, the research progress was bound to accelerate significantly. Caitlin, go and bring Gao Huajian to the secret lab immediately. Timipu slapped his desk. Get this done, and the position of director of the Intelligence Bureau is yours. As for the current director, James, he had already decided to oust this incompetent individual. At 4 p.m., Caitlin sped through the streets, running 8 red lights to reach the University of Massachusetts. She practically sprinted to Gao Huajian's office, already envisioning herself in the director's office of the Intelligence Bureau. Academician Gao, good news, she exclaimed as she opened the door, only to be stunned. The office was empty, the desk immaculate, as if freshly cleaned. On a Saturday at this time, Gao Huajian would typically be in his office working on physics. This unusual situation prompted her to quickly pull out her phone and make a call. We're sorry, the number you have dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later. The cold automated message made Caitlin's brow furrow. She immediately headed to the graduate student dormitory, hoping to gather information from Gao Huajian's students. 15 minutes later, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Everyone was gone. All of them gone. To Caitlin's shock, none of the 20 Chinese doctoral students under Gao Huajian were in their apartments. The discovery left her frozen in place. Her eyes scanned the empty rooms as her mind raced. Something was very wrong. She carefully recalled recent events. The mysterious disappearance of academician Gao Huajian, China's recall notice, and now the collective disappearance of these 20 Chinese doctoral students. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead as a terrifying hypothesis formed in her mind. Mass defection. The words exploded in her brain. Caitlin's fingers trembled so much she could barely press the phone keys, but she finally managed to dial the direct line to President Timipu. Mr. President. Her voice was sharp with panic. Gao Huajian and his 20 Chinese doctoral students have defected back to their country. On the other end, President Timipu's face turned ashen. The temperature in his office seemed to plummet, and he clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened. F. Timipu roared. Caitlin, is this the same Gao Huajian you said had embraced his American identity? He grabbed the desk phone and smashed it to the ground. The plastic shattered with a piercing noise. As the guards burst in, they were met with Temapu's murderous glare. He took a deep breath, his voice seething with restrained fury. Notify everyone. Have the intelligence department monitor all outbound flights and ferries 247. The border patrol must not relax for a moment. Not even a fly should escape notice. His voice grew colder. As soon as Gao Huajian and his group are found, arrest them immediately. Let them spend their lives in prison, using their talents for America's benefit. As commands were issued from the Central Authority, the U.S. Information Department began operating at full speed. On the screens of the data center, the personal information of Gao Huajian and his 20 doctoral students were marked as high-alert targets. The system was set to the strictest monitoring mode. Any transaction, even the use of a bus card, would immediately trigger an alarm, prompting a swift response from nearby law enforcement. The data center's analysis report showed that these targeted individuals had not left any trace of purchasing plane or ship tickets. Border control was subsequently tightened, with patrol forces increased fivefold. Armed soldiers stood ready, determined to seal every inch of the border. At 4:30 p.m., a regular bus smoothly navigated through the traffic, heading straight for the airport. Behind the wheel, Lung Feng appeared casual but was keenly aware of the road conditions. Inside the bus, Gao Huajian and the other 20 sat upright, a hint of tension hanging in the air. Comrade Lung Feng, traveling so openly on the main road. Gao Huajian whispered, his eyes nervously scanning the dense traffic outside. Don't worry, Lung Feng replied with a slight smile. We're all using fake identities. He recalled the 22 expertly crafted fake visas he received earlier that day from a contact within the U.S. Information Department. Each one was embedded in the U.S. information system, capable of withstanding any level of scrutiny. Suddenly, a roadblock appeared at the intersection ahead. A corpulent U.S. police officer noticed the bus filled with Asian faces and immediately signaled for it to pull over. Stop the vehicle. His voice carried an undeniable authority. The bus gradually pulled over, and the atmosphere inside turned tense. Beads of sweat formed on Gao Huajian's forehead as he watched the hefty officer step onto the bus. Hey buddy, want to smoke? Lung Feng offered with a warm smile, holding out a cigarette. Cut the crap. The officer impatiently took the cigarette. Hand over your visas. Unfazed, Lung Feng handed over the prepared fake visas. Officer, we're just ordinary tourists from China, he said sincerely. The officer opened the visa folder, revealing 5 neatly stacked $100 bills. Casually pocketing the money, he checked Lung Feng's photo. Li Xiaofeng, not on the wanted list. He nodded with satisfaction, about to turn away. Just then, he caught sight of a middle-aged passenger in the back, sweating profusely and breathing heavily. You, what's going on? The officer squinted and strode toward Gao Huajian, whose heart suddenly clenched, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Show me your visa, the rotund officer snapped, his eyes fixed on the suspicious man in the crowd who was sweating and breathing heavily. Officer, his visa is with me. Lung Feng quickly intervened, rushing forward and handing over Gao Huajian's fake visa. The officer examined the visa carefully, comparing it to the man's face in front of him. The visa read, Li Taishan, and the photo matched, not appearing on the wanted list of 21 individuals. However, the man's unusual nervousness raised suspicion. Could he be a fugitive? Sensing the officer's doubts, Lung Feng swiftly explained. Officer, he's had a heat stroke from being outside too long and needs urgent hospital treatment. As he spoke, he discreetly slipped a stack of crisp $100 bills into the officer's hand, his tone slightly ingratiating. Could you perhaps make an exception? The officer pocketed the money swiftly, straightening up as he said, I'll inform my colleagues at the roadblocks to let your vehicle through. Don't let the patient delay getting medical help. 5:30 p.m., Huadong Airport. Mr. Li, you're clear, the female customs officer said after carefully verifying Gao Huajian's identity and visa, gesturing for him to proceed. Hello, my name is Li Xiaofeng. Lung Feng politely presented his own visa, quickly clearing the check as well. Watching the group of Chinese nationals walk away, the customs officer shook her head silently. Ever since China's official call for overseas Chinese to return home, large groups had been departing from Huadong Airport daily. These 22 were among the last to leave. I can't believe we boarded the flight back home so easily, Gao Huajian remarked with relief as they settled into the plane. Initially worried about potential difficulties, he was surprised by the smooth journey. The power of our country is indeed formidable. Academician Gao, you're overthinking it. The state had everything arranged long ago, Lung Feng chuckled, recalling Gao's anxiety throughout the trip that nearly led to a mishap. Meanwhile, in the White House of America, it's been an hour and a half, and you still can't find any trace of Gao Huajian? You useless bunch. President Trump fumed at James. As a participant in the development of secondary genetic agents, Gao Huajian held vital information that must not return to China. James cautiously observed the president's enraged expression and reported nervously, Mr. President, they haven't had any transactions in the past few hours. All phones are off, and we can't locate them via satellite. There's no sign of them at airports or ports, and no suspicious vehicles with Chinese nationals have been spotted at the border. Damn it! Damn it! Trump exploded in anger. Are you telling me they've done nothing and are just playing hide and seek with us? President Trump slammed his desk in anger, causing a crack to appear. His knuckles turned white from the force, and his eyes glowed with a dangerous intensity. As the first beneficiary of America's newly developed top-tier genetic serum, he knew this rare and valuable drug must not fall into foreign hands. The thought of Gao Huajian potentially taking this information back to China made Trump's facial muscles twitch involuntarily. James, he barked at his trembling subordinate, his voice laced with threat. Until we find that damn Gao Huajian, no Chinese national is allowed to leave American soil. Do you understand? Understood. James responded immediately, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. At 5:45 p.m., an unusual announcement echoed through the Washington airport. Dear Chinese friends, due to certain special reasons, you are temporarily restricted from leaving the United States. Please be patient until the restrictions are lifted. Thank you for your cooperation. As the announcement ended, the Chinese travelers in the terminal erupted in strong protest. However, their voices were swiftly silenced by the sudden arrival of heavily armed American soldiers. This military unit jumped from their vehicles, forcefully dispersing the gathered crowd. Captain Smith, holding the latest model of an assault rifle, quickly approached the female customs officer. Ma'am, could you please tell me if any Chinese nationals have passed through security and boarded in the last half hour? The customs officer looked down at the logbook and promptly replied, 15 minutes ago, 22 Chinese passengers cleared security and are preparing to board Flight 007, which departs at 6. There have been no others. Smith's pupils contracted sharply. 12 people. This number almost perfectly matched the list of 21 people he had. Without further questioning, he immediately signaled his team to sprint towards the runway. It was 5:45 p.m., and with 15 minutes until Flight 007's departure, there was still time to intercept this group of Chinese nationals. On Flight 007, Gao Huajian gazed out the window at the runway, his eyes filled with complex emotions. In just 10 minutes, the plane would carry him back to the homeland he had left 30 years ago. He gently stroked the armrest of his seat as memories flooded back. 30 years ago, in his early 20s, he was the pride of his parents and the neighborhood's prodigy. However, when he chose to renounce his Chinese citizenship and join the United States, his parents severed ties with him on the spot. It is said that after that night, his elderly parents' hair turned white. Now, 3 decades later, he was about to return to his homeland, worried about the health of his parents, who were nearing 80. Gao Huajian turned his head to wipe the tears from the corner of his eye. The burdens of these years had weighed him down, and he couldn't even confide in his parents. Nation comes before home. For the rise of China, he had to temporarily wrong his family, but this return would finally clear his name. At that moment, he saw through the window a squad of American soldiers running toward the plane. Not good. We've been exposed. Cold Front, who had been resting with his eyes closed, instantly opened them, locking onto the rapidly approaching enemy a kilometer away. With no time to ponder what went wrong, he dashed towards the cockpit, kicked open the alloy door, and knocked out the stunned pilot with a hand chop, decisively taking over the controls. A soldier who can't fly a plane isn't a good soldier. Cold Front murmured, starting the engine. Damn it! Smith panted heavily, sprinting towards Flight 007, now only 500 meters away, but helplessly watching as the plane began to move. It was only 5:53, a full 7 minutes ahead of schedule. At the same time, in the airport control tower, a flight controller leisurely sipping coffee suddenly noticed something amiss on the radar. Flight 007 was starting ahead of schedule, while a Boeing aircraft was fast approaching from 1,000 meters ahead, preparing to land. If Flight 007 maintained its current takeoff speed, it would collide head-on with the Boeing, which couldn't brake in time, in 20 seconds. Calling Flight 007. Stop takeoff immediately. The Boeing ahead cannot decelerate. Collision in 15 seconds. The urgent warning echoed in the cockpit. Cold Front smirked, cleared his throat, and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, please fasten your seatbelts." With that, he pushed the throttle to the limit. The roar of the turbine engines deafening, and the powerful thrust pinned all passengers firmly into their seats. On the runway, the Boeing roared in at 70 meters per second, with the two planes now less than 200 meters apart. "Get us up high." Cold Front gripped the control stick tightly, pulling it back fully. Flight 007 soared almost vertically, narrowly avoiding the Boeing in a thrilling escape. In the blue sky, a steel bird spread its wings, soaring and carving a white trail through the heavens. In the night-shrouded White House, the clock struck 9 as crucial intelligence concerning Gao Huajian finally broke through barriers, landing on President Trump's desk. 3 hours. A full 3 hours. President Trump slammed his hand on the desk, his face twisted with anger. Didn't I make it clear that any news about Gao Huajian should be reported immediately? Standing before him, James remained silent, his head bowed like a statue. The situation began simply. After Flight 007 took off forcefully, Smith immediately requested the airport surveillance footage. However, the airport refused the military's request, citing passenger privacy protection. At that moment, Caitlin entered the room, ignoring James's hostile gaze, and reported directly to the president. Mr. President, we still have a chance. Based on the flight path, Flight 007 won't reach the Chinese border until 6 tomorrow morning. If we dispatch fighter jets now, we can intercept them before they enter the airspace. Trump's eyes lit up, and he made a swift decision. Let's do it. If you can bring Gao Huajian back, the position of director of the CIA is yours. Caitlin cast a defiant glance at James and exited with an elegant stride. Watching her leave, a cold glint flashed in Trump's eyes. If they refuse to turn back, shoot the plane down. The information about the gene drug must not leak. At 6 a.m. Beijing time, Flight 007 was just 20 kilometers from the Chinese border. In the cockpit, Lung Feng, who had been on duty for 12 hours straight, stifled a yawn. He had worried about possible interception by the US and had informed Bai Yang, but nothing had happened overnight. In the cabin, Gao Huajian clutched a backpack containing a special mineral, his eyes shadowed with fatigue. This light blue stone, which he discovered while researching a gene drug catalyst, contained a previously unknown substance on Earth. He chose not to report it to the US and decided to return it to his homeland. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the silence. On the radar screen, 5 red dots advanced rapidly. Through the window, Wang Yu saw with horror 5 fighter jets bearing the stars and stripes closing in. Flight 007, you are surrounded. Turn back to the United States immediately, or we will take enforcement action in 2 minutes. The voice of US pilot Drew came through the radio, cold and firm. The heavy atmosphere spread through the cabin. So close to home. Were they to abandon hope here? At that moment, the onboard announcement played. Dear passengers, the plane has now entered Chinese airspace. Welcome home. These words seemed to ignite a fuse. Born a Chinese, die a Chinese. I just want to go home, is that wrong? I'm not leaving this time. Passengers stood, facing the pursuing jets with determination. On the eastern horizon, the sun was rising, casting golden light through the windows onto their resolute figures. Final warning. Return and enjoy wealth and glory. In 1 minute, we will start shooting. This is not a drill. Drew's ultimatum echoed through the cabin with a chilling countdown. Time was running out, and Chinese fighter jets could arrive at any moment. They had no time to spare. From last night until dawn, Bai Yang had been stationed near the border, waiting for news from Lung Feng. He was ready to rush to their aid the moment he received a distress signal. Just when he thought the crisis had passed, an urgent call from the National Security Department shattered the silence. 6 unidentified aircraft had entered China's airspace simultaneously. Bai Yang was instantly on high alert. This was no coincidence. The location of the intrusion was just 20 kilometers away from him. Without a moment to waste, he took to the skies, racing at full speed toward the marked location. Every second could mean the difference between life and death for Lung Feng and his team. Bai Yang knew he was racing against death itself. In the sky, a civilian airliner was being relentlessly pursued by 5 American fighter jets. The missiles on the wings of the jets glinted menacingly in the sunlight, silently threatening the aircraft ahead. Inside the cabin, Lung Feng's palms were slick with sweat. Despite having faced overwhelming odds in urban combat, he now felt an unprecedented tension because this plane carried scientists returning to China to serve their country. 50 seconds left. Du Lu's cold voice echoed through the cabin, like an invisible blade slicing through everyone's nerves. Gao Huajian looked out of the window at his homeland with tearful eyes. After 30 long years, he finally returned to the skies over his motherland, yet he might never see his aging parents again. But when he opened his eyes once more, there was no hesitation, only a fierce determination burning brightly. Classmates, he shouted, let these enemies see the spirit of the Chinese people. As if answering the call of countless martyrs throughout history, a chorus rose in the cabin. Smoke rises, gazing north over the land. The dragon rises, the horse neighs long, the sword's aura like frost. In the song, everyone's gaze hardened, staring defiantly at the surrounding fighter jets. It was a heroic resolve, a silent protest against the enemy. The Ming soldiers who expelled the invaders, the island-resistant militia who fought fiercely, the captured officers who chose death over surrender. The heroes from the river of history seemed to merge with them. The horses' hooves head south, people look north. People look north, grass turns green and yellow, dust flies. The tragic song echoed in the cabin, transforming into a final roar. I am willing to guard the land and expand the territory. Proud China shall make the world come to pay respect. The countdown, at this moment, reached 0. Open fire, shoot. Dulu's roar echoed through the cockpit as he slammed his finger down on the red button of the control stick. 2 missiles shot out from under the wings, trailing fiery tongues as they hurtled toward the passenger plane. Inside the plane, tears blurred Gao Huajian's vision. He slowly closed his eyes, filled with regret that he couldn't contribute to the great rejuvenation of Huaxia. In the next life, please let me be born in Huaxia, he silently prayed. At that critical moment, a powerful shockwave suddenly appeared. A towering, pillared, tower-like apparition materialized out of nowhere, like an unshakable divine mountain, steadfastly shielding the passenger plane. Who dares to act recklessly in Huaxia's domain? A thunderous shout followed. The missiles exploded against the tower's image, but it remained unmoved. Not good. It's the mysterious power of the East. Dulu stared at the tower-like apparition, his face turning pale. Retreat. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. The 18-tiered tower apparition stood majestically in the sky, each level displaying terrifying scenes of hell. Dulu even saw ghostly figures dressed as island soldiers writhing and wailing in boiling oil. Hell. This is hell. The 5 American fighter jets hurriedly turned around, only to see a young man in a white dragon robe standing in midair. He held the 18-tiered purgatory tower in his right hand and a ghostly banner with swirling black smoke in his left. Gentlemen, will you choose left or right? Bai Yang cackled ominously. The 5 jets scattered like startled birds. If you don't choose, I'll choose for you. Bai Yang raised his right hand, and the purgatory tower expanded instantly. An invisible force pulled the speeding jets back. 18-tiered purgatory tower, a place for 5. Under immense tearing force, the jets disintegrated, and the 5 pilots were instantly drawn into the tower. As they appeared on the first level, they saw grotesque little demons wielding iron pincers approaching them. Finally, newcomers. On the 17th level, a massive millstone turned continuously, grinding and reshaping thousands of island souls, their hollow eyes filled with eerie smiles. Welcome to the human purgatory. On Flight 007, Lung Feng was drenched in sweat, secretly grateful that team leader Bai arrived just in time to save the day. Gao Huajian and others were dumbfounded by the surreal scene. Comrade Lung Feng, that is, once you sign the top-secret confidentiality agreement upon your return, someone will explain it to you, Lung Feng replied evasively. Gao Huajian's mind was in turmoil. Huaxia had secretly developed such an incredible power. Suddenly, the genetic medicine data he had brought back seemed insignificant compared to the mysterious power capable of flight. America's gene warriors seemed like child's play. At precisely 8 a.m. Kyoto time, the passenger plane landed smoothly at Kyoto Airport. Beyond the security line, countless media reporters with cameras and microphones were eagerly waiting. At 6 in the morning, the shrill ring of a telephone shattered the silence, jolting them awake from their slumber. On the other end was their superior's urgent voice, accompanied by special instructions from the highest echelons of China, to clear academician Gao Huajian of a 30-year injustice and to hold a grand ceremony at the Beijing airport to honor him. In the early morning light, academician Qian Zhonghai stood at the airport holding the star emblem medal, representing the Chinese Academy of Sciences. As the flight slowly landed and the cabin door opened, a middle-aged man with a weathered face appeared at the entrance. Gao Huajian, gripping the handrail, descended the steps, his hands trembling uncontrollably. His gaze swept over the familiar blue sky and white clouds, and his eyes instantly welled up with tears. My country, I have returned. When his feet finally touched the soil of his homeland, Gao Huajian could no longer contain his emotions and knelt down, kissing the land he had been away from for 30 years. This scene was captured by reporters and went viral on major Chinese social media platforms within an hour. Gao Huajian's name once again resonated throughout China, but this time, it was accompanied by endless respect. Meanwhile, in an old neighborhood in Rongqing, an elderly couple in their late 70s had just finished breakfast in a dilapidated house. Gao Aiguo was washing dishes in the kitchen while Li Chunping sat casually in front of an old television, watching the news. According to reports, the flight carrying Chinese scientist academician Gao Huajian successfully landed at the capital airport this morning at 8. The mention of this unforgettable name instantly made Li Chunping tense. She hurriedly put on her reading glasses and stared intently at the familiar, yet unfamiliar face on the screen. Old man, stop washing the dishes. Our son has returned. Gao Aiguo's hand shook, and a porcelain plate fell into the sink, breaking in half. He walked out of the kitchen, eyes red, muttering, that ungrateful son, why did he come back? 30 years in America, without even a call. Better if he had died there. Old Gao. Li Chunping stood with her hands on her hips, glaring angrily. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll deal with you. Look at the news yourself. Our son was wronged. Gao Aiguo said nothing and sat on a small stool beside Li Chunping. On the television, Gao Huajian stood shoulder to shoulder with Qian Zhonghai, the star emblem medal gleaming on his chest. Remembering the eyes filled with helplessness and pain when he severed ties with his son 30 years ago, Gao Aiguo's body trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Gao Aiguo asked harshly, his eyes glued to the television screen. After a moment of silence outside, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice replied. Your son, Gao Huajian. It has been 3 days since the official announcement on the Huaxia website calling overseas Chinese to return. In a courtyard, Bai Yang and the Grand Elder sat across from each other at an ancient stone table, with a brand new set of Chinese chess laid out before them. Bai Yang, taking the red pieces, made an aggressive opening move, immediately capturing the Grand Elder's Black Knight with a cannon. Grand Elder, the 3-day deadline has passed. It's time to close the borders, Bai Yang stated firmly. The deadline has indeed passed, but those who are still hesitating. The Grand Elder mused, calmly capturing Bai Yang's cannon with a rook. We've invested so much in training overseas masters and doctoral students, and at least half of them haven't returned. The effort we've put into their education over these years. Before he could finish, Bai Yang swiftly moved another cannon, capturing the Grand Elder's other knight. The Grand Elder raised an eyebrow. Young Bai, capturing both my knights right at the start, you may end up losing with such aggressive play. He stroked his beard, clearly unaccustomed to such a bold opening. Unperturbed, Bai Yang sipped his tea, his eyes fixed on the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, if I give this game my all, do I stand a chance of winning against you? No matter how hard you try, even if the chess master of our time played this game, they would likely lose, the Grand Elder replied without hesitation, rubbing his hands as if preparing to showcase his skills. Exactly, which is why I concede, Bai Yang said with a meaningful smile, sweeping the pieces off the board with a push. This action immediately made the Grand Elder huff and glare. This rascal, knocking out 2 of his own knights, and then conceding? That's no way to play chess. Grand Elder, since these people have already made their choice, no amount of effort will change that, Bai Yang said as he stood and walked away, leaving the Grand Elder chuckling and shaking his head, acknowledging the truth in the young man's words. That day, Huaxia's official website released a major announcement. In response to future changes in the Blue Planet situation, the borders would be closed immediately, prohibiting all entry and exit, and severing all connections with external networks. The news was like a thunderbolt, causing a massive uproar across the Blue Planet. Overseas Chinese who were still undecided, and those who had previously left through free immigration channels were in an uproar. How can you justify closing the borders? I'm not back yet. You can't do this. Entering and leaving the country is our freedom. You have no right to stop me from returning. Salaries in Huaxia aren't as high as abroad. Am I wrong for not wanting to return and serve the country? Who understands? I just wanted to take advantage of the free immigration opportunity, and now Huaxia won't let me go back. Meanwhile, the families and friends of these 2 groups of Huaxia immigrants gathered on the main streets of the cities, their protests echoing loudly. In their minds, with so many people blocking the main road simultaneously, the official Chinese website would soon be pressured into canceling the announcement. However, reality hit them hard. As the roar of engines grew closer, dozens of dark green military jeeps formed a fan-shaped perimeter, tightly surrounding the demonstrators. The jeep doors swung open with a bang, and over 100 uniformed soldiers jumped out in unison, their boots striking the ground with an intimidating sound. They lined up in precise formation, advancing towards the crowd in perfect synchrony. We're just holding a peaceful assembly. What do you want? A flamboyantly dressed middle-aged woman squeezed out from the crowd, shouting shrilly. Her voice was loud, yet it couldn't conceal the panic within. Captain Wang Yi strode forward, handcuffs gleaming in the sunlight. You're illegally gathering and causing a disturbance. You'll be detained for 3 days according to the law. Come with us. Seeing this, the woman immediately resorted to her usual antics. She grabbed Wang Yi's sleeve and dramatically fell to the ground. Help! The soldiers are attacking people, she screamed, clearly confident that this shameless tactic would deter the enforcers. However, she was gravely mistaken. Slap, slap, slap. 3 sharp slaps landed on her face, leaving clear handprints on her swollen cheeks. Wang Yi looked down at her, his voice as cold and hard as steel. Everyone, put your hands on your head and squat down immediately. Otherwise, you'll be charged with assaulting a police officer. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. The crowd fell silent and complied. The woman clutched her burning face, staring at Wang Yi in disbelief. This was an unprecedented defeat in her 10-year career of causing trouble. Soon, a fleet of jeeps, filled with the troublemakers, headed to various detention centers. These individuals would not only face legal consequences, but also be recorded in a bad behavior database. In the forthcoming era of universal cultivation, they would lose the qualification to receive free cultivation resources. Meanwhile, in the White House in the United States, sealing the borders and cutting off the internet, I'm increasingly unable to understand what China is doing. President Trump sat in his chair, frowning. They almost met their demise due to isolationism hundreds of years ago, and now they're doing it again. Rest assured, Mr. President. James, dressed in a sharp suit, stood straight with a mocking smile on his lips. China is digging its own grave. In today's globalized world, isolating themselves is akin to cutting off their own limbs. Their technology is already lagging, and now they're further detaching from advanced foreign technologies. President Trump nodded thoughtfully, gesturing for him to continue. China has a large population and limited resources. Without external supplies, they can't sustain their society. If we persuade other countries to cut off resource and high-tech exports to China, it won't be long before they come begging to negotiate with us. Exactly, President Trump exclaimed, excitedly slamming the table. Those backward yellow-skinned monkeys will soon be kneeling and begging us. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes filled with contempt and disdain for China. President Trump paced back and forth in his office, suddenly stopping as a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. He quickly approached his desk, picked up the red hotline phone, and began urgently contacting the leaders of Western countries. The leaders of the UK and Italy were soon alerted, and even the smaller allies in East Asia, such as Japan and South Korea, were not left out. Cut off all supplies of crucial resources and high-tech products to China. Trump's voice was resolute. Under the call of the United States, the Western countries, already harboring deep-seated grievances, quickly reached a consensus. They all knew that resource-scarce China would not be able to hold out for long. Trump leaned forward on his desk with crossed arms, a smug smile playing on his lips. 2 months, at most 2 months, and their social order will collapse. By then, they'll have no choice but to come begging to us, won't they? His eyes gleamed with greed. When that time comes, we'll hike the prices tenfold, and they'll have to grit their teeth and accept it. James, standing nearby, noticed the president's improved mood and cautiously spoke up. Mr. President, regarding China's sudden cutoff of external internet connections, I suspect it might be related to Gao. They could be making significant moves in the field of genetic serums. Trump nodded approvingly. Although James's recent performance had been lacking, this speculation was indeed reasonable. Gao had returned to China with 20 doctors, and soon after, China severed all external internet connections. This was no coincidence. However, Trump sneered disdainfully. Even if they are truly researching genetic serums, so what? Our secret labs took a full 6 months to develop a level 1 genetic serum. Besides, Gao has never had access to core data. With China's backward technological level, it would take them more than 2.5 years to develop a level 1 serum. By the time they do, we would have already mastered level 4 and 5 technologies, putting us in a completely different league. Meanwhile, at the Chinese Academy of Sciences in Beijing, Gao was intently focused on the blueprint of a spiritual pressure detector displayed on the large screen. His breathing became rapid, and his eyes widened with shock. The physics principles in this blueprint were at least a century ahead of current cutting-edge research. What excited him even more was that the spiritual pressure characteristics described in the blueprint were strikingly similar to those of the mysterious mineral he had brought back to China. He suddenly turned around, rushing over to academician Qian Zhonghai, and urgently inquired, "Academician Qian, who provided this design blueprint for the spiritual pressure detector?" His eyes were intense, his breathing heavy, and he was certain that there was a connection between the unknown substance in the mineral and the spiritual pressure. Qian Zhonghai, feeling uncomfortable under the piercing gaze, instinctively looked away. He was torn, unsure whether to reveal the existence of Bai Yang. After all, this was China's top secret, and disclosing it without permission could have serious consequences. Academician Qian, Gao Huajian's voice grew more solemn. "This matter concerns the fate of China. Please, you must tell me." He was convinced that whoever could draw up this blueprint was well-versed in the ways of spiritual pressure and might hold the key to unraveling the mystery of the substance in the mineral. A resolute glint appeared in Qian Zhonghai's eyes. If this mysterious substance could be thoroughly researched, China might achieve a leap forward in the field of genetic medicine, leaving the United States far behind. He took a deep breath and turned to Gao Huajian, saying, "Follow me." With that, he drove towards the Beijing military district. 30 years of silence was enough to prove Gao Huajian's loyalty. Even if there were consequences from above, the worst that could happen would be writing a review and facing confinement. 2 hours later, Bai Yang held a perfectly round, light blue stone in his hands, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This seemingly ordinary stone was actually a nascent form of a spiritual stone, with a unique molecular arrangement capable of storing the free spiritual energy in the air. Due to the current low concentration of spiritual energy, this characteristic hadn't yet manifested. But in 3 months, the spiritual energy in the air would reach a critical level, at which point these stones would transform into the coveted spiritual stones sought after by practitioners. Mr. Gao Huajian, on behalf of 1.4 billion people in China, I thank you for your contribution. Bai Yang bowed deeply to Gao Huajian. The sudden gesture startled Gao, who quickly stepped aside, repeatedly declining. "Minister Bai, you're shortening my life with this. I can't bear it, truly I can't." His voice was filled with trepidation. Bai Yang turned to Lung Feng beside him and ordered with a stern expression, "Have the Special Affairs Department bring all the country's business moguls to Beijing's Zijin City for a meeting." He had already made plans. Once the fierce beasts appeared, spiritual stones would replace currency as the new medium of exchange. Since China had already taken the lead, it should capitalize on this information gap and gather all the spiritual stones from across the planet. At 8 p.m. that evening, The atmosphere in the Zijin City conference room was tense. At the head of the long table sat three ministers clad in Zhongshan suits. Minister of the Military Lin Guobiao, Minister of Finance Zhang Kong, and Minister of National Security Zhao Nida. Their upright posture added to the solemnity of the room. Along the sides of the table were the top figures of China's business world, the likes of Dema, Xiao Ma, Lei Buxi, Rin Zong, and Wang Yida, all famous business giants. They were dressed in luxury items worth a fortune, with the total value of their attire and accessories exceeding 10 million. Most striking was the empty chair at the very front of the table, positioned even ahead of the three ministers. Just as everyone was speculating about the owner of this seat, the conference room door opened. A young man dressed in a white dragon robe, with a sun emblem medal on his chest, walked into the room. Despite his youth, the aura of authority he exuded caused everyone present to hold their breath. The seasoned veterans of the business world immediately recognized the immense confidence in the eyes of this special affairs minister, indicating his strategic prowess. Bai Yang sat at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping across the room like an eagle's. The conference room was silent as he spoke steadily. Let me introduce myself. My name is Bai Yang, and I am the newly appointed head of the Special Affairs Department in China. The business moguls present nodded slightly in acknowledgement. This identity matched their prior assumptions exactly. Before we officially start the meeting, I need each of you to sign a top-level confidentiality agreement, Bai Yang continued. As soon as he finished speaking, Lung Feng entered the room, carrying a stack of heavy documents, which he placed in front of each dignitary. The words, top-level confidentiality agreement, weighed heavily, causing the business elites to adopt more serious expressions. Such agreements are typically linked to matters of national importance. They felt a surge of indescribable excitement historically. Businessmen were not involved in politics, yet here they were, partaking in matters of national significance. The privilege to sign such an agreement was incredibly rare, enough to grant a family a new lineage record. Though unaware of the tasks ahead, none showed hesitation. While outsiders might view them as profit-driven or cold-hearted capitalists, they shared the same Chinese heritage and deep patriotism for their country, ingrained in their very being. If they had to donate their entire fortune for this opportunity to make history, they would do so without hesitation. This was the unique spirit of the Chinese people. The room was filled with the sound of pages turning as everyone focused on signing the agreements. 5 minutes later, Lung Feng left with the signed documents. What happens next might seem unbelievable, Bai Yang said with a serious expression. But first, does anyone here have any heart conditions? His words elicited laughter from the gathered leaders. As top figures in business, they had honed their health practices to the point where their physical condition was akin to someone 10 years younger. Old Ma joked, Minister Bai, just tell us directly. Even if these old bones of ours do get frightened into a heart attack, we wouldn't blame you. Indeed, after years of navigating the business world, they were accustomed to major upheavals. Unless Bai Yang announced Mount Fuji was about to erupt, it was unlikely to faze them. Bai Yang cleared his throat and began listing the items needed for procurement. Initially, when he mentioned the need for large quantities of live poultry and traditional Chinese medicine, the attendees were puzzled but could understand perhaps it was part of a special government plan. However, when Bai Yang mentioned the need to acquire complete human skulls and spines, the expressions of everyone in the room subtly changed. Why purchase such morbid items? If the goal was to study human skeletons, weren't there medical schools in the country for that? The room was filled with silent confusion as they exchanged glances. But what was most unsettling was, doing this kind of thing harms one's moral integrity. Minister Bai Yang's voice echoed through the conference room as he scanned the business moguls present. The state can directly purchase other items, but these human skulls and spines. He paused, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. The state acting too overtly could draw attention, so we need to rely on your special channels. The room fell silent as the business leaders exchanged glances. Finally, the most senior among them, Wang Yida, gathered his courage to speak. Minister Bai, is there a special purpose for the state's acquisition of these human bones? Bai Yang had anticipated this question. He smirked slightly and snapped his fingers. The conference room door opened, and Lung Feng entered, holding a bizarre flag. Dark mist swirled around it, with a skull mounted directly on a spine, a tiger pelt clamped in its mouth. Is this cosplay? Lei Bus hesitated before speaking. As someone familiar with internet culture, he knew cosplay involved dressing up as anime characters, akin to the subcultures of his youth. But this flag was unnervingly eerie, especially with the swirling black mist. Lung Feng, show them. The four ministers exchanged a knowing glance, a mischievous smile playing on their lips. Lei Bus, seated in the center of the room, curiously leaned in to examine the flag. Suddenly, the Ten Souls banner began to move on its own, spewing a dense black smoke. 10 ghastly spirits surged forth, enveloping the room in a darkness akin to the underworld. Worse yet, one of the spirits came face-to-face with Lei Bus. "Eh!" A scream pierced the silence, startling nearby patrolling guards. As the spirits floated through the air, Chaos erupted among the business leaders, and Lei Bus, having come into direct contact with a spirit, fainted on the spot. 5 minutes later, Bai Yang shrugged helplessly. I told you to prepare yourselves mentally, but you didn't listen. The best way to accept new things is to experience them firsthand. I remember now, Wang Yida pondered aloud. Isn't this the 10,000 souls banner used by villains in those cultivation novels? My son, Si Tsong, got into those novels recently and bought a bunch of props, including this. Yida, my friend. Xiaoma quickly signaled him. Not the 10,000 souls banner. It's called the Human Emperor flag. Realizing his slip, Wang Yida broke into a cold sweat at the thought of calling it a villain's weapon in front of the ministers. Yes, yes, the Human Emperor flag. My memory's not what it used to be at my age. He shot Xiaoma a grateful look. Bai Yang spoke earnestly. The state wouldn't bring this out without careful consideration. Whether it's from the demonic path or the righteous path doesn't matter. As long as it helps China stand atop the world, it's the right path. He looked around the room. So, the task of acquiring skulls and spines falls to you. The state will cover all costs, and the more, the better. His voice grew more resolute. Ideally, every one of China's 1.4 billion people should have a 10 souls banner. The business leaders nodded solemnly, a grave and determined atmosphere filling the room. 14 billion children of Huaxia, each holding a 10 souls banner, was a grand scene that kept replaying in the minds of the business tycoons. They understood clearly that once this plan was realized, the power of a billion souls gathered by these 14 billion banners would be enough to make other nations tremble before Huaxia. Looking at the confidential documents in their hands, these business magnates felt both a surge of excitement and the crushing weight of responsibility. The mission entrusted by the nation was their calling, and they were willing to risk everything, even if it meant losing their fortunes. That very night, the major corporations in Huaxia began to operate in secret. Through covert channels, they quickly contacted the underground industries of various countries. The offer was astounding: 3,000 meters of gold for a complete set of skull and spine, with no limit on quantity. This staggering offer caused a sensation in the underground industries. For them, the purpose of the acquisition was irrelevant. What mattered was that a single set of bones could fetch an exorbitant reward of 3,000 meters of gold. The underground industries in various countries immediately collaborated with local funeral homes to extract the bones before cremation. Thus began a global frenzy of grave robbing. As the underground industries offered to buy complete skulls and spines for 1,500 meters of gold, ordinary people were swept up in this frenzy. For them, a month of hard work barely earned them 3,000 to 4,000 meters of gold, but now a single shovel could easily earn them 1,500 meters of gold. Consequently, more and more people abandoned their jobs, sneaking into cemeteries with shovels before dawn. Some even went so far as to dig up their own ancestral graves for this windfall. What were once quiet and solemn cemeteries were now bustling with noise. The ground was left uneven by countless shovels, resembling the devastation left by a locust swarm. Every inch of land had been turned over, leaving no flat surface untouched. Is this your family grave you're digging up? A man shouted angrily. I'm digging it up, so what? You think calling out to him will get you a response? Another person retorted. The two were locked in a heated argument over the ownership of a grave mound, which soon escalated into a physical altercation. This scene was not unique, as an unprecedented frenzy was spreading across the globe. Offices of companies worldwide were eerily empty, with only a few uninformed employees remaining at their desks. The streets were sparsely populated, yet cemeteries were teeming with people. Countless foreigners were frantically unearthing ancestral graves, exhuming the remains of the deceased. According to legend, souls persist after death. Now, countless spirits were being abruptly awakened from their slumber, bewilderedly watching as their bones became the center of a tug-of war. Half today's descendants all gone mad. The spirits couldn't help but wonder. The exhumed bones quickly entered the black market. Trucks laden with skulls and spines were continuously heading to docks and airports, from where planes and ships tirelessly transported them to Huaxia. In just 3 days, military warehouses across Huaxia were filled to capacity with these remains, with initial estimates indicating an astonishing number, at least 1 billion sets. As the military was preparing to convene a meeting to discuss this situation, Bai Yang finally achieved a breakthrough. His magic points exceeded 10 million, and unable to contain himself, he decided to attempt a leap to the early nascent soul stage. However, reality struck hard. After reaching the peak of the golden core stage, only a mere million magic points remained, while advancing to the early nascent soul stage required a whopping 10 million points. This figure was disheartening. It's important to note that during the body refinement stage, each level breakthrough only grants 1 magic point. Even the fastest cultivators like Long Feng, who had reached the early foundation establishment stage, had only accrued 10 magic points. With the current scale of 1 million magic cultivators in the country, amassing enough magic points seemed a distant dream. Bai Yang made a swift decision. It was time to expand the scale of magic cultivation. considering it was not yet suitable to open the heavenly demon cultivation method to all 14 billion people nationwide. The most prudent approach was to expand the military through recruitment, prioritizing loyal and reliable individuals to join the army for magic cultivation. At 2 p.m., Bai Yang arrived at the military complex. It was his first visit to the site, and he found himself momentarily lost among the labyrinth of buildings. Gazing at the similar-looking structures, he sighed. As a golden core cultivator, he couldn't even extend his divine sense, which was a far cry from the depictions in novels. This further solidified his resolve to expand and break through. Reaching the nascent soul or divine transformation stage should allow him to overcome the barrier restraining his divine sense. With only 10 minutes left before the meeting began, Bai Yang hurried along. Although he wanted to fly to quickly locate the meeting room, he restrained himself due to the crowded environment and the fact that many had yet to sign top-secret confidentiality agreements. Though being slightly late wouldn't be a major issue, as the initiator of the meeting, he didn't want to leave a blemish on the first impression. Bai Yang hurried along the main road and accidentally bumped into a young man who was engrossed in his phone as he passed a small alley. The young man rubbed his forehead, wincing as if he had hit a brick wall. "Are you okay?" Bai Yang politely asked, even though it was the other person who had collided with him. The young man looked up and scrutinized Bai Yang, a hint of wariness in his eyes. "May I ask your surname?" "My surname is Bai. I have things to attend to," Bai Yang replied, about to leave, when the young man's expression suddenly changed. "Are you blind?" the young man shouted angrily, pointing at Bai Yang. "The road is so wide, yet you had to bump into me and ruin my $1 million Louis Vuitton coat. Can you afford that?" There's no second-generation rich kid in Beijing with the surname Bai. Ji Boda examined his limited edition coat with concern, noticing a loose thread, and his anger intensified. "If you don't cough up $1 million today, don't expect to leave the military compound. That's my word, and not even a king can save you." Bai Yang's expression turned cold. Realizing he'd left his identity-revealing sun emblem badge on the white dragon robe back at the villa in his haste, he was about to speak when a uniformed hostess hurried over. "Young Master Ji, what brings you to the military compound?" Xiao Xinyu quickly intervened, pulling Bai Yang aside. "He's a new guide. Please don't blame him. Humph, you look like a pauper. Consider yourself lucky." Ji Boda spat and stormed off. At the entrance of the office building, Xiao Xinyu advised, "You're the new guide, right? The military compound is full of elite children, and Ji Boda is a notorious bully in Beijing. His father, Ji Dakong, holds the star emblem of China. Avoid him in the future." Bai Yang found it amusing and slightly incredulous. Did he really look like a guide? But pressed for time, he asked, "Miss, aside from the guide issue, could you tell me how to get to the conference room?" Xiao Xinyu couldn't help but laugh. "The conference room? Are you attending a meeting?" Seeing Bai Yang nod seriously, she found it even more amusing. "All right, go report to General Manager Li. Take the elevator to the 5th floor, turn left, and it's the 6th room." Watching Bai Yang's retreating figure, Xiao Xinyu thought to herself, "This new guide is quite interesting, managing to joke with such a straight face. It seems the days ahead will be quite entertaining." Seeing Xiao Xinyu laughing so hard she could hardly stand, Bai Yang sighed helplessly. It was clear now that he was definitely going to miss the meeting. Just then, his phone rang in his pocket. Taking it out, he saw it was a call from Long Zhanshan, the second elder. "Hello, Elder Long," Bai Yang said, his voice tinged with a bit of apology. Being late and having Elder Long call him personally was quite embarrassing. "Bai, my young friend, everyone is already here. How much longer will you be?" Long Zhanshan's voice came through the phone. At this moment, 60 high-ranking military officials wearing moon insignia medals sat upright in the conference room, all waiting for Bai Yang's arrival. "I'm really sorry. I'm lost in the military compound and can't find the conference room," Bai Yang said, looking around and shrugging helplessly. If he were familiar with the area, he wouldn't be wandering in circles for 10 minutes without finding his destination. "Where are you now? Do you see any landmark buildings nearby? We can come and get you," Long Zhanshan said as he got up and headed towards the door, followed by the 60 moon insignia leaders. I can't really say. I'll send you my location," Bai Yang said, taking another look around before sending his location to Long Zhanshan via green bubble. "All right, we'll be there soon." This entire hands-free conversation left the military leaders present amused. Who would have thought that Bai Yang, the Minister of the Special Affairs Department who could command a room with his thunderous presence at the highest-level meeting in China, would get lost in the military compound? Minister Bai doesn't come to the military headquarters often. Elder Long, you should give him a little scolding, Lin Guobiao, standing next to Long Zhanshan, joked. The group of military leaders quickly left the conference room, and the more than 300 star insignia medal holders waiting in the hall outside followed suit, forming an impressive escort team. At the back of the crowd, Ji Dakong discreetly slipped away to a nearby alley outside the restricted area. After waiting for about 10 minutes, his tardy son, Ji Boda, finally showed up. "You rascal, why are you so late?" Ji Dakong slapped his son on the head, causing him to yelp in pain. "Don't even mention it. I ran into someone who wasn't paying attention, and they snagged my Louis Vuitton coat. If I wasn't in a hurry, I'd have given them a piece of my mind. G. Boda grumbled, vowing to get that guy fired and give him a good lesson if they ever crossed paths again. I don't care how you usually mess around, but you must seize this opportunity. Ji Dakong said seriously, leaning closer to his son's ear. I heard the Minister of the Special Affairs Department is a young man. You young people have more in common, so make sure to latch onto this opportunity. The father and son exchanged knowing smiles. If Ji Boda could use this chance to cozy up to the Minister of the Special Affairs Department, Ji Dakong's career would surely soar, and he might even earn a Moon Insignia medal. Ji Boda was quite experienced in finding influential connections. Liang Guangming, the son of the Minister of Education, Liang Yue, had a passion for fishing, which became Ji Boda's breakthrough point. Every day, he waited by the reservoir, sleeping in a makeshift tent at night, like a tireless hunter waiting for his prey. A whole month of persistence finally paid off when, through a carefully orchestrated chance encounter, Ji Boda successfully connected with Liang Guangming. This relationship paved the way for his brother, Ji Dakong, to later receive the Star Emblem Medal. Because of this, Ji Boda, despite being a playboy with poor character, could act with impunity in the city. Whenever he bullied the powerless civilians, even if someone reported it, Ji Dakong would find ways to suppress the case, leaving not a ripple of consequence. Remember, after the meeting, the senior officials will exit through the side door. Wait there and see if you can connect with the Minister of the Special Affairs Department, Ji Dakong instructed before hurrying off with his head down. Ji Boda immediately headed for the side door, determined to secure the influential connection with the Minister of the Special Affairs Department at any cost. Meanwhile, at the office entrance, an amusing conversation was taking place. Was the call from your fellow patient? Xiao Xinyu chuckled as she looked at Bai Yang. You two really have an artistic flair. It's already absurd enough that you claim to attend a military meeting, and now the caller pretends to be Old Long. Bai Yang sighed in exasperation. First of all, I wasn't lying to you. Secondly, we're not fellow patients. Seeing the girl who couldn't stop laughing, he almost lost his confidence. All right, no more jokes, Xiao Xinyu said, regaining her composure. Manager Li is quite petty. If the senior leaders see you dressed like this, you'll definitely get fired. Go check in upstairs. As she was about to lead Bai Yang upstairs, a group of imposing figures appeared in the distance. The hostesses along the way bowed in respect, creating a solemn and dignified scene. Xiao Xinyu's expression changed as she recalled Rule 18 of the Code of Conduct. When encountering the three elder officials, one must bow at a 90-degree angle to show respect. Go quickly. The leaders are here for an inspection. If you're seen like this, your job won't be safe, she urged, pushing Bai Yang. But he remained unmoved as if rooted to the spot. Go? Why should I? Bai Yang tilted his head and waved cheerfully at the approaching dignitaries. Xiao Xinyu was on the verge of panic. As the group of leaders came closer, she could clearly see the wrinkles on Long Zhanshan's forehead and the star emblems shining on their chests. She could only use her long hair to cover her face, trying to reduce her presence. Minister Bai, long time no see. Long Zhanshan laughed heartily, stepping forward to give Bai Yang a hearty pat on the chest. Old Long, it's been a few days, and your strength seems to have improved again, Bai Yang replied with a smile. At this point, Long Zhanshan had reached the 8th level of the body refining stage, looking particularly vigorous. This warm interaction left Xiao Xinyu, hiding on the side, stunned. To be on such familiar terms with Old Long and addressed as Minister Bai, this man in front of her was the legendary Minister of the Special Affairs Department? Remembering how she had just been teasing him and calling Old Long his fellow patient, Xiao Xinyu felt the world spinning around her, her mind buzzing. I thought this person was joking seriously, but it turns out I'm the fool. At this moment, Xiao Xinyu wished she could find a hole to crawl into, shrinking her head like a startled quail, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. The more she tried to make herself invisible, the more precisely Bai Yang's gaze locked onto her. What is your name? Bai Yang's voice was gentle, yet it sent chills down Xiao Xinyu's spine. I'm Xiao Xinyu. She resignedly closed her eyes, bracing herself for the judgment of fate. She had just spent a good while laughing at Elder Bai, so it would serve her right if she got fired. This comrade named Xiao Xinyu is quite enthusiastic and has a very friendly attitude towards the public. Bai Yang's unhurried words made Xiao Xinyu, who was ready to be ostracized nationwide, open her eyes in disbelief at the important figure before her. From the back of the crowd, a leader adorned with a star emblem on his chest hurried over, his face full of excitement. Minister Bai, Xiao Xinyu is from our department. This young comrade has high ideological awareness, and I've long seen her potential for taking on great responsibilities. He paused briefly, his eyes lighting up. Just as Li Miaoyu feels overwhelmed as the general manager, why not let Xiao Xinyu try the position and have Li Miaoyu assist as the deputy manager? After the group left in a grand procession, Xiao Xinyu remained standing there, in a daze. For 4 years, Ever since graduating from college, she had worked as a ceremonial hostess, and every promotion opportunity was blocked by Li Miaoyu with the excuse that the young need experience. But today, just because of a chance encounter with Minister Bai, she was directly promoted to general manager, making Li, who always gave her a hard time, now work under her. This simple compliment saved her decades of detours. Indeed, a girl who loves to smile will not have bad luck. 10 minutes later, the atmosphere in the conference hall was tense. 60 dignitaries wearing moon emblems were seated along the long table, with ministers Bai Yang and Lin Guobiao at the end, and Long Zhanshan seated in the center. The main reason for calling everyone here today is to discuss the conscription matter. As for why we need to conscript, I believe everyone is aware of the reasons. Long Zhanshan got straight to the point, eliciting various reactions from the crowd. Second elder, I believe conducting large-scale conscription and expansion of the military now is somewhat hasty. Yi Fan, representing the dovish faction, stood up in opposition. The military of the United States has about 1.5 million active soldiers, and Russia has around 1 million, while we already have 2.4 million active soldiers. Continuing to conscript may cause panic among countries on Earth, possibly leading to a third world war, which contradicts China's steady and prudent policy. His viewpoint immediately garnered the support of half the military's senior officials. In their view, with the heavenly demon cultivation method in hand, they could steadily maintain their position at the top of Earth's peak competition without the need for risky military expansion. General Yi, I think you're really losing your mind. Are conflicts between nations important? Xuecheng suddenly slammed the conference table and stood up, his face contorted with anger. We still have a level 5 beast sleeping off the coast of our city, and the main conflict for Huaxiao has long shifted to dealing with the beast crisis. His roar seemed to open the floodgates, and other hawkish leaders quickly echoed, General Xue is right. How can we let a beast snore beside our bed? In a few months, when the beast appears, the US will be too busy to care about us. Our mere 2.4 million soldiers are not enough. We must immediately recruit more troops. The dovish faction immediately countered, and the conference room erupted. That's nonsense. If the US invades next month, can you take responsibility for that? Utter nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Bai Yang stood aside, watching these normally intimidating military leaders argue like fishwives, and couldn't help but twitch his lips, his idealized view of the military high command completely shattered. This is actually quite mild, Long Zhanshan said nonchalantly. Sometimes, when the argument gets heated, they even come to blows. He coughed lightly, and the noisy conference room instantly quieted down. Both factions, despite their tensions, knew that the final decision lay with Elder Long, or more precisely, in Bai Yang's hands. Bai Yang spoke in a deep voice, there's bad news. The rate of spiritual energy in the air is increasing rapidly, which means the beast's awakening will happen sooner. His words hit like a heavy hammer, even making Long Zhanshan furrow his brows. Bai Yang had never mentioned this before. I only discovered this last night after reaching the pinnacle of the Golden Course stage, Bai Yang explained. My sensitivity to spiritual energy has heightened, and I can clearly sense the acceleration of the awakening process. He looked around at everyone and continued. To prepare for the imminent beast crisis, I suggest we immediately issue a recruitment order to expand our forces by 100 million soldiers. The current 1 million soldiers from major military districts will serve as instructors, implementing a 1-to-100 training system. Most of the military leaders nodded solemnly in agreement. However, Yi Fan was worried. Minister Bai, if the US allies with Western countries to invade, how should we respond? Bai Yang's lips curled into a slight smile. Based on experience, most people can break through the first level of body refinement in a few hours. Even the least talented can do it within a day. 100 million people training the heavenly demon technique simultaneously means he could gain at least 200 million demonic points in just one day. The thought excited him. Could he reach the nascent soul stage, the void refinement, or even directly to the integration stage? Unless nuclear weapons are used, ordinary weapons can hardly threaten him anymore. Bai Yang looked around and declared firmly, I alone am enough. An hour later, outside the side gate of the military compound, Ji Bo-de waited anxiously, constantly thinking of ways to curry favor with the mysterious minister of the Special Affairs Department. He considered using beauty, bribery, or even playing matchmaker or leading the way to a luxury club. As his thoughts raced, he heard the sound of footsteps and laughter approaching from inside. When the door opened, Ji Bo-da's pupils contracted sharply, and he couldn't stop trembling. The young man laughing and chatting with Elder Long Zhanshan was none other than the guide he had previously spoken to disrespectful highest official of Huaxia's Special Affairs Department. Ji Bo-de was so frightened that his face turned pale. He lowered his head, trying to leave quietly. However, at that moment, Bai Yang seemed to sense something and abruptly turned to look in Ji Bo-de's direction. That familiar face instantly triggered his memory. It was the young master from a wealthy family who had previously spoken disrespectfully multiple times. Long Lao, certain privileged individuals in the higher echelons of Kyoto have been bullying the common people. It's time to address this issue, Bai Yang said calmly. Yet, his words froze Ji Boda, who was about to flee, as if he had been placed under a binding spell. It's over. Ji Boda's heart sank into despair, wishing he could slap his past self. Offending the minister of the Special Affairs Department meant that the family's unsavory activities would likely be exposed within half an hour. Indeed, it's time for a proper cleanup, Long Zhanshan, a seasoned official, immediately understood the deeper meaning in Bai Yang's words. This reckless young man probably had no idea who Minister Bai was when he provoked him. Minister Bai, could there be some misunderstanding? My son has always been very well behaved. From the back of the crowd, Ji Dakong, pale-faced, stumbled to the front, looking at Bai Yang with pleading eyes. Well behaved, Bai Yang snorted. With the arrogance your son displays, I doubt this is the first time he's done something like this. Seeing Bai Yang unmoved, Ji Dakong anxiously turned to Long Zhanshan for help, only to receive a cold snort in response. Looking at his trembling son in the distance, Ji Dakong's anger surged, and he pulled out an 8-wolf leather belt from his waist and rushed over. I'll beat you, you ungrateful child. The iron buckle of the belt lashed across Ji Boda's body, tearing his expensive coat with each strike as his agonizing screams echoed. Bai Yang watched the spectacle with indifference, his heart unmoved. They hadn't realized their mistakes. They simply sensed their impending doom. Within just 15 minutes, investigators unearthed the Ji family's numerous crimes over the years, abducting women, oppressing citizens, openly selling official positions, and embezzling over 10 billion. They were destined for the harsh punishment of the 18 levels of hell. The next morning at 8 a.m., Huaxia's government released a major announcement. To address the impending Blue Star crisis and ensure the safety of 1.4 billion citizens, the Special Affairs Department, the Military Department, and the National Security Department jointly issued a conscription order. All individuals aged 18 to 50, with no criminal record and in good health, were eligible to enlist. The goal was to recruit 100 million soldiers nationwide, stopping once the quota was filled. This announcement instantly ignited the nation. The conscription topic dominated the front pages of major social platforms, with netizens expressing shock and engaging in heated discussions. 1 0, 2 zeros, 8 zeros. Am I seeing this right? 100 million? Wow. The current active force is only 2.4 million, and now they're increasing it by 41 times. Let me give you a quick overview. The total population of the UK is just over 60 million, which means that after this expansion, China will have 40 million more soldiers than the entire population of the UK. This news has caused a huge stir online. The announcement of recruiting 100 million soldiers hit like a thunderbolt. To put it in perspective, the combined active military personnel of all major powers on Earth barely reaches 20 million, and China is directly recruiting 100 million soldiers. This number is enough to make any country tremble. The Western countries have not yet noticed anything unusual, but the Chinese spies lurking in China are already restless. They finally understand why China is cutting off its connection to the external internet. It is preparing for a monumental operation. These spies, who have been meticulously trained since childhood, are now seeking every possible way to flee the country, fearing that if they delay even a moment, China will launch a blitzkrieg sweeping across much of the world. Amidst this chaos, in the student dormitory of Shanghai University, Ho Jiabao groggily climbed out of bed. Since his roommates Bai Yang and Zhang Dongdong left school one after another, the dormitory was left with just him and Xia Rui, the two left-behind kids. Hey, want to grab a bite at the canteen? Ho Jiabao called out to Xia Rui, who was busy gaming at his computer. Don't call me that. I'm busy gaming here, Xia Rui replied, eyes glued to the screen, fingers flying over the keyboard. You go ahead and eat. What do you want to eat? I'll bring it for you. Before Ho Jiabao could finish, Xia Rui changed his tone. Godfather, braised chicken rice will do, he said, pulling out his phone to transfer money. Just then, a yellow figure flashed across the game, and Xia Rui's character fell to the ground. Damn it, Xia Rui cursed. I've been waiting for ages, and as soon as I pick up my phone, you pop up. This guy is definitely cheating. As Xia Rui was about to continue his rant, his phone suddenly buzzed with a flurry of notifications. The most eye-catching was a news headline. 3 Chinese departments jointly issue a conscription order, recruiting 100 million soldiers within China. Another fake news, right? Xia Rui sneered. Yesterday, they were saying an 80-year-old lady never drinks water. But Ho Jiabao's expression turned serious. No. Look at this verification badge. It's officially released by the military. After carefully checking, they confirmed that the news was indeed true. Xia Rui's eyes lit up instantly. He had always dreamed of joining the military, but had been unable to due to height restrictions. This time, with the relaxed recruitment conditions, it might just be his chance. The two exchanged a glance and stood up simultaneously. This school? We can do without it. They put their arms around each other's shoulders and headed to the recruitment office near Shanghai University. At 6 in the evening, The aroma of grilled meat lingered in the air at the old soldier barbecue shop. Li Dalong wiped the sweat off his forehead and hung the closed sign on the door. Today wasn't an ordinary business day. It was a special occasion, the day he and his comrades honorably retired from the military 20 years ago. Inside the shop, a dozen middle-aged men gathered around a barbecue table, the clinking of glasses ringing continuously. They had traveled from all over the country to attend this long-awaited reunion. Back in the day in the company, I could do 200 push-ups in one go, Li Dalong said, raising his glass, his eyes glinting with memories. Now, even 10 are a struggle. He tilted his head back and downed another shot of strong liquor. Tell me about it. Zhang Jun, sitting across from him, patted his slightly protruding beer belly. I used to complete a 5-kilometer weighted run in 22 minutes. Now, just a few steps and I'm panting like an old ox. As he spoke, a glimmer of pride in his eyes was quickly replaced by deep melancholy. If only we could have stayed in the army, someone sighed softly, echoing the sentiment of everyone present. Just then, the sharp ring of a cell phone broke the somewhat heavy atmosphere. Li Dalong smiled apologetically at the group and hurried into the kitchen. Hello, honey. I'm having drinks with my buddies. Li Dalong's voice carried a hint of intoxication, but in the next moment, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, sobering him up significantly. The Huaxia government has issued a recruitment order to draft 100 million. His wife's excited voice came through the phone. Li Dalong's breathing quickened as he shakily tapped on the news link his wife sent. The bold words recruitment order jumped out at him. Guys, something big has happened. He rushed back to the restaurant, barely able to contain his excitement. Old Li, don't think you can get away with this, his comrades teased. Answering a call means you owe us a drink. Li Dalong wasn't in a hurry anymore. He sat down leisurely and asked meaningfully, if the Huaxia military suddenly called us back, what would you do? Everyone put down their glasses, exchanged glances, and replied in unison. If there's a war, we'll return when called. Li Dalong held up his phone, showing the screen to everyone. The news headline was clear. Huaxia's official website announced a recruitment order this morning, targeting people aged 18 to 50, planning to enlist 100 million soldiers nationwide, with limited spots available. The alcohol buzz vanished as a dazzling light shone in the eyes of the veterans present. This age range meant they still had a chance to return to the army. For these retired soldiers, the chance to serve their country again was the highest honor. Brothers, let's hurry, Li Dalong commanded. We don't want to miss out on spots when we sign up. In an instant, the slightly chubby middle-aged men lined up at the door, their former military demeanor re-emerging. All right, everyone, forward march. The sound of synchronized footsteps echoed down the street as this unique group ran towards the nearby recruitment office, becoming the most eye-catching scene on the street. At this moment, recruitment offices across the country were bustling with activity, with lines stretching from one end of the street to residential buildings thousands of meters away, the queue seemingly endless. In the line, people wore a variety of outfits, from the modest uniforms of janitors to the sharp suits of urban professionals, and even cosplay costumes of anime enthusiasts who had just come from a convention. In this unique moment, everyone set aside their differences in status and transformed into children of China eager to serve their country. The scene at the recruitment center was awe-inspiring. From dawn till late at night, a continuous stream of applicants poured in, showcasing the incredible unity of the Chinese people. Such a spectacle was unprecedented in other countries on the planet. The staff at the registration desk were exhausted, having worked for over 10 hours without a break, yet the line seemed endless. Next, the registrar called out mechanically, his head bowed, sighing at the thick stack of registration forms on the desk. My name is Bai Yang, and I'm 48 years old. Hearing this name, the registrar looked up sharply, scrutinizing the middle-aged man in front of him, silently confirming. He matched the photo forwarded by the superiors exactly. Is your wife's name Zhang Yumao? The registrar asked casually. Yes, I'm Zhang Yumao. A gentle-looking middle-aged woman peeked out from behind Bai Yang. The registrar continued to verify. And is your son's name Bai? Yes, it's Bai Yang, Bai Yang replied, scratching his head with a puzzled expression. Others had just confirmed their age and boarded the bus directly. So why did it feel like an interrogation in his case? At that moment, the registrar discreetly pressed a red button under the desk. 30 seconds later, 5 uniformed special forces officers approached briskly. Mr. Bai Yang, Ms. Zhang Yumao, the registrar said with a serious expression, your son has made a special contribution to the country, and there are specific arrangements for the families of honorees. Please follow these officers. The couple exchanged bewildered glances. There must be a mistake. Our son is just starting his own business. What contribution could he have made? Bai Hong said, confused. Yes, our Yang is just an ordinary college student who sleeps in until noon during holidays, Zhang Yumao added, shaking her head. The special forces captain bowed slightly, gesturing politely. I assure you, there is no mistake. Please come with us. A bulletproof SUV whisked the Bai couple away from the recruitment center, speeding towards the capital. As night deepened, The vehicle finally stopped at a high-end villa complex named Dragon's Nest. Guided by the staff, the couple entered a luxurious villa. The person in charge explained that this place was specially prepared for national honorees and their families, with security on par with the Forbidden City. Along the way, they encountered a few prominent figures they had only seen on TV, who all greeted them warmly. Sitting in the spacious and bright living room, Bai Hong and his wife still felt as if they were dreaming. They were just ordinary citizens, so how had they suddenly found themselves living in such a place? Everything happened so suddenly, it was hard to believe. Honey, do you think the government made a mistake? What special contributions can Bai Yang make to the country? Bai Hong sat on the sofa, furrowing his brows. As a father who knows his son well, he really couldn't understand this situation. Recalling Bai Yang's glorious history, Bai Hong couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. At 6, he stole peaches from the neighbor's yard. At 9, he provoked a big yellow dog and got bitten, crying loudly. By 12, he was mischievous enough to throw firecrackers into a cesspit, collapsing the entire outhouse. To say such a son could make special contributions to the country is less believable than a pig climbing a tree. Why overthink it? Just ask directly. Zhang Yuma pulled out her phone, skillfully opened the messaging app, and dialed a video call. At that moment, Bai Yang, dressed in a sharp, deep green military uniform, was standing somewhere waiting for his parents' call. He was contemplating. The scale of this conscription will surely be noticed by Western countries, and with potential spies in the upper echelons of Huaxia, it's crucial to bring his parents to a completely safe place. This would not only protect them, but also provide the best resources for magical cultivation. As the phone rang, Bai Yang immediately answered. Yang, didn't you say you were starting a business? How did you become a soldier? Zhang Yuma stared at her son, who was grinning on the screen, looking utterly perplexed. Mom, it's a military secret, I can't disclose it, Bai Yang replied succinctly. Bai Hong leaned closer to the screen. What exactly have you contributed to the country? Military secret, can't disclose. When did you enlist? Military secret, can't disclose. Then what can you tell us? Military secret, can't disclose. Seeing his father's face getting darker, Bai Yang cautiously said, Dad, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. With that, he quickly ended the call. The busy signal echoed in the living room. The couple exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. Although curious about what earth-shattering things their son was doing, they knew to stop probing since it involved military secrets. Old Bai, what do you think our son is up to? Zhang Yuma couldn't help but speculate. He's only been in college for a few years. Bai Hong rubbed his chin, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He must have met someone important. Maybe he inadvertently helped a big shot, who saw potential in him and gave him an opportunity. Zhang Yuma nodded in realization, thinking this explanation made sense. Given their son's age, it was indeed far-fetched to believe he could make a special contribution to the country. But if he had gained the favor of a significant figure, then it all made sense. And so, their guesses strayed further from the truth. Meanwhile, spies from various countries who managed to flee abroad finally contacted their intelligence departments, relaying the astonishing news that Huaxia was conscripting 1 billion soldiers. The message quickly reached the White House in the United States. No one understands conscription better than I do. It's impossible for Huaxia to enlist 100 million soldiers. They'd be lucky to recruit 500,000. President Trump sat in the Oval Office's large leather chair, leisurely sipping a steaming cup of coffee. As the leader of the Blue Planet, he scoffed at the news of Huaxia's recruitment efforts. In his view, even if the U.S. military issued a draft, reaching 1 million recruits would be uncertain, let alone Huaxia's ambitious goal of 100 million. James stood in front of the desk, observing the president's relaxed demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, he pulled a stack of photos from a file and respectfully handed them over. Mr. President, these are the latest field photos taken by our spies in Huaxia. Trump took the photos, and as his eyes scanned them, his usually composed face showed disbelief. The images depicted endless lines in front of recruitment centers across Huaxia, with crowds surging like waves. FK, this can't be real. Trump's hands trembled slightly. James lowered his head, speaking gravely. Mr. President, although we don't yet understand how Huaxia is doing it, based on the current trend, they are indeed likely to achieve their goal of enlisting 100 million troops. Trump's brow furrowed. This is too abnormal. We in the U.S. maintain 1.5 million active soldiers at the cost of nearly 900 billion. How can Huaxia sustain 100 million troops? James suddenly shuddered, as if realizing something dreadful, his voice trembling. Mr. President, perhaps Huaxia doesn't intend to sustain these soldiers at all. They might be preparing for the Third Blue Planet War. Trump's pupils contracted, and a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. He murmured to himself, repatriating foreign immigrants, recalling overseas Chinese, sealing borders, cutting off external internet, and now mass conscription. These are all standard pre-war preparations. Could Huaxia be planning a blitzkrieg like Germany? In the last 2 seasons' peak competitions, Huaxia ranked low due to outdated equipment. Now that they have the capability, It's possible they want to leap to the forefront in the third season. James analyzed. Trump slammed the desk. James, notify all Blue Planet nations immediately. We must protest Huaxia's conscription at the United Nations. Also, order the military to issue a draft. We need to enlist 10 million troops and engage in an arms race with Huaxia. Yes, sir. The next morning, Huaxia's official website announced. As of 8 a.m. today, the nation has successfully enlisted 100 million soldiers, marking the end of this recruitment drive. Those still in line are asked to leave orderly and avoid stampedes. Upon hearing the news, those who had queued through the night at recruitment centers let out a chorus of sighs. I've been in line since yesterday afternoon, a full 16 hours. It's full already? 100 million, just like that. I shouldn't have waited until you all signed up. I'm not afraid of being the 100 million in first, but missing the 100 million mark entirely. I'll definitely come next time. The disappointed crowd gradually dispersed, returning to their workplaces or schools. Though they hadn't joined the military as hoped, life continued as usual. In the grand conference hall at the headquarters of the Blue Star Alliance, a heated debate was underway, targeting Huaxia. The representative from the United States, Pelosi, stood at the podium, her expression stern as she pointed at the projection screen. Huaxia's sudden cutoff of external internet connections and large-scale conscription seriously threatens global peace. We demand an explanation. No sooner had she finished speaking than the representative from the island nation, Takizo Amira, stood up, his voice shaking with anger. 100 million soldiers. This is madness. Is Huaxia declaring war on the entire world? Following closely, the representative from the Stick Nation, Ma Dongxi, echoed. Yes, we demand an explanation. The Western Alliance, long prepared for this moment, seized the opportunity to present a series of demands. Huaxia must explain the reason for the conscription, disband the newly recruited soldiers, and allow Western representatives to enter the country for supervision. Faced with these aggressive demands, Huaxia's foreign minister, Wang Wenbin, sat calmly with a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his lips. As one of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, Huaxia holds veto power. Amidst the fierce accusations from various representatives, Wang Wenbin calmly pressed the no button. All unreasonable demands were thus nullified. Pelosi immediately flew into a rage, vehemently demanding to use the United States veto to counter Huaxia's veto. The alliance's minister merely shook his head at this absurd request, responding with no precedent, which left Pelosi livid. Meanwhile, the United States launched its own nationwide conscription plan, aiming to recruit 10 million young adults. President Trump sat leisurely in the Oval Office, tweeting confidently about the prospects of the draft. He even ordered additional personnel at recruitment centers to handle the anticipated crowds. However, reality struck hard. Recruitment centers across the states were deserted, with only a few homeless individuals signing up for the free food and shelter, while almost no one else showed interest. At a recruitment center in Florida, Sheriff Odurbio and his subordinates stood idly in the empty hall. A small-statured officer said despondently, "Sir, how are we supposed to meet the quota of 5,000? Shaking his head, Odurbio replied, "They have no idea about our citizens. These folks, always chasing freedom, wouldn't dream of joining the army. Let's wait a bit longer. Someone might come to sign up." Chief Odurbio leaned against the recruitment desk, letting out a frustrated sigh. He knew that expecting someone to voluntarily enlist at this time was nothing short of a pipe dream. Just then, a soccer ball accidentally rolled to his feet. In the distance, a young man with dyed blonde hair jogged over, but hesitated visibly upon seeing the group of armed police officers. "Young man, are you here to enlist?" Chief Odurbio immediately put on a welcoming smile and strode forward to greet him. No, I'm just here to fetch my ball," the young man stammered, pointing at the soccer ball on the ground, his voice tinged with palpable fear. "No, you're here to enlist." Odurbio drew his pistol, pressing it against the young man's waist, his voice cold. Yes, I'm here to enlist. Please don't shoot." The young man was so frightened he nearly jumped, pleading repeatedly. Under the escort of the police, this unfortunate young man quickly completed the registration process and was pushed into the military truck waiting outside. Seeing this easily acquired first volunteer, Odurbio had a revelation. Rather than waiting passively, it was better to take the initiative. "Everyone, get in the vehicles. We're heading to the market to recruit." At his command, the convoy set off immediately, heading straight for the bustling streets. 2.5 hours later, a fleet of military trucks returned full. The vehicles were packed with a diverse assortment of new recruits, a janitor clutching a broom, scantily clad bar staff, a black street vendor with a designer bag, and even a priest clutching his holy book. Thanks to Odurbio's initiative, his recruitment office became the only one in the United States to meet its enlistment quota. However, 3 days later, the U.S. recruitment drive ended in failure, with only 300,000 recruits, most of whom were homeless or forcibly rounded up passersby. President Temupu was furious and ordered the acceleration of genetic drug development if they couldn't match the numbers. they would surpass the billion-strong Chinese military in quality. This news, alongside China's successful recruitment completion, stirred up discussions online. Netizens from various countries expressed disbelief. It's like in our country, getting drafted is like a death sentence. Our athletes in Korea break down over a silver medal because only gold exempts them from service. This must be fake news. Who would willingly enlist? In India, men would rather take pills to change gender than serve in the military. In these countries, evading military service has become the norm, just like that Korean pop star who had his fans snatch up all the draft tickets. Because of this, no one believed the news about China's recruitment. People can't, or at least shouldn't. As speculation swirled outside, the atmosphere within the Huaxia Special Affairs Department building was tense. Inside the department's meeting room, stacks of documents towered, and Yang was diligently scribbling notes amidst the piles of paperwork. A lollipop hung from her lips, her long legs elegantly crossed, as she focused on addressing the myriad issues brought about by the conscription of 100 million new soldiers' resource allocation, personnel management, military expenditures, each task leaving the department's elite frazzled. "Good day, Minister Bai." A chorus of greetings suddenly echoed from outside the door. Yang quickly tucked the lollipop into a disposable paper cup on the table and immediately straightened her posture. Bai Yang entered, followed by 10 distinguished figures from the financial sector. Yang, long time no see. He greeted her, buried in her work. The group swiftly took their seats along the sides of the long table, with Bai Yang assuming the head seat. "How is the preparation for Huaxia's financial blitz against the nations of Blue Star?" Bai Yang asked directly. This operation was of the highest level, with 10 of the country's top financial experts present, 5 of whom had participated in the 1990s financial defense of the Hong Kong market, successfully thwarting international capital attacks. Yang looked up with a sweet smile. "Everything is ready, just waiting for your order." She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, a glint of determination in her eyes. "While other countries are distracted by the conscription, we can catch them off guard." She elaborated on the plan. Take the United States, for example. We currently hold over 800 billion in U.S. Treasury bonds. Once we start selling them off on a large scale, the U.S. will have to absorb them entirely or risk losing international trust. To do so, they will need to inject massive amounts of cash, causing the U.S. dollar to depreciate sharply. This will inevitably trigger panic selling among stockholders, allowing us to buy U.S. stocks at low prices. Western financial groups will then raise prices to stabilize the market, enabling us to cash out at a high point, completing the first round of profit-taking. The financial leaders present nodded in agreement. These were fundamental economic principles. Unless the U.S. opted for a credit default, events would unfold as anticipated. As Bai Yang noted, U.S. Treasury bonds, being sovereign debt issued by the U.S., inherently adhere to the principle of debts must be repaid. While it's commonly said that debtors are in charge, this notion clearly doesn't apply to relations between nations. Being able to secure a loan from a nation truly requires genuine capability. The nation's evaluation standards are stringent, and it only lends when it confirms the borrower's ability to repay. Once an individual incurs a national debt, even if they flee to the ends of the earth, the nation's relentless pursuit will inevitably catch up with them. Just like Mr. Su, who once dominated China's real estate scene, tried to flee after depleting Hung Tai, but ultimately couldn't escape justice and ended up in prison. Similarly, if a nation can borrow money from China, its economic strength is naturally sufficient to ensure debt repayment. Yang surveyed the room, observing the focused expressions of everyone present. She took a calm sip of warm water and confidently outlined the second step of her plan. "Once the major conglomerates buy all the U.S. stocks we offload, we will liquidate all Chinese enterprises in the U.S., delivering a fatal blow to the stock market. At that point, more panicked investors will surely sell their U.S. stocks at low prices. And after the major conglomerates suffer heavy losses, they won't dare to rashly take over these cheap stocks. This is when we can acquire all these low-priced U.S. stocks, waiting patiently for the U.S. authorities to buy them back at normal prices, completing a second harvest of the U.S." The conference room fell silent. The financial moguls present collectively drew a sharp breath. Their astonishment wasn't due to the feasibility of the plan. This was an overt strategy. Western countries, aware of China's ulterior motives in selling national bonds and enterprises, had no choice but to respond. It's their fate. However, the plan was indeed audacious. Once implemented, it would inevitably offend the powerful nations of the world. An elderly gentleman with white hair pondered for a moment and raised a critical question. "Young lady, your plan is theoretically flawless, but what if the countries of the world collectively refuse to play along? How do you intend to respond?" Bai Yang, with a slight smile, answered before Yang could. "Mr. Sun, that's not a concern. Just like in a herd of horses, if there's only one black horse, it will be ostracized. But if most of the white horses are dyed black, they won't mind each other's color because they're all the same." He paused and continued to explain. "If we use the funds we harvest to buy strategic resources, they will naturally resist. But if we buy things they consider worthless, like herbs, animals, and minerals, they would actually welcome it. The old gentleman suddenly understood. It's like a thief breaking into a mansion, not taking gold or jewels, but scavenging from the trash. The homeowner wouldn't stop them. Instead, they might see this free cleaner as a blessing. The countries not only get their national debts repaid, but also clear out long-standing inventory they couldn't ask for a better deal. Little did they know, these materials they regarded as trash would, in a few months, become hard currency on Earth. And their proud wealth would then be nothing more than a pile of worthless paper. I have no objections. I agree as well. This plan is viable. Everyone expressed their support. Under Ouyang Wan's excited gaze, Bai Yang made a sweeping gesture and declared emphatically, "In that case, I announce the official launch of the financial blitzkrieg plan. Let's show those Western wolves what China is capable of." At 2:30 that afternoon, China's four top securities companies Yinhai Securities, Huaxin Securities, Guangming Securities, and Fanyuan Securities began operating at high speed. Thousands of elite traders focused on their computers, the sound of keyboards clattering incessantly. Countless virtual accounts flooded the market at that moment, throwing billions worth of US, European, and island nation bonds into overseas markets like a tidal wave. Almost simultaneously, countries around the world on Blue Planet faced indiscriminate attacks from Huaxia, with only North Bear Country remaining unscathed. Inside the Kremlin Palace in North Bear Country, President Putin was overjoyed, clapping his hands in delight. Standing before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed at the snowy landscape of Moscow, praising the bold actions of his eastern allies. The enemy's suffering meant his own strength was growing, and this effortless victory left him in high spirits. Meanwhile, Western countries were plunged into unprecedented chaos. Huaxia's financial strategists were frantically selling off foreign government bonds, forcing these countries to print more money in response. The rapid devaluation of their currencies was astonishing, with stock markets taking the initial hit. "Damn it!" exclaimed an American investor, staring intently at his computer screen. 2 points down in 10 minutes. There's definitely something fishy going on here. In the trading halls, curses echoed continuously. Investors' emotions were split into two camps. One panicked, selling off assets at low prices to cut losses and escape quickly. The other stubbornly held onto their shares, convinced that, as long as we don't sell, we haven't lost. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat, yet they remained oblivious. As investors worldwide scrambled to sell, tens of thousands of Huaxia traders were acting in unison. Each managed dozens of virtual accounts, swiftly buying up low-priced stocks. This unusual behavior quickly caught the attention of Western financial conglomerates. At the Emperor Securities Exchange on Wall Street, Moffett was in the back office reviewing the accounts responsible for the massive sell-off of U.S. debt. Upon discovering that all these accounts originated from Huaxia, the corpulent financial tycoon snorted derisively. "Humph, those impudent Easterners dare to target the Western economy?" In the expansive conference room, financial moguls from top conglomerates like Rockefeller, Morgan, and Rothschild chuckled dismissively at his words. Their track record included bursting Japan's real estate bubble and outpacing the Gray Bear country in an arms race. They were accustomed to attacking other countries and had never faced such direct opposition. Surveying the room, Moffat spoke with a relaxed tone, "Ladies and gentlemen, with Huaxia dumping vast amounts of our Western countries' debt, causing stock markets to plummet, it's time to step in and save the market." He spoke as if discussing an ordinary matter. Heroes always appear at the crucial moment. Right now, in a lavish conference room, Morgan is holding a glass of 82 Lafite, a confident smile playing on his lips. "Our traders are ready, Mr. Moffat. Just give the word." Moffat, the legendary figure dubbed the embodiment of wisdom by American investors and whose lunch date can fetch millions, is intently focused on the stock market monitors before him. Major conglomerates have high hopes for him, believing that his maneuvers will swiftly mitigate the impact of China's treasury bond sell-off. Within an hour, under Moffat's precise direction, tens of thousands of traders swung into action. They began buying stocks en masse at normal prices, gradually replacing the market's downward green trend with an upward red line. This dramatic reversal left countless investors who had just sold in despair, feeling deeply humiliated. Meanwhile, those who held onto their stocks were ecstatic, convinced that this was a typical maneuver by conglomerates to shake out retail investors, strengthening their resolve to hold steady. However, in the Special Affairs Department's command center, Ouyang Wan observed the global market's rebound with a knowing smile. "The fish has taken the bait," she decisively ordered. "Everyone, the Western consortiums are stabilizing the market. Start selling stocks now." Suddenly, the command center was filled with the rapid clicks of mice as traders began offloading the stocks they had previously acquired at low prices. This counterattack was something Moffat had anticipated. "Ladies and gentlemen, we must absorb this wave of selling," Moffat explained to the leaders of the major conglomerates. "As long as we absorb all the stocks China is unloading, they will have no other moves. Victory in this financial defense battle will be ours." Despite some reluctance, The conglomerates ordered full-scale purchases. To them, the idea that a single country could shake the entire Western financial system seemed as futile as an egg hitting a rock. This adult versus child contest appeared to have a foregone conclusion. The consortium leaders shared a knowing smile and raised their glasses in celebration, unaware that their opponent was no ordinary adversary. They were facing a formidable opponent armed with financial artillery, ready to strike. When China, fully armed and prepared, truly begins to exert its power, these self-proclaimed invincible financial giants will soon understand what it means to truly fight without mercy. In just half an hour, 10,000 traders from Huaxia swiftly typed away on their keyboards, selling off stocks from various countries that they had previously purchased at low prices. In the trading hall, computer screens flashed with glaring numbers. In the American stock market alone, the net profit reached $300 billion across the entire blue planet. The earnings soared to an astonishing $4 trillion, a figure enough to buy the entire annual national income of an island nation. In the conference room of the Ministry of Finance building, the atmosphere was tense. Major business tycoons sat upright, their eyes fixed on the large screen displaying Ouyang Yuan. After the financial blitzkrieg plan was finalized, the Ministry of Finance immediately conducted a secret audit, revealing that Huaxia's total overseas assets amounted to a staggering $10 trillion. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your turn to perform, Ouyang Yuan stated bluntly on the screen. Led by business leaders like Dama Xiaoma and Lei Buxi, the decision came swiftly and decisively. All companies unanimously agreed to cooperate with the national action by fully liquidating overseas assets. Alibaba was the first to speak out, announcing a complete withdrawal from overseas markets. Following closely were leading companies like Xiaomi, Huawei, and Tencent. Even state-owned giants like State Grid, Sinopec, and China Tobacco joined this massive asset liquidation, decisively cutting off their overseas ties. This scene shocked major Western financial groups. They finally realized that the seemingly gentle Huaxia was actually a hidden master, greeting with a smile, but capable of earth-shattering moves once they decided to act. Stock markets around the world plummeted like kites with broken strings. Panicked investors scrambled to sell off their stocks, fearing that any delay would lead to total loss. However, even as stock prices hit rock bottom, the once wealthy financial groups dared not act recklessly. Who would dare play tricks in front of an awakened dragon? Just as global stock markets were about to hit the limit down, Huaxia's traders finally made their move. The stocks, which had dropped nearly 20, were snapped up at rock-bottom prices. To them, it was like buying an egg for a dime, absolute bargain. Traders from Huaxia rapidly clicked their mice, their eyes fixed intently on the flickering computer screens as their fingers danced across the keyboards. This rare opportunity had their eyes almost bloodshot with determination to seize the moment and scoop up stocks from various countries at rock-bottom prices. Meanwhile, in the Oval Office of the White House, President Trumpet's furious shouts caused the windows to tremble slightly. Damn it! Damn it! Trumpet slammed his fist on the solid wood desk, pointing at James in rage. Are these financial groups just a bunch of freeloaders? Always eager to reap profits, but playing dead when the stock market crashes? James stood still, his gaze locked on his shiny leather shoes, saying nothing. Such insubordinate words were only uttered in private by Trumpet to his trusted confidant. If they reached the ears of the financial leaders, Trumpet's presidency might be in jeopardy. Mr. President, James took a deep breath and spoke bravely. The immediate priority is to acquire the assets Huaxia is selling. These are high-potential, quality industries. Trumpet suppressed his anger, frowning. Huaxia suddenly selling government bonds might be understandable as a need for cash flow. But selling these quality industries? It made no sense. These industries, left untouched, could recoup their costs in 20 years, resulting in pure profit thereafter. Selling them all now was akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. As a businessman, Trumpet was baffled. Was Huaxia short on time? Or had they foreseen some impending disaster? James, Trumpet said gravely. Regardless, we must buy all these industries. As for the massive stocks Huaxia is buying up at low prices, I will convene a meeting with all affected countries to demand an explanation from Huaxia. The same scene played out across the globe. The US, Japan, and Western countries all stepped in to take over the overseas industries Huaxia was offloading. As for the massive stocks Huaxia held, they chose to turn a blind eye for now. This wasn't because the stocks were insignificant, but because Huaxia's financial blitzkrieg had offended too many nations. Like everyone being late meaning no one is late, countries collectively reached a consensus. If Huaxia was willing to negotiate, they might buy back at cost. If not, they could kiss that money goodbye. At 6 p.m., countries jointly issued a statement demanding Huaxia attend a coalition meeting the following noon to explain the day's events. While indignantly condemning Huaxia, Western countries seemed to forget their own history of launching similar financial attacks on other nations. Under official guidance from Huaxia, news of the financial blitzkrieg spread like wildfire domestically. The reactions online were polarizing. Whoa, is this for real? Did we really shoot down the Western economy? Our huaxia has risen. First, selling government bonds, and then assets. Those foreigners overseas must be stunned, huh? This might not be good news. Yeah, all economies are interconnected now. First, we closed off the country, and now we've offended everyone. What happens next? Enough with the worrywarts. Just trust the country. Amidst the heated discussions, time quietly slipped away. The atmosphere was tense in the conference hall of the Blue Star Union headquarters at noon the following day. Wang Wenbin, the spokesperson for the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs, stood at the podium with a serious expression, announcing a concession plan. China was willing to moderately lower the buyback prices of stocks from various countries, but the bottom line was not to go below the average stock market price of the past week. As soon as these words were spoken, the American representative, Pelosi, furrowed her brows deeply. She quickly scanned the stock market charts in her hands, calculating inwardly. Even at this so-called concession price, China could still gain a net profit of 12 trillion US dollars from other countries. This figure was enough to make the entire population of the island nation work tirelessly for America for 3 years. China must not be allowed to succeed. Pelosi sprang from her seat, her voice filled with palpable anger. China's despicable act of taking advantage of others and attacking the global economy must be jointly resisted. Exactly, the island nation representative, Takizawa Mera, immediately echoed. Returning the stocks at the purchase price is the most we can do. The hall was instantly filled with voices of agreement. The American representative is right. Returning them at purchase price is generous enough. What more does China want? The representatives from various countries expressed their unwillingness to pay more, clearly intent on playing hardball. At that moment, the North Bear Nation's representative, Alexander, suddenly slammed the table. When America and the Western Alliance reaped the economies of the Blue Star nations, none of you dared to say a word. He glared angrily at the representatives present. Now that China is using the same tactics against you, you jump up in opposition. I am ashamed to share the same planet with you. Say that again if you dare. The representative from Stick Nation, Ma Dongxi, stood up abruptly, his muscular frame stretching his black suit taut, resembling a street brawler ready for a fight. Without a word, Alexander took off his shoe and hurled it at Ma Dongxi. However, his aim was off, and it struck Pelosi on the head instead. Why hit me? Pelosi shouted angrily, clutching her head. You're no better. Alexander retorted unceremoniously. The conference hall descended into chaos. The well-dressed representatives from various countries abandoned their diplomatic decorum, with some shouting insults and others mimicking Alexander by throwing shoes. The entire hall turned into an absurd shoe snowball fight battlefield. If this scene were recorded and uploaded online, it would certainly shock the citizens of Blue Star nations who would have thought that in this so-called supreme meeting of the Blue Star Union, representatives would engage in such childish antics. As the chaos peaked, Wang Wenbin's voice, seemingly imbued with a certain magic, rang out. Everyone, please stop arguing. Miraculously, the hall quieted down. His tone remained firm. Regarding the stock buyback price, China will not back down and will adhere to the previously stated terms. Wang Wenbin stood confidently at the podium in the International Conference Hall, his gaze steady as he surveyed the representatives from various countries. China is willing to make concessions, he stated calmly. We will use all the funds from repurchasing stocks to buy local goods from your countries to help alleviate your inflation issues. Pelosi's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile. To her, this was an inevitable compromise from China after cutting off the supply of essential resources and high-tech products to Western countries. She assumed China was trying to hoard strategic materials like oil and went straight to the point. So, what exactly does China intend to purchase? Please provide details. The Western representatives in the room were already gearing up, ready to drive a hard bargain with China. If they wanted oil, they had already agreed to hike the prices more than tenfold. However, Wang Wenbin's answer left everyone stunned. Primarily 3 types of goods: various herbs, common livestock such as pigs, cows, sheep, and chickens, and a large quantity of non-metallic minerals. Are you kidding? Pelosi asked incredulously. Can you stand by this statement? Unfazed, Wang Wenbin retrieved a pre-prepared agreement from his briefcase and projected it onto the large screen at the front of the hall. The agreement's terms clearly stated that China committed to using the repurchase funds solely for these 3 types of goods, and countries must ensure supply. Any breach would incur a penalty of 10 trillion US dollars. What happened next was astonishing. Representatives from various countries rushed towards Wang Wenbin, eagerly pulling out their national seals to stamp the agreement. They feared China might back out, not even bothering to tidy their appearances, with even high-profile figures like Pelosi getting caught up in the chaotic crowd. The representatives, having stamped the agreement, practically sprinted out of the conference hall, heading straight for the airport. Meanwhile, Wang Wenbin carefully secured the agreement and quickly set off back to China. Both sides believed they had struck an excellent deal and hurried back home to share the news. The next day, a team of experts from China began conducting on-site inspections in various countries. Desperate to expedite the deal, the governments displayed all their non-metallic minerals and herbs for selection. When the experts saw the light blue minerals, they nonchalantly expressed a desire to contract the mining of these veins. The governments were overjoyed, thinking they had found a gullible buyer. They had already analyzed this light blue mineral and confirmed it contained no rare metals, deeming it worthless. In their view, only a country as enamored with jade as China would spend billions on a palm-sized stone. Now, eager to sell these worthless minerals at a good price, they wished China would take all the mining veins away. After reaching an agreement with the Huaxia Review Committee, governments around the world promptly led them on field inspections of local mineral veins. Experts, equipped with detection instruments, meticulously recorded data on each mineral deposit. A few hours later, when the review committee sent the compiled results back to Huaxia, Bai Yang and the three elders were utterly astonished. The number of spiritual stone veins discovered by various countries on Blue Planet far exceeded expectations: 46 large veins and 260 small veins. The most surprising discovery was in an island nation, which, despite its relatively small land area, harbored 9 large spiritual stone veins. According to the experts' preliminary assessment, acquiring and mining these veins would produce enough spiritual stones to support the cultivation needs of Huaxia's 1.4 billion people for an entire year. Although converting the spiritual energy in these stones to demonic energy is slightly less efficient for demon cultivators, this minor conversion loss is negligible in a future where resources are scarce. After several rounds of negotiations, Huaxiao acquired all the veins at a price of 1 billion miles gold per small vein and 10 billion miles gold per large vein. The governments, barely containing their immense joy, swiftly completed the contract signing. To accelerate the mining process, Huaxia offered an irresistible incentive: a reward of 1,000 miles yuan for every ton of, or mined, with no cap. As soon as this news broke, it sparked an unprecedented mining frenzy on Blue Planet. People flooded the mines, armed with various tools. The once busy factory offices quickly became deserted, and many small businesses were forced to close due to the mass disappearance of their employees. Driven by the lucrative bonuses, miners shattered the previous record of extracting a maximum of 3 tons per person per day, with production soaring to over 5 tons. In just 3 days, the frenzied laborers had completely exhausted all the veins. Subsequently, super freighters loaded with ores continuously sailed to Huaxia, while a significant influx of rare herbs and various poultry also began arriving at major ports in Huaxia. These developments sparked heated discussions on Blue Planet's internet. Some worried that Huaxia's extravagant spending on stones was a sign of decadence, while others were puzzled by Huaxia's massive procurement of poultry and herbs, questioning its relevance in an era dominated by Western medicine, where traditional Chinese medicine is considered to be in decline. As discussions buzz among netizens worldwide, a large-scale, intense operation unfolds across China. Coastal docks are bustling with activity as trucks loaded with poultry form long convoys, heading to slaughterhouses nationwide. At the Zhangjia village slaughterhouse, Zhang Taizhu watches as over 20 trucks roll in, his blood-stained butcher's knife clattering to the ground. For 6 years, he has led a leisurely life at this slaughterhouse, usually processing 8 or 9 pigs daily, with a maximum of 20 on holidays. But this week, everything changed. The village chief had arrived at the slaughterhouse with a grave expression, announcing the country's urgent need for them to expedite livestock processing. The men at the slaughterhouse confidently accepted the task, only to be overwhelmed by reality. Handling at least 1,000 pigs daily became relentless, and today was even worse. 1,000 pigs from the morning remained unfinished when over 500 more arrived in the afternoon. Zhang Taizhu let out a near-manic laugh as he gazed at the crowded pigs in the metal pen. At that moment, a soldier saluted them before turning away. The cabin was filled with the strong scent of medicated oil, a testament to their struggle to stay alert. Billions of livestock were being shipped back from overseas, and countless soldiers pushed through with only 2 or 3 hours of sleep each day, determined to fulfill their transportation duties. Seeing the soldiers' bloodshot eyes and dark circles, Zhang Taizhu quietly picked up his knife. Though their education was limited, only allowing them to do physical labor, these men proved their worth through action when their country needed them. They skillfully processed each pig, dissecting them into various parts like masterful butchers. Similar scenes played out in slaughterhouses across the nation. Millions of barrels of animal blood were sent to military districts to supply the training needs of 1 billion new Chinese recruits. Meanwhile, production lines at arms factories no longer churned out guns and bullets. Instead, they were piled high with skulls, spines, and various animal hides. Thanks to the efforts of over 100 academicians at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the mass production of the tin soul banners became a reality. By feeding skulls, spines, hides, and human blood into different sections of a machine, an authentic tin soul banner could be produced. Each banner, emitting a dark aura, was stamped with the Made in China imperial seal, marking the entry of this mysterious artifact into the era of industrial production. At this moment, Within the Kyoto military district, 1,000 members of the Dragon God Special Forces group were training in a secondary blood pool, all eyes on Bai Yang. Since dawn, the group leader had remained in the same position. Today marked the day a billion new Chinese recruits began training in the Heavenly Demon method. Except for some highland and border areas that needed a few more days, the animal blood supplies were already in place elsewhere. Bai Yang watched the light screen in his mind, feeling a surge of satisfaction as the demonic points climbed at an astonishing rate of over 60,000 per minute. The idea of gaining 200 million magic points by having 100 million new recruits in Huaxia break through the first level of the body refining stage filled Bai Yang with excitement. He couldn't help but envision the imminent surge in his power. Nascent soul? Void refinement? Or should I aim directly for the integration stage? A glint of determination flashed in Bai Yang's eyes. If I can break through to the integration stage in one go, wouldn't the entire blue planet be mine to command? First, I'll annihilate the island nation, then teach America a lesson, letting the world know who truly rules this planet. With these thoughts, Bai Yang couldn't suppress a slight smile and let out a soft chuckle. Those around him in the blood pool cast puzzled glances, as if they were looking at some strange creature. What are you looking at? Focus on your cultivation. Bai Yang snapped, both embarrassed and angry. Everyone quickly lowered their heads, concentrating on their cultivation in the blood pool. I spent 1,000 magic points on this, and you still don't train properly. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you, Bai Yang muttered under his breath. To enhance Huaxia's high-level combat power, he had specifically exchanged for 10 level 2 blood pools from the magic store, each worth 100 magic points, for the Dragon God Special Forces to train. Although the second layer of the Heavenly Demon cultivation method typically required devouring beast meat to hone one's ferocity, it was too slow, so using the blood pool was more practical. As time passed, the magic point numbers on the screen kept climbing. 80 million, 90 million, 99 million. Finally, the number leaped, breaking the 100 million mark. Detected that the host's accumulated magic points have exceeded 100 million. Releasing Milestone Achievement Package, Magic Path Beginner's Guide. Please collect promptly. The text on the screen suddenly changed. Instantly, a torrent of information flooded Bai Yang's mind. Magic treasure crafting, basic techniques, spiritual medicine cultivation, formation setup. Although it was all basic knowledge, such as crafting soul pendants limited to 100 or 1,000 souls, it still thrilled Bai Yang. He threw a punch, instantly shattering a giant boulder 50 meters away. A freebie package. I'd be too greedy if I weren't satisfied. Bai Yang thought eagerly. I wonder what greater rewards await when I accumulate 10 billion, 100 billion magic points. However, he quickly dismissed the idea of delaying his upgrades for the sake of packages. The priority was still to enhance his strength. As the sunset bathed the world in golden hues, the magic points finally surpassed 200 million. Bai Yang soared into the sky, swiftly ascending to the clouds 1,000 meters high. To avoid causing too much commotion during his breakthrough, he decided to do it within the clouds. Continuous upgrades. In an instant, overwhelming demonic energy erupted from Bai Yang's body, dispersing the clouds within a 10-kilometer radius, creating a massive void. Stop cultivating for a moment. Look at that huge hole in the sky, a soldier exclaimed, pointing upwards. Is group leader Bai ascending? His power is terrifying. Lung Feng stood frozen, his eyes vacant. He had been proud of breaking through to the early foundation establishment stage, thinking he was catching up to group leader Bai. But now it felt like a cold bucket of water had been poured over him. Bai Yang was like a towering iceberg, and what they could see was merely the tip above water. The true depth beneath was unknowable. Boom. Bai Yang's cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, yet the oppressive aura continued to rise. A massive shockwave erupted from him, creating a vacuum within a 100-mile radius. Even the clouds were swept away, revealing the deep blue sky. He had reached the early deity transformation stage. Bai Yang clenched his hands, feeling the immense power coursing through him. If he wished, he could fly at an astounding speed of 10 kilometers per second. The investment of 200 million demonic points was worth it. He quickly opened his personal panel to check his status. Name, Bai Yang. Demonic points, 6.53 million. Demonic artifacts, 18 layers of Hell Tower, 10,000 souls banner. Demonic realm, early deity transformation. Next stage, requires 300 million demonic points to break through to the mid-deity transformation stage. Seeing the requirement of 300 million demonic points for the next upgrade, Bai Yang's lips twitched slightly. As the need for demonic points increased, it was time to rally the 1.4 billion people of Huaxia to cultivate demonic arts together. In the next moment, Bai Yang vanished into thin air. A shockwave sliced through the sky, splitting the clouds in a straight line. He was headed to the coast of the Magic City to hunt a sleeping level 5 beast, both to eliminate a potential threat and to test his strength in real combat. On the ground, the members of the Dragon God Special Forces watched in awe before diving back into their cultivation with renewed fervor. Perhaps one day, They could reach group leader Bai's level. A few minutes later, the spectacle of the cloud splits stretching from the capital to the Magic City was posted on short video platforms, quickly amassing over 1 million likes. The comments section buzzed with activity. Can someone explain why the clouds are split in half? Though I'm not an expert, here's my take. Actually, I don't know either. You've successfully wasted a minute of my time. As an aerodynamics researcher, this cloud-splitting phenomenon resembles the shockwave effect of a high-speed object. Calculations show that flying at 10 kilometers per second could recreate this sight. Listen to yourself. 10 kilometers per second? Isn't that the speed of those old monsters from cultivation novels? The Huaxia government quietly liked the last comment, propelling the discussion to new heights. Originally, it was just a joke, but the official account of Huaxia actually liked it. This action immediately sparked a heated discussion online, with netizens eagerly joining the conversation as cultivators. Who would have thought that after the Blue Planet Defense War in the new calendar year 1999, there would still be fellow Taoists with power left? Someone remarked. Indeed, back then, the front line was so tense that I fought in and out of the alien forces 7 times while wearing a diaper, and my nascent soul was shattered, another netizen chimed in. Don't even mention it. My golden core was taken by the aliens, and surviving was purely by luck. Someone reminded, guys, we shouldn't be talking about this. We've all signed confidentiality agreements. The discussion intensified, with more and more people from the 80s and 90s joining in, seriously discussing the details of this battle. As the comments grew more outrageous, it left many from the 2000s confused and even caught the attention of various intelligence agencies worldwide. In the office of the President of the United States, President Trump was glaring at the intelligence officer, James, standing before him. James, are the spies your intelligence agency trained a bunch of idiots? Why are they reporting back such absurd news as the Blue Planet Defense War? Trump questioned with a frown. As a businessman in 1999, he had never heard of such a defense war. James cautiously took several photos from a file folder and laid them on the president's desk. Mr. President, I believe this is the Huaxia Strategic Deception Bureau setting the narrative. But these photos of the sky from Beijing to Shanghai do show clouds splitting weirdly in half. Trump impatiently interrupted him. James, such strange weather phenomena should be dealt with by the meteorologists, not brought to me. Seeing the president's impatience, James quickly changed the topic. Mr. President, we've made breakthrough progress in our genetic serum research. The second-tier genetic serum has been successfully developed, and significant advancements have been made with the third-tier serum as well. Only then did Trump show a satisfied expression, clearly more interested in this news. After leaving the president's office, James fell into deep thought. The cloud line stretching from Beijing to Shanghai resembled the contrail of something moving at high speed. The most advanced American fighter jets could only reach speeds of 3 kilometers per second, while calculations from the Physics Institute suggested that to create such a wide cloud gap, a speed of at least 8 kilometers per second was required. Huaxia's recently unveiled Zhuke-20 fighter jet had a top speed of only 2 kilometers per second. With Huaxia's current technological level, developing a jet capable of such incredible speeds seemed impossible. So, what could have caused such a peculiar atmospheric phenomenon? Could it be that Huaxia really has cultivators? The sudden thought sent a shiver down James's spine. China has a long history, with emperors pursuing immortality since ancient times. This idea kept swirling in James's mind. Perhaps the legends of cultivating immortality in China are not baseless, but indeed true. If the United States can develop genetic serums, then it might not be impossible for the Chinese to master the art of immortality. Driven by urgency, he rushed to the intelligence agency, preparing to deploy U.S. satellites in space to closely monitor every move within China. Meanwhile, over the vast East China Sea, a figure stood out of thin air. This figure was Bai Yang, now dressed in a brand new outfit. On his way to Shanghai, his supersonic flight had turned his regular attire to ashes due to intense friction. More embarrassingly, he was unaware until he reached the coast of Shanghai and found himself stark naked. Fortunately, the military had already sealed off the area, preventing outsiders from witnessing his predicament. At least this gear is finally useful, Bai Yang muttered to himself. He was now clad in a dark black, indestructible battle robe, gripping the demon soul prison sword, his gaze fixed intently on the deep sea below. For this hunt of the slumbering level 5 fierce beast, he had meticulously prepared. First spending 2 million magic points in the Demon Path Mall to acquire the must-have Demon Soul Prison Sword for demon cultivators, and another 100,000 points on this indestructible robe, which, aside from being unbreakable, had no other features. Although the robe wasn't cost-effective, it at least prevented embarrassing wardrobe malfunctions during battle. My journey begins. Facing his first battle in life, Bai Yang took a deep breath and resolutely plunged into the blue expanse. Upon entering the water, demonic energies surged around him, forming a 5-meter diameter spherical bubble, keeping the seawater at bay. The sight before him was terrifying. 300 meters below the sea surface, a 1,000-meter deep cliff appeared, and at its end, a fearsome giant beast covered in spikes lay asleep. This is a level 5 fierce beast. Even though he had glimpsed it in future visions, Bai Yang was still awed by the 100-meter-long colossus. Despite its slumber, the overwhelming spiritual pressure it emitted posed a significant threat to Bai Yang. You look like a turtle, so I'll call you Dragon Turtle. In your next life, remember to choose a better fate, Bai Yang thought solemnly, gripping the dark red demon soul prison sword with both hands, channeling all his demonic energy into it. The sword's blade instantly radiated a blinding blood-red light, turning the surrounding 100 meters of seawater crimson. As Bai Yang poised for action, the slumbering dragon turtle sensed danger. Its truck-sized eyelids began to twitch, and its heartbeat, once every 10 hours, suddenly accelerated. The impending threat was too great to ignore, and it abruptly awoke. Roar! A deafening roar exploded underwater, causing fish within a 10-mile radius to faint instantly. The dragon turtle, just opening its massive eyes, saw a 100-meter-long black and red sword energy slicing through the water like lightning. Though the dragon turtle was troubled by the thin spiritual energy in the water, its survival instinct kicked in. If it failed to withstand this strike, it would surely die. In a split second, it opened its gaping maw, unleashing a 10-meter-wide beam of spiritual energy that evaporated all water in its path. Boom! The sword energy and the light beam clashed violently at the seabed, the massive shockwave flipping the unconscious fish around. Against Bai Yang's long-prepared strike, the light beam was pushed back, and in an instant, the sword energy sliced through the dragon turtle's massive body, leaving a 1,000-meter-deep sword scar behind it. The trajectory of the spiritual energy beam rose, evaporating swathes of seawater before breaking through the surface and into space, coincidentally destroying a set of U.S. satellites monitoring China. The dragon turtle's enormous body was split in two, its blood staining the surrounding sea. "Oh no, my beast blood!" Bai Yang exclaimed, rushing forward to hastily gather the dragon turtle's remains, hoisting the colossal creature and speeding towards the Shanghai port. The oppressive atmosphere at the port of Magic City was suffocating. 3,000 warriors stood in orderly rows, each holding a 10-soul banner, their expressions solemn as they guarded the port. The sea wind howled, stirring the sound of waves. That morning, Bai Yang informed the three elders of his plan to attack and kill the level 5 beast slumbering along the coast of Magic City. The military immediately took action, sealing off the coastal ports completely. The strange phenomena in the sky made the three elders even more uneasy, and they personally stationed themselves at the port, hoping for Bai Yang's safe return. As night fell, the bright moonlight cast a chilling glow over the turbulent sea. Long Zhanshan frowned deeply, glancing at the two elders beside him who shared his worried expression. They recalled the earlier scene when they had tried to dissuade Bai Yang. In response to their objections, Bai Yang had silenced them with a single remark: "Flowers in a greenhouse will eventually face the elements once the greenhouse is destroyed. In that case, let the storm come more fiercely. I shouldn't have agreed this morning." Wang Zhongping lamented, slapping his thigh in regret for his impulsive decision. Feng Hongtao sighed. "It's too late for regrets now. We can only hope that our young friend Bai returns safely." The three elders were well aware that if forced to choose between Magic City and Bai Yang, they would unhesitatingly choose the latter. After all, a lost city could be retaken, but if something happened to Bai Yang, China would lose a key figure. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared on the horizon, racing towards the port. It was a towering 100 meters high, its body covered in sharp spikes, terrifying and grotesque. That's the beast." Long Zhanshan's eyes widened with dread, already fearing the worst outcome. "Fire the cannons! Fire!" he bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead as he gave the order. At that moment, Bai Yang was holding the body of the dragon turtle, pondering how to showcase his achievement upon returning to the port. Although he could easily store the dragon turtle in the storage space of the demonic system, he firmly believed that killing a beast without showing off is like wearing brocade robes at night. But just as he was considering how to boast subtly, the sight before him made him shudder. Thousands of cannon muzzles were pointed in his direction. "Don't fire, it's me," Bai Yang exclaimed, disappearing in an instant, and reappearing at the port of Magic City, holding the corpse of the dragon turtle aloft. Although shellfire can no longer harm Bai Yang, his instinct as a normal human still makes him reluctant to be bombarded. Meanwhile, in the White House of the United States, an emergency meeting is underway. How is this possible? President Trump stared in disbelief at the dozen high-resolution satellite photos spread out on the table. In the photos, a blinding beam of light shot from the ground into the sky, instantly destroying a group of American satellites. These final images were faithfully transmitted back to Earth by the dying satellites. "Mr. President," James stood solemnly nearby, "we have clearly underestimated China's technological capabilities. Besides this super laser cannon, they may also possess black technology weapons that allow aircraft to break through 8 kilometers per second. Over the years, China's development of advanced weapons in secret likely far exceeds our imagination." Trump's expression fluctuated, and the teacup in his hand shattered under his anger. As the century-long leader of the planet, the United States has always been at the forefront of technology. If China surpasses the US during his term, it would be a fatal blow to his re-election campaign. James, a fierce glint flashed in Trump's eyes. It's time to deploy our genetic soldiers. Contact India immediately and have our people infiltrate their army to create trouble for China at the border. Force them to hand over the black technology, or let them understand the cost of offending the United States. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, in a secret underground research facility in Washington state, an astonishing test is underway. Ready, go. With the sound of the starting gun, a figure shot out like an arrow from a bow. In just 1 second, Caesar accurately reached the end of the 100-meter track, drawing gasps of admiration from the genetic soldiers present. Captain Caesar is amazing. He's already preparing for the third-level gene serum injection. Yeah, compared to the captain, we second-level genetic soldiers are nothing. Caesar walked expressionlessly to a bench and sat down, accustomed to such praise. As the first American super soldier able to withstand the second-level genetic serum, he was confident that he stood at the pinnacle of the planet's power. At this moment, the graceful Delia approached. Mr. Caesar, the White House has ordered you to lead a team to India to assist them against China. Is it finally time to show my skills? Caesar's lips curled into a devilish smile as he casually punched and shattered a nearby force gauge. Amid the exclamations of the onlookers, he stood proudly. Death Squad, march with me. Let those Chinese who only know some minor martial arts tremble under our might. The next morning, a Boeing aircraft from the United States landed smoothly at the Old Delhi airport in India. As Caesar and his group stepped out of the plane, the spectacle before them left them speechless. 10 motorcycles approached in a fan formation, each carrying an unbelievable 6-layer human pyramid. The soldier at the very top held the Indian flag high, striking a pose as if ready to take flight, standing out remarkably in the morning light. Even more astonishing was the sight of hundreds more motorcycles following behind, each crammed with 10 Indian soldiers, their tires nearly deformed under the immense weight. Is this some kind of acrobatic performance? Caesar scratched his head in disbelief. In his understanding, it was almost unimaginable for a motorcycle to carry so many people. This efficient way of troop transport was something that even the United States and other countries could only dream of. Delia watched this peculiar welcome ceremony, her mouth twitching involuntarily. Just then, an Indian official approached with a broad smile. Friends from the United States, welcome to India. He extended a hand, its fingernails filled with black grime. Caesar quickly and discreetly placed his hands behind his back, skillfully avoiding this close encounter. The official was unfazed, taking a tray from a nearby hostess and sincerely saying, "This is holy water we've specially collected from the Ganges. We hope you will have a taste." Caesar and Delia exchanged a glance, both feeling a twitch in their right eyelids. The water in the transparent glass not only had sediment at the bottom, but Caesar also noticed wriggling larvae within. Sensing the guest's hesitation, the official immediately downed his glass, making a point to show the empty base. "We drink Ganges water every day and are in excellent health. Please enjoy." "No need. Thank you for the gesture. But let's proceed to the state banquet," Caesar said, suppressing his discomfort. Having just witnessed the official drink the larvae-infested water, he couldn't help but think. This official, who drinks Ganges water daily and is still alive, might be more of a genetic warrior than I am. An hour later, at the state banquet in the Old Delhi Palace, the Indian officials were holding goblets filled with Ganges water in one hand and devouring a yellowish dish with the other, enjoying themselves immensely. Meanwhile, the Reaper squad from the United States looked uneasy. Caesar stared at the unknown yellowish dish in front of him, frowning. He recalled the elaborate and tempting Manchu Han imperial feast he had seen online, with its 108 exquisite dishes that seemed to exude an aroma just from the pictures. At this moment, all he wanted to do was flip the table in front of him, thinking to himself, "Is this what they call a state banquet? What kind of nonsense is this?" At that moment, a soldier from the Flying Pie country burst into the palace in a state of panic, his face etched with terror as he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Disaster! A 5-meter giant lizard has appeared in the city, causing hundreds of casualties." Upon hearing this, Caesar sprang to his feet, a glint of determination in his eyes. Such a beast had appeared not only in the United States, but now in the Flying Pie country as well. In a flash, he was in front of the soldier, grabbing him by the collar and rushing out, "Lead the way." The 9 members of the death squad followed closely behind, in perfect sync. The story began earlier in the year. During animal experiments at a secret research facility in the United States, it was discovered that intense stimulation could cause animals to mutate. These mutated creatures, named fierce beasts, not only grew significantly in size, but also exhibited astounding aggression. Even more astonishing was the discovery of a mysterious substance within these beasts that could enhance human physical abilities. After repeated experiments, the Research Institute successfully developed a genetic serum, dubbing this substance supergene. Caesar's true mission was not rescue, but to obtain the giant lizard's corpse as experimental material. This valuable research resource was something he was determined to acquire. At that moment, the giant lizard was rampaging through the bustling city, each attack fueled by endless resentment. Just 2.5 hours earlier, it had been an ordinary lizard, basking leisurely on a rock. The arrival of 4 men from Flying Pie Country changed its fate. Forever they subjected the innocent creature to 2 hours of brutal torment. In its extreme pain and despair, the surrounding energy surged into its body, instantly elevating it to a level 2 fierce beast. It first tormented the 4 men to death, but its anger was far from sated. Following the densely populated areas, the giant lizard embarked on a path of frenzied revenge. With one sweep, it severed 5 passersby in half, and its tail immediately targeted a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man. Bang! Though Caesar was forced back 3 steps by the immense force, he firmly grasped the giant lizard's tail. I don't know what you've been through, but running into me means you've met your match. His fighting spirit surged. This lizard's strength far exceeded that of any fierce beast cultivated by the Research Institute. Mastering this stimulation method could propel the U.S. genetic serum research forward by leaps and bounds. The giant lizard, enraged by his dismissive tone, charged forward to fight, disregarding the size difference. In the distance, the death squad members chatted idly. How long do you think this fight will last? No more than 10 minutes. It's a shame Flying Pie Country only has this one fierce beast, not enough to go around. A nearby high-ranking official from Flying Pie Country watched the intense battle between man and beast, his voice trembling as he asked, "Aren't you going to help?" Hundreds of soldiers huddled behind the official, staring at the deep craters caused by the distant battle, and not one dared to step forward. If not for strict military discipline, they would have likely scattered and fled long ago. Help? You have no idea about Captain Caesar's strength. To him, the giant lizard is nothing more than a big bug, easily crushed with a flick of his finger. Delia haughtily lifted her chin, her superior demeanor mesmerizing the soldiers behind her. The battle unfolded just as Delia predicted. Over time, despite the giant lizard's aggressive attacks, its wide and reckless moves quickly exhausted its energy. Caesar seized the opportunity, nimbly dodging before swiftly moving in. With a flash of his long sword, the lizard's head fell to the ground. Oh my gosh, this is a miracle. Even the 18 arhats under Buddha couldn't compare to this man. Mom, I saw a superhero. The soldiers chattered excitedly, their eyes shining with fervent admiration. So Hollywood movies are all true. America really has superheroes, one soldier shouted excitedly. Enough chatter, get us to the border quickly. I can't stand another second in this miserable place, Caesar said with disdain, completely ignoring the presence of high-ranking officials from the Pancake Country. The area was not only lacking in food, but the only available drink was the murky water from the Huan River. The convoy headed toward the border between Pancake Country and Huaxia, and the accompanying high-ranking officials secretly rejoiced with the help of America's genetic warriors. Pancake Country's territory would surely expand again. Meanwhile, at the Qianhe Valley on the Huaxia border, 2 border guards were patrolling near the Huaxia boundary marker. They were there to prevent the Pancake Country soldiers from secretly moving the marker forward, something that had happened more than once. Squad Leader Lee, when do you think the cultivation supplies from the state will arrive? My comrades from the same batch have already started practicing their cultivation techniques. Wang Hongjun kicked a small stone as he walked, his eyes filled with longing for cultivation. He could have chosen a comfortable post in a city military district, but he chose to guard the border. We're in a high-altitude area, at the country's border, so it's not easy for supply convoys to get here, Li Rongxiang replied, taking a deep drag of his pipe, the smoke making Wang Hongjuan's eyes water. 8 years of border life had not only weathered Li Rongxiang's face, but also given him a habit of smoking. Squad Leader Li, the regulations say no smoking during patrols, Wang Hongjun advised helplessly. In this godforsaken place, if I can't have a smoke, I can't get through the day. Li Rongxiang chuckled, but the Huaxia cultivation techniques are truly impressive. The instructor Zhang Wei, who came from above, is in his early 20s and can break a 10-centimeter thick steel plate with one punch. Since instructor Zhang Wei arrived at the Qianhe Valley outpost 3 days ago, witnessing the power of a cultivator had given the soldiers newfound hope, and they eagerly awaited the arrival of cultivation supplies. On the border of Huaxia, Wang Hongjuan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Our instructor is only at the 8th level of body refinement, but I've heard that someone in the capital's military district has already broken through to the mid-foundation stage. He swung his arms energetically. With that speed, they fly through the sky like an arrow. Once our billion-strong Huaxia army reaches the foundation stage, we'll flatten the island nation first, then deal with the U.S., and become the world's leader. Comrade Xiao Wang. A steady voice suddenly sounded behind him. Don't speak carelessly about things that aren't conducive to unity. Huaxia has always been a land of etiquette and propriety. The 2 men turned sharply to see Commander Qi Jiabao standing there, having appeared unnoticed. Commander Chi's expression was stern, but his tone was somewhat gentle. If that day ever comes, it will be to combat the evil forces on Blue Star. Huaxia is forever the embodiment of justice. Yes, the embodiment of justice. Wang Hongjun nodded repeatedly. Next to him, Li Rongxiang tried to hide his pipe behind his back, but Commander Chi saw through it immediately. Shaoli, am I wrong? Your nostrils are smoking. Stop hiding it. Go back and write a 10,000 words self-critique. Li Rongxiang was about to defend himself when his pupils suddenly contracted. In the distance on the border, a large army from Fabing country was approaching imposingly, at least 1,000 strong. Not good. The Fabing country's ASIN is causing trouble again. Quickly, call for reinforcements. Qi Jiabao immediately grabbed his radio to summon the border guards, his gaze fixed intensely on the distance. 2 minutes later, tensions were high on the border. An ASIN commander was groveling to a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner. Honorable Lord Caesar, please wait a moment. We'll soon have these Huaxia people fleeing in panic. With that, he jogged to the back of the formation to give orders. Captain Caesar, from the looks of it, we won't need to intervene, remarked the blonde woman. Delia, lazily stretching as she glanced at the 100 or so soldiers gathered in front of the Huaxia border marker. 1,000 against 100. If they can't win even this, Fabing country might as well disband. Mere ants, Caesar muttered with a slight frown, appearing somewhat impatient. Even if you added everyone here together, they wouldn't be worthy opponents for me. At this moment, both sides were facing off 50 meters from the border marker. Qi Jiabao stood at the front, gripping an iron rod. This is Huaxia territory. If you don't want to fight, get out of here. Though reinforcements were on the way, he was determined to hold his ground. This is Fabing country's land. You yellow-skinned monkeys better scram. The ASIN commander shouted, as over 1,000 of his men laughed behind him. A war of words erupted. Despite being outnumbered, the Huaxia soldiers were not intimidated, their voices booming like thunder. Screw your mothers, you idiots. Come over here if you dare, and I'll break your legs. Their fierce national insults left the ASIN soldiers speechless, their morale visibly diminished. If you can't win the argument, just leave. Don't waste time. Qi Jiabao stood fiercely in front of the Huaxia boundary marker, glaring at the ASIN soldiers across from him, his voice booming with anger. The over 1,000 ASIN soldiers on the other side were intimidated by his presence, but stubbornly refused to back down. The ASIN commander gritted his teeth and shouted, "If you know what's good for you, leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me if you get killed later." With that, he signaled for 500 soldiers armed with iron rods to advance toward the Huaxia boundary marker. To him, 500 men were more than enough to deal with a mere 100 Huaxia soldiers. The rest of the 500 soldiers stayed put, ensuring that even if word got out, other countries wouldn't think that the Flying Cake Nation was bullying with numbers. This is your final warning. This is Huaxia territory. Step forward at your own peril. Over 100 Huaxia soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder, forming an unbreakable human wall in front of the boundary marker. Behind them lay their sacred homeland, every inch of which they were sworn to defend. Throw stones at them, ordered the ASIN commander. 500 soldiers bent down to pick up stones. Although both sides were armed with guns, neither dared to fire first. A small skirmish could be excused, but gunfire would signal the outbreak of war. As the first stone crossed the boundary marker and landed in Huaxia territory, Qi Jiabao roared, "Brothers, charge with me. Officers, lead from the front, conscripts fall back." With that, he was the first to rush forward. The border soldiers, like tigers released from a cage, charged with iron rods in hand. Their momentum nearly caused the ASIN soldiers to turn and flee. Who would risk their life for less than 3,000 a month? Don't run. All of you charge. Anyone who retreats or slacks off will face military justice. The ASIN commander knew his men well and left them no choice. Having risen from the ranks himself, he understood their mindset all too well. Forced into a corner, the ASIN soldiers had no choice but to fight. They clutched their clubs tightly, yelling as they rushed toward the Huaxia fighters, thinking their numbers would give them the advantage. The battle erupted instantly. Qi Jiabao fought like a deity, his iron rod a blur as he struck down 3 ASIN soldiers, leaving them bloodied. Just then, an ASIN soldier tried to sneak up on him from the side, swinging a club to attack. "Damn you!" Li Rongxiang spotted the threat in time, kicking the assailant 3 meters away. He grinned at Qi Jiabao. "Captain Qi, I just saved your life. Can you let me off the hook for that 10,000-word reflection you wanted?" Before Qi Jiabao could respond, Li was already charging back into the fray. Both sides were bloodied, but the Huaxia soldiers fought with increasing ferocity. Their fearless determination terrified the ASIN soldiers, who began to retreat, their cries echoing like wailing ghosts. "Do these Huaxia people not feel pain?" the ASIN soldiers shouted in terror. The ASIN commander watched from the rear, his face livid. Being beaten so badly with 500 against 100 was a disgrace. "What are you standing around for? All of you charge." He abandoned all pretense, ordering every soldier to attack while he and the other officers stayed back to supervise. Meanwhile, among the ASIN officers, there were disdainful mutters. Huaxia's officers are fools. Look at that captain, his head's covered in blood. TSK, isn't that the truth? Combat is a soldier's duty. We are only here to command from the rear, scoffed a group of officers from the Flying Pancake Nation, watching with disdain as the Huaxia officers led from the front lines. In their view, officers were meant to remain above the fray, issuing orders rather than engaging in battle themselves. As another wave of 500 soldiers from the Flying Pancake Nation joined the fray, the tide of battle quickly turned. Despite the valor of Huaxia's 100 warriors, they were overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the enemy. Just as Qi Jiabao was about to shout, "Hold the line," a steel rod mercilessly struck the back of his head. "He's the commander! Get him!" sneered a soldier from the Flying Pancake Nation, rallying his comrades to attack the fallen Huaxia officer. They believed that capturing the enemy leader would lead to the collapse of the entire unit. But they were gravely mistaken. In the Huaxiao army, the fall of the highest-ranking officer did not signal defeat. It only ignited an even fiercer fighting spirit. From the commander to the captain, down to the last soldier, every individual was prepared to fight to the death in defense. "Commander Qi!" roared Captain Qin Chaoran, rushing forward to shield the fallen commander with his own body. The steel rods rained down on him with a sickening thud. This scene ignited the fury of the Huaxia soldiers. Ignoring their injuries, they charged toward their commander like unleashed tigers. Even if they fell with broken legs, they would still bite at the enemy's ankles. This fearless determination instilled fear in the hearts of over 1,000 enemy soldiers. Amidst the chaos of battle, 10 soldiers from the Flying Pancake Nation attempted to sneak towards the Huaxia boundary marker. Wang Hongjun noticed in time and broke away from the fight to intercept them. "I warn you, this is the Huaxia boundary marker. Back off," he shouted, gripping a steel rod and standing resolutely in front of the marker. The 10 soldiers were unfazed, striking Wang Hongjun to the ground with their rods. Blood quickly stained the earth, but as they prepared to move the marker, Wang Hongjun, though barely conscious, summoned incredible willpower. He clung to the marker with a fierce determination in his bloodshot eyes, causing the assailants to shudder. At the critical moment, reinforcements from the Qianhe Valley outpost arrived. 20 military vehicles roared in, and the blaring sound of the charge echoed through the valley. Over 300 border guards charged onto the battlefield, their hearts ablaze with righteous fury at the sight before them. In the end, the Huaxia boundary marker stood firm. Though young Wang Hongjun lay unconscious, he continued to clutch the marker tightly. Over 100 warriors had held back 1,000 enemy soldiers for a full 10 minutes with their blood and flesh. The bloodstains on the marker silently testified. "An inch of land, an inch of blood. I'll kill you all, you bastards." Zhang Wei roared, unleashing the power of his 8th-level body refinement strength. In just a few breaths, he charged at the ASIN soldiers like a fierce tiger released from its cage. With a powerful punch, he created a hole the size of a bowl in one soldier's abdomen, flinging him like a bowling ball and knocking down a dozen others. Although Zhang Wei thought it unnecessary, he followed protocol and reported the conflict to his superiors. Carrying the black-cloaked human emperor banner, he, a dignified body refinement cultivator, found it ridiculously easy to deal with these soldiers from the Flying Pancake Nation. Indeed, Zhang Wei rampaged through the enemy ranks, each punch felling several foes, leaving the ASIN soldiers in disarray. From a distance, Caesar squinted slightly, a subtle glint in his eyes. "This guy is interesting, but his strength is far inferior to mine. He's not worth my personal attention. Delia, teach him a lesson." Before he finished speaking, Delia's figure vanished, charging towards Zhang Wei with electric sparks in her wake. Good timing. Zhang Wei advanced instead of retreating, meeting her with a punch. Their fists collided, and he only took 3 steps back, while Delia was pushed back over 10 meters. "Impossible." Delia stared at her fist in disbelief. As the second-ranked genetic warrior in the United States, only below Captain Caesar, she found herself at a disadvantage in pure strength. "What's impossible?" Zhang Wei sneered, stepping forward instantly. His fluid military boxing forced Delia to retreat continuously, struggling to defend herself. Several times, she narrowly avoided having her head blasted by his punch, looking utterly embarrassed. "Come back, you can't beat him." Caesar maintained a calm exterior, but internally, he was shocked. He had completely misjudged. This Chinese man's strength was on par with his own. Caesar kicked up dust as he sped over, stopping 20 meters from Zhang Wei. Solemnly, he said, "I assume you are the top martial artist in China today? You are worthy of a fight with me." "Me? The top martial artist in China?" Zhang Wei looked around, pointing to his own head, bewildered. He was merely an 8th-level body refinement cultivator, with plenty of others in the military stronger than him. Was this foreigner talking to him? "You Chinese love playing these psychological games. I know you too well," Caesar said, arms crossed, disdainful. "An invincible person should have an invincible will. As the top martial artist in China, you only resort to tricks. You'll never achieve greatness this way." Zhang Wei couldn't be bothered with more words and launched a fierce attack. The two exchanged blows, evenly matched. Zhang Wei thought to himself that he might not even rank in the top 500,000 in the national cultivation scene. Yet this American called him China's top martial artist truly. Ignorance is fearless. Such power, I acknowledge you. Caesar and Zhang Wei both threw a punch, sending each other flying backward. Excitedly, Caesar shouted, "What's your name?" "I, Caesar, am willing to call you the second strongest man on earth." "That's a load of crap. I'm just a rookie, and you say I'm the strongest in China?" Zhang Wei finally couldn't hold back his outburst. He glared at the foreigner in front of him, who called himself Caesar. The foreigner's confident expression only made Zhang Wei more furious. Recalling the time at the training camp when he was completely outmatched by the elite instructor in an Oniantan scenario, Zhang Wei felt his face burning with embarrassment. This Caesar must be mocking him. A surge of anger welled up inside him, and Zhang Wei decisively reached behind him, retrieving an object wrapped tightly in black cloth. When he unveiled the cloth, a banner emitting an eerie black smoke appeared before every Ionia Ten Souls banner. According to international conventions, surrendering requires a white flag. Why is your flag emitting black smoke? Caesar eyed the strangely designed banner, a chilling feeling creeping over him, causing him to stand still, unwilling to make a reckless move. "Foreigner, this is the Emperor's banner. If you're interested, you can step inside for a visit." Zhang Wei laughed loudly, his tone carrying a sinister edge. Caesar immediately sensed danger. Just moments ago, they were fiercely battling, and now he was being invited as a guest. This had to be a trap. On the battlefield, the Chinese soldiers, upon seeing Zhang Wei wield the Ten Souls banner, quickly picked up their injured comrades and retreated swiftly. This scene left the opposing soldiers from India dumbfounded. They had been on the receiving end of an assault just moments before, and now they couldn't understand why the Chinese soldiers were suddenly retreating. Meanwhile, Bai Yang was rushing towards the Qinha Valley. As a magic cultivator in the transformation stage, unless a fierce beast appeared, he was an unmatched presence on this planet. Upon receiving news of the border conflict, he no longer needed to hold back. The provocation from the neighboring nation gave him a reason to act. On the battlefield at Qinha Valley, 10 spirits, shrouded in black mist, had already been released by Zhang Wei, putting Caesar in a dire situation. These spirits wandered aimlessly among the crowd, randomly grabbing unfortunate Indian soldiers and tearing into them, sending them fleeing in terror. "Captain, what if we all attack together?" Delia's suggestion was cut short by Caesar. "This is a battle between kings," Caesar stubbornly declared. "The new king of China covets the throne of the planet's overlord and has mustered the courage to challenge me. None of you are allowed to intervene." As the strongest genetic warrior from America, he would not allow himself to win through an ambush, as it would tarnish his honor. Despite the clear disadvantage, Caesar shouted loudly, "Chinese warrior, I admit you're strong, but you can't defeat me." This inexplicable declaration of victory left Zhang Wei puzzled. "Delia, give me that." Hearing Caesar's resolute tone, Delia shivered, murmuring to herself, "Has it really come to this point?" The United States has successfully developed the prototype of a third-tier genetic serum. However, due to a mortality rate exceeding 80% upon consumption, it has not yet been officially deployed. On her visit to the Kingdom of Pies, Delia brought along a vial of this crimson serum as a precaution. Now, in this life-or-death moment, the serum, initially intended for emergencies, proved invaluable. Holding the serum with a grave expression, Delia understood its power as the most formidable genetic warrior of the United States. But she had no other choice. With a swift throw, the crimson vial traced a perfect arc through the air, only to be intercepted just before reaching Caesar's grasp. "What is this?" Bai Yang toyed with the vial, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Moments ago, he had locked onto Delia and Caesar's interaction with his spiritual sense while flying at high speed. To thwart the enemy, he accelerated, seizing the mysterious serum just in time. "You." Caesar was dumbfounded, pointing at Bai Yang, unable to form complete sentences. The man seemed to have appeared out of thin air, making Caesar suspect he possessed teleportation abilities. "Commander Bai, sir." Zhang Wei noticed the sun emblem on Bai Yang's chest and immediately stood at attention, saluting with excitement. Such power was unmatched nationwide, attributed only to Bai Yang, the creator of the Huaxia cultivation method. However, Bai Yang's attention was drawn to the grim scene before him, his heart heavy. Over 400 border soldiers stood at the boundary stone, each bearing grievous wounds, yet not a single one retreated. If the enemy soldiers pressed on, these resolute warriors would hold the ground with their battered bodies. "Report, Commander." Qi Jiabao, seeing Bai Yang approach, summoned his last ounce of strength to stand straight. The Qinha Valley outpost, with 426 border soldiers, successfully repelled the enemy. His voice faltered, and his head drooped as his body succumbed to blood loss. Captain Qi. Li Rongxiang, with 2 broken legs, crawled arduously on the ground, leaving a trail of blood. "Weren't you going to punish me with a report? Wake up, wake up. Who will I submit it to? Not a single one of you will die while I'm here." Bai Yang roared, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy. His figure swiftly flashed in front of each severely injured soldier, channeling the energy into their bodies. Miraculously, under its influence, the soldiers' missing limbs and damaged organs began to regenerate at a visible pace. This bizarre spectacle left the 1,000 enemy soldiers and the U.S. Death Squad watching in fear, instilling an involuntary urge to retreat. Caesar turned and ran, the pride in his heart flung far away. His legs trembled uncontrollably because the figure before him was not human, but a malevolent deity shrouded in dark aura. Isn't Huaxia supposed to be a nation of etiquette and civilization? Caesar roared internally. What kind of leader arrives with black smoke dispersing the clouds? Just as he lifted his right leg, his entire body was frozen as if bound by invisible chains. An oppressive force filled the air, and a voice that seemed to emerge from the depths of hell whispered in his ear, "Did I say you could leave?" This voice, cold to the extreme, carried an irrepressible fury. Zhang Wei stood nearby, muttering quietly, "I always said I was just a rookie, but they insisted I was Huaxia's strongest." His eyes were full of admiration for Bai Yang. A true man should be like this, achieving unparalleled feats with his 8-foot stature. Suppressing his fear, Caesar stammered, "Hello, I am from America." "I know," Bai Yang interrupted coldly. "You're crafting materials from America. Step back for now, it's not your turn yet." Caesar and his entire team, the Reapers, collapsed to the ground, their confidence shattered. They finally understood a truth. A pack of wolves can hunt a tiger, but ants can never challenge a dragon. Run quickly. The soldiers from the neighboring country awoke from their daze and scattered toward their homeland in panic. Bai Yang sneered, "Run? Does it matter? They have no idea of the terror a nascent soul cultivator can unleash. Is everyone almost recovered? Hurry and line up to choose your emperor's banner. First come, first served." Over 400 border soldiers cheered as they rushed to line up, eager not to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Qi Jiabao, having just regained his senses, realized with frustration that he was at the end of the line. "Hey, do you even see me as your leader?" "Don't worry, there's enough for everyone, 2 each," Bai Yang said, then let out a cold snort. The fleeing soldiers from the neighboring country collapsed instantly, his nascent soul-level spiritual power easily overpowering them. A Jin warrior, obsessed with Huaxia's cultivation novels, suddenly shouted, "This isn't an emperor's banner, it's a 10,000 souls banner. This is Dem." His words were cut short, as Bai Yang's glare caused him to bleed from his orifices and die. "Didn't I say it's not your turn yet?" Always trying to cut in line, Bai Yang sighed, recalling the time in middle school when an old lady snatched the last grilled durian from him. Without hesitation, he had dumped his fried rice on her head. Recalling those simple, innocent times, Bai Yang shook his head in reflection. Then, he cast a spell to transform the soldiers from the neighboring country into over 1,000 handmade 10 souls banners. The border soldiers were ecstatic. What was once a coveted emperor's banner was now plentiful, with each person receiving 2. Finally, Bai Yang looked thoughtfully at the American Jin warriors, pondering how to deal with them. Turning them into soul banners? That's a bit of a waste, Bai Yang said coldly, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Caesar shuddered, his sixth sense warning him that death was near. He had just witnessed Bai Yang crafting thousands of soul banners at once, a terrifying scene that still haunted him. Facing imminent death, he could no longer maintain his previous composure and shouted in a trembling voice, "Don't kill me. I know the secrets of genetic serum production and am willing to serve China." For Caesar, serving the United States or China was essentially the same, just a change of employer. Moreover, with powerful figures like Bai Yang in China, it seemed wise to switch allegiance. Seeing Bai Yang's gaze shift to him, he puffed out his chest, feigning sincerity. "I've wandered aimlessly for years because I haven't met a wise leader. If you don't mind." Before he could finish, the scene changed suddenly. Dark clouds churned in the sky, black smoke rose from cracks in the ground, and piercing screams echoed from above. In the distance, grotesque little demons wielding iron pincers rushed toward him. Caesar tried to flee but found himself paralyzed, as if weighed down by lead. "I was kind enough to find you a place, and you try to betray me?" Bai Yang sneered, putting away the 18 layers of Hell Tower. After analyzing the components of the 3rd-level genetic serum, he casually tossed it into his storage space. This so-called genetic serum was merely a method of extracting spirit energy from mutant cells of fierce beasts, replacing human cells to gain power. For a China on the brink of nationwide cultivation, this technology was an obvious trap. "Commander Bai," Qi Jiabao mustered the courage to speak on behalf of all the border soldiers. "Will we have a chance to use that small tower you just wielded?" They were all awestruck by the tower's power, which had effortlessly captured the American genetic warriors. "You're referring to my 18 layers." Bai Yang almost said Hell Tower, but quickly corrected himself. "Merit Tower?" Various magical artifacts will be widely available in a few days. He planned to promote the methods of crafting demonic artifacts, setting up formations, and basic demonic cultivation techniques during the nationwide cultivation initiative. With a thought, Bai Yang conjured 10 first-level blood pools on the spot and told everyone, "Start cultivating here. I'm heading to Flying Pancake Nation to fill these imperial flags." With that, he rolled up thousands of soul banners and sped towards the capital of Flying Pancake Nation. Those who offend China, no matter how far, must be punished. Bai Yang marked Flying Pancake Nation for elimination in his mind. However, wiping out the entire nation seemed excessive, especially since its nearly 2 billion population could be a valuable resource for a China embarking on nationwide cultivation. It was crucial to utilize them wisely. After much consideration, Bai Yang abandoned the idea of sending the entire population of the piebald nation into the 18 levels of the Inferno Tower. He calmly reasoned that the new soldiers of Huaxia needed the baptism of blood and fire, and the piebald nation was the ideal training ground. This time, he decided to first collect some interest. Inside the old Delhi palace, the atmosphere was tense. A group of high-ranking officials from the piebald nation lined the sides of the palace, anxiously awaiting news from the front lines. President Kawindi sat upright in the center, unconsciously rubbing his chin as he recalled the shocking intelligence reports. Those gene warriors from America are unbelievably strong. Kawindi remembered the details from the report. Even a 5-meter, bulletproof mutated giant lizard was decapitated with a single stroke by that guy named Caesar. A bold idea formed in Kawindi's mind. If the piebald nation could harness this technology, with their population exceeding 600 million more than Huaxia, they could potentially become the 6th major power on Blue Planet. He clenched his fist with determination, resolved to recruit these gene warriors at any cost. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the main entrance of the palace. Bai Yang, wielding the demon soul prison sword, exuded an undeniable aura of authority. "Assassin, where are the bodyguards? Someone help." The officials were terrified, scrambling to retreat. Bai Yang let out a cold laugh, raising the 18 levels of the Inferno Tower in his right hand. The tower, shrouded in black mist, emitted a suffocating presence. "Stop yelling. They're all in here." Kawindi instantly realized that the border troops had likely met with disaster. His right hand stealthily reached for the gun at his back, but Bai Yang noticed. With a flash of his sword, Kawindi's right arm was severed, blood gushing out. Maintaining his sword-wielding stance, Bai Yang pointed the sword tip at Kawindi's head. "Don't try any of these useless tricks. If you don't want to continue being president, I'm sure there are plenty of others willing to take your place." Upon hearing this, the officials present exchanged greedy glances. No one stepped forward to assist, instead secretly calculating their chances of seizing the presidency. Seeing Kawindi's silence, Bai Yang's tone grew impatient. "Do you think I'm joking?" Kawindi, on the verge of tears, pleaded. "Sir, just tell me what you want. How can I meet your demands if you don't say anything? What's the rush?" Bai Yang rubbed his nose, maintaining a calm demeanor. In truth, he simply didn't want to admit that he had indeed forgotten to mention the terms earlier. President Kawindi forced a strained smile, blood still seeping from his wound. He knew he didn't have much time left to delay. Bai Yang pondered for a moment, his gaze sharp. "You have 5 days to slaughter all livestock in your country, separate the blood and meat, and deliver everything to China. Additionally, all your food and energy resources, except for 1/10 needed for basic operations, must be given to China without compensation." "Absolutely not." An official from your country stood up abruptly, his face flushed. "This is tantamount to taking our lives. 1/10 of our resources is nowhere near enough to sustain the country." "Exactly." Another official followed suit, pointing angrily at Bai Yang. "If we give all our resources to China, how are we supposed to survive?" A flash of sword light, and 2 bodies fell heavily to the ground, their essence and souls instantly absorbed by the demon's soul prison sword. Bai Yang held the sword in his left hand, his gaze icy. "Anyone else opposed?" "I oppose." Another official stepped forward, only to fall into a pool of blood the next moment. Bai Yang scanned the room, the demon soul prison sword glinting with a chilling light. "Why don't those who oppose step forward together? Save me the trouble of dealing with you one by one." The officials present from your country retreated, except for one young official who remained standing. He looked at his cowardly colleagues with sorrow and shouted at Bai Yang. "You Chinese devils! Such atrocities will surely be punished, and you'll be condemned to the 18th level of hell after death." What a reversal of truth! Bai Yang's eyes flashed like lightning. Who invaded our Chinese territory first? Can't win, and now want to talk reason. The young official attempted to argue but was silenced with a swift strike. Attempted murder is still murder. Bai Yang snorted coldly. "Had I not arrived in time, wouldn't the soldiers in the Thousand Rivers Valley have died in vain? Now that you can't win, you want to reason with us? Where was that reasoning before?" His gaze swept over the remaining officials, each word as cold as ice. "Truth is in the hands of the strong. Dignity lies on the edge of a sword. Anyone else?" "I support. I fully support." President Kawindi croaked, his voice breaking. At this moment, the high officials of the Flying Pancake Nation just wanted to quickly send away this plague from Huaxia, so that Kawindi could rush to the hospital to reattach his severed arm. "I support this." I completely agree. The officials echoed in unison, fearing that a moment's hesitation would result in being sliced in half by Bai Yang's sword. Bai Yang's expression was cold, his voice devoid of any emotion. As compensation for wasting my time, there's an additional condition: secure as much loan as possible from the United States and Western countries in the name of the Flying Pancake Nation. Use it all to purchase poultry, slaughter them, and send them to Huaxia. Although blood was still gushing from Quindy's severed arm, he hesitated. If we do this, the government of the Flying Pancake Nation will go bankrupt within a month. This is not a negotiation, it's an order. Bai Yang's figure suddenly vanished, leaving only a chilling warning: comply, or face death. If I don't see the goods within 3 days, I'll pay a personal visit to each of you. Boom. A thunderous explosion sounded outside the palace. The officials nervously stepped out to investigate, only to see a massive crack extending from the palace into the distance, disappearing into the horizon. The terrifying destruction, combined with Bai Yang's threat, eliminated any remaining hesitation. We must execute this immediately. They even began to contemplate ways to curry favor, thinking, if we exceed the task, maybe we can join Huaxia's management and become as powerful as him. As for the fate of their own citizens, they had long cast it aside. Meanwhile, in the White House of the United States, what does the Flying Pancake Nation mean by this? President Trump furrowed his brows. Quinny had just called, not mentioning a word about the Reaper Squad, but instead requested a $1 trillion loan, promising to repay double in a year. $1 trillion is no small amount, equivalent to a quarter of the annual GDP of an island nation. Trump muttered, but quickly dismissed the possibility of them defaulting. Unless they declare bankruptcy, they can't escape this debt. James analyzed. Mr. President, they probably want to invest in researching this technology after witnessing the might of the genetic warriors. Trump shrugged dismissively and immediately approved the loan. In his view, even if he gave the Flying Pancake Nation $10 trillion, with their backward research capabilities, they could never crack the secret of the genetic serum. Besides, getting double the money back in a year was a surefire deal. However, the situation with the Reaper Squad continued to unsettle him. Led by the most formidable genetic warrior, Caesar, it should have been foolproof. Just then, the phone on his desk rang abruptly. Trump answered it, and within seconds, his face changed colors like a Huaxia face-changing performance, turning from white to red. FK. Trump smashed the phone in front of him with a deafening crash. James, standing nearby, trembled and didn't dare to breathe. What kind of black technology does China possess? Why does your intelligence agency know nothing about it? Trump suddenly turned and shouted at James. James stared intently at the floor, contemplating the recent series of unusual actions by China's Special Affairs Department. Since its establishment, this mysterious organization has been like an elusive fog. Even with a vast spy network in China, the US has been unable to obtain any valuable information. Not even the true identity of the department's head remains an unsolved mystery. In desperation, James took the risk of activating their highest-level sleeper agent in China, a middle-aged man with a star emblem medal. To infiltrate China's upper echelons, the intelligence agency spared no expense, providing him with valuable research data to present to China. Yet after years of effort, this agent never managed to earn the Moon Emblem Medal. Just a few days ago, when James secretly contacted him, the agent sent only a photo before disappearing completely, evidently uprooted by the Chinese side. Actually, we don't know nothing, James cautiously replied. James, Trump's roar made the room quiver. Do I look like an idiot? Which country's minister is a young person in their early 20s? Tell me. James remained silent, inwardly cursing the agent. Not only did the agent try to deceive him with a photo of a young person wearing the Sun Emblem medal, but he also caused a severe blow to the US intelligence network in China. It was a meticulously planned escape. Using the opportunity to defect, Trump took a deep breath, trying to calm down. Just moments ago, the intelligence agency delivered even more shocking news. A US satellite monitoring the Qianhe Valley captured images of a Chinese soldier battling Caesar on equal footing, eventually driving him back with some mysterious weapon. Worse, the satellite was subsequently destroyed in space, losing all signals. We can't sit back any longer, Trump said with a grim expression, feeling a surge of unease. China's strange actions and display of technological prowess have begun to challenge the US's dominance as the world's superpower. The thought of China possessing a super laser cannon capable of destroying near-Earth orbit satellites from the ground sent shivers down his spine. If that weapon were ever aimed at the White House, his life would be in grave danger. Even more concerning is China's apparent breakthrough in genetic medicine, seemingly able to rapidly develop secondary gene warriors on par with Caesar. Given more time to develop, China could potentially surpass the US entirely. A cold glint flashed in Trump's eyes. Armed with such power, he couldn't believe China would willingly remain beneath the US. However, now things are becoming clearer. Trump let out a cold snort, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he pounded his fingers on the presidential desk. From now on, focus all efforts on producing level 3 genetic serums. I don't care how many people die in the process. I need 1,000 level 3 genetic warriors made. James stood before the desk, his head bowed even lower. As the head of the genetic research project, he was acutely aware of what this entailed. The terrifying mortality rate of the level 3 serum meant that achieving this goal would require the sacrifice of tens of thousands of level 2 genetic warriors. Worse, injecting the level 2 serum was no simple task either. It required at least 3 months of physical enhancement after the level 1 serum to ensure the body wouldn't be overwhelmed by the level 2 serum. What are you standing there for? Get moving. Trump barked sharply. Yes, sir. James hurriedly exited the office, his heart heavy as lead. This meant that at least 100,000 American soldiers would die during the forced injections. Trump watched James leave, a cold glint in his eyes. He had to admit that China's research capabilities were indeed formidable, but America was still in the lead. As soon as 1,000 level 3 genetic warriors were created, he would deploy 10 aircraft carriers directly towards China to ensure its downfall. In his view, there could be only one superpower on Earth, and that was America. Any threat had to be eradicated. He immediately dialed the phone of Japan's Prime Minister, Shinzo Abe, and got straight to the point. Within 10 days, America will use military exercises as a pretext to send 10 aircraft carriers to Japanese ports. We need to catch China off guard. Be ready to support us. Shinzo Abe was startled by the news, but quickly saw an opportunity. Honorable President Trump, Japan's Azuma-class carriers can also join the operation. Trump approved the proposal. On the other end of the line, Shinzo Abe was so excited that his hands were shaking. This was a perfect opportunity for territorial expansion. Japan's area was smaller than a single province in China, and if they could secure a share of the spoils post-war, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Meanwhile, the leader of India was frantically borrowing money from various countries. President Modi was on the phone nonstop. Hello, President of Australia? Can you lend me 3 trillion Australian dollars? I'll pay back double next year. President of Italy, can you lend me 1 trillion euros? Prime Minister Abe, this is Modi. Can you lend me 20 trillion yen? The phones rang incessantly as India's debt requests surged towards countries worldwide. Upon receiving the call, the leaders of various countries almost immediately decided to lend money to failing country without hesitation. Their reasoning was surprisingly unanimous. How could a major power like failing country possibly default on its debts? Intriguingly, the leaders all tacitly agreed to keep this exclusive opportunity under wraps, fearing others might find out. President Kawindi personally oversaw operations, working tirelessly with high-ranking officials from failing country. Soon, shipments of poultry and precious herbs began pouring into failing country from around the world. 5 days passed swiftly, and failing country did not sit idle. Vast quantities of animal blood, meat, and rare herbs were systematically transported to Huaxia. The scale of this shipment far exceeded the gains from previous financial maneuvers, filling military warehouses to the brim. All of this was owed to the stellar reputation of failing country. Report, Leader Bai. Lung Phone reported with barely contained excitement, his voice resonant. Our domestic reserves of animal blood have reached the target, fully supporting all 1.4 billion citizens to simultaneously cultivate to the 10th level of the body refining stage. He paused and continued. The Statistics Bureau has also conducted a detailed analysis of the consumption by the Dragon God Special Forces. The current stock of frozen raw beast meat is sufficient to support the entire nation in cultivating to the late foundation establishment stage. Bai Yang nodded slightly, calculating in his mind. These reserves were hard-earned, thanks in large part to the strong support from failing country's officials. He quietly decided that when he led the new recruits from Huaxia to train in failing country, he might offer these cooperative officials a chance to hold leadership roles within the Ten Souls banner. Although no one in Huaxia had yet broken through to the golden core stage, making it difficult to precisely estimate the amount of bone powder and blood soul grass needed for a perfect golden core, Bai Yang was not worried as he looked at the bone powder filling underground warehouses the size of football fields. By the time most citizens reached the early golden core stage, Blue Star would surely be rampant with fierce beasts, making it possible to hunt them for bones. On the training grounds, 10,000 members of the Dragon God Special Forces stood ready. Bai Yang gazed at them solemnly. While 100 million new recruits in Huaxia began cultivating, the Dragon God Special Forces had not rested, continually selecting individuals with outstanding demonic path potential. Now, the Special Forces boasted 36 late Foundation Establishment Demonic Cultivators, 800 mid-Foundation Establishment Demonic Cultivators, and over 9,000 early Foundation Establishment Demonic Cultivators. Even without Bai Yang's intervention, this formidable demonic force alone was enough to sweep across the countries of Blue Star. This force not only ensured that 1.4 billion compatriots could safely cultivate the heavenly demon technique, but also served as a deterrent to anyone harboring ill intentions. Anyone attempting to overthrow Huaxia's regime would have to face the reality presented by this powerful demonic force. The time had come. 10 minutes later, Bai Yang solemnly handed a booklet, embodying the essence of the demonic path, to Elder Wang. This booklet covered the core content of demonic cultivation, including foundational techniques, formations, artifact crafting, demonic pet cultivation, and demonic herbal cultivation. These were compulsory courses for demonic cultivators, and it was essential to ensure every Huaxia citizen had a copy. After all, the power of demonic cultivation lay not only in the speed of advancement, but also in the profound knowledge of these demonic arts. The Blood Demon Technique, a legendary and formidable dark art, contains astonishing power. It allows practitioners to heal severe injuries by absorbing the vital essence of others and to create blood soul pills from the blood, flesh, and souls of living creatures, enhancing their cultivation. Paired with the Bone Tower artifact, crafted from 36 compressed skeletons, it serves both offensive and defensive purposes. Furthermore, when a demonic array is deployed, the entire realm can be transformed into a cauldron, refining all creatures within it into unparalleled spiritual elixirs. Though these dark arts are perilous, they can be justified when used against fierce beasts and malevolent forces. Following a central command, printing presses across the nation operated at full capacity, producing countless copies of the ink-scented comprehensive guide to Chinese cultivation. Simultaneously, 1.4 billion flags bearing the emperor's emblem and the Made in China mark, along with innumerable barrels of beast blood, were quietly delivered to local community centers. To prevent the leakage of these demonic techniques, the military deployed 1 billion new recruits into civilian life, each responsible for guiding 13 citizens in small teams for cultivation. If a team member went missing, an emergency plan would be immediately activated. China also cleverly restored its external internet connections, leaving Western nations puzzled. When news spread of 1.4 billion citizens simultaneously cultivating, spies in hiding had no choice but to risk sending intelligence abroad. This played right into China's Trapan upgraded version of the 361 Rogue Defender had already laid an inescapable net, ready to close in at any moment. It's worth noting that even the older 360 version managed to breach the Pentagon to change desktop wallpapers, let alone the upgraded 361. With everything in place, China urgently recalled its agents from around the world, demanding their return within 3 days. The moment for revelation had arrived. China was ready to play its trump card. At noon on August 1st, 2024, the Chinese government announced, "A prosperous era is dawning. China will thrive." The accompanying image showed a breathtaking scene of 10,000 demon cultivators ascending into the sky. Major social media platforms erupted, with this news dominating the trending topics for the 3-day countdown. The comments section became a chaotic mix, and this was just the beginning. Inside Huangdian Film City, a group of top-notch photo editing experts from across the country were gathered around bright computer screens, their eyes filled with disbelief. The photo on the screen showed no signs of editing whatsoever, leaving the experts in unprecedented confusion. "I've been in photo editing for over a decade, and this skill is beyond human limits," exclaimed a seasoned photo editor. "Those who make it to the national team are indeed on a monstrous level," another expert said, shaking his head. Amid the heated discussions, a young man remained unusually silent. His status in the editing world was comparable to Kobe in basketball, recognized as a leading figure in the industry. At this moment, he was staring intently at the photo, an hour having passed. Even with his years of experience, he couldn't find any flaws. A bold idea surfaced in his mind. This could very well be an unedited original. But the thought was too astonishing, so he chose to remain silent. After all, who could believe that someone could actually fly in the sky? Meanwhile, in the White House, the atmosphere in President Trump's office was tense. What the hell is going on? Trump stared at his phone screen, cold sweat soaking his back. The screen displayed the latest announcement from China's official channels. A breathtaking photo of 10,000 Chinese people standing in midair, led by a mysterious man in a black dragon robe, leaving only a majestic back view. "Mr. President," intelligence expert James analyzed gravely, "based on our assessment, this sudden 3-day countdown likely means the Chinese Special Affairs Department is preparing to hold a press conference to reveal their special abilities." "Nonsense," Trump snapped. "They claim they are ushering in a new era. What does that even mean?" James was momentarily speechless, looking down at his shoes. After thorough analysis, the American think tank reached a shocking conclusion. Historically, technological revolutions often marked the beginning of a new era. From the first steam revolution to the third information revolution, humanity transformed drastically in less than 300 years. In the distant past, China once dominated the world with absolute superiority for thousands of years. It wasn't until America led the second and third technological revolutions that it surpassed China to become the new superpower. Now, does China's recent action suggest that they have mastered the key to leading the fourth technological revolution? Damn the Chinese, how many hidden cards do they have up their sleeves? Trump slammed his hand on the solid wood desk in anger, leaving a 3-centimeter deep imprint. James, 5 days ago I instructed you to create 1,000 level 3 genetic warriors at all costs. How is the progress? Temapu's cold gaze was fixed on his subordinate. James bowed his head, trembling slightly, as if recalling something horrifying. Reporting, sir. In these 5 days, we have successfully created 425 level 3 genetic warriors. But the process cost the lives of 69,000 American soldiers. Enough. Temapu slammed the table. I don't care how many died. I only care about results. His face darkened, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. China has already started the countdown, and in 3 days, who knows what they'll come up with. I order you, not in 2 days, but by noon tomorrow, to give me 1,000 level 3 genetic warriors. Fail and you're out. Yais, sir, James replied, his voice shaking. Meanwhile, at the training center in the Longchao Villa complex. Lao Bai, come take a look. Zhang Yuma exclaimed as she emerged from the level 1 blood pool, drying herself off and checking her phone. In this official photo, the person standing at the front, doesn't his back look just like our son's? Bai Hong leaned in to scrutinize the black-clad figure in the photo. It really does. Not just the back, but even the height, build, and the hairstyle on the back of his head are identical to Bai Yang. Since moving into the Longchao Villa complex, the couple had been enjoying top-tier treatment 5-star chefs cooking for them, and anything they wanted could be ordered for free through an internal app. Even more surprising, on their second day, enthusiastic staff guided them to the training center, where they began training under the careful guidance of professional foundation-building cultivators. With ample training resources, in less than a month, both had reached the 6th layer of the body refining stage, feeling rejuvenated. This treatment, far surpassing that of other star emblem holders, made them deeply question their son's true identity. Logically, Bai Yang enabling them to live in the Longchao Villa complex was already a massive opportunity. Yet, this level of privilege seemed beyond merely associating with some influential figure. It felt as though Bai Yang himself held a significant position. Coincidentally, the expert said to have authored the Chinese cultivation method was also named Bai Yang. Now, seeing a figure resembling Bai Yang in an official photo, all signs pointed to an unbelievable possibility their son might actually be the distinguished figure who authored the Chinese cultivation method. However, watching their son, who grew up under their eyes, suddenly transform into such an important person was something even his parents found hard to fully accept. Is this your son? An elegantly dressed elderly lady named Wen Sumin approached Bai Hong and Zhang Yuma with a smile after overhearing their conversation. She had just finished a call with her son and learned that even the weakest among the people in the picture had early-stage foundation establishment cultivation. In this era where cultivation mattered more than status, establishing a connection with a family of a foundation establishment cultivator could only be beneficial. The person in the front wearing black looks a lot like my son from behind, Wen Sumin remarked, looking in the direction Zhang Yuma pointed, with a hint of surprise on her face. That's the head of the Special Affairs Department of Huaxia. According to my son, this head might be a super powerful being who has lived since ancient times. Are you sure you haven't mistaken him for someone else? Without waiting for a response, Wen Sumin continued enthusiastically. Ever since my son received the moon emblem last year, he's been so busy with work. Bai Hong and Zhang Yuma exchanged a helpless glance. They felt disappointed clearly. Their son couldn't be Bai Yang, who authored Huaxia's cultivation methods. They also felt awkward as this elderly lady kept talking about my son, leaving them unable to leave or stay politely. After a full 20 minutes, when Sumin finally paused, her face beaming, I haven't had such an enjoyable chat in a long time. We are truly kindred spirits. The couple's mouths twitched slightly. This wasn't a conversation, it was her monologue. Since we get along so well, how about we have a meal together with both families and the kids? It would be nice to have some familiar faces around here, when Sumin kindly suggested. Despite being subjected to 20 minutes of chatter, Bai Hong and his wife learned quite a bit. This lady's son was a recipient of the moon emblem, ranked highly among the 300 holders, and had made significant contributions to the nation. Now she was proposing a meal together, specifically mentioning bringing the kids, clearly intending to support Bai Yang. That would be wonderful. When would be convenient for your son? Let's set a date. Bai Hong agreed immediately. The opportunity to establish a relationship with a moon emblem holder was rare and could greatly benefit their son's future. Meanwhile, in a conference room in the Purple Gold City, Bai Yang sat at the head of a long table, explaining the difference between magical pets and fierce beasts to a group of moon emblem elites, preparing for the formation of a magical pet army. A demon pet is a creature cultivated by demonic cultivators using their mental power to engrave a contract in the minds of living beings, often nurtured with special blood food or demonic elixirs. Unlike the orthodox beast taming technique, which requires the acknowledgement of the contracted beast, demon pets can be forcibly contracted, which is the fundamental difference between the two. In the conference room, a cheerful ringtone broke the solemn atmosphere. Su Chenxing, feeling slightly embarrassed under the gazes of others, quickly pressed the hang-up button and sent a brief message to his mother through a green chat bubble. explaining that he was busy with work and wouldn't be able to return home for another 3 days. Shortly after, the melody of "The Vast Horizon Is Mine" rang out in the conference room again. This time, it was Bai Yang's phone. He signaled to pause the meeting and briskly headed to the hallway to take the call. On the other end of the line, his father Bai Hong's robust voice came through. "Hey, son, are you busy lately?" Bai Yang glanced at his schedule, filled with meetings, and replied with a helpless smile. "It wasn't too bad before, but I guess I won't have any free time for the next 3 days." After all, in 3 days, an important moment for nationwide cultivation was approaching. "Why is everyone saying they're busy for these 3 days?" Bai Hong muttered quietly, then excitedly added, "3 days from now, you must come to the Long Nest Villas. There's some huge news." Raising an eyebrow, Bai Yang guessed, "What big news? Did you and Mom secretly give me a new brother or sister?" "You'll find out when you get back," Bai Hong said mysteriously before hanging up. The meeting resumed, shifting focus to the upcoming China Great Military Drill. Attendees began discussing how to mobilize cultivator forces and how to make full use of the 120 million population of the island nation as a cultivation resource. On August 2nd, 2024, in the new calendar, international tensions suddenly escalated. The United States announced it would dispatch a carrier fleet to the waters of the island nation for joint military exercises. The island nation named the exercise Operation Dragon Slayer, claiming it was not targeting any country. This news caused an uproar in China. Both online and offline, people criticized the provocative actions of the United States and the island nation. Some mocked, "The world's biggest evil force is coming to protect peace?" Others angrily stated, "Isn't this aimed directly at us?" Some even suggested, "Should we give them a taste of a few little boys?" However, in the face of such provocation, the Chinese government remained unusually calm, as if it had not received the news at all. This unexpected silence gradually eased the initial fear among the island nation's citizens. Just 2 months prior, when 9 Chinese aircraft carriers were pressing at the border, countless island nation citizens had rushed to record apology videos, tearfully pleading for mercy on short video platforms. The previous strong stance of Huaxia had left the island nation's netizens in a state of unease. With support from the U.S., news of the joint military exercise between the U.S. and the island nation sparked widespread discussion online. "If war breaks out, our island will become the main battlefield," someone expressed concern on social media. However, to everyone's surprise, the Huaxia government maintained an unusual silence regarding this military exercise. There were no strong condemnations or harsh diplomatic statements, as if this provocative exercise was of no concern to them. This silence emboldened the island nation's netizens. Those who had been anxiously apologizing days before now turned into keyboard warriors. Where are the Huaxia people? Weren't they so capable? Why don't they even dare to issue a notice now? What Huaxia dragon? It's clearly just a giant bug. Learn from our Bushido spirit. Stop being cowards. Sarcasm and ridicule echoed across the internet. Yet, they failed to understand a simple truth. A true hunter never warns before delivering a fatal strike. Meanwhile, a special meeting was taking place in Huaxia's Great Hall. The seating arrangement was as usual: hawks on the left, moderates in the center, and doves on the right. A prominent red banner hung at the front, bearing 9 characters: Island Landing Military Exercise Strategy Meeting. Xue Cheng, representing the Hawks, was the first to speak, and his proposal was shocking. "I suggest refining the island's 120 million population into blood soul pills. These pills can merge the flesh and soul of living beings, significantly enhancing cultivation, far surpassing the effects of bloodbaths or consuming raw beast meat." 120 million cultivation resources are indeed hard to overlook, others echoed. "After all, we're all new to pill refining, so we might as well practice on them. Even if the furnace explodes, it won't matter. It's better than practicing on livestock." Behind this seemingly calm meeting, an earth-shattering plan was brewing. Huaxia's army of 1 billion demon cultivators already possessed the strength to crush any nation on the blue planet. This silence was not a sign of weakness, but the calm before the storm. The first astonishing sword was about to be unsheathed, and the island nation's dreams would soon be shattered. The atmosphere in the conference hall was tense as the hawkish members discussed how to deal with the little days, with the conversation revolving around the term alchemy. "You all are still too merciful," said Qin Zheng, the representative of the neutral faction, slowly, his gaze sweeping across the room. "We have so many unfilled 10-soul banners. Why not put them to use? Turn them into elixirs. The pain will be fleeting. But if we trap their souls in the 10-soul banners, we can enslave them forever and even use them as punching bags when we're in a bad mood." His words were met with a chorus of agreement. The usually silent and reserved leaders of the neutral faction suddenly became unusually vocal and passionate. Surprisingly, the leaders of the dovish faction, who usually opposed the Hawks, were now whispering among themselves, seemingly plotting something monumental. Xueqing noticed Yi Fan's unusual behavior, feeling a sense of unease. Normally, during such meetings, this dove representative would argue with him, But today he remained uncharacteristically silent. Old Yi, why not say something? Shueqing couldn't help but probe. Yi Fan looked up at him, snorting. What is there to say to you conservatives? We're discussing how to blitz all nations and unify Blue Star. His words exploded like a bomb in the hall. Yi Fan continued. China currently has 1 billion magic cultivators in the body refining stage and thousands in the foundation building stage. Focusing just on the island nation is too small-minded. The dovish camp suddenly became fervent, echoing his sentiments. Yes. Let's recall 1 billion new body refining recruits, sweep Blue Star within weeks, and implement a universal cultivation plan to jointly combat the beast calamity. Those not of our kind must have different hearts. Blue Star needs only one voice. Yi Fan's slogan sparked an uproar, leaving the neutral and hawkish factions stunned. These doves, who once advocated for restraint in the face of American technological blockades and trade sanctions, were now clamoring for the unification of Blue Star. Such a drastic change was like a cultivator going astray in magic. Quick, call Minister Bai. Shueqing shouted in shock. General Yi and the others have gone astray in magic cultivation. Yi Fan gave him a resigned look. Old Shue, do you really think we doves are just about growing quietly? The dove leaders exchanged smiles. We didn't advocate for war before because we lacked the strength. Now that we have overwhelming power, it's time to wipe them out. If we fight, we must win thoroughly. That's the true essence of the dovish faction. Shueqing and the hawkish leaders exchanged bewildered glances, realizing that they were the true doves all along. On the stage, Bai Yang, dressed in a white dragon robe, suddenly spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a proposal. His voice was calm and measured, yet it instantly silenced the murmurs from the audience below. The dignitaries present all straightened their backs in unison. This was only natural. Bai Yang had single-handedly led Huaxia to an unprecedented era of prosperity, a feat that no other minister of special affairs could match. Bai Yang toyed with the mysterious 18-layer tower of merit in his hand, a slight smile on his lips. I assume you're all curious about this tower I hold. Although no one has inquired about its construction or specific effects. His tone was light, but it made the eyes of those below gleam with interest. Indeed, although the Tower of Merit's existence was an open secret, no one had dared to ask about it. This was not without reason. Bai Yang had achieved unparalleled feats for Huaxia, selflessly sharing the methods for martial arts and the creation of the Ten Soul Banner. Just a few days ago, he had even offered the complete guide to Huaxia's immortal cultivation. Such a benefactor's private possessions were not to be questioned lightly. Forcing a hero to divulge secrets for the sake of national interest would only chill the hearts of those who had served. Bai Yang surveyed the room, his expression turning serious. Before demonstrating the effects of the Tower of Merit, I must warn you the following scenes may be graphic, so please prepare yourselves. The audience took heed, recalling the unforgettable display when Bai Yang last showcased the 10,000 Souls banner. In the next moment, with a thought from Bai Yang, the scene from the 9th layer of the Tower of Merit was projected above the venue. A cracked earth with countless black cauldrons neatly arranged, with eerie purple flames roaring beneath them, emitting unsettling crackling sounds. In the boiling oil cauldrons, thousands of souls from the countries of Xiarizi and Fabing, along with a few American genetic warriors, writhed in agony. Even without sound, the twisted expressions of these souls clearly conveyed their suffering. This is just one of the 18 layers of the Tower of Merit, Bai Yang explained, closely observing the audience's reactions, wary that someone might not be able to handle it. It can convert the pain of the souls within into energy, and these souls will remain eternally tormented. I think it's a fitting way to deal with these Xiarizi. To Bai Yang's surprise, instead of fear, the audience's eyes shone with excitement and satisfaction. Yi Fan even stood up in a fervor, his eyes ablaze with unquenchable hatred. Regardless of what else this tower can do, just the aspects of eternal torment and immortality make me fully support putting all these Xiarizi in there. Online, there are always some self-proclaimed moderates who, under the banner of not letting national hatred carry on to the next generation, claim that most of the island's citizens are innocent. However, the reality is that the island's government continues to cover up history, deny the truth, and indoctrinate its people with the idea that the island nation did no wrong, inciting them to distrust Huaxia. Some even attempt to corrupt Huaxia's next generation through cultural infiltration. A wolf's offspring will only be a wolf cub. In times of peace, descendants have no right to forgive the island nation on behalf of our ancestors. Shueqing's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the projection, his voice trembling with rage. Minister Bai, I believe the punishments in the Merit Tower are too lenient. Can we make them experience firsthand the crimes they committed in China back then? For 3 generations, the Shui family had served in the military. Except for Shueqing, who was lucky, the rest of his family were captured and subjected to human experiments by the island forces. These inhumane experiments contributed to the island nation's medical advancements. Even data such as the human body contains 78 water, was derived from experiments involving the live desiccation of human bodies. Bai Yang's eyes lit up. That's a great suggestion. The 18 layers of Hell Tower, as a supreme artifact, contains a spirit that can configure new instruments of torture on each level according to orders, intensifying the punishment of the souls. Hearing this, the assembled leaders eagerly offered their suggestions. In no time, various instruments of torture, from chilling dismemberment tools to human-sized steamers, manifested on each level of the Hell Tower. The souls within the tower gazed at the suddenly appearing implements of torture and let out cries of despair. An hour later, the meeting concluded successfully. A unanimous decision was made to incorporate the entire island into the 18 layers of Hell Tower. The leaders even stated they would rather forego cultivation resources than spare them from suffering in the tower. Immediately, the military began mobilizing. For this large-scale island exercise, the top 90,000 demon cultivators nationwide were selected, led by 10,000 Foundation establishment demon cultivators from the Dragon God Special Forces. To prevent the island nation from detonating a nuclear bomb in desperation, the military deployed 10 transport ships coated with the latest radar-resistant material, setting sail for Modu with the goal of capturing Shijing before being detected. Bai Yang would single-handedly intercept the American aircraft carrier fleet and, upon completing the mission, oversee the Chinese army from the rear. China Central Television dispatched Foundation establishment demon cultivators as war correspondents to provide live broadcasts of the Blitzkrieg to an audience of 1.4 billion, aiming to educate the public about cultivation, showcase national strength, and deter those with ambitions of domination. With everything ready, the operation was set to commence at 8 a.m. the next morning. China's official website promptly announced, at 10 a.m. tomorrow, China Central Television's special program, Awakening of the Dragon, will air. Stay tuned. The news instantly occupied the homepage of major platforms. All enterprises were notified. Tomorrow, work must make way for the program to ensure nationwide viewership. This notice was crucial because, despite tomorrow being a legally mandated rest day, many companies often do not comply. Local authorities received a last-minute notice to set up screens in crowded areas for people to watch a program together. Amid joint military exercises between the US and Japan, China unusually aired a special program called Awakening of the Dragon, an unexpected move that instantly sparked a stir online. The joint exercise over there is called Operation Dragon Slayer, and we're airing Awakening of the Dragon. Isn't that a declaration of challenge? Commented netizens across various social media platforms. If they want to slay the dragon, we must awaken it. We can't let this go without a fight, someone passionately remarked. However, other netizens offered a calmer analysis. Don't be too optimistic. Last time we deployed 9 aircraft carriers and thousands of warships, and we still couldn't raise the Chinese dragon flag over the Japanese Prime Minister's residence. Whether or not a fight breaks out, I have to be there, someone declared enthusiastically. If nothing happens, I'll regret it for a while. But if it does, missing it would be a lifelong regret. Brother, the country has recruited an additional 100 million soldiers. Even if war breaks out, it won't be our turn to fight. You're just causing trouble, someone kindly advised. As the heated discussion continued, an observant netizen noticed something unusual. Those accounts that had previously shouted about flattening Japan and posted videos of boarding ships during the conflict over the fishing islands were now strangely silent. This discovery quickly triggered a chain reaction, and more netizens uncovered a startling fact. Across hundreds of social media platforms, there wasn't a single statement from an active duty soldier. It's important to note that after the military expansion, the number of Chinese soldiers had reached an astonishing 124 million, meaning 1 in every 14 Chinese people was a soldier. This number nearly matched Japan's entire population. The sudden collective silence of such a massive group could only mean one thing. The military had already begun a full-scale lockdown. At the Yunnan Military District's training grounds, the area was packed with people, roughly estimated to be in the tens of thousands. Such large training grounds existed in hundreds across all provinces. After the island landing and large-scale training operation meeting, the military ordered each major military district to select soldiers who had reached the 6th level of the physical training phase, intending to choose the top 90,000 to form a blitzkrieg unit. Rumor has it we're going to fight those folks in Japan who are living quite comfortably. The moment this news broke, the soldiers scrambled for a spot, as if they were on a high. On the training ground, a muscular soldier looked at his shaky opponent with some sympathy. Brother, why don't you step down and rest? I'm worried you'll get hurt in this state. No, I can still fight. The smaller soldier pinched his thigh hard, forcing himself to stay awake as he staggered toward his opponent. Boom. With a dull thud, the smaller soldier flew off like a kite with a broken string. The muscular soldier maintained his punching stance, internally sighing. This chance to blitz Japan is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Who wouldn't want to seize it? Such contests were happening simultaneously at training grounds in military districts nationwide, with everyone giving their all for this rare opportunity. There was only one island nation on Blue Star, and this was the moment to eliminate it. there might not be another chance. Meanwhile, in the lavish presidential office at the White House, President Trump sat coldly staring at the latest intelligence briefing on his desk. The dragon awakens, he smirked disdainfully. It seems our little brother in the East is getting quite bold lately. As the global leader in technology, the United States was far ahead in various fields. To Trump, China was merely lucky to have grasped a few pieces of black technology, which made their bravado seem laughable. However, he had to admit that China's rapid progress in genetic research was alarming. Developing a secondary genetic serum in just a month was already starting to challenge America's dominance. Just then, the oak door of the office swung open abruptly. James burst in, his face flushed with excitement, clutching a brown leather folder. Mr. President, the secret lab has successfully created 1,000 level 3 genetic soldiers. Here are the detailed statistics. Trump snatched the folder eagerly and pulled out the documents. The data made his eyes widen. Average explosive punch force of 40 tons, maximum running speed of 200 meters per second, bullet-resistant bodies, and even the ability to float momentarily. He grabbed James by the collar, his gaze sharp. James, you know the consequences of false reporting. Remember, your family is under our control. Mr. President, I've brought video evidence, James said, handing over a tablet. On the screen, a genetic soldier effortlessly leaped nearly 100 meters high, pausing at the peak for 3 seconds. Then, 5 researchers took turns shooting his chest with Desert Eagle pistols, leaving only shallow white marks on his skin. Trump slammed the desk in excitement, splitting the wooden surface in two. This is America's Superman, he shouted with glee. James continued. These 1,000 level 3 genetic soldiers can easily sweep through China unless they resort to using weapons of mass destruction on their own soil. If they do, it will inevitably harm civilians. Then, we just need to release these videos to undermine their will to resist from within. Trump clapped his hands in satisfaction, already picturing China's submission. Such an achievement would guarantee his re-election in the upcoming election. Deploy 10 aircraft carriers immediately and have these level 3 genetic soldiers board, he ordered confidently. Let those East Asian sick men witness the might of American genetic soldiers. James hurried out of the office and promptly issued orders through his phone to the intelligence agency, requisitioning the luxury cruise ship, Titan, to transport this special force. Unbeknownst to most, the creation of these 1,000 level 3 genetic soldiers had cost the lives of 150,000 American soldiers in secret labs, their bodies fed directly to the fierce beasts bred there. Meanwhile, the successfully evolved genetic soldiers now arrogantly regarded themselves as the superior new humans. It's not surprising that they developed such thoughts. After the U.S. military successfully created 1,000 level 3 genetic warriors, a serious issue emerged. The superforce was nearly out of control. With a survival rate of only about 150:1, those who lived were not only the strongest, but also exceptionally lucky. These warriors, who suddenly gained superpowers, could no longer tolerate orders from ordinary people. Genetic warriors are born into this world. How can they remain subservient to others for long? When the first warrior to shout this was blown to pieces by artillery fire, the others outwardly restrained themselves but retained their inherent arrogance. To appease these new humans, the U.S. military had to make concessions, even turning a blind eye to their illegal actions. In this military operation against China, the military promised them the highest priority for the level 4 genetic serum once developed. This promise barely convinced the unruly force. On August 3, 2024, at 9:30 a.m. Kyoto time, 10 Stadioftar radar-resistant troop transport ships quietly left the port of Magic City at 4 a.m., heading towards the island nation. Inside the cabin, tens of thousands of warriors sat motionless, each with 2 tinsel banners strapped to their backs, holding a white bone tower, and carrying 10 chi and blood pills at their waists. Let me emphasize again, once on the island, do not steal kills. You must follow the orders of the leading foundation-building cultivators. Lee Tiniu shouted through a megaphone at the front of the cabin. Coach Tiniu, should I write a self-criticism now? I'm sure I'll lose control once the battle starts, a young warrior interjected, causing the cabin to erupt in laughter. I'll write one too. My white bone tower is starving. Only 10,000 words. Make it 100,000 for me. I want to fight all the way to the Prime Minister's residence in Kyoto. Don't try to outdo me. This time, I want to break my great-grandfather's battle record. If they were facing the U.S., these warriors might barely maintain their composure. But against the island nation, it's entirely different. In China, from 80-year-olds to 10-year-olds, anyone would grab a kitchen knife and charge forward at the mention of fighting the island nation. It's a deep-seated vendetta etched into the bones of the Chinese people, Li Tiniu said gravely. I understand your feelings. Even I can't guarantee I won't lose control. But remember, China Central Television will broadcast this operation live. Not only is the entire nation watching, but the martyrs who sacrificed their lives for the country are also observing us. The higher-ups demand a perfect victory with zero casualties to deliver a report card worthy of full marks to the people and the martyrs. The cabin fell silent. Victory was certain, but this was unlike the prolonged war of the last century, which came at a heavy cost. A century later, China was finally transitioning from defense to offense. With a decisive victory, we owe an explanation to the 1.4 billion people of China and a perfect answer to the martyrs who fought against the island. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. In the distance, a massive fleet from the United States is sailing towards the island nation. 10 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers are arrayed in a wedge formation, surrounded by 44 destroyers, forming a steel fortress. At the back of the fleet, the luxurious cruise ship Titan, practically a city on the sea, moves forward leisurely. The Titan was built at the cost of billions of Chinese yuan, embodying luxury and enjoyment. Its open-air swimming pool glistens, and its artificial beach is picturesque with golden sand. Dozens of layers of luxury cabins stand in rows, and 8 themed amusement parks echo with laughter. Over 60 buffet restaurants gather global cuisines, exuding an atmosphere of opulence and indulgence in this city at sea. On the cruise deck, Chris leisurely swirls a glass of red wine. Around him, third-level genetic warriors in beach shorts and bikinis play and frolic, while the restaurant is abuzz with toasts and laughter, showing no sign of the tension of an impending war. Once this dragon-slaying operation is over, we'll claim the Titan for ourselves. It's the reward we knew humans deserve. Annie clinks glasses with Chris, her tone filled with superiority. Enhanced by genetic drugs, they see themselves as the new rulers of the planet. Clearly, 300 new humans would suffice, yet the military insists on a full deployment. Such unnecessary worry. Chris scoffs, dismissing the sick men of East Asia entirely. The two head towards the nearest Chinese buffet restaurant, but stop abruptly at the entrance. A strong scent of blood assails them. Chris instantly tenses, instinctively sensing a lethal threat. He grabs Annie to flee, only to find in horror that her body has been neatly sliced in half. Don't just stand there dumbfounded. Gather everyone on the ship, or you'll be next. Inside the restaurant, Bai Yang wields the demon soul-suppressing sword in one hand and holds a steaming basket of dumplings in the other, speaking casually. Chris, terrified, turns to run. A flash of the sword, and his figure collapses. You really try to leave, huh? Bai Yang casually picks up an egg-filled pancake and steps out the door. His senses detect 10 Chinese troop transport ships rapidly approaching from 100 miles away. It's time to end this farce. Bai Yang's figure flickers across the deck, a gust of wind brushing past each genetic warrior. What kind of strange wind is this? Brown scratches his head in confusion, suddenly realizing his head is no longer on his body, which stands upright. In the next moment, the Titan vanishes into thin air, and 1,000 third-level genetic warriors are transported to the 18-layered Inferno Tower. On the deck of a U.S. aircraft carrier, a sunbathing soldier rubs his eyes, unable to believe what he's seeing. When he opens his eyes again, a black and red sword aura, stretching 10 kilometers, sweeps across, raising 100-meter-high waves. Being invincible is so lonely. Bai Yang stands with his hands behind his back, turning away from the continuous explosions, his hair fluttering in the shockwave. A real man never looks back at explosions. On the other side, 10 troop transport ships from Huaxia sailed through the waves, reaching the designated location. On the deck, 100,000 Huaxia soldiers stood in neat rows, their expressions solemn as they meticulously checked their equipment. Suddenly, a gust of air sliced through the sky, and Bai Yang's figure landed steadily in front of the 10 transport ships. Lung Feng immediately stepped forward, straightened his back, and saluted Bai Yang solemnly. Report to Minister Bai, the Island Assault Operation Group should be 100,000 strong, and all 100,000 are present and assembled. Bai Yang returned the salute with equal solemnity. Comrades, Bai Yang's gaze swept across the crowd, his tone heavy. I won't say much else. I only hope that as many of you leave, the same number will return. With that, he retrieved thousands of jars of strong liquor from a storage space, using magic to divide them into 100,000 portions so that each soldier held a bowl. Raising his porcelain bowl, Bai Yang shouted, "This bowl of liquor is for your journey. May you all return victorious." He drank it in one go. The 100,000 soldiers uniformly tilted their heads back to drink the liquor and then smashed the bowls on the deck with a thunderous crash, shouting in unison, "Flatten the island nation, showcase our nation's might." They pounded their chests, their eyes shining with determination. Dark energy rose from beneath the ships, lifting the 10 troop transport ships. With a mighty shout from Bai Yang, the fleet sped towards the island nation. On August 3, 2024, at 9:50 a.m. Kyoto time, people all over Huaxia gathered in front of their televisions, ready to watch the special program, Awakening of the Dragon, on Huaxia television. In viewing areas set up across the country, crowds eagerly awaited the broadcast, sitting on small stools. "Dad, why is it called Awakening of the Dragon?" Ming Ruru asked curiously, nestled beside her father, Ming Hongwei. Ming Hongwei, recalling the scene of the nation sending 9 aircraft carriers to bring him home, gently stroked his daughter's hair and said, "The dragon represents Huaxia. An awakening means we won't be bullied anymore." Although the country had issued a conscription order, Ming Hongwei chose to stay home with his wife and daughter, letting the opportunity to enlist go to younger people to make up for time lost with his family. On television, the host, Sa Ning, cheerfully began, "Dear viewers in front of the TV, welcome to the special program, Awakening of the Dragon. I'm your old friend, Sa Ning. This program is being broadcast live, with reporters on the front lines. Everything will be revealed at 10 o'clock Kyoto time." This small slip of the tongue made the live audience burst into laughter, joking that Sa Ning should have his pay docked by the station. However, no one noticed the fine layer of sweat on Sa Ning's forehead. Knowing the content of the upcoming broadcast, Sa Ning felt immense pressure. His hands trembled slightly, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Reporting on the great battle of the Blitz on the island nation in front of the entire nation was undoubtedly going to be a historic broadcast. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, almost letting his nerves get the better of him moments ago. There are 5 minutes until the broadcast begins. Please watch a documentary in the meantime. As he finished speaking, the studio lights dimmed, and the large screen slowly lit up. The screen began to play, showing a succession of harrowing historical scenes. Under the moonlight, several island nation soldiers stealthily placed explosives on the railroad tracks. Then came a thunderous roar. "Despicable Huaxia people dare to blow up the railroads we've built. Fire at them." With the command from the officer, hundreds of cannons spewed deadly flames, and explosions resounded one after another. The scene quickly switched. The island nation's troops, under the pretext of a soldier going missing during military exercises, rudely barged into the city to search. The roar of artillery was deafening as an ancient city crumbled, and the grinning soldiers poured in like a tide. "Comrades, we can no longer stand by idly. Let's declare war on these little islanders." As the bugle call sounded, Huaxia warriors wielding broadswords charged towards the enemy machine gun positions, falling amidst the hail of bullets. Even more brutal scenes followed. 2 island nation officers wielded gleaming samurai swords, while hundreds of Huaxia civilians with their hands bound knelt on the ground. "Mr. Noda, let's have a beheading contest and see who can kill 100 Huaxia people first." The flash of blades was followed by bodies collapsing lifelessly. The documentary even interspersed some uncensored real historical footage, laying bare the island nation's heinous crimes for the audience to see. The scene suddenly shifted to a heart-wrenching farewell letter. "Out of ammunition, out of food, no men left, the city has fallen. I lead my division to hold a house, making the final resistance, swearing not to rest until death, and wishing for our country's victory." The words conveyed a determination to face death without fear. "Though we may not succeed, we are resolved to sacrifice ourselves. Better to die fighting than live as slaves. If I live, the nation falls. If I die, the nation survives." The images of martyrs who sacrificed for their country flashed across the screen, their eyes steely with determination. "Huaxia has reached this point, and unless we die fighting, there is no other way. We only hope our death in battle will ensure peace for future generations, free from the ravages of war." Viewers in front of their televisions were moved to tears, and those in the viewing area were filled with righteous anger. These scenes of blood and tears spoke a truth. Our great Huaxia has always stood with courtesy, but that does not mean we can be bullied. Just then, the large screen at the back of the studio suddenly lit up, revealing the clear outline of the island nation's territory. The audience gasped as the image zoomed in, seemingly captured in real time from Huaxia fighter jets. Suddenly, a figure shrouded in black aura appeared on the screen, suspended in the air. "Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Shirue, the frontline field reporter for this island blitz." He held a microphone, warmly greeting viewers across the nation. "Holy crap, the reporter can fly. The video can't be fake, right?" Before the audience could recover from their shock, the camera shifted to an even more astonishing scene. 10 troop transport ships riding on clouds, enveloped in billowing black smoke, soaring towards the island nation. In the blink of an eye, within mere seconds, 10 Chinese troop transport ships soared over the island nation's territory. Their hulls gleamed with a cold light, and their massive dragon flags fluttered fiercely in the sea breeze. The island's residents stood frozen in shock. Initially, they saw what appeared to be a massive black cloud approaching from the horizon, mistaking it for a strange weather phenomenon. As they strained to see more clearly, the 10 Chinese warships, trailing billowing black smoke, pierced through the clouds like deities descending from the heavens. With a thunderous crash, the hatches swung open, and countless Chinese soldiers clad in dark green uniforms leaped from the sky. The flags of human bones on their backs flapped in the wind. The bone towers in their hands exuded an eerie chill, and the murderous intent in their eyes seemed almost tangible. "Brothers, follow me into battle." At this command, 100,000 Chinese soldiers swiftly formed into 10-man squads, waving the emperor's flag as they charged in all directions. A million wailing spirits surged forth, and the black smoke spread like a tide into the distance. At this moment, countless viewers across the country watching the special program, Awakening of the Dragon, were stunned. The scenes on the screen were unbelievable, and many initially thought it was a promotional video until they realized it was a live broadcast. Wow, yesterday I was just working 9 to 5, and today I'm witnessing real-life cultivation. So our ancestors searching for the elixir of immortality wasn't just a myth? Our great China truly has cultivators. Wait a minute, the black aura around them. Something about this cultivation seems off. The main point is that the nation has started counterattacking the island nation. This last remark snapped everyone back to reality. People across the country grabbed whatever they could and rushed outside, eager not to miss this historic moment. Some even began crafting makeshift handguns on rudimentary lathes, while coastal residents skillfully headed to the ports, ready to form teams to join the fight. However, the nation was well prepared this time. Military personnel set up checkpoints at various intersections, patiently advising these passionate citizens. This is a blitzkrieg. It will be over soon. Please go home and watch the live broadcast. Meanwhile, Bai Yang's consciousness enveloped the entire island nation. Under his command, the 18 layers of Hell Tower relentlessly bombarded various military bases. Smash, smash, smash. With each earth-shaking boom, the former military facilities were reduced to gigantic craters, hundreds of meters deep, leaving no trace behind. Bai Yang scanned the intelligence reports before him with a cold gaze, a glint of icy intent flashing in his eyes. These islanders, secretly building so many military bases, truly harbor malicious intentions. He gave a cold snort, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. A tiny nation, its territory not even as large as one province of China, dared to secretly set up thousands of military bases, a path to self-destruction. With the last military base destroyed, the island nation's military threat was completely eliminated. Bai Yang paused briefly, then darted towards the port like an arrow loosed from a bow. His senses expanded, clearly capturing the figures of Abe Jean Eyre and 30 other high-ranking officials anxiously waiting for the American carrier fleet at the port. Too bad, you're destined to wait in vain. Bai Yang's lips curled slightly as he moved his hands, unleashing thousands of sword energies like a torrential rain. In an instant, the ground erupted with countless blood mists, limbs flying in all directions. Damn, who the hell stole my kill? Lung Feng swung his sword in vain, instinctively cursing, then remembered the national broadcast was still ongoing, quickly coughing twice to cover his embarrassment. Zhang Shirui, while wielding a large sword to cut down enemies, explained to the viewers in front of the TV, for foundation-building cultivators like us, a large sword is far more efficient than the Ten Souls banner. Everyone, look, this is the island nation's shrine. The camera zoomed in on the sinister building. Inside, they worship war criminals who committed heinous crimes in China. Counting down from 3, we'll send them to hell. Zhang Shirui grinned, tossing a string of grenades into the shrine. Baka, who threw that? A man's angry voice came from inside the shrine, clutching his head and turning around in fury, only to widen his eyes in shock as he realized the situation. With a thunderous explosion, the shrine turned to rubble, the roaring flames reducing those black and white photos to ashes. Yes, blow those bastards to smithereens. Viewers across the country cheered excitedly. One viewer exclaimed, "My father, who had been in a coma for 10 years, suddenly woke up after seeing the live broadcast." Another gritted his teeth. "Too bad I'm not there to personally send these islanders to meet their maker." Countless viewers felt a deep sense of relief. These shrines desecrating the martyrs should have been turned to dust long ago. Within an hour, Chinese cultivators swept across the entire region like a hurricane. Those enemies who failed to escape in time were crushed into pulp by the descending bone towers. The operation was swift as lightning, with no leaks, leaving many islanders still blissfully unaware in their dreams. Meanwhile, in the White House of the United States, President Trump was furious. Why do our satellites fail at critical moments again? Faced with the questioning, James could only bow his head silently. Apart from that one satellite shot down by China's laser cannon, every time there was an operation, the satellites inexplicably malfunctioned. Top American scientists had been researching for nearly a month with no clues, indicating that China had taken the lead in certain technological fields. "James, our carrier fleet should have reached the island nation's port by now. Any updates?" James hung his head lower, his voice trembling. "The intelligence agency just reported that our carrier fleet has been out of contact for nearly an hour, and it seems they might have met with disaster. 10 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, 44 destroyers, and 1,000 Level 3 genetic warriors suddenly went missing on their way to the island nation." This news infuriated President Timipu, who stormed forward and delivered a slap that sent James staggering 3 meters away. Such a formidable military force, unmatched on the entire planet, and yet they lost contact before even reaching the island's shores. Timipu seethed with anger, then suddenly sneered. But this time, I am prepared. Foolish Huaxia people, the same trick won't work on the great Americans a third time. Bring out the giant telescope. I want to monitor every move of the island nation in real time and see what tricks Huaxia can still play. Meanwhile, the island nation had turned into a scene of hell. From the landing point, billowing black mist spread like a tsunami in all directions, quickly engulfing most of the island. This black mist, like the scythe of death, left everything in decay. Countless islanders, still enjoying their weekend slumber, were rudely awakened by the sudden appearance of a tower of bones. In the sky, an 18-story tower of purgatory was slowly rotating, its body emanating a dim, eerie glow, with faint, agonized screams echoing. Countless freshly formed souls of the island nation were drawn upwards by a powerful force, thinking they were ascending to heaven, only to be sucked into this bizarre black tower. The first level soon filled with bewildered souls, while the iron tongs in the hands of the underworld demons began to emit smoke. As more souls were absorbed into the tower, its body started to emit a golden light. Simultaneously, at the port of Shijing, Anbei Jiner led 30 high-ranking officials of the island nation, waiting under the scorching sun for the American fleet. To show the utmost respect, they refused to allow their bodyguards to hold umbrellas for them. The midday August sun was exceptionally harsh, and Anbei Jiner kept wiping sweat from his forehead, feeling increasingly dizzy. Prime Minister Anbei, perhaps we should let the bodyguards hold umbrellas for us and put them away when the Americans arrive, suggested one high-ranking official, barely able to endure any longer. Yes, if this continues, we might end up in the hospital before the Americans even arrive, echoed other officials. This group of officials, generally lacking in physical activity, had been exposed to the sun for nearly 2 hours, their stamina reaching its limit. No, Anbei Jiner sternly refused. We must greet these American genetic warriors with the highest level of ceremony, leaving them with the best impression. Though outwardly deferential to America, the island nation had secretly bribed numerous American officials. Under the financial and seductive influence of the island nation, many American officials succumbed, selling vast amounts of intelligence for high prices. In the conference room, Shinzo Abe was reveling in the imminent victory. According to the intelligence, America's third-level genetic warriors had started to clash with their own government, presenting a perfect opportunity. He was pleased with Kobayashi Munenori's plan to personally host these genetic warriors as the prime minister of the island nation, offering them high-ranking positions and the allure of the nation's unique cultural districts, which would surely secure this powerful force. Just as Shinzo Abe was lost in his optimistic visions, a mocking voice suddenly interrupted. Abe, what are you dreaming about? You're practically drooling. Startled, Shinzo Abe instinctively wiped his mouth, finding no drool, and immediately burned with anger. How dare you mock me? He turned around furiously to see a Chinese man holding a long sword, looking at him with a mocking gaze. Shockingly, the floor was strewn with over 30 bodies, the blood staining the floor red. When did you? Shinzo Abe stammered in disbelief at the bloody scene before him. So is this your last will? Bai Yang sneered, raising his sword. Wait. Shinzo Abe quickly pleaded. There must be some misunderstanding between us. Money, women, power, whatever you want, I can give it to you. No grievances or hatred. Bai Yang laughed coldly. 80 years ago, your atrocities in China, and now you say no grievances? Shinzo Abe broke out in a cold sweat, about to argue, when Bai Yang slowly said, however, hatred should also come to an end. Exactly. Hatred should end. Shinzo Abe exclaimed with relief. Because in a few hours, the Chinese army will flatten the island nation, and our hatred will naturally end with its destruction. These words hit Shinzo Abe like a thunderbolt. Trembling, he pulled out his phone, frantically dialing numbers, but no one answered. The phone slipped from his hand and fell to the floor. Devils. You Chinese are all evil devils. You start wars without reason, even wanting to destroy our country. Shinzo Abe screamed hysterically at Bai Yang. With a flash of the sword, a head fell. Destroying you requires no reason. Moreover, a century of deep-seated hatred is unforgettable, and today you are destined to perish. Shijing, Prime Minister's residence. Hundreds of Chinese warriors stood in formation, their figures particularly upright in the morning light. The surrounding area was silent, as the thousands of island nation soldiers originally stationed there had been completely cleared by Chinese cultivators. At this moment, 1.4 billion Chinese compatriots paused their work to watch the live broadcast intently. 16 selected warriors marched with heads held high, the Chinese dragon flag fluttering in the wind. They stepped forward with a resolute stride, their faces set with determination. This team had achieved a miracle that amazed the world, maintaining a perfect record of 0 casualties in the campaign to conquer Shijing. The hatred of history will be completely resolved today, and a century of humiliation will vanish into smoke. Saining's excited broadcast echoed across the Chinese land, resonating in cemeteries everywhere. Sunlight fell on the tombstones in the cemetery, with a screen erected in front of each, broadcasting this historic moment. There seemed to be countless blurred figures between the stones, smiling with relief as they watched their descendants on the screens. A century of vicissitudes had passed, and now China stood strong, with everyone like a dragon. Despite the warriors being shrouded in wisps of dark aura, they demonstrated their commitment to defending their homeland through their actions. Tap, tap, tap. In the rhythm of orderly footsteps, the warriors arrived at the flagpole. They mercilessly tore down the island nation's flag, trampled it heavily, and then carefully attached the Chinese dragon flag. Attention all. All the warriors stood straight, facing the dragon flag with solemn expressions. Raise the dragon flag, play the battle song. With the command, the rousing battle song reverberated through the sky. The dragon flag rose slowly to the sound of the song, as the warriors stood tall, saluting, with tears in their eyes. This battle song carried too many memories. Countless martyrs had charged with explosives to this melody, writing eternal chapters with their brief lives. The song was filled with the hatred of blood and fire, the belief in defending the homeland, and the longing for a beautiful future. At this moment, 1.4 billion Chinese people sang in unison, their voices transforming into a torrent of faith, breaking down all barriers. The frontline warriors were invigorated, waving their tin-soul banners with even more vigor. In cemeteries across the land, the earth shook rhythmically, as if the martyrs were singing this battle song together from another dimension. As the battle song drew to a close, the Chinese dragon flag had reached the pinnacle. Waves of heat surged, the dragon flag fluttered, and the sky over the Chinese land was filled with the light of China. This day, August 3rd, 2024, in the new calendar, was destined to be remembered in history. The small nation was erased from the blue planet, and the Chinese land turned into a sea of joy. Firecrackers exploded in the streets and alleys. People dressed in red sang and danced, and various folk processions spontaneously performed, celebrating with an atmosphere 100 times more festive than the new year. After a century, the former invaders are now firmly under our feet, and the wishes of our ancestors have been fulfilled. Standing before the camera, Saining's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. At this moment, so many emotions are welling up inside me that I can't help but want to recite a poem. This declaration struck like a bolt of lightning, causing the program director in the studio to collapse to the ground. His face was filled with terror, and he frantically signaled to Saining with his eyes, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. But Saining remained oblivious, his eyes shining with determination. This will be a historic report, and now is the time to add the finishing touch. Saining suddenly stood up, raising his right hand high, and recited loudly. When next year's September 8th arrives, the island nation will bloom with Chang'an flowers. With a murderous intent piercing the sky, the entire island will be clad in blood-stained armor. This poem, titled 100,000 Troops March on the Island Nation, later became a mandatory modern poem in the 9-year demonic cultivation education. At this moment, the battlefield scene was even more shocking. Wherever the 100,000 Huaxia demon cultivators went, ruins and debris littered the ground. Bai Yang's figure flickered across the battlefield like lightning, and with each swing of his sword, an enemy's head would fall. His eyes glinted with cold, murderous intent. For such a thoroughly vile nation, it's better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go. Only by eradicating them can we eliminate future troubles. With Bai Yang joining the battle, the number of enemies dwindled rapidly, and the sky gradually cleared. The blue horizon took on a golden hue, as if something sacred was about to descend. At 12 noon Kyoto time, an 18-story purgatory tower 1,000 meters high suddenly appeared, sweeping across the ground like a massive steamroller. All the enemies were absorbed into the tower, and Bai Yang, observing through his divine sense, saw them rejoicing inside, as if they had found their rightful place. When the last enemy was absorbed into the tower, the sky abruptly changed. A resplendent golden lotus appeared out of nowhere, surrounded by countless golden light spots, with a glow illuminating the earth. What the hell? Is that a merit golden lotus? Bai Yang was dumbfounded, his jaw almost dropping. Leading a campaign to annihilate a nation, not only did he not incur any karmic debt, but he also gained merit? At that moment, a light screen in his mind flickered, displaying a message. Detected that the host has achieved a hidden accomplishment. Nation annihilation, eradicating a nation, eliminating every root. Eradicating the stronghold of demonic cultivators. Demonic cultivators are to be exterminated. These islands were once a stronghold of demonic cultivation, containing demonic legacies. Achievement rewards. National Luck Demon Dragon available for extraction, blood refining, wood cultivation method. Bai Yang suddenly realized, slapping his forehead. No wonder this country has been so malevolent. It was a den of demonic cultivators all along. Meanwhile, in the distance, Trump was observing everything through an ultra-large telescope. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, yet the scene before him remained undeniably real. Huaxia demon cultivators were on a killing spree. 1,000-meter towers swept across the land, and a golden lotus hovered in the sky. If I'm not mistaken, the Huaxia people have long started cultivating immortality, and what they hold are the magical artifacts from cultivation novels. James struggled to speak. Although he had long suspected the Huaxia people had mastered cultivation techniques, the slowly descending golden lotus in the sky left him too shocked for words. The golden lotus in the sky is most likely one of the legendary treasures described in Chinese cultivation novels, which can extend one's lifespan if consumed. Upon hearing James' report, a greedy glint appeared in Trump's eyes, and he unconsciously licked his dry lips. An immortal treasure that prolongs life is exactly what every powerful person dreams of. His mind raced. Since this golden lotus appeared in Japan, there must be a possibility of it appearing in the United States as well. A thought quickly formed in Trump's mind. The information must be sealed immediately. If those tycoons get the news first, with their influence, how could he possibly compete? Trump stood up and feigned sorrow, saying, "Our Japanese allies have unfortunately perished, their territory occupied by the evil Chinese. This is something the United States absolutely cannot tolerate. These Chinese demons have committed numerous atrocities. Let them remain forever on Japanese soil." With a fierce gaze, he commanded, "Immediately launch the largest little boy super hydrogen bomb at Japan and eliminate these Chinese demons completely." "Yes, sir." James hurriedly exited the presidential office. Trump sat alone at his desk, a sly smile spreading across his face. The destruction of a mere island was insignificant. More importantly, based on his understanding of China, to ensure victory in this blitzkrieg, China would definitely deploy all its cultivators. This is China's fatal weakness. They will go all out to ensure victory. They would never expect him to directly use the little boy's super hydrogen bomb. This is the most powerful nuclear weapon in human history, with a power 30,000 times greater than the little boy atomic bomb. Due to its terrifying power, the United States had never found a suitable test site. Scientists have calculated that just one could sink the entire island into the sea. At this moment, almost all of China's cultivators are concentrated on the island, making it a godsend opportunity. Even if China seeks accountability later, the United States can righteously claim it was avenging their allies, a perfectly justified act. Meanwhile, Bai Yang was troubled by his search for a Jinmu seedling. He had already mastered the method to cultivate the blood-refining Genmud, requires finding a Jinmu seedling, setting up a spirit-locking array to block its absorption of spiritual energy, and watering it with blood. The blood of cultivators is most effective, followed by that of fierce beasts, with human blood being the least effective and poultry blood being useless. Once successfully cultivated, the blood-refining Jinmu will soar into the sky, reaching a height of 10,000 meters, and will be an excellent material for crafting demonic artifacts. Bai Yang temporarily set aside the matter of Jinmu and turned his focus to extracting the national fortune demon dragon. Compared to the elusive Jinmu seedling, the demon dragon of national fortune was the most tangible choice at the moment. This dragon's strength grows with the increase of China's demonic fortune, its life and death closely linked to the national fortune of China. Deep within the dragon vein-rich land of China, a sparsely scaled national fortune golden dragon lay curled up. Its emaciated body silently told the tale of its current less than ideal state. Struggling to survive, the cultivators of Huaxia have long vanished without a trace from this land. At this moment, the golden dragon of the nation's fate lies dormant underground, its celestial aura dwindling, hanging by a thread. In this critical moment, a sudden transformation occurs. The golden dragon's scales gradually turn pitch black, and the scorching dark dragon blood roars within its body. Its muscular frame emits waves of demonic energy, and its once golden horns also turn black. This is unmistakably the legendary demon dragon of national fate. Thump, thump, thump. The deep heartbeat grows stronger, and the frequency of the dark red heart's pulses steadily rises. A mysterious connection subtly forms between Bai Yang and the demon dragon of national fate. Simultaneously, across the entire Huaxia, a wisp of demonic energy detaches from every demonic cultivator, traversing space to converge upon the demon dragon. The spiritual energy of the earth continuously transforms into demonic energy, even dimming the air. Why do I feel like I've gotten stronger? Lung Feng tentatively throws a punch, noticing a significant increase in speed, and shows a puzzled expression. Zhang Shirue explains earnestly. Cultivators seek to overcome inner demons. With the small sun eliminated, everyone's inner demons have been vanquished, so an increase in strength is inevitable. Lung Feng nods in sudden realization. That makes sense. Cultivation novels do mention overcoming inner demons to improve one's realm. He adds thoughtfully. So, striking the US might also eliminate inner demons? At that moment, the golden lotus of merit, descending slowly from the sky, suddenly accelerates, flying towards the people on the island along with thousands of golden particles. The 18-layered Hell Tower senses the anomaly, breaking free from Bai Yang's control, and joyfully leaps in the air to meet the golden lotus of merit. In an instant, the white bone towers and tinsel banners held by 100,000 Huaxia cultivators seemed to be summoned, simultaneously breaking free and soaring into the sky, creating a spectacular scene. With a loud boom, the golden lotus of merit merges with the 18-layered Hell Tower, filled with the souls of the small sun. Dazzling golden light radiates, blinding the eyes. Thousands of golden particles rush towards the white bone towers and tinsel banners, with black demonic energy and golden merit energy intertwining in a bizarre and unique spectacle. Bai Yang looks at the group of demonic cultivators, surrounded by golden halos and holding gleaming white bone towers, and can't help but internally remark, if orthodox cultivators saw this, their resolve might shatter on the spot, questioning who the true demonic cultivators are. Under the transformation of the golden lotus of merit, the surface of the 18-layered Hell Tower is coated with a dark golden glow, and black and golden mist surrounds the tower. Even the instruments of torture inside the tower glimmer with golden light, terrifying the 120 million souls of the small sun within. They do not yet know that, with the blessing of the golden lotus of merit, these instruments will amplify their suffering even further. At the moment of transformation completion, Bai Yang's status panel changes. Name, Bai Yang. Demonic path points, 608.57 million points. Demonic path treasures, 18-layered Tower of Merit Post, Heavenly Merit Spiritual Treasure, 10,000 Soul Banner, Demon Soul Suppression Sword, Immortal Battle Robe. Demonic Path Realm. Initial stage of God transformation, 3 billion demonic path points needed to break through to mid-stage. Demonic Pet, Demon Dragon of National Fate Juvenile. 18-layered Tower of Merit. Bai Yang's mouth twitches slightly. Now it truly is a Tower of Merit. The 18 layers of the Inferno Tower underwent an astonishing transformation under the baptism of the Merit Golden Lotus. The tower radiated golden light, leaping 3 ranks to become an acquired Merit spiritual treasure. Bai Yang gazed at this scene, his eyes flickering with intense light. Just over 120 million small days' worth of merit allowed the treasure to achieve such a leap, highlighting the weight of these soul sins. With his cultivation at the early stage of the nascent soul, he could only barely activate part of the tower's powers. Each of the 18 layers inside the tower had been renewed. The once dry and cracked ground was now smooth as a mirror. The dark aura in the air glowed with a faint golden halo, and auspicious golden clouds added to the rolling black clouds above. Various instruments of torture shone with new splendor. Iron pincers gleamed with a cold light. The entire black gold oil cauldron steamed with scalding heat. Sharp iron trees were enveloped in merit energy. Dark gold millstones blocked out the sky, and the golden guillotine glinted menacingly. Though these instruments seemed oddly combined, they evidently served a purpose. Who said that instruments of torture couldn't merge with merit? The only constant was the wailing of countless small-day souls. The new merit-infused instruments amplified their pain 1,000 times. Just a small wound could bring agony akin to a life-threatening injury. Under such torment, they screamed more desperately than ever, their eyes bloodshot, wishing for their souls to disperse immediately. But the endless black water flowing from the black pond on the 18th layer ensured their wishes remained unfulfilled. Bai Yang looked at the Merit Tower shining in the sky, a slight smile on his lips. The tower truly lived up to its name. It could purify the sins of the small-day souls to gain merit and collect their anguish as nourishment, achieving 2 goals at once. As the phenomenon gradually dissipated, the magical tools of 100,000 Chinese cultivators returned to them. Enhanced by the merit energy, the 10 soul banners advanced to the 1,000 soul banners capable of holding 1,000 souls, and the strength of the bone tower significantly increased. This expeditionary army, each carrying 1,000 soul banners surrounded by golden mist and wielding a bone tower glowing with golden light, exuded the majesty of a righteous force. At this moment, an intercontinental missile carrying a little boy super hydrogen bomb streaked across the sky, its tail spewing bright yellow flames, hurtling towards the island nation at an astounding speed of 8 kilometers per second. In the satellite monitoring room of the Kyoto military district, the staff were engrossed in cheerful discussions, oblivious to the red dot rapidly approaching the island on the screen. As time ticked by, the missile continued its advance. Suddenly, a sharp alarm pierced the silence, dark red warning lights flashing incessantly, tension instantly enveloping the entire monitoring room. Warning, incoming nuclear strike detected. Warning, incoming nuclear strike detected. Warning, incoming nuclear strike detected. The cold, mechanical beeping in the satellite monitoring room echoed like a death knell, sending shivers down the spines of the staff present. Nuclear strike signal, a technician exclaimed, eyes glued to the screen as his trembling finger pointed to the blinking red dot. The crowd rushed to the display, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Trajectory analysis indicates the target is the island nation. another staff member shouted. Phew. A young technician sighed in relief. If it's targeting the island nation, that's actually a good thing. Before he could finish, his colleagues turned to stare at him. Suddenly, all faces turned to Shint. 10,000-strong army of Huaxiao was still on the island. Meanwhile, at the ruins of Xijing in the island nation. Young Bai, this is a super hydrogen bomb alert. The kind that could sink the entire island with a single blast. Wang Zhongping urgently warned over the phone. Bai Yang casually scratched the back of his head and yawned. Don't worry, Mr. Wang. With my cultivation at the nascent soul stage, even 10 super hydrogen bombs detonating simultaneously wouldn't harm me. Besides, the 18-layer merit tower is more than enough to protect me and the 10,000 soldiers. I have a question, Long Zhanshan said gravely. If you can bring everyone back to the homeland before the bomb arrives, why stay here to withstand it? Bai Yang paused, then chuckled softly. Indeed, there was no need to stay and endure it. Let's go. Watch the fireworks back home, he declared, waving his hand to gather all 10,000 Huaxia cultivators into the merit tower. Inside the tower, the previously tormented souls of the island nation burst into raucous laughter upon seeing the new inmates. Ha ha ha. Demons, welcome to hell. This is your retribution. However, their laughter soon froze. The new prisoners not only showed no fear, but advanced towards them eagerly. Even more chillingly, some of the souls began to offer them torture tools. The heavens have eyes, don't they? A furious shout echoed within the 18-story Tower of Merit. The Chinese cultivators wielded iron pliers, leaving bloody marks on the souls of their enemies. Soon, finding this insufficient to vent their anger, they tossed aside the pliers and clenched their fists, directly joining the fray. Amidst the sounds of fists meeting flesh, the cries of the souls resounded, leaving the surrounding spirits stunned. During the beating, many Chinese cultivators felt the true energy surging within their dantians, breaking through on the spot under such circumstances. Bai Yang, observing this, pondered. Demonic cultivation emphasizes clarity of mind, and eradicating their enemies is a shared desire among the 1.4 billion Chinese. Beating them here indeed clarifies the path. He decided to transform the Tower of Merit into a sacred site for Chinese cultivation, where those who contributed to the nation could come to release their frustrations. Of course, targets for the beatings included the genetic warriors from the US and others from various countries. At the port of the Magic City, it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Kyoto time. Thousands of round tables were neatly arranged, with the aroma of fine wine and delicacies wafting through the air. 100,000 Chinese cultivators raised their glasses to celebrate the successful blitzkrieg on the island nation. 5 kilometers off the coast, a barely perceptible black golden protective shield silently stood, enveloping the entire coastal region of China. At that moment, an intercontinental missile was launched at a 45-degree angle, aimed directly at Xijing. When the super hydrogen bomb hit, a light brighter than 10,000 suns burst forth, instantly vaporizing everything within a 5-kilometer radius. Following this, a shockwave centered on Xijing swept across the entire island, causing all buildings to collapse in a thunderous roar. A massive mushroom cloud slowly rose, and the terrifying power of the nuclear explosion fractured the earth, triggering intense tectonic movements and raising towering tsunamis. In the blink of an eye, the island nation was engulfed by the ocean. But the disaster did not stop there. Coastal cities in the neighboring country were struck by massive waves, and Jidao Island completely sank beneath the sea, with casualties exceeding 5 million. Countries such as Russia, Canada, and the Philippines, and even cities along the U.S. coastline across the ocean, were not spared. Even on the distant continent of Africa, the ground trembled violently. Only China remained unscathed. The towering waves crashed against the black golden shield released by the Tower of Merit, as if it were a child's play, posing no threat at all. On this day, countries around the world turned against the U.S. In the streets, angry American citizens marched with rifles in protest, while government officials were overwhelmed. Unexpectedly, the tsunami triggered by the super hydrogen bomb had reached the American shores. The U.S. government attempted to shift the blame onto China, claiming that Chinese cultivators had first launched a blitzkrieg on the island nation and that the U.S. was merely avenging its ally. However, no world leader believed in the existence of Chinese cultivators, demanding evidence from the U.S. Naturally, the U.S. had no evidence to provide their low Earth orbit satellites had been covertly sabotaged by Bai Yang at the start of the operation. The Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs timely reiterated that China has always been a nation of propriety and would never commit such acts against its neighbors. The leaders of various countries privately discussed the situation and understood that China has always valued peace. They became even more convinced that the United States' actions were merely an excuse to destroy the island nation. They immediately joined forces to apply pressure, demanding exorbitant compensation from the U.S. The American government was left speechless by this unexpected turn of events. They never imagined that after launching a super hydrogen bomb to annihilate Chinese cultivators, China would not only deny attacking the island nation, but would also become the victim. Faced with unprecedented international pressure, even a superpower like the United States had to temporarily bow its head. On August 4th, 2024, the three-day countdown quietly ended. Just yesterday, news of the island nation's destruction spread, and 1.4 billion Chinese citizens poured into the streets, celebrating from noon until 2 or 3 in the morning. It was now 10 in the morning, and there were still quite a few people on the streets who hadn't shaken off their hangovers. At this moment, the Chinese government released three major announcements. The Department of Special Affairs stated, effective immediately, all citizens are to cease all production work and begin studying Chinese cultivation methods. All supplies can be collected for free with an ID card, and resource allocation is ready. The Ministry of Education announced, we are fully implementing a 9-year cultivation education program, including special cultivation kindergartens. We hope all citizens will actively cooperate. At the entrance of Hope Kindergarten in Zhongjia Village, Zhang Taizhu was holding his son, ready to drop him off for afternoon care. Suddenly, a familiar truck caught his eye, the same vehicle that had left him with a traumatic memory of pig slaughtering a few weeks ago. Without a second thought, he turned to leave, but the village chief in the passenger seat called out to him, Xiao Zhang, don't go. You're the only one left besides Widow Li's family. The instructor is still waiting at the street office. A soldier swiftly jumped out of the driver's seat and efficiently unloaded barrels of pig blood from the trunk, pouring them into the newly dug swimming pool at the kindergarten. The pool had been unexpectedly constructed 3 days ago, and Zhang Taizhu had assumed it was for teaching the children how to swim. Watching the pig blood being poured in, he was dumbfounded. What are you standing around for? Go call everyone. Don't delay the cultivation, the village chief urged with authority. Dazed, Zhang Taizhu ran towards Widow Li's house, his mind filled with questions. Cultivation? Could it really be like the war correspondent on TV yesterday, flying on clouds? How could such an incredible opportunity possibly come his way? He took out his phone to confirm, and sure enough, the official Chinese notification was there. Effective immediately, cease all production and participate in nationwide cultivation. Major forums were abuzz. What is going on? I watched the broadcast yesterday, and today I can cultivate. I must be dreaming. How could such a good thing happen to me? It's absolutely true. My daughter's school already announced that cultivation classes start this afternoon. I knew China had its own cultivation methods. Did you see the black aura around those people in the broadcast? Who cares if it's black or green? As long as I can cultivate, I'd be happy with a rainbow over my head. The people of Huaxiao are in a frenzy. The term Huaxiao cultivation method has taken social media by storm, topping trending lists with unstoppable force. This is not fiction. It is a real cultivation technique, the path to immortality that ancient ancestors longed for. Among the 1.4 billion children of Huaxia, who hasn't dreamed of cultivating to immortality? In their memories, children wield branches picked up from the roadside, imagining them as swords that can cut through iron like mud, their mops transforming into legendary weapons that could flatten fields with a single swing. However, as time passes, those children who dreamed of cultivation grow up, and their dreams are worn down by reality. Even after witnessing the spectacular display of 100,000 Huaxia cultivators summoning storms in the special program, Dragon Awakening, they still dare not hope for a chance to cultivate themselves. After all, in those cultivation novels, aptitude is everything, and those without it are destined to be excluded from the path to immortality. The harsh reality has long made them recognize themselves as just ordinary members of the 1.4 billion population, far removed from any extraordinary aptitude. Yet, what they do not know is that the true name of the Huaxia cultivation method is the Heavenly Demon Cultivation Method. This demonic path does not demand the stringent qualifications of the immortal path. Although aptitude varies, as long as there is enough flesh and blood as a catalyst, even those with mediocre talent can break through to the golden core. And what Huaxia lacks least is the resource of flesh and blood. The massive preparations over the past 2 months, stockpiling endless amounts of flesh and livestock, were to ensure that all 1.4 billion citizens have ample resources for cultivation. This reflects the spirit of Huaxiao and the foundation of the nation, leaving no one behind. Even the most ordinary person, with perseverance over millennia, might become one of the 10,000 heavenly soldiers. Local offices are overflowing with people. Everyone has received a tinsel banner emblazoned with the human emperor's flag and the Made in Huaxiao mark, along with a copy of the Huaxia Cultivation Compendium. The military has warned these new cultivators. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be immediately collected into the tinsel banner. Everything is proceeding in an orderly fashion. 100 million new recruits from Huaxia have become instructors, each responsible for guiding a dozen citizens in cultivating the Huaxia cultivation method, carefully explaining the precautions. The rhythm of life across Huaxia has changed. In kindergartens, children quietly soak in blood pools, letting the essence seep into their skin. Students at all levels spend the morning cultivating in blood pools, and the afternoon learning the transformative blood absorption technique from their instructors. all businesses have halted operations, with workers from construction sites to office buildings being led by instructors to the prepared blood pools. Deep underground in all this, the body of the nation's luck dragon is quietly transforming, its scales growing darker, as if covered with a heavy layer of dark armor, yet emitting a chilling gleam. At the Longchao Villa complex, in the Bai Yang household, when Sumin proudly nudged the man beside her, who wore a medal with a moon emblem on his chest, "This is my son, Su Qinxing. Nice to meet you." The couple extended their right hands to Su Qinxing, their faces radiating warmth. Su Qinxing politely reached out with both hands to shake theirs, his gaze sincere and friendly. "My mom has been mentioning you over the phone these past few days, saying she's finally found some kindred spirits. Now that I see you, I can tell she was right," Su Qinxing said enthusiastically. As the son of a police officer who died in the line of duty, he understood how difficult it had been for his mother, when Sumin, to raise him alone. Her solitary life after moving here had always been a concern for him. Seeing that she had made new friends, he was already considering lending a helping hand if this couple's child turned out to be of good character. Zhang Yuma smiled a bit stiffly. "We did have a pleasant chat." Although chat might not be the most accurate term when Sumin was kind-hearted but quite talkative, especially when it came to her son, which she could discuss for half an hour non-stop. "That rascal Bai Yang. He said he'd be back this afternoon, but he's nowhere to be seen," Bai Hong complained casually. This made Su Qinxing tense up, prompting him to cautiously ask, "How do you spell your son's name?" "Bai as in white, Yang as in sun," Bai Hong replied simply. Su Qinxing's lips twitched slightly. That answer was as good as no answer. When Sumin quickly explained, "It's the Bai from black and white, and Yang from sunshine. Sounds bright, probably just a coincidence with the minister's name." Hearing this, Su Qinxing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although Minister Bai looked young, his formidable ability to set up a protective barrier in coastal areas was beyond the reach of someone in their early 20s. Zhang Yuma pulled out her phone's photo album. "Look, this is my son's ID photo from university. He's always doing something mysterious in the military. We never know what he's up to." Su Qinxing's smile froze the moment he saw the photo. The young man in it, though a bit youthful, was unmistakably Minister Bai. This unexpected discovery left him on edge, his mind racing. The information about Minister Bai's parents was top secret. Even someone with a moon medal like him had no authority to know. Was this a coincidence, or, just as he was about to leave, the door suddenly opened. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Bai Yang entered with a bright smile, wearing a white dragon robe with a sun medal pinned to his chest, and carrying 2 bags of elixir bottles. The sight of their son returning home in such a grand manner startled his parents. Falsifying a national medal was a serious crime. "Oh, Xiaosu, you're here too," Bai Yang greeted cheerfully. Bai Hong reacted swiftly, stepping forward to shield his son's chest with his body, saying, "My son likes to joke around. Don't take it seriously." Zhang Yuma also smiled apologetically. The fake sun medal was outrageous enough, but what shocked Zhang Yuma even more was that Bai Yang addressed the distinguished moon medal holder as Xiao Su. However, how did Bai Yang know his surname was Su? "Minister Bai, if I say this is all just a coincidence, would you believe me?" Su Qinxing forced an awkward smile, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He regretted arriving a moment too late, knowing it would be difficult to explain his way out of this situation. "Why wouldn't I believe you?" Bai Yang replied casually, pulling the stunned Bai Hong inside. He turned to Su Qinxing and said, "Even my parents don't know I'm the minister of the Special Affairs Department, so of course you wouldn't know their identities." Now, there was no need to hide anything. 10 Foundation establishment cultivators were secretly guarding his parents, and the elixirs he brought would help them advance to the mid-Foundation establishment stage. The Dragon Nest Villa complex was already heavily guarded, and with such protection, even the most powerful figures would find it impossible to threaten his parents. The atmosphere at the dining table subtly shifted. When Sumin, who was usually talkative, became tongue-tied upon learning Bai Yang's true identity. Being the minister of the Special Affairs Department was akin to being a high-ranking official in China. Su Qinxing, adorned with a moon emblem medal, chose silence, focusing on his meal to avoid saying anything wrong. In contrast, Bai Hong and Zhang Yuma were in high spirits, eagerly recounting stories of Bai Yang's childhood antics. To them, every mischievous act of their son was a sign of extraordinary talent. Stealing a neighbor's peaches was seen as unleashing his nature. Teasing the big yellow dog was an act of courage, and even blowing up the outhouse with firecrackers had its own justification. Bai Yang simply smiled and listened, offering no explanations. As the meal concluded, Bai Yang presented Su Qinxing with a bloodthirsty demon sword. Forged with the blood of a level 5 fierce beast, this sword could absorb the enemy's vitality during combat to replenish its wielder and was of exceptional artifact quality. In China, only those empowered by great merit, like the Thousand Souls Banner and the White Bone Tower, could reach supreme quality. Bai Yang had over 1,000 more of these high-quality bloodthirsty demon swords in his storage, all prepared for the rising stars in the upcoming nationwide cultivation movement. However, the nationwide cultivation initiative was not proceeding smoothly. Outside the blood pool training grounds, groups of middle-aged and elderly protesters with signs often staged sit-ins. These individuals, who had previously caused disturbances during the national lockdown, had quieted down after being detained for 3 days. Yet, upon learning they had to pay to use the blood pools, they erupted again, questioning why others could use them for free while they had to pay, claiming it was grossly unfair. After some private discussions, the protesters decided to change their strategy. Instead of causing a commotion at the cultivation grounds as before, they chose to stage sit-ins at the entrances to these sites, aiming to prevent others from entering. Sitting at the front was the middle-aged woman who had been slapped last time. After 2 weeks of contemplation, she had been at home studying the laws of China and even consulted a free lawyer. This time, she intended to legally reclaim her dignity. In the distance, several green vehicles sped towards them. As the doors opened, 10 warriors, each carrying a tinsel banner, emerged and quickly surrounded the sit-in crowd. The woman squinted and sneered. Wasn't that Wang Yi, the one who slapped her last time, standing at the front? We're not causing trouble this time. We're just sitting here to cool off, the woman said mockingly as she waved her protest sign. This sign is just for fanning myself. Is there a problem with that? Wang Yi, unwilling to waste time arguing, pulled out his tinsel banner and coldly issued a final warning. I'll count to 10. Those who know what's good for them should leave. If you don't leave, you won't be able to. This action only infuriated the woman further. She glared at the tinsel banner in Wang Yi's hand, feeling even more indignant. Why did they have the emperor's flag, but she didn't? Wasn't this blatant discrimination? Unless you give each of us an emperor's flag and let us soak in the blood pool for free, none of us are leaving, she declared, deliberately turning her protest sign towards Wang Yi. The protesters behind her remained motionless, staring defiantly at the warriors. The 10 warriors silently planted their tinsel banners into the ground and began counting down. Seeing this, the woman became more smug, thinking they were powerless against her. She swaggered up to Wang Yi, thrusting her face forward. Hit me, go on if you dare. Slap, slap, slap. 3 loud slaps landed mercilessly on her face. She was stunned, having not expected Wang Yi to actually hit her. You dare hit me, she screamed, clutching her swollen cheek and pointing at Wang Yi. You've broken the law. I'm taking you to court. Lawyer Zhang said the one who strikes first is fully responsible. Slap, slap, slap. With an expressionless face, Wang Yi delivered 3 more slaps, making her cheeks symmetrical in their swelling. This is your last chance. Leave now while you can, or you'll regret it later. Seeing Wang Yi's fierce expression, a few of the less resolute individuals wanted to leave, but their companions stopped them. Don't be afraid. That woman got slapped because she provoked him. As long as we sit quietly, there's nothing he can do to us. That's right. The old lady brought this upon herself. If she had left quietly, she wouldn't have suffered. With this thought, the protesters who were about to leave changed their minds and sat cross-legged on the ground, determined not to budge. They figured that in front of the blood pool training ground, the authorities wouldn't dare to use force openly. 10 seconds are up. What can you do to us? The old lady, who had been slapped 6 times, taunted from the back of the crowd. If you've got the guts, beat us all up. She was scheming that if the guy really dared to act, they could all sue him and surely win. The other sit-in protesters were shocked by her words and quickly moved away from her. This old lady was too much, getting herself hit and then trying to drag everyone else into it. Yet, they clung to their protest signs, insisting on demanding an explanation. You've made your choice. Wang Yi sighed softly, a hint of resignation in his eyes. He had given these people 2 chances, but unfortunately, they didn't appreciate them. All team members, released the human emperor flags. At Wang Yi's command, 10 magic practitioners simultaneously deployed the tinsel banners. As black smoke swirled, Wang Yi gently waved his flag, and a man vanished before everyone's eyes. The other protesters were stunned, unable to react as the magic practitioners began casting spells with their tinsel banners. Help! Seeing their companions disappear one by one, the old lady finally panicked, collapsing to the ground and retreating. I was wrong. I'll leave now. Please spare me. But it was too late. Moments later, all the sit-in protesters were absorbed into the tinsel banners. The entrance to the blood pool training ground returned to its previous calm, as if nothing had happened. Decisive action is necessary to prevent chaos. If these people were so unruly before even gaining power, what havoc would they wreak once they did? In this crucial period of nationwide cultivation, swift measures must be taken to eliminate these potential threats in their infancy. By the afternoon, news of China's nationwide cultivation initiative had reached the ears of Chinese immigrants who had traveled to various countries on Blue Star through the free immigration channel. Despite the stern warnings and explicit prohibitions issued by the Huaxiao authorities against leaking information related to the cultivation method, some short-sighted parents eagerly shared this earth-shattering news with their children overseas. Their focus was solely on their own families, disregarding national security and solely intent on maximizing their benefits. Meanwhile, various scenarios were playing out in different locations. Some Chinese spies were secretly using their phones to transmit the cultivation method information to foreign intelligence agencies. In contrast, other spies, upon encountering the cultivation method, seemed to have an awakening and chose to betray their organizations. They tore up the documents in their hands and even flushed them down the drain. They thought to themselves, in the past, they had no choice, but now, with Huaxia entering a golden age of cultivation for all, why not start anew? However, what they didn't know was that all of this was part of a plan by the Huaxia leadership. This seemingly accidental information leak was actually a carefully orchestrated sting operation. History has repeatedly shown that traitors can be as harmful as external enemies, and Huaxia would not tolerate the presence of ungrateful turncoats. Under the tight surveillance of the 361 Rogue Guardian system, every leaking account was instantly locked. Within 10 minutes, special forces carrying the 10 soul banners would appear at the leakers' doorsteps, conducting operations under the guise of checking water meters. The system automatically intercepted all related messages, leaving foreign countries completely in the dark about Huaxia's true situation. To the international community, Huaxia's actions were perplexing. A vast nation abruptly halting all production activities and calling on its 1.4 billion citizens to focus on learning the so-called cultivation method. World leaders scoffed, dismissing it as a farce. If the tales of immortality were true, why did past emperors not escape death? Only 3 countries knew the truth: the United States, the Pizza Country, and the recently destroyed island nation. At this moment, the U.S. President, Timipu, was busy dealing with diplomatic disputes. President Kawindi of the Pizza Country was eagerly preparing to join Huaxia's cultivation ranks with his top officials. As for the island nation, its 120 million citizens had been evenly distributed among the 18 levels of the Merit Tower, never to escape. As countries speculated and doubted whether Huaxia was using the guise of cultivation for military mobilization, those who left Huaxia through the free immigration policy and overseas Chinese could no longer sit still. Among them were genuine immigrants and opportunists looking to exploit national resources. They shared a common trait: staying aloof during national crises and scrambling for benefits when opportunities arose. In an apartment building in Florida, Wang Xiaomei stared at her phone screen, full of confusion. Did Lao Deng fall asleep? Just at noon, her father suddenly sent a message saying that Huaxia had initiated nationwide cultivation and instructed her to find a way to smuggle back home. A month ago, if someone had mentioned cultivation to Wang Xiaomei, she would have thought they were out of their mind. But now, this old joke was making her skeptical. Just yesterday, the US, under the pretense of maintaining peace on Blue Star, had dropped a super hydrogen bomb on the island nation, claiming it was to counter a blitz by Huaxia cultivators. Initially, she mocked the US government for such a clumsy excuse, but today Huaxia officially released the cultivation method news. Is this a meticulously crafted conspiracy or a truth that defies common sense? Coincidentally, Wang Xiaomei received a message from her father, and she immediately seized the opportunity to ask him to send her the Huaxia cultivation method. She was eager to verify whether the official Huaxia cultivation method was genuine. However, after sending the message, her phone screen remained silent without any new notifications. That old man, he went to sleep without even sending the cultivation method. So unreliable. Wang Xiaomei grumbled in frustration, unaware that she had unintentionally hit upon the truth. In reality, Wang Jun had sent the first level of the Huaxia cultivation method to his daughter at noon, but the message was immediately intercepted by the 361 Rogue Guard, and his account was locked. At this moment, Wang Jun was still in the dark, unable to receive new messages from his daughter or realize that his sent content had been intercepted, leaving him waiting helplessly for a reply. 5 minutes later, a group of people claiming to be there to check the water meter appeared at his doorstep, using the excuse of faulty equipment needing replacement. Wang Jun was currently trapped in the Ten Souls banner undergoing transformation, making him unable to respond to his daughter's message. Feeling impatient, Wang Xiaomei decided to try another approach. She opened her college dorm group chat and quickly typed, "Hey girls, I heard Huaxia has started nationwide cultivation. Is this Huaxia cultivation method real?" Meanwhile, in Huaxia's flower city, Lin Wanner had just finished a bloody cultivation session and was about to take a cold shower to wash off the beast blood. Her phone suddenly vibrated, and she saw a message pop up in the long-dormant dorm group chat. "Wang Xiaomei, the one who immigrated to America, is asking about this." Lin Wanner sneered. Recalling their college days, Wang Xiaomei always complained about Huaxia and longed to immigrate to America to breathe free air. As soon as the free immigration channel opened, she couldn't wait to announce on social media that she was leaving feudal and backward Huaxia. Since then, her social media became a platform to praise America and subtly criticize Huaxia. And now she wants to know about the cultivation method? What nerve? Lin Wanner typed furiously. Don't even mention it. They say it's nationwide cultivation, but it's actually just nationwide military training. Everyone is being forced to exercise at the local community center, and the training is tougher than the university fitness tests. Wang Xiaomei frowned at this reply. Nationwide military training? Mandatory exercise? This explanation didn't hold water. No matter what, the Huaxia government wouldn't make everyone drop their work to exercise at community centers. Meanwhile, in Rome City, Li Lu saw the conversation in the group and burst out in her native Sichuan dialect, expressing her anger. As a fiery Sichuan girl, she couldn't stand ungrateful people like this. Seeing Lin Wanner's reply, she smiled knowingly and added, "I'll let you in on a secret. The government saying they've stopped all production is fake, just a smokescreen to confuse foreign countries. But the forced exercise is real. I just finished running 800 meters, and I'm exhausted." Seeing the consistent responses from her two roommates, Wang Xiaomei began to have her doubts. Recently, China has been stirring up trouble, and this time, the government is mandating that all citizens exercise, which might actually be happening. Wang Xiaomei sat in front of her computer at home in the United States, watching her friends' discussion in a WeChat group back in China, a slight smirk forming at the corner of her mouth. "A month ago, I kindly advised you to emigrate, and now you regret it, don't you?" she quickly typed. "Look at China. Not only are there restrictions everywhere, but now they're forcing you to exercise at the community center. It's different in the US. You can do whatever you want. By the way, what exactly is this Chinese cultivation method? Send it to me." Lin Wanner and Li Lu paused for a moment after seeing the message. Such a secretive cultivation method in China could easily be debunked if fabricated. Meanwhile, in the Miao region, Wu Xiangxiang was quickly flipping through a comprehensive herbal medicine book in her traditional Chinese medicine clinic, her eyes scanning over the particularly bitter ingredients. Giving this ingrate a little lesson might be good. Wu Xiangxiang squinted and quickly replied in the group. The Chinese cultivation method is actually a prescription: 20 grams of bitter ginseng, 40 grams of coptis, 3 grams of gardenia, and 8 grams of bezoar, boiled over high heat until concentrated, then down it in one go. The three friends, though in different cities, coordinated seamlessly. Li Lu immediately followed up. "I just drank it this afternoon, and my skin is already fairer. I used to be out of breath after running a few steps. Now I can run 800 meters. Lin Wanner chimed in convincingly. Seeing her friend's descriptions, Wang Xiaomei was tempted. She eagerly opened a shopping website and ordered the herbs. "If it can whiten my skin, it's worth a try," she thought to herself. But China is really ridiculous, turning a simple prescription into a cultivation method. Luckily, I emigrated long ago. At this moment, Wang Xiaomei was just one of many overseas Chinese. Countless people who had emigrated, and those overseas observing from afar, were frantically contacting friends and family in China for information. Yet nearly all Chinese remained tight-lipped about the cultivation method, leading to various fake versions spreading abroad. Those who chose to leave during China's toughest times now remembered their Chinese identity and scrambled for information. However, for these traitors who betrayed their country, the domestic public harbored only strong disdain, secretly wishing they would remain abroad forever. After all, you made your choice, traitor. In the United States, within the White House, President Trump wore a fluctuating expression as he stared intensely at the pile of Chinese cultivation method materials on his desk. These methods, filtered by the 361 rogue guardians before spreading abroad, were all malicious pranks crafted by the Chinese people. Among them, the most horrifying was the 5 venoms version, which claimed that one could embark on the path of immortality by ingesting a mixture of centipede, snake, scorpion, gecko, and toad venom. Another version, dubbed the invulnerable method, suggested that enduring 81 heavy blows would render one's body transparent. Even more outrageous was the suggestion that self-castration could open the path to immortality. "Mr. President," James spoke with a slight tremor in his voice, head lowered, "the secret labs have conducted experiments on thousands of US soldiers, and all these methods have been proven fake." Remembering the horrific scenes from the experiments, he involuntarily tightened his legs. "Humph," Trump sneered. "I figured China wouldn't let everyone master the cultivation methods. The real techniques must be in the hands of a few top officials." He stood and walked to the window. "It's like how the US allows its citizens to own guns, but against military planes and tanks, such force is insignificant." A glint of desire flashed in Trump's eyes. "I have witnessed the power of Chinese cultivators firsthand, and I am determined to obtain these methods." However, having just dropped a massive hydrogen bomb on Japan, China must be furious. Demanding the cultivation methods now could provoke them into making the techniques public, which is not what the US desires. "The matter of the cultivation methods must be approached gradually," Trump murmured to himself. "Once China calms down, the US can consider a temporary alliance. Between nations, interests are eternal. As long as we pay a sufficient price, China will eventually hand over the methods." Just then, news from China poured in like a tidal wave. Countless Chinese citizens, immersed in blood pools, broke through the first layer of the body refinement stage in a single afternoon. On short video platforms, those who had succeeded excitedly showcased their transformations. In a South Hill nursing home, an octogenarian easily uprooted a towering willow. At Beihai Kindergarten, a child casually threw a stone and shattered a car window. Hospital wards were empty, with even terminal cancer patients recovering and ravenously devouring 5 bowls of rice. The entire internet was abuzz with these videos. Wow, the Chinese cultivation methods are real, one netizen excitedly commented. My severe nearsightedness healed in just 2 hours. At that moment, China was boiling with excitement. Make way upstairs, shouted a man in a wheelchair, his voice filled with excitement. His expression was one of elation. I've been paralyzed and in a wheelchair for over 30 years, thinking I'd never stand again. After just one afternoon of practice, I can now do a backflip on the spot. The scene was filled with miraculous events unfolding one after another. An elderly woman, holding a feather duster, was sprinting after a young man. As he ran, he shouted, "Great-grandma, don't be mad. I did it for your own good. Didn't you start feeling lively right after I applied the pig's blood on your face?" In a hospital, a mother who had been in a vegetative state for 5 years was being tended to by her child, who cautiously applied chicken blood on her body, hoping for a miracle. Astonishingly, the blood slowly seeped into her skin and disappeared. Although she hadn't awakened, it gave her family a glimmer of hope. The emergence of the huaxia cultivation technique completely defied the natural laws of life and death. As long as it wasn't a mental illness, one could rapidly regain health through cultivation. On site, elderly people with white hair grew black hair again, hunched back straightened, and walking sticks became mere decorations. People were immersed in joy, expressing their desire to practice all night in the blood pool. Some even tried to sneak large plastic bottles to take the blood water home, but were sternly stopped by guards at the entrance. However, some were concerned about the black aura emanating from practitioners. This looks like being possessed, someone questioned online. Isn't cultivation supposed to be ethereal? Why are we surrounded by black smoke? Others were frightened by the skull emblem on the emperor's flag and tossed it in the trash. These voices of doubt were quickly drowned out by a wave of supporters. The huaxia officials did not offer any explanation. After all, it was normal for beginners to be unable to fully control their internal magic. Even the immensely powerful Bai Yang would emit billowing black smoke when he made a move. Practicing magic inherently involves cultivating magical energy, and this black aura is the most natural manifestation of it. China has gone above and beyond, not only preparing beast blood in advance, but also organizing 100 million new recruits to go to local community centers and provide hands-on guidance to the public for cultivation. Such meticulous arrangements are almost equivalent to directly infusing cultivation into people's bodies, yet some remain skeptical. In response, China maintains a firm stance. Practice if you wish, but be prepared to face the consequences if you don't. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Amidst the nationwide fervor for cultivation, Bai Yang's attribute panel showed his demonic points soaring at an astonishing rate. Name, Bai Yang. Demonic points, 6.2996 billion points. Demonic treasures, 18-layer merit tower supreme postnatal treasure, myriad soul banner, demon soul prison sword, indestructible battle robe. Demonic realm. Early stage of god transformation can consume 3 billion demonic points to break through to mid-stage. Demonic pet, national luck demon dragon juvenile. No wonder it's called the heavenly demon cultivation method, Bai Yang remarked with a hint of amazement in his eyes as he looked at the numbers. In just 3 days, so many people have broken through to the 3rd level of the body refinement stage. With an ordinary cultivation method, breaking through even 1 level in a month would be a challenge. However, as he flipped through the thick stack of documents in front of him, his brow gradually furrowed. Unsettling phenomena were occurring across the regions. 3 men disappeared while night climbing Mount Tai, and foundation-building cultivators failed to find them. Venomous insects in Miaojiang suddenly became aggressive, frequently injuring people. Villagers in Yunnan unearthed a 3-meter giant mushroom, and over 100 villagers suffered from severe stomach issues after consuming it, yet insisted it was a cooking error. In Hunan province, a super rice yielding 10,000 pounds per acre appeared, prompting Chinese Academy of Sciences scholars to investigate. Behind all these anomalies was the rapid resurgence of spiritual energy, far exceeding expectations. Since Bai Yang's spiritual consciousness broke through that mysterious will, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air had been rising uncontrollably. Although his demonic points had surpassed 6 billion, Bai Yang hesitated to break through to the next realm. He had an intuition that doing so could trigger unforeseeable chain reactions. Yet, he knew he couldn't remain stagnant forever. Breaking through can wait, but I must expedite the execution of all plans, Bai Yang resolved internally. Even though the comprehensive guide to Chinese cultivation had been distributed, allowing people to figure it out on their own would take months. Time was of the essence. Just then, a notification from the Chinese Ministry of Education caught his attention. At 10 a.m. tomorrow, the ministry will launch a live broadcast course covering a wide range of cultivation knowledge, including alchemy, artifact crafting, formations, inscription engraving, spiritual pet nurturing, and spiritual herb cultivation. People are encouraged to choose 2 courses that suit their individual circumstances. According to the latest national announcement, the courses are available to all Chinese citizens over the age of 10 and can be freely switched. Each course accounts for 1 credit, and 2 credits must be completed. Most importantly, there will be an online final exam every Sunday, which must be passed within a month. The announcement has elicited mixed reactions from various sectors of society. In a community square, several middle-aged and elderly people were anxiously discussing this mandatory requirement. "What are we going to do?" an elderly man said, wiping sweat from his forehead. "I'm already 48. I failed the driving theory test 10 times, and now I have to pass 2 exams in 21 days. We can't just ignore it," a woman next to him sighed. "The government has said that those who don't pass will have their supplies halved." Meanwhile, in many middle schools, students are excitedly discussing the news. "Finally, I can compete with my dad," a high school student said, slapping the desk. "He's always saying that if he had these opportunities when he was young, he would have gone to a top school. Now we're taking the same courses. Let's see who does better." This educational reform is closely linked to the recent introduction of the Chinese cultivation method and the distribution of the human sovereign flag. The course content includes alchemy and artifact refining, sparking heated discussions online. Is Earth experiencing a spiritual revival? All that's missing is the appearance of mythical beasts. This is just like a fantasy novel. Formations are nothing. Alchemy and artifact refining are the real deal. I want to learn how to train spiritual pets. Commanding spirit beasts to fight sounds awesome. Can inscriptions be engraved on the body? I want to increase my durability. Faced with such a variety of courses, some are eager to learn them all, but the government has also advised that it's better to specialize in one area rather than spreading oneself too thin. After all, while ensuring basic cultivation, handling 2 courses at once is already the limit for most people. However, when this news reached overseas, it was met with ridicule from Western netizens. Is China trying to replicate the history of an emperor who died from taking elixirs? First cultivation, then alchemy. Will there be monsters in a few days? I heard their cultivation method is just a nasty concoction. Western netizens mocked these initiatives, their words dripping with sarcasm. A series of recent actions by Huaxia has left world leaders deeply perplexed. First, they introduced the so-called Huaxia cultivation method, and now they are grandly promoting alchemy and artifact crafting. Faced with this populous nation of 1.4 billion suddenly embarking on such a bizarre path, presidents around the world are furrowing their brows. Historically known for their shrewd leadership, Huaxia has rarely lost in international dealings since its founding. Yet now, this eastern nation seems to have lost its senses, not only halting production for nationwide cultivation, but also planning to launch live-streamed courses to teach the public the incredible arts of alchemy and artifact crafting. This is utterly absurd, world leaders are privately murmuring. If alchemy truly existed, with the strategic genius of Huaxia's ancestors, the planet would have been renamed Huaxia Star long ago. If artifact crafting were real, how could Huaxia have suffered historical invasions from island nations? Despite the general belief that these courses are mere theatrics, countries have dispatched their most elite hacker teams to uncover the truth. In the Kremlin of Northern Bear Country, President Putin sits at his iconic oak desk, brow furrowed. As a long-standing strategic ally, Huaxia's recent moves have become increasingly inscrutable to him, leading him to suspect possible espionage from other nations infiltrating Huaxia's decision-making. When Huaxia's Ministry of Education announced the launch of live alchemy and artifact crafting courses, Putin could no longer hold back and personally picked up the red phone line. Improper use of alchemical pills can be deadly. Putin expressed his concern in a roundabout manner, questioning the rationale behind this decision. On the other end, Wang Zhongping did not respond directly, but rather gave a meaningful chuckle, followed by a cryptic suggestion: "I advise your country to stock up on food and ammunition in the near future." This remark left Putin deep in thought. Ultimately, he decided to heed the advice, but only to a small extent, increasing reserves just in case. Meanwhile, in the old Delhi Palace of Flying Cake Country, a tense high-level meeting was underway. In President Quine's office, a group of officials wore worried expressions as they anxiously discussed Huaxia's national cultivation plan. "We've given our all to support Huaxia, even going into considerable debt and nearly exhausting our livestock. How can they monopolize the cultivation method and disregard us?" Quine's hands were clasped under his chin, his face darkened with concern. He knew that if Huaxia did not include Flying Cake Country in the cultivation plan, they would face violent backlash from their angry populace. "Don't rush. Perhaps the time isn't right yet," Quine muttered to himself, though the worry in his eyes was unmistakable. Signs of social disorder were already appearing in Flying Cake Country, and their time to manage the situation was running out. "Transmit my orders. Leave only enough supplies to maintain the functioning of the Flying Pancake Nation Society for 1 month. Send all other resources to Huaxia." Kawendi gritted his teeth, his knuckles turning white with the pressure. Determination flashed in his eyes. This was their last chance. "We must show Huaxia our utmost sincerity." If such a sacrifice couldn't earn Huaxia's acceptance, he would have no choice but to quietly leave the country with their accumulated wealth. Meanwhile, in the White House, Trump was hysterically venting his fury. F. F. He swept the documents and objects off the desk with a thunderous roar. Why does Huaxia have cultivation techniques and mastery over alchemy and artifact refinement, while we in the United States have nothing? James stood by with his head lowered, a tone of resignation in his voice. Mr. President, the United States has been established for less than 300 years. Even if we dig up every state, we might only find some Native American remains. I don't care. Trump's eyes were bloodshot. Have the intelligence agency hackers find a way to hack into Huaxia's live stream. We must acquire these cultivation techniques. Yes, Mr. President. The next morning at 10, an unprecedented live stream was about to begin. 14 billion Huaxia citizens flocked to it, overwhelming the Education Ministry's servers with massive traffic. Although the screen was still pitch black, the comments and GIFs had already flooded the display. Streamer, these 1,000 rockets are yours. Start the stream already. Do you think the lecturer might be an elder who's lived for thousands of years? I hope it's a 300-year-old lady. I'd gladly be the younger man in that scenario. My parents are already waiting in front of the TV. If they score lower than me, that would be interesting. I just got a black chicken, heard it's useful for alchemy, ready to follow the live practice. As Huaxia citizens eagerly anticipated, inside the Pentagon's intelligence agency, over 100 top hackers were making their final push. The sound of fingers tapping on keyboards filled the room, while the progress bar on the central screen crawled past 64. Pick up the pace. It's already 10 o'clock, you useless lot. James's shout echoed through the room. Kevin, the most skilled hacker in the United States, had sweat beading on his forehead. His hands danced across the keyboard, leaving afterimages. As a legend who had breached the Pentagon's defenses multiple times, he finally spotted a vulnerability in Huaxia's 361 security system. Clack! With the final keystroke, the progress bar surged to 100. Nice! I did it! Kevin jumped up in excitement, raising his arms to receive applause. However, the room fell into a deathly silence. All the computer screens suddenly displayed an icon of a panda holding 3 incense sticks, grinning mischievously as it began to frantically delete the Pentagon's confidential files. What the heck is this? A panda that deletes files? Hackers from various countries stared at the panda icon that suddenly appeared on their screens, their expressions changing drastically. These hackers, who were confident they could hack into the Huaxia live stream, were now completely dumbfounded. On the screen, a seemingly cute panda icon was frantically deleting files. This was no ordinary virus. It was clearly a trap meticulously designed by 361 rogue guard. Once a computer was infected with this panda burning incense, the virus would spread like a plague to surrounding devices. How the hell is this panda design? The hackers furiously tapped their keyboards, but they couldn't stop the spread of the 361 software suite. Since when did Huaxia start counterinvading? They watched helplessly as more and more 361 software spread across their screens, until they could only slump in their chairs, questioning their life choices. This rogue software was not only uninstallable, but it also allowed the panda burning incense virus to successfully cripple the systems of intelligence centers around the world. With no other options, the hackers resorted to the most primitive response, shutting down and getting new computers. Meanwhile, confidential intelligence from various countries was continuously flowing into Huaxia's intelligence system, with revelations explosive enough to shake up leaderships worldwide. The live broadcast lit up, showing a young man dressed in a white dragon robe. In front of him were various pieces of equipment, clearly marking him as the main character of this broadcast. The comment section exploded. Can someone this young really be a cultivation expert? The host is so handsome and charismatic. Isn't it a bit reckless to have someone so young teach a cultivation course? Maybe he's reached a state of rejuvenation. Now, let's begin the lesson. Bai Yang waved his sleeve, and the comments quieted down. With a flick of his finger, the lid of a pill furnace floated open, revealing a blood-red pill. Using the refinement of the blood soul pill as an example, you must first gather the magical, spiritual energy in your palm and use your mind to ignite the flame. Bai Yang opened his palm, and a black flame instantly rose, the high temperature distorting the surrounding air. The comments erupted again. Wait, did he almost slip up just now? Wasn't it magical power? Can you guys stop being so picky? I tried it several times and couldn't ignite a flame, but I did let out a fart. Huh, I did it in 3 tries. In the live stream, the chat was buzzing with comments. Why is my flame different from the host's? It's just a small wisp. Host, the flame I conjured is purple. Coincidentally, mine turned out to be transparent. Backstage, the staff quickly sprang into action, using big data to filter out the accounts of these unique flame users and promptly inviting them to further their training at the Kyoto Military District. Of course, the choice was entirely up to them. Bai Yang continued his live lesson. The essence of alchemy is using spiritual energy to ignite flames that remove impurities from materials. He picked up a lively rooster. First, you need to operate within an hour of its death, during which its soul hasn't yet departed from the body. By channeling spiritual energy according to the meridian diagrams in the alchemy chapter of the Chinese Cultivation Encyclopedia, you can lock its soul and shrink it into the alchemy furnace. As Bai Yang demonstrated, he explained, next, use the flames to gradually eliminate impurities, merging the essence of flesh and soul. That's how you complete a blood-soul pill. Now, as you're all still in the body refining phase, you can't yet sense the furnace's condition with your divine sense, but that will change once you reach the foundation building phase. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but remark, a month ago, I couldn't project my divine sense even at the peak of the golden core stage, and now even foundation building cultivators can. It's downright bizarre. Remember, he emphasized, alchemy must be done in a dedicated alchemy room, or you might blow up your house. Let's stop here for today and move on to refining tools. As the lesson concluded, millions of viewers rushed to various alchemy sites. They were so energized they felt running was faster than driving. The alchemy sites quickly filled up with eager individuals holding new alchemy furnaces, ready to give it a try. However, practice proved much harder than expected. While some displayed impressive alchemical talent, over half failed at the first step, either losing control of their magic or injuring themselves by using too much force. A few who succeeded struggled with controlling the heat, turning their materials into charcoal. In the end, only around 100,000 gifted cultivators persevered. As time went on, more and more furnaces began to shake violently. Holy crap, the furnace is moving. I'm done. Am I about to create a spirit pill? Look, the pill has gained intelligence. Heaven did not give birth to me. Wang Xiaoming. The alchemy path would be like a long night. Supreme immortal pill, come forth. Seeing this, the staff on site were alarmed. This wasn't the birth of a spiritual pill. It was clearly a sign of an impending furnace explosion. Run, it's going to explode. A thunderous shout pierced the sky, jolting everyone immersed in alchemy back to reality. The staff's warning was like a bolt from the blue, causing thousands of alchemists to scatter in panic. The alchemy furnace, deprived of its energy supply, shook violently, emitting ominous roars. In the next moment, a deafening explosion erupted. Thousands of small mushroom clouds surged into the sky, with powerful shockwaves sweeping across the area like an invisible tidal wave. Those alchemists who hadn't evacuated in time were caught in the chaos, their flames spiraling out of control and triggering even larger chain explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed across the land of China, deafening and relentless. Tens of thousands of mushroom clouds rose one after another, creating a breathtaking and terrifying spectacle. Residents watching the live broadcast felt the tremors and, mistaking it for an earthquake, fled to their windows in panic. This grand alchemy operation ended with an unexpected outcome. Out of over 1 million participants, only about 3,000 successfully crafted elixirs. These successful individuals were promptly recruited by the Special Affairs Alchemy Bureau. Researchers recorded their alchemy data with precise instruments, transmitting it to the data center of the Chinese Academy of Sciences for analysis, hoping to develop devices to aid in alchemy. Half an hour later, a new wave of people flocked to the artifact forging site. Bai Yang elaborated on the properties of different materials. The human body, as the essence of heaven and earth, is the best material for crafting magical artifacts, followed by animal bones. For example, using 36 human bones can create a top-tier ordinary artifact, while the same amount of animal bones would only produce a defective item. Bai Yang solemnly announced, "It is strictly forbidden to use the remains of our country's people for artifact forging. Violators will face severe consequences. For now, the state will provide materials, but in the future, you must procure them yourselves." The artifact forging site was bustling, with materials distributed in 2 lines. The shorter line on the left, mostly women and children, received animal bones. The right line, stretching for miles, consisted of people waiting to receive the remains Bai Yang brought back from the 18th layer of the Tower of Merit. Initially, the government underestimated the demand for these remains and did not restrict the quantity one could collect, as long as it wasn't excessive, like asking for a dozen at once. As news spread, more people rushed to seize this rare opportunity. After all, the live courses could be replayed, but missed materials were gone for good. The staff quickly discovered a serious problem. The number of people lining up for the little days was growing rapidly, with crowds as far as the eye could see, and the limited supply couldn't keep up with the demand. Before long, the little days were completely snatched up. A massive crowd surged towards the equipment workshop, only to find a large pile of animal remains at the materials collection point on the left. Disappointed, the crowd broke into a chorus of pleading. "Hey buddy, you got 8 little days. Can you spare me 1 or 2? Come on, man, just 1. I ran 10 kilometers to get here and even lost my shoes. Please, give me 1, have a heart." But those who managed to get the little days remained unmoved, insisting they had earned them after waiting in line. Seeing that persuasion wasn't working, a few ill-intentioned individuals began whispering among themselves. Suddenly, Two strong men sprang forward and tightly grabbed one unlucky person who had collected a dozen little days, while others seized the opportunity to snatch most of his haul, leaving him with just one lonely little day. Those were all my spoils, the victim shouted, glaring at the solitary little day on the ground, and angrily slapped the robbers 3 times. The equipment workshop instantly turned into a chaotic scene, filled with the sounds of scuffling and blows. Once things finally calmed down, the crowd started crafting magical items according to Bai Yang's live-streamed instructions. However, a problem arose. How exactly do you craft the human emperor's banner again? One man scratched his head in frustration, unable to recall Bai Yang's teachings on drawing the runes, and in his anger, punched the little day twice. It's all because of this stupid thing that I forgot everything I just learned about crafting. 10 days flew by. During this time, the Huaxia Academy of Sciences worked tirelessly day and night, researching data on alchemy, equipment crafting, array formations, and inscription techniques, and finally developed a groundbreaking product, the Xiaobai Smart Wristband. This wristband contained all the information from the Huaxia Cultivation Encyclopedia, from alchemy temperatures to crafting precautions. Even a complete novice could achieve nearly a 90 success rate by following the wristband's instructions. At an alchemy venue, a middle-aged man shouted at his wristband, "Xiaobai, I want to craft blood soul pills." As he spoke, he conjured flames in his palm. The wristband immediately began its sarcastic guidance. "Hey buddy, are you trying to burn the alchemy furnace? Turn down the heat." "Yes, just like that." "Can't handle it already? Can you keep it up a bit longer? Watching you make pills is painful. Practice on your own next time, don't bother me." The man looked at the 2 bright red blood soul pills in the furnace, supposed to be pleased, but instead, he was thoroughly annoyed by Xiaobai's comments. In an array training field, an enthusiastic college student shouted, "Xiaobai, I want to practice the spirit gathering array." "Dude, why are you starting with a circle? Listen to my instructions. First, inject spiritual energy into the array flag and plant it in the ground, then find a stone. Now you can draw a circle, using spiritual energy to inject into the stone powder and draw a circle around the array flag." "How big a circle? Why don't you just draw one around the entire planet? Practice more if you're not good at it, and stop bothering me." Though the young man was thoroughly criticized, he successfully set up the demon gathering array, with demonic energy becoming denser the closer it was to the array flag. In a pet shop, a 6-year-old girl pointed her tiny, white hand at a lazy orange cat and said in a sweet voice, "Xiaobai, I want to form a contract with this kitty." "Sweetie, first look at the contract pattern in the magical pet section of the Huaxia Cultivation Encyclopedia and imagine it appearing on the cat's head. Step back 2 steps, just in case the cat explodes, so you don't get splashed." "The contract is done. Thank you, Xiaobai." Dai Lian clapped her little hands happily, hugging the orange cat and bouncing out of the pet shop. The intelligent wristband's differential treatment was established as a fundamental rule during the program designed by the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences, to help practitioners quickly master demonic skills while overcoming the challenge of not being able to extend their spiritual sense during the body refining stage. The academicians set up 2 distinct teaching modes in the wristband system: a sharp-tongued system for practitioners over the age of 16 to prevent over-reliance, and a gentle, encouraging educational system for those under 16 to guide them towards gradual independence. This decision also serves as another acknowledgement of Bai Yang's significant contributions. Atop Mount Tai, Bai Yang gazed into the distance, with 9.8 billion demonic points circulating within him. He was just 2 billion points shy of the milestone of 10 billion. Standing at this sacred site where emperors throughout history have offered sacrifices, Bai Yang murmured to himself, "I wonder if breaking through here on Mount Tai will cause the black energy to surge 3,000 miles eastward." He secretly hoped so. Last time, when he accumulated 1 billion demonic points, the system gifted him with the precious Huaxia Immortal Cultivation Compendium. This time, reaching 10 billion, the rewards were bound to be even more generous. Indeed, just as this thought crossed his mind, the demonic points suddenly surpassed the 10 billion mark. A prompt appeared in his mind. Detected that the host has accumulated over 10 billion demonic points, releasing a milestone achievement package, Demonic Advancement Compendium. Another message followed. Detected that all Huaxia citizens have surpassed the first level of the body refining stage, achieving a special accomplishment. Huaxia, everyone becomes demonic. Reward: the postnatal supreme treasure, the demon pattern lock earth cauldron, a vessel of fortune. Bai Yang was taken aback, his face full of disbelief. Everyone in Huaxia becomes demonic? What is this special achievement? He quickly calculated the time. It had been 13 days since the nationwide cultivation began. Logically, even with the worst aptitude, a day should suffice to break through the first level of the body refining stage. Who was it that took until now to break through? The answer soon revealed itself: a woman who firmly believed cultivation would lead to demonic possession finally let go of her prejudices and entered the blood pool after witnessing the improved health of her neighbors who practiced. At this moment, Bai Yang could no longer focus on these details, as a vast flood of memories surged into his mind. The method to refine the advanced demonic treasure, the 10,000 Souls banner, techniques for creating demonic talismans, advanced chapters of demonic foundational skills. All this knowledge instantly merged within him. Holy crap, the 10,000 Souls banner refinement method. Bai Yang's eyes widened. This was rare knowledge priced at 1 billion demonic points in the demonic mall. The contents of the comprehensive guide to advancing in the demon path exceeded Bai Yang's expectations. Beyond the method for crafting the 10,000 Souls banner, it also included instructions for creating various demonic artifacts like the soul-shaking bell and the blood-condensing pearl. It was like an unexpected windfall worth billions. What excited him even more was finally discovering the method for drawing demonic talismans. Bai Yang carefully studied the essentials of talisman crafting, using spiritual awareness to guide demonic energy, drawing specific patterns with the blood of fierce beasts on specially prepared paper or animal hides. This discovery was significant, as it meant that all 1.4 billion demonic cultivators in China could carry talismans with them and turn the tide of battle even when their demonic energy was depleted. At this moment, a majestic and imposing demon-mark earth-locking cauldron floated before him. A supreme treasure, an artifact to stabilize fortune. Please choose a faction to bind it to, the system prompted. Bind it to China. Bai Yang commanded without hesitation. As soon as he spoke, the cauldron vanished into thin air. He quickly extended his spiritual awareness to search within a 1,000-mile radius, but could not find any trace of the cauldron. As Bai Yang was puzzled, the cauldron suddenly appeared near the national luck demon dragon. The dragon tentatively flicked its tail, but the cauldron remained unmoved. As the binding was completed, a strange transformation occurred. That outward spreading demonic energy was suddenly halted, as if drawn by some force, and it all sank into the land of China. At that moment, China's strong yet somewhat unstable demonic fortune became completely solidified. The system interface immediately updated. Name, Bai Yang. Demonic points, 10.19413 billion points. Demonic artifacts, 18-layer merit tower supreme postnatal spiritual treasure, demon mark earth-locking cauldron supreme treasure, stabilizing China's demonic fortune, 10,000 souls banner, demon soul prison sword, immortal battle robe. Demonic realm, initial transformation stage. Demonic pet, national luck demon dragon juvenile stage. After confirming the cauldron was safe, Bai Yang immediately began his breakthrough. A massive amount of demonic energy shattered the realm barrier, and a thick black beam of light shot up from the peak of Mount Tai, clearly visible to residents within 100 miles. Is a treasure being born? Could it be a powerful cultivator undergoing tribulation on Mount Tai? People speculated. The soldiers dispersing tourists were stunned. With Chief Bai causing such a commotion, why bother moving the tourists? Amidst the rumbling, the black beam grew thicker, connecting with the lightning gathering in the clouds. A few seconds later, the beam dissipated, and the overwhelming demonic energy surged into Bai Yang's body. Initial void stage achieved. At that moment, a crisp cracking sound echoed from the void. Hidden fissures across blue star gradually widened, and spiritual energy burst forth. Skies over various countries were instantly shrouded in deep blue clouds. Only over China, the deep blue clouds and rolling black clouds stood in stark contrast, creating an extremely bizarre scene. The sky was shrouded in deep azure clouds, a clear sign of a sharp increase in spiritual energy. Strange lights flickered within the clouds, heralding an impending storm of spiritual energy. However, over China, eerie black clouds mingled with the azure, a result of excessive demonic energy merging with the mist. 80 billion demonic points just to break through to the early nascent soul stage? Why don't you just rob me? Bai Yang muttered to himself, standing atop Mount Tai with a sullen expression. He had spent 100 billion demonic points, hoping for a significant leap, only to stagnate shortly after reaching the early nascent soul stage. At that moment, the black clouds in the sky grew more oppressive, as a thunderbolt of silver light began gathering strength within the clouds. Get lost, stop bothering me. Bai Yang impatiently waved his hand, releasing a massive palm print infused with rolling black energy that soared into the sky, shattering the forming thunderbolt into pieces. The clouds seemed startled by this sudden assault. After a brief pause, the deep azure clouds for miles around rapidly converged toward Mount Tai. Countless bolts of lightning flickered within the clouds, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of silver-white thunderbolts were poised to strike. Enough already. Bai Yang, now furious, unleashed a colossal palm print imbued with overwhelming demonic energy. This strike not only dispersed the dense clouds, but also obliterated the myriad of thunderbolts. This should be it, right? Bai Yang scratched his head, preparing to leave, inwardly mocking the nascent soul stage tribulation for being so feeble. Just then, a crimson thunderbolt appeared out of nowhere in the clear sky. Spiritual energy from 100 miles around surged toward it, dramatically increasing its power. Everyone move. Leader Bai is undergoing his tribulation at the top of Mount Tai. It's too dangerous to stay here, shouted a Foundation establishment cultivator at the mountain's base, hastily gathering the surrounding warriors and urging them to flee. The sheer power of the Crimson Thunderbolt was so intense that even a glance made his eyes ache, as if they might burst from another second of exposure. Now this is interesting. Bai Yang finally showed a hint of seriousness. Before his breakthrough to the early nascent soul stage, this Crimson Thunderbolt would have left him on the brink of death. But now, it was merely interesting. Once the Crimson Thunderbolt ceased absorbing spiritual energy, it split into 10,000 dangerous red bolts, turning the entire sky crimson. Bring it on. Bai Yang stood with his hands behind his back, facing the onslaught of thunderbolts with calm composure. In the next moment, countless Crimson Thunderbolts rained down furiously, each strike passing through Bai Yang and hitting Mount Tai, gradually reducing its height. The earth-shaking tribulation lasted for a full 10 minutes, with the explosive roars echoing for thousands of miles, causing much of China to tremble. As the dust finally began to settle, the once 1,000-meter-high Mount Tai had been reduced to less than 100 meters. A tremendous shockwave swept out from the mountain peak, clearing the sky of dust. As the thunderstorm subsided, a foundation-building cultivator 50 miles away cautiously turned to investigate. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief at the scene before him. Mount Tai had vanished amidst the lightning. But when he blinked again, the mountain stood intact as if nothing had happened. Atop Mount Tai, Bai Yang gently raised his right hand, using an invisible force to lift the mountain, which had been struck into the ground by lightning. The 10-minute ordeal of the thunder tribulation had not harmed him in the slightest. Instead, it had refined the unstable magical power within him into something more solid. However, this was just the beginning. Due to the lack of spiritual energy in the world, Bai Yang had not triggered a thunder tribulation when breaking through to the golden core, nascent soul, or spirit transformation stages. Now, the long-overdue void refinement thunder tribulation was just beginning. The sky darkened abruptly, and a chilling wind howled. A heavy, ancient aura of death permeated the air, setting off alarms in Bai Yang's mind. Black clouds from all over China converged above Mount Tai, layer upon layer, growing denser as if they could drip ink. As time passed, all the black clouds in China gathered, continuously contracting inward. Dark lightning flickered within the clouds, accompanied by faint battle cries. Bai Yang tried to probe with his spiritual sense, but was repelled by the lightning within the clouds. When the last wisp of black vapor dissipated, an army of 100,000 thunder soldiers appeared in the sky. This army was clad in heavy armor, some wielding swords and shields, others on horseback with spears, and some carrying bows and arrows. What shocked Bai Yang the most was the banner bearing the ancient script, for Qin. This absurd scene left Bai Yang speechless. The black clouds had transformed into 100,000 Qin soldiers, defying all logic. Wind, wind, wind. The thunderous Qin soldiers seemed to possess intelligence, shouting in unison. Thousands of archers stepped forward, drawing arrows formed from lightning and aiming at Bai Yang. A sense of crisis enveloped Bai Yang instantly, and he fled 1,000 miles, yet the threat of death lingered in his heart. Shoot! At the command of their leader, a volley of arrows was released. As the rain of arrows passed, all living beings felt an icy threat of death. Bai Yang fought while retreating, yet the arrows pursued him relentlessly as if they were guided. Fire again! Another volley was launched. Facing the relentless barrage, Bai Yang stopped retreating. If you want to fight, then a fight you shall have. He drew his demon soul prison sword and turned to charge back toward the summit of Mount Tai. Great wind, great wind, great wind. Seeing Bai Yang leading over 20,000 arrows toward them, the 100,000 Qin soldiers shouted, brandishing their weapons to meet the challenge. This earth-shattering scene left nearby residents dumbfounded. A mysterious strongman was battling heavenly soldiers, and the sound of their clash echoed across China. The only mystery that remained was why these heavenly soldiers were shrouded in black smoke. Online, people were buzzing with discussions. Guys, what's going on outside? The explosions haven't stopped, but there's nothing to see when I step out. It's pretty scary. I live near Mount Tai, and to put it simply, there's a powerful figure undergoing a tribulation at the summit. The power of the lightning is unbelievable. Did we just start national cultivation, and someone's already facing a tribulation? But knowing our country's capabilities, there's surely someone powerful enough to control the situation. I'd bet it's the person currently undergoing the tribulation. Someone uploaded a video of the tribulation online, and surprisingly, the platform didn't take it down, which clearly indicated official approval. Recently, many arrogant individuals had emerged, and this video would undoubtedly bring them back to reality. In the imperial city of Kyoto, Wang Zhongping, Long Zhanshan, and Fang Hongtao sat together with serious expressions. Although Bai Yang had mentioned beforehand that breaking through at Mount Tai might trigger a chain reaction, the current commotion was beyond their expectations. The deafening roars continued for half an hour, and even when the Academy of Sciences slowed the video down 1,000 times, Bai Yang's figure was still undetectable. The power of the lightning tribulation is truly astonishing, far beyond what we anticipated, said Elder Wang with a grave look. Previously, Bai Yang had never mentioned undergoing a tribulation, and they were unaware that cultivation required enduring a lightning tribulation. Previously, Bai's breakthrough didn't involve a tribulation, but now there are 4. It must be due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, Elder Long surmised. He recalled Bai Yang's breakthrough in the military camp, which was grand but didn't attract a tribulation. After Bai Yang's breakthrough, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air began to increase exponentially. Coupled with the phenomenon of azure clouds enveloping various parts of Blue Star, the resurgence of spiritual energy was undeniable. Meanwhile, atop Mount Tai, the battle was intense. A dazzling sword light ripped through the clouds for miles, as Bai Yang, wielding the demon soul-suppressing sword, fought amidst the dark, thunder-formed Qin army. These Qin soldiers were not only formidable, but would self-destruct upon being slain. Within half an hour, Bai Yang had defeated over 60,000 Qin soldiers, almost depleting his magical energy and leaving his body covered in deep wounds. No wonder they say only after surviving a lightning tribulation can one truly find their footing. My cultivation, boosted by the system, is indeed superficial, Bai Yang panted, relying solely on his nascent soul stage physical strength to wield his sword against the enemy. Each time he defeated a Qin soldier, the resulting self-destructive lightning arcs helped forge his internal magical energy, making it more solid. Another 10 minutes passed, and with his magic depleted, Bai Yang could only rely on his formidable physical strength to fight. I can't go on. I need a break. Once I'm back in form, I'll fight another 300 rounds, he declared, not caring whether the thunderous Qin soldiers agreed, as he took out an 18-layer merit tower from his storage space and hid inside. At the sight of the 18-story merit tower, the Qin army, transformed from dark lightning, suddenly halted, their faces showing almost human-like expressions of confusion. They looked at each other as if silently questioning. Why didn't this guy reveal such immense merit earlier, instead of enduring this lightning strike? In the next moment, the lightning-formed Qin army seemed to be frozen in place as if under a spell, then suddenly disintegrated, turning back into rolling black clouds that scattered across the lands of China. This unexpected change left Bai Yang dumbfounded after battling for over 40 minutes. Was the problem solved with just a merit tower? Had he known, he could have avoided such torment. At precisely 4 p.m. on August 17, 2024, a strange phenomenon descended upon Blue Star. Azure rain poured down like the celestial river, covering every nation. People worldwide stayed indoors, discussing online. It's the first time in over 30 years I've seen blue rain. Could it be some chemical leak? Since noon, the blue clouds have completely covered the sky. It's the same here in the Eagle Nation. We're used to it now. I just woke up and saw a 2-meter spider outside my window, which vanished in the blink of an eye. Am I dreaming? The same in Kangaroo Country, with 3-meter spiders disappearing without a trace. World leaders were on high alert over this bizarre weather, suspecting it might be a genetic weapon from some country, and ordered citizens to stay indoors. However, China was an exception. After Bai Yang successfully overcame his tribulation, he used his spiritual senses to discover the truth that azure clouds contained pure spiritual energy, while the black clouds held demonic energy. Although they would dissipate over time, receiving them promptly was a great opportunity. The Chinese government immediately issued a notice, instructing citizens to go out with tin soul banners to get drenched. Instantly, the streets and alleys of China were filled with people enjoying the rain. The rain hitting their bodies brought waves of tingling pleasure. This rain has opened up my meridians. Who would have thought to come out in the rain without the government's reminder? Look at the foreign websites. Those foreigners are still hiding indoors. Sure, let's enjoy the advantage quietly. Thus, the same rain presented 2 completely different scenes in China and abroad. On one side, there was an understanding enjoyment, while on the other, cautious apprehension. On the streets of London, blue rain poured down from the leaden gray sky. A young blonde man hurriedly got off the bus, holding a black umbrella as he briskly walked down the street. Strange blue puddles gathered on the ground, and he carefully avoided each one, wary of being touched by the unusual rain. Fate played a trick on him. A car sped by, splashing water from the tires that drenched him from head to toe. What the heck? Are you blind? He shouted angrily, wiping the water from his face. Yet, a peculiar sense of comfort spread from his face, leaving him momentarily stunned. After a moment's hesitation, he put away his umbrella. Since he was already soaked, he decided to fully embrace the rain. Strangely, the toothache that had bothered him for months began to ease under the rain's wash. This is a blessing, he exclaimed, eagerly pulling out his phone to share the unbelievable experience online. Soon, similar testimonies flooded in. After being caught in this rain, my years-long arthritis actually healed. The grass on my farm is growing wildly, reaching up to my waist. However, these miraculous stories sparked a wave of skepticism online. Another rain hoax? You guys should head straight to the mental hospital. with photo editing being so advanced. Anyone who believes this is a fool. Save this kind of joke for April Fool's Day. Despite some people posting medical records and real photos as evidence, skepticism remained dominant. Only a few, with a why not give it a try attitude, quietly stepped into the blue rain. Meanwhile, an astonishing transformation was quietly unfolding on Blue Star. The rain, rich in pure spiritual energy, nourished all living things, and both animals and plants greedily absorbed every drop. Their sizes swelled, their gazes turned fierce, accelerating their evolution toward becoming beasts. At the Zhang family slaughterhouse, the power of this evolution had already become strikingly apparent. An ordinary fat pig, bathed in the rain, suddenly burst through its iron cage. It lay in the puddle, its body swelling to a massive 10 meters, instantly becoming a level 2 beast. Witnessing the death of its kind filled it with hatred, and now, the time for revenge had come. The scene then shifted to the imperial city of Kyoto. The screen of the spiritual pressure detector displayed a dense array of red dots scattered across various regions of the blue planet. Bai Yang stared at the screen, his pupils narrowing among the numerous level 1 and 2 fierce beasts. There were also a few level 3 beasts with spiritual pressures exceeding 10,000 points. Send out the notification. China is to immediately enter a state of war. Bai Yang ordered gravely. Command the 10,000 Foundation establishment cultivators of the Dragon God Special Forces to immediately deploy to various regions and ensure the minimization of casualties. With each command issued, China's departments sprang into action like a well-oiled machine. An official announcement was soon released. Comrades, this is the era of spiritual energy revival, and fierce beasts are about to emerge across the blue planet. China has entered a state of war. Let us unite and protect our homeland together. The rain continued to fall from the sky as the initial revival of spiritual energy was not yet complete, and many plants and animals were in the process of evolving. For most foreign netizens, this news was unbelievable. They hadn't even seen a single fierce beast, and China's warning seemed like a fairy tale. Little did they know, those abroad who had actually encountered fierce beasts were either desperately fleeing for their lives or had already become a meal for the beasts. Meanwhile, inside the White House in the United States, President Trump was frowning as he sifted through the towering pile of reports on his desk. In the mere 2 hours since the rain began, the reports flooding into police stations nationwide were alarming. A giant 5-meter gorilla appeared in a movie town, tearing onlookers who mistook it for a prop in half. A large-scale riot broke out in a Texas zoo, with mutated beasts breaking through barriers and slaughtering indiscriminately in residential areas. Stray animals across various regions were mutating into fierce beasts, storming into homes, and killing indiscriminately, with ordinary bullets unable to penetrate their hides. Immediately deploy genetic warriors to secure a 5-kilometer radius around the White House, Trump calmly instructed, and dispatch heavy firepower units to suppress the fierce beasts in various areas. To him, this disaster was also an opportunity. Months ago, secret U.S. laboratories had been researching the use of mutated animals to create genetic serums, but they had been limited by the lack of samples. Now, with fierce beasts everywhere, their plans could proceed with ample materials. As for civilian casualties, Trump not only didn't care, but saw it as an opportunity for population control. After processing all the information, Trump leisurely swirled his coffee cup, dismissing the situation. China is overreacting. They're just beasts that can withstand a few bullets. A single grenade could disable them, maybe a howitzer if needed, and they're mobilizing the whole country? Ridiculous. No sooner had he finished speaking than the ground suddenly shook violently. Caught off guard, Trump stumbled, and scalding coffee spilled all over his pants. Why on earth is the White House shaking? President Trump jerked as his body reacted instinctively, and papers scattered from his desk with the tremors. As a first-class genetic warrior, he immediately dashed toward the window, ready to leap from the 3rd floor. In that instant, a loud crash. A dark mass shattered the bulletproof glass, and a tree crown ominously thrust into the president's office. He rubbed his eyes hard, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. America's latest bulletproof glass, easily pierced by a cluster of branches. Feeling the building shake more violently, Trump turned and rushed downstairs. As he reached the 1st floor, the sight before him stopped him cold. Tree roots as thick as barrels burst through the ground, shattering the smooth marble floor in a tangled, menacing display. Bursting out of the White House doors, the once familiar scene had turned strange and terrifying. Trees that were originally 5 or 6 meters tall had grown wildly to over 30 meters and were still stretching skyward. The revival of spiritual energy, completely different from what we expected. Trump muttered to himself. It's not just animals mutating into beasts. Even ordinary plants are growing like crazy. China must know something. He grabbed a dazed security guard beside him, urgency in his voice. Quick! Gather all top experts from every field and meet at the secret research facility. We need to figure out the truth behind the spiritual energy revival, fast. Watching the security guard hurry away, Trump angrily punched the giant tree beside him, only to hear a metallic clang. Damn it, he exclaimed, shaking his aching hand. The tree was as hard as diamond. Memories flooded back. China's recent actions establishing a special department, recalling overseas Chinese, sealing borders, recruiting 100 million new soldiers were all preparation for this revival. This meant they knew 2 months ago, while other countries, including the US, were in the dark. China wants to rise to the top? Dream on. Trump roared, diving into his car, heading straight for the Pentagon. He planned to convene world leaders and use nuclear threats to force China to hand over their cultivation methods or let them taste the wrath of hydrogen bombs. Meanwhile, in Zhangzhou village square, villagers laughed and chatted in the rain. So all those pigs we slaughtered were for collecting beast blood as cultivation resources. Yeah, my cleaver was almost smoking from the chopping. Thinking back, it feels pretty honorable, contributing to the country. The cultivation method from Huaxia is truly remarkable. My son is just over 7 years old, and after practicing for a little over 10 days, he's already showing off by carrying a 500-pound millstone around. Zhang Taizhu boasted proudly. But when he turned, his son was nowhere to be seen. Frowning, he looked around and spotted the little boy 800 meters away, gleefully chasing a large yellow dog while carrying a massive millstone several times his size. Zhang Xiaobao, take care of that millstone. If you drop it onto Huang, you'll be in big trouble when we get home. Zhang Taizhu shouted at the top of his lungs. Naughty to Huang, you bit my finger, and now you're getting what you deserve. Zhang Xiaobao triumphantly teased the yellow dog, hoisting the 2-meter-wide millstone. De Huang put on a show of panic as it dashed ahead, but inside, it was unfazed. It thought to itself, this is just Zhang Xiaobao trying to scare me, much like how I used to startle people on scooters by the roadside. The recent rain infused with pure spiritual energy had not only evolved it from an ordinary local dog to a first-level fierce beast, but also significantly enhanced its intelligence. Speaking of biting Zhang Xiaobao's finger, De Huang still felt wrong during the new year. The boy had blown up its food bowl with firecrackers and laughed hysterically. In retaliation, De Huang had only given him a gentle nibble, yet the boy held a grudge to this day. At that moment, a massive figure appeared in the middle of the dirt road. This fearsome beast was bloated and burly, each step causing the ground to tremble, with the surrounding brick houses only reaching its thighs. Holy cow, a pig bigger than an elephant? The old village chief, trembling, pointed at the nearly 10-meter-tall beastly pig and couldn't help but curse. This thing's over 10 times the size of an elephant. Zhang Taizhu was momentarily stunned before realizing that Zhang Xiaobao was less than 15 meters from the giant beast. Son, come back! Zhang Taizhu bellowed, unleashing boundless energy from within, wisps of black smoke rising from his body as he sprinted towards Zhang Xiaobao. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaobao, still focused on chasing De Huang, saw the dog suddenly stop, its fur bristling as it barked loudly. Woof, woof, woof. Puzzled, Zhang Xiaobao looked up to see a menacing pig's head looming closer, its gaping mouth exuding a nauseating stench. A thunderous grunt left him weak in the knees. Frozen in fear, Zhang Xiaobao stood still, while De Huang bravely stepped forward, trembling but steadfast in front of him. Despite its instincts urging it to flee, its protective nature as a local dog kept it firmly in place. Seeing the little boy in tears, the monstrous pig wore a malicious grin. Humans, brace yourselves for my wrath. Mommy, I want my mommy! Zhang Xiaobao cried out, hurling the millstone with all his might and sprinting towards the plaza. The pig hadn't yet comprehended how the little boy could run so fast when its chin was struck by a terrifying blow, knocking it unconscious on the spot. Son, are you okay? Zhang Taizhu caught the flying Zhang Xiaobao, the force of the collision sending them tumbling. Villagers gathered to check on them, and, seeing the father and son unharmed, hurried back home. Moments later, they returned with large iron pots and various cooking utensils, eagerly rushing towards the defeated second-level beast. The pig felt a sudden darkness engulfing its vision, and in its dazed state, the conversation around it became clearer. Wow, that's one huge pig, a gruff voice exclaimed. The government says it's called a fierce beast, and eating it is supposed to be very nourishing. Pig brains are the best, another person said, swallowing hard. Half spicy, half aromatic, what a taste. The ribs of this fierce beast pig are thicker than my arm, a third voice joined in. Imagine taking a bite out of that. Heat the oil, the onions, ginger, and garlic are ready, an eager voice chimed in. Someone suddenly reminded, didn't the government say these fierce beasts are supposed to be used for alchemy? Isn't eating them a waste? What are you talking about? Someone immediately retorted. Have you ever tasted a fierce beast pig at your age? Let's enjoy it first. We can talk about alchemy later. As night deepened, the rain poured more heavily. In the darkness, countless pairs of crimson eyes flickered with an eerie glow. The scent of meat in the air heightened their hunger. The hunt was about to begin. Meanwhile, outside a resort town in Florida, military vehicles roared. Over 100 U.S. Special Forces operatives equipped with thermal imaging night vision were ready for action, their large-caliber assault rifles loaded with custom bullets. Even more intimidating were the 30 multiple rocket launchers following them, filled with deadly rockets. They had a special mission: to eliminate any potential fierce beasts in the town and retrieve their remains. If necessary, they could resort to using the rockets. As they advanced, the soldiers didn't encounter the legendary beasts but stumbled upon a disconcerting sight: massive spider webs stretched between the giant trees. These transparent strands were incredibly tough, impervious to knives or gunfire. "Stay alert," commanded Odell, raising his right hand with a serious expression. As the only sheriff in the country to meet recruitment targets, he had been rapidly promoted and was now the overall commander of this operation. "It's too quiet here," Odell said, gripping his Desert Eagle pistol and scanning the surroundings warily. At this hour, the town used to be filled with the sounds of young people partying. 50 meters ahead, a small villa with lights on caught his attention. The villa's windows were shattered, as if something had broken in. "Brown," Odell ordered, "go check out that villa with the lights on." The other Special Forces members relaxed a bit when Odell singled out Brown. In the U.S., breaking into a house uninvited could get you shot. Feeling apprehensive, Brown raised his assault rifle and approached the villa, calling out loudly, "Hey, is anyone in the house? I'm a peace-loving American soldier. I mean no harm, please don't shoot." There was no response from inside. As Brown pressed his ear against the door, he faintly heard the creaking of floorboards and a disquieting whimpering from within. Brown swallowed nervously, his right index finger on the trigger of his assault rifle. He took a deep breath and then kicked the wooden door open with a loud crash. "Stop resisting," Brown shouted sternly, quickly aiming his gun at the only living thing in the room: a woman trapped in a giant spider web. She was tightly wrapped in glistening silk, with only her eyes and nostrils exposed, resembling a bizarre mummy. Upon seeing Brown, she began to struggle violently, desperately rolling her eyes in warning. "Ma'am, whatever you've been through, you're safe now," Brown reassured the victim as he pulled out a lighter to burn the web. Watching her eyes roll back repeatedly, he felt a twinge of annoyance. She doesn't even appreciate being rescued. As Brown used the flame to burn the web around the woman's mouth, something strange happened: the silk didn't melt. Instead, liquid dripping from the ceiling extinguished the fire. "Ma'am, is your house leaking?" Brown asked in confusion, looking up only to meet 8 glowing, eerie eyes. Before he could scream, a giant spider, nearly a meter in size, descended from above, expertly wrapping Brown's head in silk, cutting off his cry. "Fire! Open fire!" Odell roared as he rushed to the military vehicle, hoisting a rocket launcher and firing at the villa. Amid the explosion, the villa crumbled into ruins, followed by continuous booming as rockets rained down. Villas collapsed in the blasts, countless small spiders crawling out from the debris. The team reloaded their rockets without pause, fearful of the creatures getting too close. Soon, the entire town was engulfed in a smoky, fiery inferno. Meanwhile, along the coast of Korea, rain infused with pure spiritual energy not only nourished the land but also seeped into the world's oceans. Under the influence of this mysterious force, marine life expanded at an alarming rate, with shrimp once the size of grains now growing to half a person's height. In the pouring rain, Lee Sung-chan set up his fishing umbrella by the shore, convinced that the bigger the storm, the bigger the catch. He had deliberately chosen this weather, yet from noon to late night, the float remained still. Just as he began to doubt himself, the float suddenly plunged underwater. "I've got a big one," Lee Sung-chan exclaimed excitedly, gripping the fishing rod as a tremendous force pulled against him. He steadied his stance, engaging in a tense, 10-minute tug-of-war with the unseen catch. When the fishing line suddenly slackened, he quickly reeled it inwardly to see a giant crab, 2 meters tall, with one eye pierced by the hook, advancing toward him. As if the crab was a signal, a swarm of giant crabs suddenly emerged from the sea, brandishing enormous claws as they followed some scent inland. That night, strange phenomena appeared all over Blue Star. Packs of ferocious beasts surged into towns and villages, slaughtering civilians at will. Ordinary firearms had little effect on these massive creatures, forcing governments around the world to deploy heavy weaponry, willing to risk civilian casualties to annihilate the beasts. The existence of these beasts became an undeniable fact. Shocking footage flooded the internet, scenes of beasts tearing through crowds, and government forces using heavy weapons to obliterate both beasts and civilians. Public anger erupted like a volcano. "We pay so much in taxes every year just to support these incompetent fools. My paralyzed mother is still at home, and they just bombed the place with rockets. It's utterly inhumane. Why do they get to destroy my house without my consent? We demand compensation." Look at the videos online. We're the ones being slaughtered by the beasts, but over in Huaxia, there's nothing happening. They were prepared and are in no danger. It's truly enviable. Public discontent boiled over, with even threats to assassinate government officials emerging. Governments had to defend themselves, claiming that Huaxia also suffered from the beasts, but that media control prevented related videos from being seen. Even those with partial truths, like Trump, believed that while Huaxia had methods of cultivation, it was impossible for all 1.4 billion citizens to practice it, as the scarce resources could only support an elite force at best. However, an official release from Huaxia shattered the self-deception of other nations. Hundreds of unedited videos appeared on the official website. In a remote village, unarmed villagers surrounded a 6-meter-tall, second-level ferocious beast, a wild bull, which astonishingly knelt and begged for mercy. At a zoo in Sichuan, a 20-meter-tall national treasure, a giant panda named Huahua, looked at the bare bamboo grove and pitifully pointed at its mouth, signaling to the keeper that it was starving. In the reign of Miaojiang, a young girl adorned with silver jewelry rode a 3-meter-long venomous scorpion, colliding head-on with her mother, who was riding a giant millipede. The two argued heatedly over responsibility. On the grassland plateau, herders sang and danced around a giant barbecue rack, roasting a 20-ton beastly mountain goat slathered in sauce over the fire. These videos spread across international networks like wildfire. Photo experts from various countries analyzed them frame by frame, but could not find any flaws. Even so, they insisted that these were fabricated images. People from various countries who once had confidence in Huaxia are now changing their attitudes. They had witnessed the terrifying defense of the beasts firsthand. Ordinary bullets were like tickles to them, and a casual charge could shatter solid concrete walls. However, when these fearsome beasts were shown in videos from Huaxia as domesticated pets, even turning into delicacies on the dining table, it was something they couldn't accept. This must be a fake video, they angrily questioned. If Huaxia is truly safe, why not show live footage of their shelters? In an underground shelter in Florida, Wang Xiaomei huddled in a dark corner. Her hair was disheveled, clothes in disarray, clutching the only 2 pieces of stale bread and a small bag of nearly expired milk. Just days ago, when explosions echoed across the sky, she hurriedly grabbed an umbrella and ran out, not even having time to comb her hair. Along the way, she witnessed her neighbor being torn to pieces by a beast, filled with regret. If only she hadn't immigrated to the United States and stayed in Huaxia, which had long prepared for the revival of spiritual energy. But upon seeing the videos released by Huaxia's officials, her regret instantly dissipated, even feeling a sense of relief. Huaxia doesn't dare to reveal the true situation. It must be worse than here, she thought to herself. They might not even have shelters ready. At least here, I can still get bread and milk. On August 18, 2024, at noon, Kyoto time, as the torrential rain ceased, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air surpassed the critical point, causing the entire continent to tremble violently. The blue planet swelled like a balloon suddenly inflated. Buildings originally 20 meters apart were instantly stretched to 2 kilometers. Trees on Mount Kunlun grew to 100 meters within minutes, shrouded in misty white fog. Mount Tai soared to 10,000 meters in just 2 minutes, becoming the world's highest peak, with black demonic energy swirling around it. Marine life accelerated evolution, transforming into beasts that recklessly attacked, destroying submarines and detection equipment from various countries. The ocean, covering 70% of the blue planet, instantly became a forbidden zone for humans. In just 5 minutes, the blue planet's volume expanded 100-fold, causing all space satellites to crash. The surge in spiritual energy triggered a chain reaction. Precious herbs like ginseng and lingzhi advanced to first and second-tier spiritual medicines. Pale blue minerals underground were infused with spiritual energy, glowing with a ghostly blue light, transforming into true spirit stones. In the deep mountains and forests, some beasts instinctively sought out and devoured these evolved spiritual medicines, their bodies radiating with a new wave of evolutionary brilliance. These phenomena are all within China's grasp. In secret warehouses scattered across the country, rows of steel shelves are stacked with herbs procured from overseas, while batches of pale blue minerals are neatly arranged in the corners. The warehouse walls are made of 50 centimeters of thick steel plates, encased in a solid layer of concrete, clearly a precautionary measure. When the herbs began to emit a faint glow and strange patterns appeared on the surfaces of the minerals, the warehouse managers promptly reported the anomalies. Some herbs, having gained a form of sentience, attempted to escape by burrowing underground, only to find themselves trapped in this well-prepared iron cage. Meanwhile, the situation abroad was chaotic. Surveillance footage from warehouses around the world was astonishing. Herbs emitting mysterious light seemed to come alive, leaping about and disappearing into the ground as soon as they took root. Many warehouse managers initially thought it was the work of gophers until they reviewed the footage and realized how bizarre the truth was. In the Pentagon, President Trump was increasingly furrowing his brow. Faced with the sudden resurgence of spiritual energy, a whole morning of expert meetings had failed to yield any valuable conclusions. Their entire understanding of the phenomenon could only be pieced together from Chinese cultivation novels. Just as Trump was deep in thought, James hurriedly entered the room, handed over a tablet, and rushed off to handle other crises. Rampaging beasts, civilian resettlement, and shelter construction were all urgent matters. Watching the video of the glowing, escaping herbs, Trump's expression grew more somber. In the past, such absurd reports would have angered him, but now, with beasts running amok, plants growing wildly, and the sudden expansion of Earth, everything seemed to make sense. He suddenly recalled China's previous financial blitzkrieg and their large-scale acquisition of herbs, minerals, and poultry. In hindsight, those herbs were likely the legendary spiritual herbs, and the pale blue minerals, could they be the spirit stones described in cultivation novels? Trump quickly checked his phone, and the latest 3 announcements from China confirmed his suspicions. China announced the abolition of the old currency in favor of spirit notes. Citizens could exchange spirit notes for spirit stones and herbs. The Ministry of Finance encouraged residents to earn spirit notes by working part-time in spiritual plant cultivation centers in their spare time. The Special Affairs Department announced the development of a portable beast spiritual pressure detector and urged citizens to collect one from local offices. The Huaxia Military Department has issued an important announcement. The levels of ferocious beasts are categorized from 1 to 10, with level 1 and 2 beasts being the most commonly encountered. If you come across a level 3 beast, you must evacuate immediately and contact local foundation building cultivators for extermination. At the same time, Huaxia has released detailed illustrations of spirit stones and spirit herbs online. The bulletin boards of local offices are plastered with various ways to earn spirit tickets. Hunting ferocious beasts allows you to exchange their carcasses for spirit tickets, with the amount determined by the spiritual pressure within them. Discovering a spirit vein mine and voluntarily handing it over grants you a permanent ownership of 1,000th of it, with the state covering the mining costs. Additionally, cultivating spirit herbs, refining pills, and crafting magical artifacts are all stable sources of spirit tickets. Spirit herbs gathered from the wild remain the property of the individual. Although the state promises to provide the basic resources for all 1.4 billion citizens to cultivate to the golden core stage, the functioning of society still requires labor to create value. As an initial benefit, each citizen has received a red spirit ticket worth 100 units, featuring the portrait of Bai Yang at its center. People, with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, took these spirit tickets into shops. Some chose spirit herbs to enhance their cultivation, while others exchanged them for spirit stones that emitted a soft blue glow. After experiencing the benefits, everyone was eager to get involved. With the traditional Huaxia currency abolished, a new currency system based on spirit stones and spirit herbs emerged, signaling an opportunity for a financial reshuffle. Upon seeing this news, the 1.4 billion people of Huaxia were invigorated, grabbing tools inscribed with demonic runes and heading into the vast wilderness. It should be noted that the Blue Star has expanded 100-fold, with Huaxia's territory now reaching an astonishing 9.6 million square kilometers, 6 times more than the entire Blue Star's total land area before the expansion, plus 6 times the original area of Huaxia. In such vast virgin lands, who knows how many spirit vein mines are hidden and how many rare spirit herbs grow? Discovering and handing over a spirit vein mine can easily yield wealth equivalent to thousands or even tens of thousands of tons of spirit stones. Of course, some intend to keep discovered spirit vein mines for themselves. Huaxia adopts an open-minded approach to this. After all, unmined spirit veins are hard to detect, but once mined, the leakage of spiritual energy will reveal their locations. Bai Yang's monthly inspections can easily uncover these unreported veins, which will then naturally be claimed by the statue on this land. Strength is the ultimate truth. Meanwhile, a highly confidential meeting was held in Zijin City. The attendees, with solemn expressions, stared at 36 photographs on the table. 34 correspond to the famous mountains of each Huaxia province, all shrouded in mysterious white mist. One shows a mysterious island that appeared out of nowhere 200 kilometers off the coast of Yen City. But the most shocking was the photo of Mount Tea mountain towering 10,000 meters high, emitting black smoke, its peak consumed by swirling dark clouds, starkly contrasting with the other mountain ranges. Mount Tai, a site historically used by emperors for sacrifices and rituals, is now shrouded in black smoke spreading across the sky. Inside the meeting room, the atmosphere was tense as images sent by the Foundation establishment cultivators from the Dragon God Special Forces were displayed on the large screen. These images from various provinces of China were so vivid that they sent chills down everyone's spine. Ladies and gentlemen, Wang Zhongping broke the suffocating silence, glancing around at the assembled leaders. Feel free to share any thoughts you have. Don't hold back. The room remained silent. The attendees exchanged knowing glances before focusing on the head of the table, where Bai Yang sat, supporting his forehead with his hand, lost in thought. Minister Bai, please guide us. One leader finally spoke up. Indeed, we dare not express opinions lightly so as not to affect your judgment. Just give us your instructions, and we'll follow them. Bai Yang, acknowledged as the foremost figure in China's demon cultivation circle, had established an unassailable authority in the cultivation world with his unique heavenly demon cultivation method and various demonic arts. With a sigh, Bai Yang seemed unsurprised by the situation. Wang Zhongping exchanged a knowing smile with Long Zhanshan, and Feng Hongtao's secret meeting was not just about discussing the anomalies across the regions, but also a test of Bai Yang's standing among the high ranks. Judging by the reactions, entrusting Bai Yang with the power of China seemed to be the general consensus. Regarding the secrets of the Qin dynasty, Bai Yang began, clasping his hands on the table. It is well known they revered the color black. However, recent signs point to a deeper mystery. The dark thunder I encountered during my tribulation, transforming into Qin's soldiers, and the sudden black smoke at Mount Tai's sacred site, these are not ordinary occurrences. He paused. What is most unsettling is that we have mobilized thousands of historians to scour ancient texts, yet no clues have been found. Such perfect erasure of traces is beyond human capability. I have decided to personally go to Mount Tai to investigate. During this time, all related mountain areas must be strictly sealed off, prohibiting any entry. Meanwhile, across China, countless people were already heading into the wilderness, carrying bags filled with spices, cooking utensils, and digging tools, holding soul flags like bandit groups. In these beast-infested forests, an unknown adventure was beginning. From the bloodthirsty rabbits, fierce beasts of the first rank, to the venomous pythons, massive creatures of the second rank stretching tens of meters long, all were drawn by an enticing aroma. This scent held the promise of evolution, far surpassing the mere smell of ordinary prey. Drawn by the fragrance, the beasts charged forward only to encounter a group of Chinese locals armed with digging tools. Seeing these little ones, barely half their height, the beasts let out intimidating roars, planning to scatter and then pick off their prey one by one. However, surprisingly, the humans were not panicked. Instead, they curiously sized up these gigantic creatures. That 2-meter-tall rabbit would make a delicious, spicy rabbit head, said a burly man, rubbing his hands together. No need for one that big. Look at that 1.5-meter white rabbit. Its meat must be more tender, someone else chimed in. 20-meter black bear, who wants to help? We can each take 2 bear paws. That 1-meter-long mosquito might not have much meat, but I need to avenge all those summer bites. A 3-meter goose, anyone know how to inscribe runes? I need a bigger pot to stew it. The group discussed eagerly and quickly reached a consensus. Capture these ingredients first to fill their bellies, then search for the spiritual or veins. Seeing the lively beasts, many people were already drooling. Charge! For the sake of good food. The crowd erupted in a unified cheer. A few smart beasts sensed the danger and fled with their tails between their legs. But most of them, unwilling to back down, roared and charged at the approaching humans. A venomous python struck at a middle-aged man's stomach, only to hear a crisp ding as its fangs chipped, leaving the man unharmed. Trying to scam me? The man sneered, using his strength to snap the snake's neck. The bloodthirsty rabbits were pummeled by a young woman wielding a hammer, as if she were playing a game of whack-a-mole. One rabbit managed to get close and use its powerful kick, but only succeeded in making the woman's chest jiggle without causing any harm. The beasts soon realized they couldn't penetrate the humans' defenses, while a single punch from the humans could be fatal to them. Terrified, they fled into the depths of the forest. The Chinese locals then took out soul-capturing banners to collect the beast spirits and continued their pursuit. An hour later, smoke rose from various parts of China, and the rich aroma of cooked meat filled the air, making everyone's mouth water. In a large iron pot inscribed with ancient runes, various mythical beasts are being stewed, with the aroma of spices wafting across the surface. Between the giant trees, rows of makeshift grills are set up where beast meat sizzles on iron bars, golden fat dripping and releasing an enticing fragrance. People gather everywhere, eagerly tasting different dishes. The meat of this horned demon bull is really something. I'd say the pterosaur meat is more tender. As they eat, they exchange cooking tips and techniques. Soon, the textures and recipes of these mythical beasts are uploaded to food forums, forming a detailed, mythical beast culinary hit list. The revival of spiritual energy has not only changed the mythical beasts, but has also transformed ordinary spices into spiritual herbs. Scallions emit an intoxicating fragrance, Sichuan peppercorns have a numbing sensation with a hint of sweetness, and even the simplest boiled meat, when cooked with these evolved spices, can surpass the signature dishes of five-star hotels. In the forests, many unknown spiritual fruits with alluring colors have appeared, exuding a captivating aroma. Most people act cautiously, collecting the fruits for testing. However, among the 1.4 billion people, there are always some bold modern-day Shinno who pop novel fruits into their mouths. Wherever these food enthusiasts go, no plant is spared, with even tree bark showing clear teeth marks. Although some fruits are highly toxic, those with cultivation at the 5th level or above can easily expel the toxins from their bodies. Thus, China's culinary map continues to expand, with plans already underway to breed and domesticate tasty mythical beasts. While other countries are still avoiding these beasts, the Chinese have already turned them into delicacies on their dining tables. Meanwhile, the summit of Mount Tai is shrouded in rolling black clouds. Since the mountain emerged, an ancient Fengshan platform has mysteriously appeared at the peak. Dark energy continuously emanates from the platform, causing the surrounding air to distort ominously. The day the island nation fell and the golden lotus of merit appeared, the Fengshan platform briefly trembled. That night, 3 men climbed Mount Tai and witnessed a bizarre sight upon reaching the top. A magnificent palace faintly appearing in the sky, like a mirage. Driven by curiosity, they approached for a closer look, only to be swept inside by an unseen force, after which the palace vanished without a trace. Inside the grand hall, rows of statues of soldiers in black armor stood solemnly on either side, the entire space dominated by a dark, austere atmosphere. The trio's attention was immediately drawn to the dragon throne on the central steps, especially the jade seal resting on its armrest. They eagerly attempted to sit on the throne, but were held back by an invisible black force, unable to sit down. Turning their attention to the jade seal, no matter how hard they tried, it wouldn't budge, as if it was seamlessly part of the throne. Inside the grand hall of the palace, 3 figures stood with somber expressions. The dragon throne stood majestically, and the imperial seal lay quietly on the table, yet it seemed to be bound by an invisible force, rendering all their attempts to touch it futile. After searching for a way out to no avail, they discovered an unusual pool nearby, where black mist swirled with a demonic aura. After some deliberation, the 3 of them leaped into the pool. The pure demonic energy surged into their bodies like a living entity, but without the means to refine it, they could only absorb it passively. As time passed, the demonic energy in the pool remained dense, and the 3 of them had reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Today, the Fengshan platform appeared at the summit of Mount Tai, signaling another chance to return to reality. The 3 reunited in the hall, determined to make one final attempt. Rise, my imperial seal. Guan Yu gripped the seal tightly, veins bulging, his face flushed, but it remained unmoved. With strength to move mountains, my spirit dominates the world. Zhang Kuei shouted, his black face filled with anger, exerting all his strength, yet he too failed. Second brother, third brother, this is fate. The seal will choose its rightful master. Lu Xianbing thought to himself with secret delight. As the eldest brother, he had pretended to be humble, allowing his 2 younger brothers to try first. Now seeing their failure, he was even more convinced that he was the chosen one. However, 5 minutes later, the situation became extremely awkward. Big brother, if you really can't lift it, then let it go. This seal is not meant for us. Yes, maybe we should give up. Yi Yu and Zhang Kuei urged, but Lu Xianbing ignored them. He thought to himself, the 3 of them, one named Lu, one named Guan, and one named Zhang, were so similar to the historical Lu, Guan, and Zhang. Blessed with this extraordinary encounter, they gained exceptional power. It was clearly heaven's will, suggesting that he should take the seal as proof, emulate the ancients, and rise up. It's rising, the seal is rising. Amidst Lu Xuanbing's excited shouts, the seal suddenly soared into the air, transforming into a stream of light that shot towards the entrance. Mandated by heaven, may it last forever? Bai Yang caught the flying seal and recognized it as the imperial seal of Emperor Yingzhong, a mystical treasure. Feeling the urgent emotion from the seal, he immediately prepared to use his heart's blood to bind it as his own. How dare you, that's my seal. Lu Xianbing erupted in rage, striking at Bai Yang's head with the intent to seize the seal and kill. Bai Yang casually flicked him away with a finger, not even using his full strength. Bai Yang, having enveloped the area with his divine sense, realized this was the legendary celestial abode. Although the 3 had arrived before him, he had many questions to ask. If they refused to cooperate, he wouldn't hesitate to search their souls. What astonished him most was that all 3 had reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, far surpassing the elite members of the Dragon God Special Forces, who had only achieved the peak of the Foundation establishment stage after 3 months of arduous training. Indeed, the celestial abode held great opportunities. However, given the eerie atmosphere of the palace, calling it a demonic abode seemed more fitting. Ugh! Lu Xianbing spat out a mouthful of blood, his body shooting backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the marble floor of the palace. His face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with shock. He recalled the first time he learned about cultivators while watching a special TV program on the awakening of dragons. Back then, he was full of admiration, and after breaking through to the early stage of the Golden Core, he became extremely arrogant. He clearly remembered that the cultivators featured in the program were far weaker than he was now, but he never imagined that there were such masters hidden in China who never appeared on the program. Big brother, are you alright? Zhang Kuei rushed forward urgently. Seeing Lu Xianbing in such a sorry state, he was immediately filled with rage. Who dares to harm my good brother? Let me take his life. Before he could finish his words, Bai Yang's figure had already appeared like a phantom in the center of the hall. He glanced at Zhang Kuei casually, but that glance was as if it carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, causing Zhang Kuei's legs to go weak, and he became silent with fear. Seeing Bai Yang merely observing the palace quietly without taking further action, Lu Xuanbing's mind raced. He forced himself to stand up, shielding his two brothers behind him, and put on a sincere facade. Senior, I was overly emotional just now, and I fear I've caused a misunderstanding. I apologize to you. Outwardly respectful, he harbored murderous intent within. He sneered inwardly. A true man can endure and adapt. Today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Has anyone ever told you that cultivators with profound realms can sense others' thoughts? Bai Yang suddenly spoke, startling Lu Xianbing into a cold sweat. He instinctively hid behind his brothers, thinking that as long as they blocked this senior, he would have a chance to escape. Just kidding, don't be nervous. This is a society governed by law. You can't just kill people. Bai Yang chuckled lightly, then inquired about the trio's time of arrival, breakthroughs, and discoveries. The three answered honestly, believing they were safe. Just then, Bai Yang appeared behind Lu Xianbing in a flash, his fingers like steel clamps gripping Lu's head. The last thing I said was a joke too. Bai Yang's tone was calm as he swiftly searched Lu Xuanbing's memory. A surge of true essence burst forth, and Lu Xianbing was instantly killed, his body stored in a spatial space. Bai Yang mused. This one didn't lie. So in consideration of that, I won't send him to the 18th floor of the Merit Tower. I'll just take his cultivation. Guan Yu and Zhang Kuei, witnessing this, were trembling with fear, sweat pouring down like rain. Clearly, this senior was someone who would kill without hesitation. You two need not worry, Bai Yang said with a smile. This person sought to kill me first, so I merely retaliated. I've been asleep for 1,000 years and am unaware of the current world. Could you enlighten me? Hearing this, the two clung to this lifeline, immediately explaining eagerly, completely ignoring Bai Yang's previous talk of a law-governed society and its contradictions. In the hall, two individuals spoke eloquently and earnestly, describing the ruler's debauchery and detailing how the people struggled to survive in dire conditions. Every word was an attempt to persuade Bai Yang to overthrow the government and establish himself as emperor, promising to be his loyal ministers. To others, such words might have gained them ambitious followers. But saying this to Bai Yang was like urging the emperor to rebel against himself. In an instant, Bai Yang stood alone in the grand hall. The imperial jade seal trembled violently in his hand, emitting an urgent emotional wave. Bai Yang focused his mind and forced a drop of his heart's blood, merging it with the seal. Buzz! A blinding black light burst from the seal, causing the entire palace to tremble. On the dragon throne, a solid figure abruptly appeared. This person wore a crown adorned with hanging pearls and a dark dragon robe, exuding an aura of authority and majesty with every movement. Bai Yang was taken aback, wondering who this formidable presence was that could appear on the throne without his noticing. I am Ying Zhang, the figure on the throne said, examining Bai Yang with an unusually friendly tone. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? Holy, the living Qin Shi Huang! Bai Yang exclaimed, his mind racing. If the ancestor himself appeared, did that mean cultivation methods existed during the Qin dynasty? More shocking was the pure and dense demonic energy emanating from the ancestor, indicating he was also a practitioner of the demonic path. If so, why was the Qin dynasty ultimately overthrown by rebels? Ying Zheng pondered for a moment. Qin Shi Huang should indeed refer to me. However, what does holy mean? He continued seriously. Friend, I am merely a fragment of the original soul left behind, not the main body. After a pause, he asked, what year is it now? If you have any written materials, may I take a look? Bai Yang hesitated for a moment, his long-dormant knowledge of classical Chinese resurfacing. Written materials mean a dictionary, right? Who carries a dictionary around? Will a phone do? He took out his phone, opened an app, and searched for a script comparison. Ying Zheng raised an eyebrow, watching Bai Yang produce this small device, and with a tap, reveal a scantily clad dancer. If not for sensing Bai Yang's pure demonic energy, he might have mistaken him for an evil practitioner from another land and immediately struck him down. Here, take a look. Bai Yang handed over the phone. Ying Zheng took it, astonished at the text comparison on the screen. This device is truly miraculous. Such a small item can contain the text of dozens of bamboo scrolls. If the immortal Qin had such a device, the people wouldn't have been deceived by charlatans into abandoning superior demonic practices for some celestial path. An hour later, Ying Zheng reluctantly returned the phone, his gaze lingering on the screen's image of a voluptuous dancer in black silk. Such attire has a unique charm, stirring desires within me. If only the immortal Qin could have. Seeing Ying Zheng's wistful expression, Bai Yang's respect for the first emperor crumbled. He had always believed, based on historical records, that Ying Zheng was a formidable ruler who united the realm. Yet, seeing him in person, he realized that even such an emperor was not immune to the allure of beauty. What a remarkable era, Zheng mused after watching numerous videos. I never imagined that China could develop to such an incredible extent in an era of dwindling spiritual energy. Truly impressive. At this moment, Bai Yang was filled with doubt. He stared at Zheng in front of him. Expressing his confusion, the historical records of the Qin dynasty now seemed to be a carefully woven lie. What kind of power could fabricate such a flawless fictional history and completely erase the truth? Zheng's pupils slightly trembled, as if he was touching upon some unknown secrets. He sighed softly, lifted his hand, and touched Bai Yang's forehead, infusing him with a vast stream of memories. While Bai Yang was processing this information, Zheng casually took the smartphone from his hand, curiously browsing through Douyin short videos, intrigued by the uniquely charming women of this era with their heavy makeup. The scenes in the memories unfolded slowly, revealing a spiritually rich Xianqin era. On the divided land of Huaxia, the practice of immortality was prevalent, with everyone from nobility to commoners engaging in immortal cultivation. This trend began 300 years ago when an immortal with red hair and golden horns tore through the sky, imparting the mortal ascension technique. It was said that reaching the pinnacle of this practice would allow one to ascend to the upper realm during daylight. Although the celestial message spread across Blue Star, the method of cultivation was left exclusively in Huaxia, causing intrigue and uncertainty among nations. At 7 years old, Zheng had not yet reached the age of 9 required for cultivation, but encountered a powerful being undergoing a tribulation in the state of Zhao. This powerful being recognized Zheng's extraordinary potential and took him as a disciple. 2 years later, as his master was about to ascend, he left Zheng with a jade pendant. During the spectacular ascension event, the pendant revealed 2 lines of blood-red words. Immortal cultivation is a demon's conspiracy. The upper realm uses ascended ones as great medicines. Then it disintegrated into dust. This shocking truth terrified Zheng, but fate did not abandon him. On his 9th birthday, in a dream, a mysterious master bestowed upon him the demonic arts, including the 9-turn demonic divine art. Not only Zheng, but also Meng Tian, Bai Qi, Li Xian, Wang Jian, and other future Qin generals received the teachings on the same night. Decades later, the demonic cultivation army swept across the 6 states, crushing the immortal cultivators with their demonic powers. Even Jing Ku, the consummate transformation expert sent by the state of Yin to assassinate, was knocked unconscious by a jar from the demonic physician Xiao Wuqi, failing in his mission. After unifying China, Zheng declared himself the first emperor and changed the country's name to Xianqin. He ambitiously implemented a series of reforms, standardizing the script and measurements, designating spirit stones as the universal currency, and most controversially, banning the mortal ascension technique that had been passed down for 300 years in favor of enforcing the demonic pattern 9 transformation's divine skill. This decision caused an uproar. Scholars were outraged, viewing the emperor's actions as a disdain for traditional immortal practices. They secretly conspired and spread the teachings of immortality among the people. Upon discovering this, the emperor was furious and ordered the confiscation of all cultivation manuals. On the day of the book burning, Bai Qi personally oversaw the event. Hundreds of unyielding scholars clung to their manuals and were kicked into burning pits one by one. However, this oppressive policy only fueled public resistance. People secretly practiced immortal cultivation at home, increasingly convinced that it was the true path. An enraged Zheng decreed that anyone caught practicing immortality would be exiled to the frontier to build the Great Wall. Yet, this did not deter the people's determination. As time passed, even though Zheng and his generals' demonic cultivation advanced rapidly, the fate of China could not coalesce into the nation's destiny demon dragon. At this time, news came from the East Sea about an elixir that could help consolidate the nation's destiny demon dragon. Su Fu volunteered to go, and Zheng permitted the journey. Unexpectedly, Su Fu did not find the elixir but instead lingered in the Hua country, engaging in heinous acts, capturing civilians for alchemy and turning beauties into dual cultivation furnaces, completely falling into the path of evil cultivation. Later, he sent his subordinates back to the mainland to capture people, but was shot dead by Meng Tian, which finally put an end to his actions. The sudden change occurred on an ordinary morning. Countless great demons descended from the sky, led by a red-haired, golden-horned stranger who had passed down the immortal cultivation method 300 years ago. With a single gesture, he sealed the spiritual power within all cultivators. A gigantic hand reached out from the sky, capturing the powerful immortals whose cultivation had been abolished as easily as catching chickens. Dozens of tribulation-crossing cultivators rose to resist, but, having lost their spiritual power, could only fight with their physical bodies and were quickly defeated. In this critical moment, the Qin army appeared. Zheng slashed the giant hand back with a sword, leading Bai Qi, Meng Tian, Li Xian, and other fierce generals. leveraging the might of 1 million demonic cultivators to barely engage the great demons in battle. However, the strength disparity was too great, and Zheng was swiftly defeated in his duel with the stranger. At the last moment, the nation's destiny demon dragon emerged from the earth and infused Zheng, temporarily elevating him to the demon emperor realm. After a prolonged battle, Zheng, exhausted, led the remnants of his forces into the void, but not before setting a great array that sealed all the spiritual energy of the world. The stranger, unable to break Zheng's array, slaughtered all demonic cultivators in fury and abducted all high-level immortal cultivators as alchemical ingredients. He altered the memories of all beings, leaving behind a false history, and departed with his spoils. After the great battle, Blue Star shrank 1,000-fold, entering an era of spiritual energy depletion. The nation's destiny demon dragon shed its dark scales, transforming into a golden dragon. The surviving low-level immortal cultivators hid in caves, struggling to survive in a world gradually losing its spiritual energy. Vast memories flashed through Bai Yang's mind like a movie, each frame revealing a startling truth. The practice of immortality cultivation was a meticulously planned conspiracy. The red-haired, golden-horned stranger who passed down the cultivation method seemed to do so for the salvation of all beings. But in reality, he had ulterior motives. His true intent was for people to cultivate themselves, so that when the time was right, he could easily harvest the great elixirs of the Blue Star. Bai Yang squinted slightly, a spark of insight flickering in his mind. The vilification of demonic cultivation in immortal cultivation novels was likely manipulated by the red-haired, golden-horned stranger. Unable to control demonic cultivators, he vigorously promoted the path of immortality. Once people reached the state of soaring to immortality, a single gesture from him could seal all the spiritual power within their bodies. The so-called mortal ascension technique surely hid a secret. Zheng noticed Bai Yang's thoughtful expression after digesting the memories and slowly shifted his gaze from his phone screen. In a heavy tone, he said, "I observe that fellow Taoist Bai is filled with pure demonic aura. May I inquire where your cultivation technique originates from?" This was not a baseless question. Through watching short videos, Zheng had gained a rough understanding of China's history from the immortal Qin to the present, and he had speculated on the red-haired, golden-horned stranger's plans. The stranger was powerless against the heaven-sealing and earth-locking formation set by his own body and could only wait for the magical power sustaining the formation to deplete naturally, at which point the spiritual energy of the Blue Star would revive. Logically, the stranger would destroy all demonic cultivation techniques before leaving, ensuring that once spiritual energy revived, people could only practice immortal cultivation. Anticipating this, Zheng left a fragment of his soul at the Taishan Fengshan platform, waiting for a fated person recognized by the imperial seal to inherit the demonic cultivation techniques. Now that such a person had arrived, the pure demonic aura emanating from them suggested that their cultivation technique was even more advanced than his own 9 revolutions of the demonic pattern divine art. My cultivation technique? Bai Yang hesitated for a moment before vaguely responding. It's complicated, but you can think of it as a master recognizing my exceptional talent and gifting me a technique to save the Blue Star. He nodded in satisfaction. Out of 8 billion people, the system chose him, proving he was a prodigy in demonic cultivation. Zheng's expression remained unchanged, but his mind was in turmoil. A master passing on techniques? Based on his speculation, the one who imparted techniques to him in dreams was likely the embodiment of the Blue Star's will. To prevent the red-haired, golden-horned stranger from harvesting spiritual energy, the Blue Stars will had taught him the 9 revolutions of the demonic pattern divine art and other demonic cultivation techniques in dreams. Many pieces of evidence supported this theory. The heaven-sealing and earth-locking formation was taught in the dream, and only by reaching the realm of the demon emperor could one have enough magical power to set such a formation. If it was merely for passing on demonic cultivation, why teach a formation requiring the power of a demon emperor? The truth was clear: the master in the dream was indeed the embodiment of the Blue Star's will. While imparting demonic cultivation techniques, the Blue Stars will also taught the heaven-sealing and earth-locking formation to ensure absolute security. Even if I couldn't stop the red-haired, golden-horned stranger, the will of Blue Star would certainly have a backup plan. It would help me temporarily break through to the Imperial realm and deploy the heaven-sealing and earth-locking array to lock the world's spiritual energy, preventing it from being stolen by that stranger. Zheng frowned slightly, pondering Bai Yang's words. If this young man truly received teachings from a master, there are only 2 possibilities. Either such a master exists, or the will of Blue Star has other plans. Perhaps in the past, it didn't favor me and therefore didn't pass down the most powerful demonic techniques. It wasn't until Bai Yang appeared that it deemed him worthy of such responsibility and bestowed these top-tier demonic arts upon him. With this thought, a trace of displeasure rose in Zheng's heart, and his gaze lingered a bit longer on Bai Yang. The first possibility was out of the question. So what exactly made this young man superior to me to earn the favor of the Blue Star's will? At this moment, Bai Yang was immersed in his own plans. His eyes grew brighter. Practitioners of the mortal ascension technique are rendered powerless by the caster's spiritual hand seals, becoming easy targets. Since the red-haired, golden-horned stranger could use this method to harvest Blue Star's spiritual energy, why not teach this technique to friends from overseas? Once they reached the body refinement or foundation establishment stages, I could organize a team to harvest their energy, ensuring safety while fully utilizing these foreign cultivators. A slight smile appeared on Bai Yang's lips as he thought to himself. This is the true intention behind the red-haired, golden-horned stranger's method. The so-called mortal ascension technique is clearly a foreigner's heaven ascension technique. The only question is, Chinese cultivators practice demonic arts, while the red-haired, golden-horned stranger practices immortality. Can the demonic hand seals seal the spiritual power of immortal practitioners? Just as he was about to voice this question, he met Ying Zheng's meaningful gaze. Being recognized by the Jade Seal means you are the chosen one of this era. Ying Zheng suppressed his frustration and spoke slowly. However, you have not yet passed my test, and the Jade Seal has not formally acknowledged you. Outside the palace, there is a magic essence pool, which is both an opportunity and a test. Are you willing to accept the challenge set by my true form? I am willing. Bai Yang nodded solemnly, suppressing his joy. To him, this was just like the trials and cultivation novels, clearly a pretense by Ying Zheng to bestow a great fortune upon him. The two walked out of the palace one after the other, each lost in their own thoughts. Ying Zheng was contemplating how to increase the difficulty of the test to make Bai Yang suffer a hidden loss, proving that the will of Blue Star's initial choice was wrong. Meanwhile, Bai Yang was thinking about how to perform just well enough to pass the test without making the Jade Seal's recognition too easy. This pool here is the Magic Essence Pool, composed of 81 high-grade magical herbs. Ying Zheng stopped in front of the pool. The test set by my true form is not difficult. You just need to soak in the Magic Essence Pool. During this time, I will manipulate the magical liquid within to forge and pressurize your body. If you meet my standards, you pass the test. He paused, then added, originally, there was no such test. In fact, the initial intention of Ying Zheng's true form was for the soul fragment to use the vast magical power of the Magic Essence Pool to lay a solid foundation in demonic arts for the predestined person of future generations. After the soul split from the body, it became an independent consciousness, separate from the main body. Only upon reunion could the main body gain the memories of the split soul. After a millennium of separation, Ying Zheng's split soul and main body had become entirely independent entities, and the main body's commands might not necessarily bind the split soul. Bai Yang stared intently at the magic-infused pool before him, feeling the powerful waves of magic within. Without a word, he jumped in with a splash and turned to give Ying Zheng a playful wink. You've got some guts. Ying Zheng nodded slightly, though a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. But mere courage is far from earning my approval. Watching Bai Yang enjoy himself in the magic pool, Ying Zheng frowned slightly. The depth of this young man's cultivation was beyond his perception, reminding him of events from long ago. It was during a great battle with the red-haired, golden-horned stranger that Ying Zheng realized he couldn't defeat his opponent and began laying plans for the future. He calculated that when spiritual energy began to recover, the Fengshan platform would reappear in the world, approximately 2,000 years after he had set the Great Heaven Sealing and Earth-Locking Array. To ensure the plan's success, he secretly split a soul at the fusion stage to create a cave dwelling in Mount Tai and preserve a seed of dark magic. Although the red-haired, golden-horned stranger was powerful, he was ignorant of spiritual power and formations, allowing the split soul to reach Mount Tai and use the nation's power stored in the Jade Seal to establish a cave before entering hibernation. However, 2,000 years later, this rootless split soul struggled to absorb spiritual energy in the era of declining magic, reducing its cultivation to the initial transformation stage, far below Ying Zheng's expectations of the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. Bai Yang's actions, however, accelerated the recovery of spiritual energy, preventing the split soul from falling below the transformation stage. Could this kid, like Jing Ku, have a way to conceal his true cultivation level? Ying Zheng recalled how Jing Ku had disguised himself as a foundation stage assassin. Bai Yang's situation was even more mysterious, as even Ying Zheng couldn't discern his true cultivation level. Logically, even with great fortune, it should be impossible to surpass his transformation stage in an era of declining magic. With this thought, Ying Zheng performed a spell to activate the magic pool. Since Bai Yang was chosen by the will of Blue Star and practiced dark magic, he should experience the might of the magic liquid tempering his body with his foundation stage great perfection physique. A layer of magic liquid, thin as a cicada's wings, enveloped Bai Yang, starting to compress inward. This seemingly delicate magic liquid was powerful enough to crush a body refinement stage cultivator into dust instantly. At this moment, It was as if three large question marks appeared above Bai Yang's head. Bai Yang stood in the magical pool, dumbfounded by the scene before him. He had anticipated that Zheng would go easy on him, but he hadn't expected the help from his ancestor to be so negligible it wasn't even enough to tickle him. Zheng, Bai Yang hesitated to speak. Such unspoken understandings, when brought to light, always seemed somewhat undignified. Seeing this, Zheng's face reddened slightly, and he cleared his throat twice. Under his control, the demonic energy surged, instantly raising the difficulty to the peak of the golden core stage. The demonic liquid surged like a tide, enveloping Bai Yang and forming a pressure layer as thick as a finger joint, making every inch of his skin feel as if it were bearing the weight of 1,000 pounds. Zheng watched Bai Yang's reaction intently, ready to dispel the spell at any moment. However, the scene before him left him astonished. Bai Yang appeared not only unperturbed, but rather bored, even yawning. Their eyes met, and an awkward silence fell over the scene. To break through to the nascent soul stage in the era of declining magic, if you were born in my time, you might truly have achieved the legendary Demon Emperor stage, Zheng said with a self-mocking smile. From Bai Yang's ease in handling the golden core peak-level demonic liquid, it was evident that his cultivation was at least at the early nascent soul stage. In contrast, should Zheng have been born in an era where spiritual energy was nearly depleted, he might have struggled even to reach the foundation establishment stage. Zheng, did you not eat? Bai Yang asked, bracing himself. With his early void refinement stage strength, his ancestor using only the golden core peak level for body tempering was simply too lenient. What do you mean by that? Zheng raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Bai Yang's question about meals during the body tempering process. To ensure he gained the Jade Seal's approval, Bai Yang gritted his teeth and shouted, harder. This statement instantly ignited Zheng's anger. As the supreme ruler of the immortal Qin, even the most dissatisfied scholars wouldn't dare to be so impudent. He had already hinted at his recognition of Bai Yang's talent, yet the latter had the audacity to escalate his taunts. You asked for it. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A fraction of the demonic liquid surged out, wrapping Bai Yang in layers like a cocoon, with every inch of his skin bearing the weight of 1,000 mountains. This was the intensity of body tempering at the early divine transformation stage. Despite his anger, Zheng remained closely attentive to Bai Yang's condition. What shocked him was that under such pressure, Bai Yang appeared utterly at ease, as if enjoying a full-body massage. A revelation struck Zheng like lightning. Bai Yang's cultivation was far beyond the nascent soul or divine transformation stages. From his composed demeanor, he must have reached beyond the peak of the divine transformation stage. In an era where spiritual energy had not yet revived, the total global spiritual energy might not suffice to nurture a nascent soul stage cultivator. So how had Bai Yang reached the void refinement stage? Even Zheng, who could remain composed when facing the red-haired, golden-horned alien, was now deeply shaken. Meanwhile, Bai Yang was immersed in comfort. Though the demonic liquid had little effect on his physical body, the magical energy within him grew increasingly solid under the pressure. Yet, this pressure was far from reaching the limits of his physical body. Zheng, give it your all. Bai Yang's shout pierced through the layers of dark energy. Zheng immediately channeled all his power, directing the entire pool of dark energy towards Bai Yang. In an instant, a massive sphere with a diameter of 50 meters enveloped Bai Yang completely. The crushing force inside was immense, producing a teeth-gritting creaking sound. Bai Yang felt like a soybean being ground under a millstone, his face contorted with pain. The pressure within the dark energy sphere had reached the level of the early nascent soul stage. Bai Yang felt as if his whole body was about to explode from the pressure, yet his internal energy became increasingly solid through the relentless tempering. Despite the excruciating pain, he remembered those in the Merit Tower who endured grinding day after day, and he persevered. If Huaxiao fell into the hands of the great demons, the suffering of all beings would be 100-fold worse. As time passed, the dark energy sphere gradually contracted, and Zheng's soul fragment, maintaining the tempering, became more transparent. Sustaining a nascent soul-level tempering with an early divine transformation cultivation was extremely taxing. Yet, Zheng remained silent, enduring it could not show weakness in front of his successor. Boom. When the last bit of dark energy was exhausted, Bai Yang successfully broke through to the mid-nascent soul stage. The overwhelming pressure caused the entire cave to tremble, even the Fengshan platform shook. Zheng's soul fragment was nearly transparent, but wore a gentle smile. He softly said, "Child, if the burden is too heavy, you can rest. I will lead the army back one day and restore peace for you." Zheng stepped forward, gently touching Bai Yang's forehead, imparting all his knowledge. By the time Bai Yang sorted through the vast memories, Zheng's soul fragment had dissipated into the world. Junior Bai Yang respectfully sees off Emperor Zheng. Bai Yang, with tears in his eyes, bowed deeply in the direction of Zheng's disappearance, expressing profound respect and gratitude to his ancestor. Oh, my mighty and charming ancestor. By the time you return to the blue planet, we might have already restored peace to welcome you." Sensing the disappearance of the soul fragment, the imperial seal seemed to express a hint of sadness, but soon it began to dance joyfully around Bai Yang. Name: Bai Yang. Dark Path Points: 1,674,030,000. Dark Path Treasures: 9 Nether Heaven Flipping Seal Postnatal Treasure. Dark Pattern Earth Locking Cauldron Postnatal Treasure. Suppressing Huaxia's Dark Path Fortune. 18-layer Merit Tower Top Grade Postnatal Spiritual Treasure. 10,000 Soul Banner. Dark Soul Prison Sword. Indestructible Battle Robe. Dark Path Realm. Mid-nascent soul can advance to late nascent soul by consuming 50 billion Dark Path points. Dark Pet. National Fortune Dark Dragon Juvenile. Bai Yang was overjoyed, never expecting that this seemingly ordinary imperial seal was actually a postnatal treasure. With the power he had cultivated in the midstage of his virtual practice, Bai Yang could use the 9 Nether Heaven Reversing Seal with full force to send the enlarged island nation crashing back into the sea with just one blow. Standing high in the sky, the seal in his hand emitted a deep, mysterious glow, and he could clearly feel the terrifying might contained within this treasure. A thought crossed his mind. He could immediately set out and sweep across the nations of Blue Star with the 9 Nether Heaven Reversing Seal. The image was mesmerizing, a grand unification unprecedented in history, a feat even the first Emperor Zheng had not achieved. But Bai Yang quickly suppressed this impulse. Letting nearly 7 billion international friends perish would be a great pity. Besides, Blue Star was already in China's grasp, and the urgent task was to make full use of these resources to enhance the cultivation of China's 1.4 billion demon cultivators, preparing for the impending battle against the formidable extraterrestrial demons. In the conference room in Kyoto, piles of magical cultivation manuals stacked over 2 meters high covered the floor. The leaders were dumbfounded by this mountain of books, unable to believe that Bai Yang had gathered so many cultivation texts in just half a day. "Someone pinch me. Is this a dream?" one person murmured. Everyone, including the 3 elders, was overwhelmed with excitement. Eagerly, they rushed forward, each grabbing a book to peruse. Exclamations filled the room. A storage bag crafting technique. It can hold 1,000 cubic meters of materials and extend their shelf life 100-fold. The Soul Devourer sword technique. Hunting fierce beasts can enhance mental power. A blood brew wine gourd. With a 50 cubic meter space, it can refine blood into a cultivation-enhancing brew. The Great Demon Transformation Divine Art. It can enlarge the body and strength by hundreds or thousands of times. Shadowless Demon Steps. 13 Fists of the Flame Demon. Soul-fixing needle. Magic walks the world talisman. Minister Bai, where on earth did you find these treasures? The leaders looked at Bai Yang with bright eyes and breathless anticipation. These cultivation techniques were far more diverse than the previous heavenly demon cultivation method. Even emptying the cave of a tribulation-transcending powerhouse might not yield such a comprehensive collection of texts. "These are the legacies of the immortal Qin," Bai Yang sighed softly, recounting his journey and the encounter with Zheng's soul fragment. Upon hearing that even the first emperor, after breaking through to the demon emperor realm, had failed to defeat the golden-horned alien, the joy in the room gradually gave way to a cloud of worry. Would China follow in the footsteps of immortal Qin, wandering the universe? "Everyone, how can we lose heart before the battle?" Bai Yang's voice was firm and powerful, exuding a heroic aura. "We have inherited the demonic cultivation methods of immortal Qin and learned of the demon threat in advance. How can we surrender without a fight? From today, coordinated strike techniques will be a mandatory course for everyone. Training will be conducted in teams, and with an army formation of 1.4 billion demon cultivators, even the sky full of demons will be forced to flee from our onslaught." That evening, an official notice quickly spread among the 1.4 billion citizens exploring the wilderness. Everyone was required to gather at the local community center the next morning. This sudden announcement prompted everyone to hurriedly pack up their spoils and head towards the recycling station. The recycling station soon became packed with people. A young woman in sportswear strode in, holding a steel wire rope strung with 2 or 3 dozen bloodthirsty rabbits, each with its head deeply buried in its neck. Not far away, a burly man was struggling to carry a 20-meter black bear, each step leaving a deep pit in the ground, causing those around him to step back repeatedly. On another side, a cultivator claiming to have found a large number of spiritual herbs was eagerly asking staff about the origins of the unknown plants in his large bag. As the pile of beast carcasses grew mountainous and the 1,000-meter-wide venue was about to be filled, the cultivators delivering storage bags finally arrived, albeit late. With a simple wave of their hands, the mountain of beast remains vanished into thin air, all stored within the palm-sized storage bags. This spectacle left everyone present in awe, with a strong sense of desire filling the air. Facing the eager gazes of the crowd, the cultivators hastily announced that the storage bags would be available for sale in shops the next day before quickly departing the scene. This news immediately caused a stir online. Finally, storage bags are here. I just saw it at the recycling station. 100 turtle beast corpse disappeared in an instant, someone excitedly posted. Isn't this the ultimate stockpiling tool? I'm going to line up right now. Do you have enough spirit tickets? These must cost at least a few thousand. Various discussions poured in. A cultivator who had just exchanged for 400 spirit tickets lamented, I traded over 20 swift deer for these tickets, and I still can't afford a storage bag. Many others worried. With 1.4 billion cultivators in Huaxia, there won't be enough storage bags for everyone. The introduction of storage bags completely ignited everyone's enthusiasm. That night, countless residents gave up rest, brandishing the human emperor's banner as they flocked to the outskirts to hunt fierce beasts. The wilderness echoed with the cries of beasts and the laughter of cultivators, creating a chaotic scene where it was hard to tell who the real invaders were. Although everyone carried a 10 souls banner, few were in a rush to fill it. The goal was singular: to earn enough spirit tickets to purchase a storage bag the next day. This frenzied buying desire stems from the deeply ingrained hoarding instinct of the Huaxia people. Throughout history, whenever there's a hint of a potential shortage of any resource, be it food, medicine, masks, or salt, Huaxia people instinctively start stockpiling. Even if it turns out to be a false alarm, they don't feel any losses. Whatever is hoarded can eventually be used up. Even the Huaxia military suffers from a severe fear of insufficient firepower. The official stockpile of over 500 atomic bombs is just the tip of the iceberg. The true number secretly hoarded is likely unknown to anyone. At this moment, a revolutionary product is about to be launched: the storage pouch. According to the staff, this magical pouch can hold up to 1,000 cubic meters of goods, and astonishingly, the shelf life of items stored inside can be extended up to 100 times. With such incredible features, everyone is eager to purchase enough supplies to last 10 years immediately. In a secret base, machines engraved with magical runes operate tirelessly day and night. 200,000 magic practitioners take turns, continuously channeling magic into the machines. The principle behind the storage pouch isn't particularly complex. The pouch body is made from the hide of fierce beasts or tough plant fibers, with the key being the internal drawing of a self-operating miniature spatial array. However, this seemingly simple process was a daunting technical challenge during the Xianqin era. Any slight deviation in magic output during the array drawing would ruin the effort. In the Xianqin era, this contradiction remained unresolved. Ordinary practitioners lacked the power to create them, while experts skilled in magic control saw little benefit in doing so. As a result, storage pouches became a symbol exclusive to the elite. Yet, with the support of modern technology, this problem has been completely solved. The research team at the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences discovered a special type of wood capable of storing and outputting magic from among thousands of materials. As long as magic is continuously supplied, the machine can complete the array drawing in seconds with consistent output. This technology has been successfully industrialized, reducing the original 3-day-long process to just a few minutes. If a material capable of bearing spiritual power were discovered, even magical talismans could be mass-produced. The next morning, 14 billion citizens gathered at local community centers across the nation. The crowd was filled with mixed emotions. Some, having had a stroke of luck in the wilderness, were jubilant with tens of thousands of spirit tickets in their pockets. Others, having had no such luck, appeared drained and dejected. Most people clutched a few hundred to a few thousand spirit tickets, anxiously awaiting their chance to buy. Just then, armored cash transport trucks, escorted by foundation-building magic practitioners, began arriving at the community centers. Soon after, a major announcement spread nationwide. The Ministry of Finance declared that interest-free spirit ticket loans would be available to all citizens, with amounts linked to their cultivation levels. Following the announcement, a brief silence was followed by cheers. I can borrow 20,000 spirit tickets at the 8th level of body refinement. With no interest, it's like a dream. I can convert all these tickets into spiritual medicine and boost my pet Wang-size cultivation beyond mine. I'll start with a small loan just to experience the thrill of spending freely. In response to concerns about repayment, a savvy individual quickly pointed out, the stronger you are, the easier it is to earn money. Besides, interest-free loans are essentially a form of state welfare to encourage everyone to improve their cultivation. People took out loans from the state, using spiritual tickets to enhance their abilities. Even while burdened with these loans, they strove to repay them diligently. To prevent any exploitation, the Ministry of Finance implemented strict repayment policies. Spiritual ticket loans must be repaid in installments, and anyone missing 3 consecutive payments would be blacklisted from all national shops. This policy ingeniously created a virtuous cycle for spiritual tickets. The state issued loans, citizens repaid them, maintaining a constant total of spiritual tickets and national resources, while the overall cultivation level of the populace steadily increased. 14 billion citizens eagerly maxed out their loan limits, thrilled by the exhilaration of pushing their spiritual ticket count beyond 10,000. When the cash transport delivered the spiritual tickets, people rushed to the local government shops, only to halt at the entrance. The sight was breathtaking. Shelves filled with a vast array of cultivation manuals, from basic techniques to advanced artifact crafting methods, and all sorts of novel artifacts that dazzled the eye. A storage bag with a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters for just 1,000 spiritual tickets. This shadowless step technique is so cheap. It quadruples your speed for only 2,000 spiritual tickets. The soul-devouring sword is just 100 spiritual tickets and can absorb the spiritual energy of fierce beasts. The crowd shopped with the excitement of discovering a new continent. A young lady carefully selected 3 storage bags made from the fur of bloodthirsty rabbits, snow mountain ferrets, and red foxes, planning to match them with different outfits. A middle-aged man was captivated by a blood brew gourd, an artifact that could transform the blood of beasts in a magical brew, and he spent his last 5,000 spiritual tickets on it without hesitation. After their purchases, everyone was eager to set off with their banners to hunt fierce beasts and gather spiritual herbs. Just then, their communicators buzzed simultaneously with a notification from their respective instructors, ordering them to assemble at a designated coordinate in the local military district before noon. This unexpected order left everyone puzzled. How could ordinary citizens gain access to a military zone? Filled with questions, they headed towards the coordinates, encountering more and more people along the way. Didn't we usually meet at the community center? Something big must be happening, or the state wouldn't summon us to the military district so urgently. As they walked, they speculated, eagerly anticipating the revelation of the mystery. What secrets could possibly leak? One soldier exclaimed excitedly. All foreign satellites have been destroyed, and there's no way to contact them now. Thankfully, our nation uses quantum communication bases that don't require cables, so we're the only ones on Earth who can still communicate. At this moment, countries overseas had fallen into isolation from one another. At this critical juncture, everyone arrived at the local military district to report in, following the predetermined plan. The instructors quickly reorganized everyone into groups according to age and cultivation level. On the training grounds of the Yunnan Military District, an instructor called out, Dalian, Children's Group 1. An astonishing scene unfolded. A little girl in a light purple dress rode in slowly on an orange cat, as large as a tiger, drawing admiring gazes from the other children. Dahuang, just look at that cat. How can it grow so big while you haven't changed at all? Zhang Xiaobao complained, watching his ordinary yellow dog chase a big black rat. Woof woof woof. Dahuang stopped and barked at his owner, as if to say, what do you know? Good things come in small packages. Zhang Xiaobao, Children's Group 1, a soldier confirmed from the list, ensuring all children in the 8th stage of body refinement were assigned. Children's Group 1. See the bald uncle over there? Gather with him. While Zhang Xiaobao fretted over De Huang's size, the gigantic orange cat appeared beside him, curiously eyeing De Huang with the rat in his mouth. Hi, I'm Dalian. The little girl peeked from the cat's back, flashing a bright smile. My chubby orange seems to like your little yellow dog. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. With her delicate features and radiant smile, she was the prettiest girl he'd ever seen in his 2 years of kindergarten. Hi, I'm Zhang Xiaobao, he stammered, nervously rubbing his hands. Suddenly noticing the rat in De Huang's mouth, he had an idea. This is a rat De Huang caught. Let's give it to your chubby orange as a gift. De Huang paused in confusion, then jumped up in anger. His hard-earned prize was being given away just like that? Enraged, he bit Zhang Xiaobao's pant leg and tugged, but to no avail. This comical scene made Dai Lian giggle as she rode away on her orange cat. Watching her leave, Zhang Xiaobao grinned foolishly, squatting down to pat De Huang's head. De Huang, let's make a deal. You catch rats for me, and I'll get you some fierce beasts to eat. 2 hours flew by. Under the instructor's guidance, everyone quickly grasped the magical power flow of the combined attack technique. The basic method involved placing a hand on the shoulder of the person in front, forming a series circuit of magic power that everyone could tap into. However, this method was impractical in combat and was only suitable for familiarizing oneself with the power flow. Once proficient, participants only needed to maintain synchronized thoughts within a specific range to form a military formation. The most distinctive feature of a military formation is that it has no limit on the number of participants, and anyone within the formation can harness the collective magical power. However, adults often find it difficult to synchronize due to their complex thoughts, whereas children with simpler minds can easily form a harmonious connection. At this moment, on the vast training field, 800 children stood in neat formation, channeling their magic continuously into Zhang Xiaobao at the forefront. Watch out, instructor! Zhang Xiaobao called out with a light shout as he leaped into the air, delivering a fierce flying kick through the sky. The bald instructor's pupils contracted as he narrowly avoided the powerful strike. Empowered by the military formation, Every move Zhang Xiaobao made unleashed terrifying power akin to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. The bald instructor, at the initial stage of Foundation establishment himself, took a direct hit from Dai Lian's heavy punch to personally experience the formation's power. Boom! The instructor flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a giant tree 50 meters tall, snapping it in half. After this encounter, the instructor dared not take the children's attacks heed-in, forced instead to dodge frantically. 10 seconds are up, it's my turn, came an eager shout from behind. Reluctantly, Zhang Xiaobao retreated back into the formation, allowing the next child to take over the fight. This rotation had already gone through 28 rounds, with each child allowed 10 seconds to have a turn. This rule thoroughly exhausted the bald instructor. Every child seized their brief moment on stage, unleashing all their strength with punches and kicks raining down like a storm. The instructor dodged with his heart in his throat, fearing a misstep might send him to the afterlife. Meanwhile, within the Shuichuan satellite launch base, 108 communication satellites were neatly arranged. Since Blue Star expanded 100-fold, communication between countries was completely severed. Fortunately, leveraging its advanced quantum communication technology, Huaxiao established a network of quantum communication bases nationwide, maintaining domestic communications. Even the technologically advanced Megwa had not mastered mature quantum communication technology, facing challenges with domestic communications. Minister Bai, academician Qian Zhonghai respectfully handed over a blueprint. This is the satellite orbit chart meticulously designed by our team of academicians based on the expanded Blue Star data. It includes all necessary coordinates, trajectories, and initial velocity parameters. This Longting satellite system will rebuild the global communication network, and we need you to personally deploy the satellites in space. As he spoke, Qian Zhonghai couldn't help but reflect. Previously, launching satellites required consideration of many factors such as weather, terrain, and even Earth's rotation speed, with minor deviations potentially leading to mission failure. Now, with Blue Star's expansion, all parameters need recalculating, and the timing of launches has become crucial. This is why other countries, despite disrupted communications, dare not rashly launch satellites. Doing so would be a waste of resources. Of course, these limitations are based on traditional rocket launch technology. If someone could just take a satellite, fly to a specific location in low Earth orbit, and give it an initial velocity, then there's nothing else to worry about. Bai Yang said with great confidence. What's the big deal? It's just a matter of minutes. I'll be right back. Before he finished speaking, Bai Yang vanished like a breeze before everyone's eyes, along with 108 large satellites. The scientists present were left in awe. Minister Bai is truly extraordinary, an elderly scientist exclaimed. Those foreign scientists will be dumbfounded. They would never expect us to launch satellites purely by manpower. Meanwhile, in low Earth orbit, Bai Yang was moving through space. With practiced ease, he retrieved each satellite from his storage space, and, with a gentle push, each one precisely entered its designated orbit, beginning to orbit the blue planet at a steady speed. On the surface of each satellite, the vibrant flag of Huaxiao was clearly displayed, forming an immense communication network that covered the expanded blue planet. On the ground, scientists excitedly discussed. Now the only satellites up there are ours from Huaxia. If they want to use our communication system, they'll have to pay. We'll charge them by the letter and make a fortune off them. Meanwhile, in the Pentagon, President Timipu stood grimly at the entrance of the information control room. The expansion of the blue planet had caused communication breakdowns, completely severing contact between the states of America, and their intelligence agents were missing. Those sent out in helicopters and off-road vehicles had all become prey to wild beasts. Suddenly, a piercing noise came from the speakers, and the technicians immediately gathered around, excited. Timipu squeezed into the crowd, pressing his ear close to the speaker. This scene was being repeated worldwide, as leaders everywhere were overjoyed by the sudden restoration of communication. However, a voice speaking in perfect Huaxia suddenly rang out in every country, leaving leaders and officials around the world stunned. They quickly realized that behind this hard-won restoration of communication, there might be more than meets the eye. Are our test listeners from Huaxia? This question stirred waves of concern in the minds of presidents worldwide. They hadn't expected the signal to originate from the distant Huaxia. In their view, such a remote connection would be impossible without communication satellites. And with only 3 days since Blue Planet's expansion, who could have launched a satellite into space in such a short time? President James turned pale upon hearing Huaxian language through the speakers. If Huaxia had indeed managed to launch a satellite so quickly, it could only mean one terrifying thing. They had prepared for the Blue Planet's expansion well in advance, and might even be the masterminds behind it. James, rest assured, Trump pounded his chest confidently. If we in America can't do it, there's no way Huaxia can. After a pause, he added earnestly, nobody understands Huaxia better than I do. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously quiet speakers burst into activity. The sound of hurried footsteps, The rustle of papers and a conversation between two people came through clearly. How should we charge them? Quiet, I'm calculating. What are you calculating? Their expanded territory size to determine the fee. Make them willingly pay with spirit stones. What if they refuse? Then let Minister Bai seize it. We are a nation of etiquette. We should try diplomacy before force. Yeah, we're quite reasonable. Exactly, we're a nation of etiquette if they listen. If not, we'll bang, bang, bang them. Trump was dumbfounded. How were all these test listeners from Huaxia? Meanwhile, at the Satellite Data Reception Center in Kyoto, Wang Lao, wearing a Zhongshan suit, walked alongside Long Lao and Fong Lao, followed by a team of multilingual translators. Two young staff members, quietly discussing, stood up immediately to offer their seats to the elders. The translators took their positions at broadcasting tables adorned with different national flags, putting on their headsets. Everyone, you may begin. As soon as the words were spoken, signal reception screens around the blue planet lit up, showing the three elders in Zhongshan suits at the center of the large screen. Fuck, how could it be them? Trump rubbed his eyes vigorously, but the familiar faces remained unmistakably clear. Emperor Putin looked at the energetic Wang Lao on the screen with a sense of regret. Wang Lao had previously advised him to stockpile food and ammunition, advice he hadn't heeded. Now it seemed Huaxia possessed crucial insider knowledge, allowing them to launch a satellite in such a short time. In this reshuffling of the blue planet, Huaxia was poised to be the biggest winner. As you can see, Wang Lao said with a smile, Huaxia has successfully launched a communication satellite into space, capable of transmitting signals across every corner of the blue planet. With these words, presidents from various countries could no longer hold back, and a chorus of questioning voices filled the air through the translators. In response to the doubts from various countries, Mr. Wang simply instructed them to initiate a video call, connecting everyone to the same signal channel. The screen immediately displayed the anxious faces of the leaders from different nations. Damn it, I don't trust Huaxia. Shut up, can't you stop arguing? Wow, Huaxia really did it. Did they steal the technology from us? The voices of the world leaders rose one after another. The technicians quickly cut the signal, separating the channels once more. When the familiar communication resumed, the discussions abruptly ceased, and the voices of doubt disappeared. President Park was the first to break the silence, assertively demanding, since you've achieved full signal coverage, you should share the satellite for everyone's use. Tepu's eyes lit up as he immediately offered a deal. America is willing to trade advanced chip technology for a year's access to Huaxia's satellite. He thought to himself that Huaxia must have ulterior motives for announcing the communication satellite at this time. President Quindy spoke with a choked voice. When will Huaxia take us on the path to immortality? Our country is barely holding on. His country's resources had mostly been sent to Huaxia, and combined with the rampant beasts, they were on the brink of collapse. Translators quickly relayed the words of the world leaders accurately. Mr. Long spoke steadily. As the only nation on the planet with communication capabilities, Huaxia is willing to take responsibility and help everyone transmit messages. He paused. Of course, we need to charge a reasonable satellite usage fee, as launching satellites consumes vast resources. Tepu felt smug, thinking it was just a small business deal worth a few $1 billion. However, Mr. Fong's next words hit like a heavy blow. For cross-border message transmission, the fee is 600 tons of spirit stones per letter. For domestic transmission, it's 300 tons per letter. Upon hearing this, the presidents in the video erupted in anger. They finally realized the true value of the mines they had contracted to Waxaithi had been rich in precious spirit stones. Although they didn't yet know how to directly use the spirit stones for cultivation, they could be used to nurture herbs and indirectly gain energy. You're thieves. Give us back our spirit stones. Huaxia is not a nation of etiquette. The angry accusations rose again, but the only response was a pitch-black screen. A letter, 300 tons of spirit stones? President Trump sat in the Oval Office, staring intently at the documents on his desk with a furrowed brow. He absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the solid wood desk, deep in thought. The amount involved in this spirit stone transaction was indeed staggering, but perhaps it was a price worth paying to ensure that important directives reached state governments promptly. Yet, a practical issue soon came to mind. Even if he were willing to pay this amount of spirit stones, how would China transport such a massive amount of material across a planet that had expanded 100-fold? Existing transportation tools struggled with interstate travel on this scale, let alone international shipping. First, contact the Chinese side to understand the specific requirements. Trump picked up the communicator. Half an hour later, Trump stared at the screen in disbelief at the images sent from China. They only requested that the U.S. arrange the spirit stones on the ground in a specific pattern shown in the picture and send a photograph back to China, promising to help transmit the message. Is it really that simple? Trump muttered to himself, utterly perplexed. At that moment, Intelligence Director James hurried into the office with a stack of documents. Mr. President, based on our investigation, these patterns are likely Chinese magical arrays. He spread out screenshots from Chinese films on the desk. These magical arrays are said to have various mystical effects, like summoning creatures from other realms or enabling dimensional travel. Although these are from fictional works, they are worth considering. Trump flipped through a few pages, then tossed the documents to the floor with a scoff. Absurd. Drawing a pentagram to summon a succubus? Scribbling circles with a broken box and chanting, BULO me for teleportation? Have the Chinese gone mad with their cultivation fantasies? Do they really think such tricks can move spirit stones? He stood up, decisively ordering, gather all the spirit stones from Washington state and let China assist in issuing orders. Tell all state governments to fully commit to developing gene warriors. James hesitated but ultimately turned and left silently. He knew well that whenever the president showed such disdain, events would often unfold in the most unexpected ways. The spirit mine development in Washington state had been remarkably fruitful. Under Trump's strong push, they unexpectedly discovered a large spirit mine vein. Massive excavators worked around the clock, extracting 300,000 tons of spirit stones in just 2 days. Meanwhile, world leaders were making similar decisions. Although China had successfully predicted the revival of spiritual energy, scientific research indicated that, apart from the unexplainable expansion of the planet, other changes like animals mutating into fierce beasts after absorbing spiritual energy could be explained by scientific theories. Based on this scientific mindset, world leaders did not believe that China could move spirit stones simply with a mysterious pattern. It defied scientific logic. But since China had made the claim, even if they couldn't move the spirit stones, they would at least have to fulfill their promise to transmit the message. Hours later, in the open spaces of capitals around the world, massive spirit stone arrays, each hundreds of meters in diameter, took shape, glistening with a mysterious glow under the sunlight. Piles of spirit stones stood quietly on the formation, emitting a faint blue glow in all directions. On the surface, these spirit stones appeared neatly stacked and flawless. However, if one could see inside, an astonishing truth would be revealed. The interior was filled with massive boulders weighing several tons, with only a thin layer of spirit stones on the outside. To cut costs, various countries resorted to clever tricks. They thought, since Huaxia can't take the spirit stones away, covering ordinary rocks with a layer of spirit stones is better than altering photos directly. Thus, cleverly edited photos were transmitted to Huaxia via communication satellites in low Earth orbit, along with messages from countries eagerly seeking Huaxia's assistance. The Kyoto military district had cleared a 5-kilometer radius. Wang Zhongping, Long Lao, and another elder, along with over 50 high-ranking military officials, stood at the edge of the teleportation formation, watching intently as Bai Yang planted flags into the ground. On the open field, the flags were arranged in an orderly fashion, and with each flag planted, wisps of black mist rose from the ground. I didn't expect the Western countries to be so compliant this time, stacking spirit stones 100 meters high. Wang Lao remarked. Indeed, they're so cooperative that I almost feel guilty about deceiving them, Long Lao replied, secretly reconsidering their plan. Initially, they intended to filter the incoming messages and only send those beneficial to Huaxia. But seeing such generosity from other countries, they felt a twinge of guilt. Fang Lao looked thoughtfully at the photos. As an official in charge of finance, he was well-versed in resource allocation. Given the notorious stinginess of Western countries, how could they so readily contribute such a large amount of spirit stones? Moreover, Huaxia had already depleted their spirit mines, filling thousands of specially designed warehouses with stones. How could these countries have mined so much in such a short time? Activate the teleportation formation. With the final flag inserted into the ground, the formation was instantly energized. Black light shot forth, and a massive formation spanning 5 kilometers took shape with a thunderous roar. Meanwhile, in Wharton State, USA, Meipu stood proudly in front of the mountain of spirit stones. In his view, it was his wise leadership that allowed the USA to gain an advantage in the resurgence of spiritual energy and extract so many spirit stones. Mr. President, all the spirit stones from Wharton State are here, James reported. After a moment of silence, he added, since the magic formation is fake, why don't we just fill it with ordinary stones and cover them with spirit stones? Meipu was momentarily stunned by this suggestion, then feigned a look of profound understanding and glanced at James with disdain. Outwardly, he was too proud to explain, but internally he was shaken. Why hadn't he thought of such a great idea earlier? Just then, the mysterious pattern formed by the spirit stones suddenly erupted with blinding blue light, and a fierce wind arose. Everyone stood in shock, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Is Huaxia's magic formation real? Quickly, kick away the glowing spirit stones. Meipu kicked James, who snapped back to reality and rushed towards the glowing stones with the soldiers. Buzz, a more dazzling blue light exploded, forcing Meipu to shield his eyes. When he opened them again, the scene before him was empty. The mountain of spirit stones, the mysterious pattern, and even James and the soldiers who had rushed forward had all vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, in the Kyoto military district, several mountains of spirit stones suddenly appeared on the open ground, accompanied by a group of dumbfounded American soldiers. What the heck? Where are we? James looked around. Seeing the equally shocked Huaxia soldiers not far away, his mind went blank. Is this still our country? Bai Xiao's expression froze. The sudden appearance of James and his group had clearly disrupted the plans of Wang Lao and his team. The two groups stared at each other across the distance, and the air seemed to freeze. Well, they must have been within the range of the teleportation array and were brought here together, Bai Yang said, scratching his head with a hint of surprise in his voice. In his memory, cultivators from the Xianqing period used teleportation arrays to transfer goods, but the ability to safely teleport living people was truly unexpected. Wang Lao led the senior officials of Huaxia as they slowly approached the group of Americans. Now that everyone's cultivation had advanced, with the three elders breaking through to the early stage of foundation establishment, they no longer needed close protection from guards. However, when James saw these people's faces clearly, cold sweat instantly soaked his back. These were indeed the top officials of Huaxia, whom every agent in the American intelligence agency was required to memorize. Oh no, we've walked right into Huaxia's lair, James thought, feeling alarmed, yet he forced a smile and said, "Hello, I'm here from America to provide after-sales service for spirit stones." At that moment, Bai Yang's spiritual sense swept over the mountain of spirit stones and instantly noticed something unusual. What seemed to be a normal mountain of spirit stones was actually filled with ordinary rocks inside. With a thought, countless spirit stones floated into the air, revealing a mountain of stones towering 50 or 60 meters high. Those damn foreigners are playing tricks, stuffing rocks into the spirit stones. Long Lao exploded in anger. He had thought these foreigners had reined in their antics, but it turned out they had set a trap here. Bai Yang held the dark golden 18 layers of purgatory tower, his eyes flashing with cold light. The ground was littered with small mountains of stones, except near the American soldiers, where there was a genuine mountain of spirit stones. Just as James was about to explain, the scene before him changed dramatically. A 1,000-meter-high merit tower appeared out of thin air, its body shrouded in swirling black and golden mist. Let's show them a thing or two. These foreigners dare to play tricks. The furious Huaxiao officials swiftly took out the magical artifacts they had prepared and skillfully charged into the tower. Wang Lao looked at the stone mountains scattered around, his expression shifting, then turned to head towards the satellite data reception center. The message will be sent to all countries, but, he smirked slightly, it certainly won't be the kind of message they were hoping for. The stone mountain in Bangzi country is almost 100 meters high now. Perhaps we should directly notify their local government and suggest they disband on the spot? After all, with the expansion of Blue Star, they won't be able to verify the authenticity of the message. 2 hours later, Kunlun Mountains. The mountain was shrouded in a mystical white mist, with towering 100-meter trees forming a dense green canopy that completely obscured the sky. Bai Yang hovered midair, his gaze sharp as he confirmed his direction and sped off towards a new destination. After exploring the demon family's residence at the Fengshan platform of Mount Tai, Bai Yang was convinced. Each of the remaining 34 mountain ranges in China must conceal an immortal's abode. His mission was clear to uncover the opportunities within these abodes and find beneficial artifacts for the people. However, upon entering the Kunlun Mountains, Bai Yang noticed something unusual. The positions of the immortal abodes were constantly shifting. Meanwhile, an elderly Taoist, dressed in pure white robes, was tirelessly adjusting the location of the abode's entrance within the mountain range using a celestial compass. Just moments earlier, the array above the Kunwu abode had detected a figure swiftly approaching, heading straight for the hidden entrance. The old Taoist was taken aback and quickly changed the abode's position, yet the intruder seemed able to accurately pinpoint the location every time. As the figure drew nearer, the Taoist abandoned the compass and hurried towards the backyard in a panic. In the era of the end of Dharma, immortals are unseen. The cultivation world is always survival of the fittest, the old Taoist mused. The newcomer's identity is unknown. I must restore myself to peak condition first. The backyard door burst open, revealing over 200 withered corpses strewn across the stone ground, their skin clinging to bones as if their essence had been drained. With a wave of his sleeve, the corpses vanished. The old Taoist strode to a large vat and abruptly lifted the lid. "Senior brother, I've come to see you." The old Taoist's wrinkled face peered out from the vat's mouth, his smile hauntingly strange. Inside, a man with broken limbs and a bronze nail in his forehead looked skyward, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. "Senior brother, it's been 1,500 years. Do you have anything to say to your junior?" The old Taoist's words stirred long-buried memories in the vat-bound man. 1,000 years ago, as spiritual energy on the Blue Star waned, even the most talented cultivators struggled to break through the foundation establishment stage. The head of the Kunlun sect used his life's cultivation to open the Kunwu abode, sacrificing himself to give his disciples a chance at survival. As time passed, the external spiritual energy dissipated entirely, and the abode's energy gradually leaked away. Foundation establishment cultivators, who originally lived up to 500 years, began dying before reaching 200. Despair engulfed the Kunwu abode, and everyone awaited their end. Only Gu Yueyuan had a different plan. If the world lacked spiritual energy, why not extract it from the pure spiritual power within his fellow disciples? However, the righteous Ling Du, with his latest stage nascent soul cultivation, was beyond Gu Yuan's initial stage nascent soul power. To save his fellow Foundation establishment disciples, Gu Yueyuan secretly crafted the soul-locking nail, subduing Ling Du in his sleep, breaking his limbs, and imprisoning him in the vat. Without Ling Du's protection, no one in the sect could oppose Gu Yueyuan. The spiritual power of over 200 disciples was completely consumed by him. As memories surged, Ling Du trembled, laughing bitterly. I saved you during our training, thinking I gained a brother, only to rescue the one who would destroy the Kunlun sect. Senior brother, you're mistaken. Isn't the Kunlun sect still here with me? Gu Yueyuan smiled as he removed the soul-locking nail from Ling Du's forehead, placing his hand on his head and instantly draining him to a husk. If the world were rich in spiritual power, I wouldn't harm my fellows. But without it, they would die anyway. So why not let me live with their spiritual power? Gu Yueyuan absorbed all of Ling Du's spiritual power, his cultivation restored to the peak of the initial stage of nascent soul. Rest assured, senior brother, I will lead the Kunlun sect to glory with your spiritual power. Such is fate. Gu Yueyuan sighed deeply as he gazed at the soul-locking nail in his palm. He cast a final glance at his enthusiastic senior brother, Ling Du, who had saved him from the jaws of a beast, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Originally, he intended to spare Ling Du, planning to remove the nail and grant him freedom once the spiritual energy was revived. However, the sudden appearance of a mysterious cultivator completely disrupted this plan. Over the millennia, those who have survived the era of declining magic while maintaining their strength must have made difficult choices, much like himself. Gu Yueyuan was well aware that even in times of abundant spiritual energy, cultivators would fiercely compete over a single spiritual herb. Now, with the spiritual energy of the world depleted, the pure spiritual power within the weak has become a target for the strong. The figure swiftly approaching Kunwu, cave if more powerful than himself might spell his doom, leaving him drained. Gu Yueyuan quickly composed himself, erasing any traces of his presence, and turned to fly towards the Dao discussion platform. His white robe billowed, exuding an aura of an immortal with the bearing of a sage. Meanwhile, Bai Yang, after overcoming numerous obstacles, finally burst into a lake. Ripples spread through the air, revealing an arched stone gate before him. The bold characters, Kunlun sect, Kunwu cave, were inscribed above, and a stone Qilin statue stood solemnly to the left of the gate. Scanning with his spiritual sense, Bai Yang detected only the presence of an old Taoist, puzzled by the Kunlun sect seemingly housing just one occupant. Why don't you come in for a chat, fellow cultivator? A misty voice called from the Dao discussion platform. Bai Yang was about to step forward but paused at the stone gate as the Qilin seemed to glance at him. Clang! Without hesitation, Bai Yang struck the stone Qilin with a palm, the deafening boom echoing throughout the cave. While brewing tea, Gu Yueyuan was startled by the noise, causing him to spill some tea. Why such heavy-handedness towards the old sect master's stone Qilin? Gu Yueyuan called out. Well, it's quite sturdy, isn't it? Bai Yang remarked, raising his hand to strike again. Hold, fellow cultivator. Gu Yueyuan swiftly intervened, delivering a palm strike to counter Bai Yang's blow. This strike was both a test and a gamble. If Bai Yang could withstand it, they could negotiate. If not, they would meet in the underworld. Boom! The impact sent Gu Yueyuan flying back, crashing through several rooms before coming to a halt. Bai Yang was relieved he had restrained his strength in time, or the elder might have met his end on the spot. Are you all right, elder? Bai Yang asked, stepping forward with a hint of apology. Rising from the rubble, Gu Yueyuan looked at Bai Yang with newfound wariness. This person is a demonic cultivator whose strength far surpasses my own. So why is he addressing me as an elder? Gu Yueyuan furrowed his brows, feeling a surge of caution. In his understanding, the world of cultivation is strictly hierarchical, with strength commanding respect. Those stronger are called seniors, equals are referred to as fellow cultivators, and those weaker are considered insignificant. The demonic cultivator before him was clearly more powerful, yet insisted on presenting himself as a junior, which reminded Gu Yueyuan of the deceptive tactics often used by the so-called righteous sects during the Xianqin period. These righteous sects would often create situations where someone would offend them, only to retaliate under the guise of discipline. The thought made cold sweat break out on Gu Yueyuan's back. Fortunately, he was vigilant. If he had rashly accepted the title of senior, he might have been accused of disrespect and killed on the spot. Elder, Bai Yang took a step forward with concern. Gu Yuan immediately took a step back, putting on a respectful smile. The stone qilin at the entrance is a relic left by our sect's former leader. I acted rashly out of a desire to protect it, and I hope you won't hold it against me, elder. As he spoke, he bowed deeply to Bai Yang, though internally he was cursing Bai Yang's ancestors. This sly old fox is probably some ancient monster that just awakened and is looking for an excuse to target me, but I won't fall for it. However, Bai Yang sidestepped the bow, explaining earnestly, Elder, I'm just in my early 20s. You've lived for thousands of years. You're like an ancestor to me. Calling me elder and bowing to me is not right. Gu Yuan's smile remained unchanged, though he was inwardly cursing. Keep pretending. We're both old foxes who've lived for 1,000 years. There's no need for such charades. In this era of depleted spiritual energy, if someone could cultivate to a level surpassing mine in less than 20 years, I'd smash my head on a rock right here. Elder, I'm not lying. Seeing Gu Yuan's disbelief, Bai Yang pulled out a phone from his pocket and showed him a carefully prepared video. Half an hour later, Gu Yuan's expression turned intriguing. He started to believe Bai Yang's words were true. He had indeed mistaken a young man in his early 20s for an old fox. Realizing that the life-threatening situation had been resolved, he exhaled deeply and began to secretly observe Bai Yang. The speed of cultivation in the demonic path is indeed faster than the righteous path, but even so, it's impossible for someone to surpass my level in such a short time in a low-energy environment. Could this young man have encountered some extraordinary opportunity? Gu Yuan stroked his chin, pondering various possibilities. Could it be the legendary peach tree? But he quickly dismissed that thought. It's said that a single peach can help someone break through to the golden core stage, but that legend comes from overseas and might not be reliable. There remained only one possibility: an inheritance from master to disciple, a direct transfer of cultivation power. If this young man had accidentally entered a demonic cave and received the dying demonic cultivator's transfer of power, everything would be explained. Of course, power gained through such a transfer often falls short in actual combat, far less effective than genuine cultivation. Senior, shall we find another place to chat? Bai Yang suggested, noticing Gu Yuan's hesitant demeanor. The old man's behavior was peculiar, frequently glancing at him out of the corner of his eye, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Bai Yang couldn't help but wonder, could this senior possibly have an unusual interest in men? Haha. Indeed, we should find a place to sit and talk. Gu Yuan laughed heartily. It's my fault for not seeing outsiders for so long. I've forgotten the ways of hospitality. His smile was welcoming, but secretly, he tightened his grip on the soul-locking spirit nail in his palm. Although the other party's cultivation was far superior, if it was merely gained through transfer, his combat ability would be significantly weakened. Moreover, as his ancestor, the other party would surely be unguarded. If he could catch him off guard and successfully attack, the chance to drain his demonic power was considerable. Fortune favors the bold. Even if the sneak attack failed, he could still activate the divine travel talisman to escape thousands of miles instantly, easily evading pursuit. Please, Bai Xiaoyu. Gu Yuan gestured with his left arm, secretly planning that if Bai Yang walked ahead, he could drive the soul-locking spirit nail directly into the back of his head. Once this treasure was in place, even a master of the great transformation would have their soul locked and their spiritual power drained instantly. You are the senior. You should go first. It's a traditional virtue of China for thousands of years, Bai Yang said sincerely, standing firm, leaving Gu Yuan speechless. Well, I'll go ahead then. Gu Yuan had no choice but to walk sideways, like a crab, never daring to expose his back to Bai Yang. Bai Yang squinted slightly, his expression unchanged. Even if he was slow to react, he could sense the old man's abnormality. Not only was he constantly on guard, but his right hand was also tightly clenched, clearly hiding something. The selflessness of Emperor Yingzheng had initially given him a favorable impression of the forebears of Xianqin, but now it seemed not every ancestor harbored goodwill towards their descendants. Oops, my shoelace is untied. Bai Yang suddenly exclaimed softly, squatting down to pretend to tie his shoe, while in reality, he focused all his senses on the old man. He secretly hoped his suspicions were incorrect. Seeing this, Gu Yuan was overjoyed. The other party had voluntarily exposed his undefended back of the head. Should he make a move? After a brief hesitation, greed completely consumed his reason. The old man silently approached Bai Yang, the distance between them gradually closing. Bai Yang fiddled with the non-existent shoelace on his military boots, his back of the head fully exposed. Gu Yuan pretended to walk casually closer, a glint of cold light faintly emerging from between his fingers. A barely audible sigh was quickly drowned out by the sudden rush of Gu Yuan's fist. Bai Yang tightly gripped Gu Yuan's wrist with an icy expression. At this critical moment, Gu Yuan's eyes darted around, and he suddenly pointed above Bai Yang's head, exclaiming in panic, "There's a mosquito on your head." This feeble excuse did nothing to loosen Bai Yang's grip. Under the increasing pressure of his hand, Gu Yuan's right fist involuntarily opened, and his soul-locking nail clattered to the ground. Gu Yuan forced a smile, more pain than tears. If I said this was all a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Seeing Bai Yang's expression remain cold, he quickly reached into his storage bag with his left hand and pulled out a swift talisman. Boy, let me give you a lesson. Gu Yuan feigned confidence. Next time, strike your enemies down decisively. Hesitation only leads to defeat. But as he prepared to activate the talisman, he was shocked to find his spiritual power completely immobilized. Bai Yang had quietly performed a spell to seal Gu Yuan's spiritual power. He thought to himself, the golden-horned alien's hand gesture is indeed effective. This early-stage transformation Taoist was trapped by a single gesture. It's time to promote the mortal ascension technique abroad. Once they master it, unifying Blue Star will be within reach. Gu Yuan's face turned red, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he couldn't muster any spiritual power. Any last wishes? Bai Yang asked with a smile. After several futile attempts, Gu Yuan seemed to give up resistance, speaking with a carefree tone. The victor becomes king, the loser is the bandit. Dying on the path forward, I have no regrets. He gazed into the distance, murmuring, the sunlight today, it's particularly bright. Bai Yang raised an eyebrow, following his gaze. This immortal cave was cut off from the outside world. Where was the sunlight coming from? In that instant, Gu Yuan twisted his waist and hips, launching his left palm with all his might toward Bai Yang's head. Even with his spiritual power sealed, he refused to give up easily. It was his lifelong creed. However, without the support of spiritual power, his attack appeared sluggish to Bai Yang. A second later, Gu Yuan's soul was extinguished, and his body was stored in Bai Yang's storage space. At that moment, a crisp cracking sound emerged from within the stone qilin by the door. Its surface turned from gray to jade green, then quickly back to its original state. It secretly rejoiced. Finally, that fool from the Kunlun sect is dead. Just need to wait out this demonic cultivator, and he'll be free. It didn't dare to make a move, even retracting its consciousness for fear of being discovered. Bai Yang was focused on extracting Gu Yuan's 2,000 years of memories, unaware of the anomaly outside. 5 minutes later, he sighed. This venture had been fruitless. Everything with spiritual energy in the Kunlun cave had been absorbed by Gu Yuan. Other immortal caves were likely the same. Those who survived in the world of cultivation wouldn't hesitate to seize opportunities. The memories in Gu Yuan's mind seemed insignificant compared to the vast amount of memories infused into him by the first emperor, Ingzheng. Bai Yang stood in the center of the cave, his brow furrowed, absent-mindedly rubbing his chin. Since he had come all this way, he couldn't leave empty-handed. He carefully examined the weathered stone walls around him, bending down to search every nook that might conceal treasure. 10 minutes later, he had turned the entire cave upside down. The ground was uneven, and the walls were covered in scratch marks, resembling the aftermath of a bandit raid. Unfortunately, he hadn't found any treasures, not even a single ordinary spirit stone. How can they call this an immortal's cave? Bai Yang muttered as he headed towards the stone door. To the left of the stone door stood a gray jade qilin statue, seemingly motionless, yet internally in turmoil. As the footsteps drew nearer, the jade qilin silently screamed, "Go, go. Once you leave, you'll be free." As Bai Yang stepped out of the stone door, the jade qilin nearly popped its eyes out in shock. That face. It looked exactly like that wretched star. Was it possible that it had slept for so long it was hallucinating? The jade qilin suppressed its inner upheaval, continuing to pretend to be an inanimate object, repeatedly chanting to itself, "You can't see me, you can't see me." Just as Bai Yang was about to leave, he suddenly felt compelled to turn back. The craftsmanship of this qilin statue was exquisite. It might make a fine guardian beast for his home. He approached for a closer look, gently tapping the qilin's body, marveling. The craftsmanship of the Qin artisans is truly superb. This mane is carved so lifelike, comparable to royal treasures in the capital's museum. The jade qilin's eyes widened as Bai Yang reached out to touch it, desperately suppressing the urge to flee. It consoled itself. There are many similar-looking people in the world. As long as it played dead, no one would notice. Bai Yang attempted to store the qilin in his storage space with a thought, but it remained immobile. Instantly, his expression changed. Storage spaces couldn't contain living beings. Almost instinctively, he gathered all his strength and struck the qilin's head, while rapidly retreating. This qilin, devoid of any aura, might have cultivation surpassing his own. With a thunderous crash, the ground within a 10th centimeter radius caved in, cracks spreading like a spider's web. Yet, at the center of the depression, the jade qilin remained unscathed. Its gray surface gradually faded, revealing a vibrant jade green color. "How did you discover me?" A proud, indifferent voice echoed through the cave. The jade qilin scrutinized Bai Yang, understanding in its heart. This person was not that wretched star after all. That individual, though domineering, had the strength to forcefully contract it while disregarding others' opinions. The person standing before him bore a striking resemblance to the formidable star of calamity, and he practiced the dark arts as well. However, compared to him, Their cultivation levels were worlds apart. Bai Yang's expression was grave. He had already given it his all, yet he couldn't even scratch the surface. This doesn't make sense, Bai Yang thought to himself. The spiritual energy has only just begun to revive for a few days. Even with the help of the first Emperor Zhang, I'm barely at the mid-stage of the virtual cultivation. How can a gatekeeping Qilin have a higher cultivation level than me? As he pondered, the jade Qilin suddenly grew 100 feet taller, its enormous pressure causing the entire cave to tremble violently. It looked down coldly, saying, "No need for an answer. You demonic cultivators all have black hearts. Let me send you on your way." Before the words finished, a massive paw was already pressing down on Bai Yang. He dodged frantically, but the shadow of the paw followed him relentlessly, pursuing him with precision no matter where he fled. In a critical moment, Bai Yang summoned the 18-layer merit tower. The energy from each layer of the tower converged, forming a dangerous black glow that flickered at the tip. "Hold on," Bai Yang shouted. "We don't know each other yet. This tower has accumulated energy for 1.2 billion days. You'd better not force me to use it." Although Bai Yang appeared tough, he was deeply worried inside. If the Qilin insisted on fighting, he could escape. But outside were 1.4 billion fellow demonic cultivators in China. He couldn't let this spirit beast, biased against demonic cultivators, go out and harm the innocent. However, just as Bai Yang was preparing for a life-and-death battle, the jade Qilin suddenly froze. Its gaze locked onto the merit tower, its pupils shrinking intensely. "Wait, buddy, you also use the 18-layer merit tower? Can this thing be replicated?" Memories flashed in the jade Qilin's mind, and the familiar face from the past overlapped with the person before it. It quickly withdrew its paw, shrinking its form, and its attitude changed dramatically. "You're right. Let's not disturb each other. We'll go our separate ways." Bai Yang put away the merit tower, bewildered by the Qilin's reaction. Not only could this spirit beast speak human language, but it also used modern slang? The jade Qilin secretly assessed Bai Yang. That familiar calculating look reminded it of past events. Could this be the guy reincarnated and cultivating again? Observing Bai Yang's wary stance with the merit tower still aimed at it, the jade Qilin carefully examined his bone age. Judging by his age, it's quite possible. Seeing Bai Yang's cautious actions, Yu Qilin felt displeased. As a once close partner bound by a life-and-death contract, it was disheartening to see that this guy had completely forgotten about him. Bai Yang was about to speak when Yu Qilin interrupted. "Don't worry, I'll just stay here. I'm not interested in the humans outside." With that, Yu Qilin laid down on the ground, tilting his head as if pretending to sleep, showing a lack of interest. Bai Yang paused for a moment, then turned and left. He thought to himself that with his current strength, he was no match for this Qilin. It would be better to wait until he reached the integration stage before dealing with this potential threat. After all, this was Chinese territory, and the safety of 1.4 billion citizens couldn't rely on a spirit beast always maintaining goodwill. As the footsteps faded, Yu Qilin quietly lifted his head, watching Bai Yang's disappearing figure with mixed emotions. Just as he was about to accept the reality of newfound freedom, he suddenly jumped up as if struck by lightning. No one had taught him how to return after being tricked into coming here by Sha Xing years ago. Realizing he had to rely on Sha Xing to return, Yu Qilin reluctantly flashed in front of Bai Yang. This sudden move startled Bai Yang, who immediately summoned the 18-layer merit tower. Yu Qilin sighed helplessly and released the spirit contract wrapped in layers of mental power. Bai Yang suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if the Qilin before him was his own magical pet. After some conversation, he could hardly believe it. There was indeed a spiritual contract of the same origin in Yu Qilin's mind. No matter how Bai Yang questioned him, Yu Qilin could only look at him helplessly. Even trying to record with pen and paper failed, as if any information about the contract couldn't be conveyed. Bai Yang was frustrated. Although unexpectedly gaining a powerful magical pet was good, the sudden appearance of the contract left him with a lingering unease. After a moment of thought, Yu Qilin tentatively spoke, and this time, there was finally no obstruction. "If you can reach the Mahayana stage before turning 36, you will be granted a world stone." Yu Qilin's voice rang clearly in Bai Yang's ears. The world stone is an opportunity given by the will of the heavens to the myriad races within the 3,000 small worlds. When someone from a race breaks through to the Mahayana stage before the age of 36, it indicates that the race has the potential to be nurtured. At that time, the will of the heavens will bestow a world stone, allowing the holder to enter the void realm and initiate a racial trial. Bai Yang was engrossed, reaching into his storage space for some sunflower seeds, ready to ask more questions, but Yu Qilin suddenly stopped. "That's it. Is that all?" Bai Yang scratched his head, frustrated. Questions about the racial trial churned in his mind. Are all 1.4 billion people from China supposed to enter the void realm at once? The risk seems too high. You think this kind of information is as common as cabbage? If it weren't for... Yu Qilin's voice grew softer, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. With Sha Xing's current strength and age, Breaking through to the Mahayana stage before 36 isn't difficult. That guy, even after reincarnating and cultivating again, is still so fierce. Qilin Sr., you mentioned the will of the heavens and the 3,000 small worlds. Bai Yang began, only to be interrupted. Stop, just call me Lin bro. Senior is too formal, Yu Qilin explained. The will of the heavens is the operating law of the myriad worlds. As for the 3,000 small worlds, the universe where your blue planet is located is one of them. There are over 3,000 recorded small worlds, and likely more that haven't been discovered. Bai Yang fell into deep thought. This explained why there were so many great demons and red-haired, golden-horned beings invading. They were cultivators from other small worlds, coming periodically to harvest. Qin Shi Huang's escape into the void must have been to enhance his strength in another small world, preparing for a return. Yu Qilin coughed twice, extending his front paw with an air of righteousness. Bai Yang understood, reaching out to shake hands. From now on, we're partners. Who wants to shake hands with you? Give me something to eat. I haven't had a meal in thousands of years. Yu Qilin quickly withdrew his paw. Bai Yang awkwardly spread his hands, indicating he had nothing on him. 2 hours later, in the purple forbidden city of Kyoto, hundreds of chefs were busy, their spatulas steaming, while Yu Qilin accepted everything without hesitation, opening his mouth wide to swallow the dishes brought to him. Young Bai, are you sure this is a Qilin and not a gluttonous beast? Elder Wang asked, his mouth twitching as he looked at the pile of dishes. Bai Yang pretended not to hear, disappearing in a flash. Elder Wang, I'll check out the other immortal abodes. I'll leave this to you. He thought to himself, there must be other cultivators in those abodes, like the old Taoist who survived by absorbing others' spiritual energy. He needed to eliminate them quickly to prevent them from wreaking havoc on the human world. While Bai Yang was raiding the celestial abodes, 14 billion Chinese demonic cultivators were caught up in a frenzy of shopping. They maxed out their spiritual credit limits, scouring stores and preparing to take on the wilds. It wasn't just about paying off their spiritual debts. Having acquired storage bags, they felt compelled to fill them to the brim. At this moment, within the giant beast forest of Hunan province, a dozen Chinese individuals wielding soul-collecting banners were weaving through the woods. Their sharp eyes scoured the surroundings, yet not a single trace of a fierce beast could be found. How did such a big lizard disappear in the blink of an eye? We didn't lose track, did we? Right, that thing stood up and ran faster than I could. I wonder if it's any good to eat. Keep looking, it can't have gone far. The level 2 fierce beast, the mimicry lizard, hidden in a pile of dead leaves, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It recalled with lingering fear the encounter 3 days ago. It had discovered a ground spirit flower, guarding it for 3 days and nights. Just as it was about to mature, a human exuding a dangerous aura appeared. The lizard tried to scare him away but ended up getting slapped twice and attracting a large group of people. Their eyes on it were as if they were looking at a delicious meal. If it hadn't run fast, it would have ended up like that 3-headed lion on the road, turned into a dish. When the group of Chinese people disappeared into the distance, the mimicry lizard cautiously poked its head out of the leaf pile. It carefully surveyed the area, just about to stand up, when a large, sturdy leg stomped its head into the ground. The lizard angrily pulled its head out to see a nearly third-turtle giraffe, frantically fleeing. You blind fool, the lizard cursed, only to feel a chill down its spine. Turning stiffly, it saw 12 Chinese individuals, shrouded in black smoke, charging toward it. Hey, folks, we found another unknown beast. Which one do we chase? Let's split up. 8 go after the giraffe, for after this not-so-bright one. Be sure to stay safe. This is crazy. Hunan folks are everywhere. We've been wandering the giant beast forest all morning, and all we've seen are our fellow locals. Barely any beasts. Hurry, it's getting away. The mimicry lizard sprinted, its long legs churning comically yet desperately. 5 minutes later, it rounded a corner and dove into a pile of leaves, locking eyes with a ghost-faced ape hiding there. The ape was about to bare its teeth in warning, but found its mouth quickly covered by the lizard. Where did it go? Seriously, lost it again? This thing is too fast. 5 Chinese demonic cultivators burst out from behind the trees, finding nothing and choosing a direction at random to continue the chase. The 2 beasts huddled in the leaf pile, trembling and barely daring to breathe, terrified of being discovered by the group outside. 10 minutes passed. A frantic, bloodthirsty rabbit dashed into a pile of dead leaves, only to find itself face-to-face with a ghost-faced ape and a mimic lizard hiding there. Just as it was about to scream, its unexpected companions quickly covered its mouth. Moments later, a group of Chinese demon cultivators, cloaked in dark energy, rushed past the trees, glanced around swiftly, and disappeared into the distance. The 3 different species of fierce beasts exchanged glances, forming an unexpected bond of camaraderie amidst the lurking dangers. Hiss, the bloodthirsty rabbit whispered in complaint. These humans are terrifying. I didn't provoke them, yet they want to capture me. Roar, the ghost-faced ape grumbled indignantly. We're both bipeds, and I didn't even think of eating them. but they attacked first. It's outrageous. Chirp, the mimic lizard suddenly suggested. Why don't we escape to the outside? I overheard 2 golden eagles yesterday saying that only the humans here are this vicious, chasing us with strange flags and emitting black smoke. Humans elsewhere are much weaker. The bloodthirsty rabbit's eyes lit up as it described the beast paradise. It had heard about a utopian land where they wouldn't be hunted by humans. This news spread like wildfire among the beast community. Initially, the beasts in the border areas were skeptical, but when the first group of beasts indeed escaped abroad and found humans running away at the sight of them, the paradise-like news quickly spread across China. Knowing a better world existed, the beasts left behind could no longer remain content. However, crossing a greatly expanded blue planet and evading 14 billion Chinese demon cultivators wielding soul banners was destined to be a challenging escape. Meanwhile, at the border of China, a thrilling chase was unfolding. A burly man named Xiao Keifu, wielding a soul-devouring sword, had been hunting a group of beasts for an entire day and night. Initially scattering in all directions, the beasts gradually regrouped, gaining courage upon realizing there was only one pursuer. 27 beasts turned, intending to teach this seemingly overconfident human a lesson. However, they were gravely mistaken. Nearing the early foundation establishment stage, Xiao Keifu swiftly slew 6 beasts in a brief skirmish, emerging with nothing more than a few claw marks on his clothes, otherwise unscathed. The remaining beasts finally grasped the reality and fled in panic. After a day and night of pursuit, only one swift leopard remained desperately on the run. Go for it. Xiao Keifu steadied himself, gripping the bone tower tightly in his right hand. With one eye squinting, he carefully aimed at the muscular swift leopard ahead. With a flick of his wrist, the bone tower shot through the air. The small tower expanded rapidly during its flight, growing to the height of a 3-story building in an instant, securely trapping the leopard. This method of capture was labor-intensive, but to maximize the value of the beast, an intact body was necessary. As a cultivator at the 10th level of the body refinement stage, burdened with a hefty loan of 50,000 spirit stones, Xiao Keifu had to be meticulous. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself from the dizziness caused by the depletion of spiritual energy. He lunged forward, his right arm locking around the leopard's neck like an iron clamp, muscles bulging and veins standing out. A few breaths later, the leopard's struggles subsided, its life extinguished. 27th one. Xiao Keifu murmured to himself with a satisfied smile. Humming a tune, he collected the leopard's body and was about to leave when he looked up and saw a boundary marker of the Huaxiao realm standing tall 100 meters away. Reached the border? He scratched his head, scanning the surroundings. The empty plain showed no sign of humans or beasts. A bold idea formed in his mind. His heart beat slightly faster as he glanced around like a thief, then nonchalantly picked up the boundary marker, slinging it over his shoulder, and strolled forward. A kilometer away, he reinserted the marker into the ground, clapping his hands in satisfaction. Haha, expanding the territory by a kilometer. No one can do it like Xiao Keifu. He couldn't wait to boast about this achievement to his neighbors. But after a few steps, he paused again. Since the boundaries of Blue Star were already blurred after its expansion, why not push forward a few more kilometers? With that thought, he turned and strode back. 10 kilometers further, Xiao Keifu planted the marker firmly in the ground, standing tall with pride. He took out his phone, quickly snapping a selfie with the marker, already planning how to showcase this feat to his neighbors. Yet, after a few steps, he stopped once more. Didn't academician Qian say that Blue Star had expanded 100-fold? In that case, his 10-kilometer expansion was less than 100 meters on the original scale. Xiao Keifu turned back to the marker, his eyes glinting with determination. With a confident smile playing on his lips, he strode purposefully towards the marker. This time, he was determined to make that number much larger. Xiao Keifu, seize this opportunity and build a great legacy for Huaxiao that your descendants will admire. With this thought racing through his mind, Xiao Keifu felt his blood boiling with excitement. He grasped the boundary marker with one hand and marched forward with determination. The idea that his achievements might be included in textbooks, becoming the answer to fill-in-the-blank questions on exams, quickened his pace. I, Xiao Keifu, will make my mark in history, he vowed silently, clenching his fist. The next day around noon, as the dense outlines of houses came into view, Xiao Keifu scratched his head awkwardly. He looked down at the boundary marker in his hand, contemplating whether to plant it right there. Just as he hesitated, a shout interrupted his thoughts. You there, what are you doing? Quickly, Xiao Keifu stuffed the boundary marker into his storage bag and looked up to see a squad of soldiers approaching him. Noticing their uniforms, he realized he had unwittingly crossed into the territory of the Flying Pancake Nation. Facing the unfriendly soldiers, Xiao Keifu forced an awkward smile and, thinking quickly, spoke in broken foreign language. Sorry, I accidentally wandered here. I'll leave now. But before he could turn to leave, a dirty hand landed on his shoulder. The squad leader, with a lecherous grin, spoke words Xiao Keifu couldn't understand and reached to pull down his pants. Furious, Xiao Keifu slapped the squad leader hard, sending him spinning in place before he fell to the ground. He drew the emperor's flag and brushed off his shoulder with disdain. Get lost, don't push your luck. This slap enraged the soldiers. Instantly, a dozen gun barrels were aimed at Xiao Keifu's head. Unfazed, Xiao Keifu calmly took out his phone, started recording, and slipped it into his shirt pocket, while gripping the soul-devouring sword. If they dare to attack, this video will be the best evidence for self-defense, Xiao Keifu thought to himself, his gaze coldly sweeping over the enemies before him. Seeing that Xiao Keifu showed no fear, Captain Asen was instantly filled with rage. He raised his arm, aimed the dark barrel of his gun at Xiao Keifu, and fired 3 shots. The bullets hit their mark, but fell to the ground as if they had struck a steel plate. Xiao Keifu quickly took out his phone, pointed the camera at the bullet holes in his clothes, and recorded while loudly explaining. Everyone, look carefully. They shot first. I didn't do anything, and this is a threat to my life. In Chinese culture, actions must be justified. Xiao Keifu had already given a warning, yet these Asen soldiers still pointed their guns at him. Since that was the case, he wouldn't hold back. What are you standing around for? Shoot! Captain Asen shouted furiously. The soldiers snapped out of their daze and pulled the triggers, only to find Xiao Keifu had already vanished. Help! I'm so scared. Xiao Keifu shouted exaggeratedly while swiftly wielding his sword. The soul-devouring sword sliced through the soldiers' necks, and the spiritual energy of their souls flowed continuously into him through the hilt. He had learned from short videos that shouting in fear during self-defense could prevent being accused of excessive defense. Ah, don't hit me. Stay away from me. Someone help. As they saw their comrades fall, the remaining soldiers tried to call for help, but Xiao Keifu's cries drowned them out. He continued to shout, I'm so scared, while slashing, and soon the last 3 soldiers lay in pools of blood. They were all trying to kill me. I was really scared. I don't know what happened. They just all fell. Xiao Keifu feigned panic as he pressed the stop recording button and breathed a sigh of relief. This performance should be enough to prove self-defense, right? At that moment, he suddenly noticed a change within himself. After killing more than 10 Asen soldiers, the cultivation bottleneck that had long troubled him showed signs of loosening. This was incredible to him. Previously, hunting over 30 fierce beasts didn't make a difference, yet killing just a few ordinary people hinted at a breakthrough. Xiao Keifu recalled something his teacher Bai Yang had said in a livestream class. Humans are the spirit of heaven and earth. Could it be that killing people really enhances cultivation? This thought sent a shiver down his spine. This time was forced self-defense, and the authorities only banned harming fellow citizens, not hunting abroad. With the meticulous nature of the Huaxia authorities, it's impossible for them to leave such a significant loophole. This thought flashed through Xiao Keifu's mind, and then his eyes lit up. Perhaps the state not only doesn't oppose people going out to hunt, but might even secretly support it. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead and along his cheeks as Xiao Keifu fell into deep contemplation. The idea of killing weighed on him like a massive stone. This wasn't about slaughtering livestock. It was about truly taking human lives. The deeper meaning behind the state's regulations was difficult for him to accept. After sitting in silence for a long time, Xiao Keifu slowly stood up. The bottleneck of the early stage of foundation building was on the verge of breaking. His thoughts suddenly became clear. Without the state's foresight, without those cultivation techniques and the human emperor banner, the 14 billion compatriots of Huaxia would have long become delicacies for ferocious beasts. Xiao Keifu. Oh, Xiao Keifu, he laughed at himself. You're just a simple man, stop overthinking. Just follow the state's lead, and you won't go wrong. Before he finished speaking, a powerful wave of energy erupted from within him, stirring up a cloud of dust. He had broken through the early stage of foundation building. Flying Cake Nation, here I come, Xiao Keifu shouted, launching himself into the air and speeding towards the city. His consciousness swept over the ground like a radar, leaving the locals with nowhere to hide. A flash of black light, and a standing figure vanished, leaving only a pool of glaring blood. This scene terrified the surrounding people, who mistook it for a beast invasion and rushed to the underground shelters, quickly packing them tight. Xiao Keifu watched the scene, a peculiar smile playing on his lips. These people are quite considerate, saving me the trouble of finding each one. They've packed themselves up nicely for me to collect. Meanwhile, inside the old Delhi palace of the Flying Cake Nation, the atmosphere was as tense as ice. President Quindy wore a grim expression, and the high-ranking officials looked equally worried. Those Huaxia people, they must be ready to cut ties after taking everything, never intending to bring us along to cultivate immortality, one official spat angrily. It's been days with no response to our contacts. Their behavior is appalling. Our food supplies are nearly depleted, and there's unrest everywhere. If Huaxia doesn't include us in their cultivation, we won't even have a place to escape. We might as well go down fighting and launch all our nukes at them. If we're going down, we'll take them with us. Enough, President Quindy shouted, rubbing his temples in frustration. Nukes? He shook his head with a bitter smile. Those were tactics of the past. Since the expansion of Blue Star, even the most advanced missiles of the Flying Cake Nation couldn't reach Huaxia's territory. Ladies and gentlemen, an official cautiously began. I don't recall Huaxia ever promising to bring us along for cultivation. Bang! A gunshot echoed through the hall. President Quindy remained in his shooting stance. The official who spoke lay dead with a bullet in his forehead, blood quickly pooling on the floor. Such morale-undermining statements deserved death. Just then, a soldier burst through the doors, clutching a tablet and struggling to catch his breath. Something's wrong, something's wrong. Calm down, speak slowly. President Quindy snapped. The psychological resilience of these soldiers was embarrassingly low. Just yesterday, they were terrified by an 8-meter-tall bear cub that wandered into Old Delhi, scurrying back to report in a panic. The beasts are just bigger. A single missile would still turn them to dust. President Kawindi arrogantly lifted his chin, his eyes full of disdain. Even if they attack Old Delhi in swarms, one atomic bomb will send these creatures to the heavens. At that moment, an Indian soldier leisurely walked in, handing a tablet to the guard, who then passed it to Kawindi with equal indifference. Mr. President, the tech department just sent over a video slowed down by 500 times. A Chinese man has entered the Old Delhi slums and is on a rampage, the soldier reported calmly. Kawindi stared at the video, his breathing becoming rapid, eyes alight with fervor. He lunged forward, grabbing the soldier by the collar, nearly shouting in his face. This important intel, and you delayed reporting it? If that Chinese man escapes, I'll have you executed 100 times over. The soldier was on the verge of tears. It was you who said I was making a fuss earlier, and now you threaten execution. Mobilize all forces stationed in Old Delhi immediately. Planes, tanks, deploy all equipment. We must capture this Chinese cultivator alive. Kawindi ordered fervently, his eyes glinting with greed. This was a gift falling from the sky. This cultivator wasn't like the terrifying man who could split the earth with a sword. Although his speed was astonishing, his power was still manageable, according to the slowed video. Kawindi's smile grew more sinister. As long as we capture him alive, we can extract the cultivation methods of China. The surrounding high-ranking officials of the Indian government exchanged knowing smiles once they had the cultivation methods. Embarking on the path of cultivation themselves would be easy, and collecting spiritual stones nationwide would be a breeze. Some were worried that the cultivator, when cornered, might massacre Old Delhi, but seeing the bodies of officials who previously voiced dissent still warm kept everyone silent. Meanwhile, Xiao Keifu was on a rampage in the slums. His storage bag was nearly half full of Indians, roughly estimated to be 7 or 8,000. I'm rich, truly rich now, he couldn't help but grin. A regular level 1 bloodthirsty rabbit could be exchanged for 10 spirit tickets, equivalent to 10 spirit stones. Humans, being the spirit of heaven and earth, should be worth more than a bloodthirsty rabbit, right? This half bag of Indians should be worth at least 70 to 80,000 spirit tickets. Upon realizing this, Xiao Keifu no longer felt any soreness in his hands or fatigue in his legs. He gazed at the fleeing masses with a glint of greed in his eyes. Each escaping figure transformed into a walking spirit stone in his view. The soul-devouring sword danced in his hand, weaving through the crowd like a dragon. Wherever the sword's light passed, groups of people vanished into thin air, leaving behind an eerie emptiness. Just as he was about to swing his sword again, a warning from his senses halted his pursuit, prompting him to look into the distance with a serious expression. Countless soldiers were converging from all directions, numbering in the tens of thousands. They were equipped with heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, and other large-scale weapons, and the deafening roar of helicopters approached from afar. 300 Tiger tanks were lined up in formation, causing the ground to tremble slightly as they advanced, creating an imposing spectacle. Wow, such a grand display. Xiao Keifu licked his dry lips, his fighting spirit surging. The scene he had fantasized about countless times as a child was now unfolding before him, single-handedly storming the enemy's stronghold, forcing their entire army to mobilize. In ancient times, Zhao Zilong charged in and out 7 times. Today, Xiao Keifu would stir up a storm of blood among the thousands. He gripped the soul-devouring sword tightly, quickly swallowing a qi and blood pill to restore his state. His mind was already sketching out the grand ambition of storming the Old Delhi Palace and eliminating the high-ranking officials. If he could truly conquer this land, his triumphant return would be marked by a 10-mile red carpet and a hero's welcome, perhaps even gaining an audience with the highest officials and the medal of the rising sun. Live as if the sky is the limit, or die trying. Xiao Keifu's eyes were bloodshot as he prepared for battle. In his left hand, he held the bone tower. In his right, the soul-devouring sword, with the 10-soul banner on his back and 3 blood soul pills under his tongue. 24 helicopters hovered above, 300 Tiger tanks aimed their cannons directly at him, and thousands of firearms targeted his limbs. As he stepped slowly out of the stairway, a soldier with a headset raised a loudspeaker and shouted, "Chinese man, you are surrounded. Surrender immediately and lay down your weapons. Resistance will only lead to death." Meanwhile, over 50 elite snipers had quietly taken positions in the surrounding buildings. Their scopes were locked onto Qiao Keifu's limbs, just waiting for the command. Compared to a frontal assault, these snipers preferred a surprise attack from behind. As long as they could disable his limbs, this Chinese cultivator would be trapped like a fish in a barrel. Through the helicopter cameras, Quindy and the high-ranking officials of the Flying Cake Nation were closely monitoring the live broadcast from the old Delhi Palace. On the big screen, an unbelievable scene was unfolding. "Report, sir. All Ghost Squad snipers are in position, requesting permission to fire," Gadru whispered into his earpiece, peering through the slightly open window and focusing intently on his scope. "Hold action," Quindy said with a slight frown, watching the screen where a peculiar cultivator from China was acting strangely. Xiao Keifu was holding his phone like an ordinary tourist, calmly aiming his camera at the scene with the A3 soldiers. He deliberately lingered on the steel torrent of 300 Tiger tanks and the circling attack helicopters for a few extra seconds, even focusing on the more than 50 snipers hidden in the shadows. "Look at this," Xiao Keifu suddenly exclaimed with emotion. "Over 10,000 fully armed soldiers, more than 300 tanks, over 20 helicopters, and snipers in hiding, all ganging up to bully an unarmed Chinese civilian like me. Where's justice? Where's the law?" After recording the video, Xiao Keifu carefully put his phone into a storage pouch. His expression of sorrow turned into determination as he muttered to himself. "The evidence is clear. Under the threat of these A3 soldiers, I have no choice but to defend myself. Everything that happens next is out of necessity. Have you thought it through?" The on-site A3 soldiers announced through a loudspeaker, conveying the results of the old Delhi Palace negotiation experts' long discussions. "This is your last chance. Surrender to the great Flying Cake Nation, and if you cooperate, your life will be spared." "My last chance." Xiao Keifu laughed loudly, gripping the soul-devouring sword as he walked toward the A3 army. "Listen up. You are already surrounded by me. I, Xiao Keifu, the first to expand territories, the contemporary cavalry general, will not only defeat you completely, but also march straight into the old Delhi Palace. If your president is wise, surrendering now might still save your lives." Inside the palace, the high officials of the Flying Cake Nation looked at each other, unable to recall anyone by that name from the Chinese military. "Who is this Qiao Keifu? Never heard of him." Quindy scoffed, grabbing the microphone from the negotiation expert. "You, a mere fledgling cultivator, think you can break through our elite forces and storm the palace? Dream on. I, Quindy, president of the Flying Cake Nation, am waiting for you in the palace. If you have the skills, come and get me, or else don't blame me for underestimating you." Before the words were even finished, Quindy signaled to the officer behind him, indicating that the snipers were cleared to fire. These remarks were indeed meant to provoke Xiao Keifu, pushing his hatred to the limit to prevent him from suddenly escaping during the confrontation. Given Xiao Keifu's speed, the soldiers present might not be able to hold him. As the soldiers used loudspeakers to communicate, hidden snipers simultaneously pulled their triggers. Bang! Golden bullets whistled through the air, swiftly targeting Xiao Keifu's joints. "Who gave you the courage to play tricks in front of a Chinese?" Xiao Keifu scoffed. The sniper bullets, speeding towards him, suddenly slowed as if trapped in mud, eventually stopping a meter away from him, completely still. Trying to play military strategy with the Chinese is like showing off in front of a master. "Now, turn around." With a flick of Xiao Keifu's finger, the bullets in the air eerily rotated half a circle, pointing back towards their source. "What the hell? This isn't scientific. We've seen a ghost." Frightened exclamations erupted from the buildings. The snipers, not daring to ponder the supernatural occurrence, hurriedly relocated. Gadalu hid behind walls in the corridors, cautiously peeking out, only to find a golden bullet suspended in front of him. He quickly retracted his head, trembling as he made the sign of the cross. "Return to sender." With a snap of Qiao Keifu's fingers, over 50 snipers fell, each bullet precisely hitting the center of their foreheads. This bizarre scene left over 10,000 soldiers gaping, their fingers involuntarily moving away from the triggers. "What are you waiting for? Fire!" An officer in a tank shouted through a loudspeaker, but no soldier dared to move. Seeing the soldiers disobey, the officer abandoned the order to capture Qiao Keifu alive and yelled to the gunner, "Fire! Fire everything!" Boom! 300 shells were launched, enveloped in smoke, heading straight for Qiao Keifu. The soldiers instinctively took a step back, a sense of foreboding creeping in. "Thanks for the 300 shells, and thanks for the support." Qiao Keifu grinned widely. He had been worried about lacking powerful weapons and didn't want to waste his spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, they had delivered this gift right to him. In ancient times, there was the strategy of borrowing arrows with straw boats. Today, we witnessed the art of deceiving bullets with bare hands. Watching Xiao Keifu's figure, the soldiers on the battlefield couldn't help but express such admiration. With a slight lift of his hands, Xiao Keifu astonishingly halted 300 incoming shells in midair. These lethal metal giants seemed to be manipulated by invisible threads, hovering between 1 to 10 meters around him, forming a perfect defensive circle. Each shell was precisely controlled, neither colliding with one another nor triggering a chain explosion. With a subtle smile, Xiao Keifu turned his wrist, and the 300 shells uniformly shifted direction, aiming at the distant tank battalion. The tank drivers, witnessing this bizarre scene, were terrified and hit the accelerator to retreat frantically. These tanks can still provide me with more ammunition, Xiao Keifu calculated, then set his sights on the dense infantry group. Oh no, the shells are coming our way. Why are they using our own shells against us? Damn it, don't block the way. Run. Over 10,000 soldiers descended into chaos, but the shells seemed to have a smart tracking system, relentlessly following their steps. Explosions echoed continuously, smoke filled the air, and dust swirled. When the smoke cleared, only charred ground and bloodstains remained on the battlefield. A ghostly figure moved among the remaining soldiers. It was Xiao Keifu with his twin swords. Wherever his soul devourer's sword passed, the soldiers fell neatly in halves, as if they were tofu. In just a few breaths, thousands of soldiers fell like harvested wheat. The battlefield was in disarray, surviving soldiers scattered, 300 tanks huddled in the distance, afraid to fire, and low-flying helicopters only dared to watch from afar. Inside the old Delhi palace, President Kawindi watched the battlefield with a grim expression. This cultivator from China displayed powers far beyond his imagination. Not only could he suspend shells in the air, but he could also send them back. What kind of technique was this? Some sort of black technology? Kawindi was stuck in a dilemma. Using a nuclear bomb could solve the problem, but that would mean never obtaining the secret of Chinese cultivation. As he pondered deeply, a young guard named Jirt stood up from the corner. Everyone, I have a discovery. Jirt cleared his throat and spoke with confidence. Though Kawindi was skeptical, he turned his attention to him. Although that man from China can suspend shells, he absolutely can't stop them from exploding. If we can control the shells to explode near him. Seeing the glint of understanding in President Kawindi's eyes, Jirt wisely fell silent. Even if a low-ranking guard makes things clear, a monumental achievement credited to him would ultimately bring no benefit. Gilter calculated in his mind, his eyes flickering, fully aware that playing a crucial role at the right moment, and then appropriately attributing credit to the higher-ups was the shortcut to rapid advancement. Relay my command. Switch to remote-controlled missiles. Giltu ordered decisively. Detonate them all the moment that Hua Xiaoman attempts to halt the missiles. President Kawindi's lips curled into a confident smile. Even if he can stop the missiles, he would never anticipate that we're using remote-controlled missiles that can be detonated from afar this time. Brilliant, Mr. President. Gilter immediately offered the perfect amount of flattery when he caught Kawindi's approving glance, barely able to contain his inner joy. Establishing a connection with the president meant promotions and wealth were within easy reach. On the battlefield, Zhou Kaif cleared over 10,000 A3 soldiers in less than 2 minutes. If those soldiers hadn't been fleeing in all directions, the time could have been halved. Now, it's your turn, Zhou Kaif grinned, and only then did the tank drivers watching from afar realize they were participants, not spectators. At the command of an A3 officer, 300 Tiger tanks lined up in a straight line, roaring as they advanced to crush Zhou Kaif. The tank drivers were confident the opponent could easily kill ordinary soldiers because they had no protection. But they were inside tanks, protected by steel that even bullets couldn't penetrate. How could a human possibly destroy them? In the next moment, Zhou Kaif infused his magic into the Soul Eater's sword. With a simple sweep, the 300 Tiger tanks exploded in succession. In the sky, 24 helicopters, sensing the danger, hurriedly ascended, attempting a strategic retreat. However, they were met by 10 different forms of fierce beast spirits howling from the ground, turning the helicopters into brilliant bursts of flame in an instant. Watching this, Zhou Kaif scratched his head, lamenting that the epic battle ended too hastily. The opponent's grand display didn't last even 5 minutes under his hand, far from the anticipated 300-round battle. Was it because he was too strong? After pondering for a moment, Zhou Kaif nodded in agreement, a smile naturally forming on his lips. In a casual moment, A3 vanishes into thin air. Truly impressive, Zhou Kaif. He patted his clothes with satisfaction, beginning to clean up the battlefield under the principle of not wasting anything. Over 10,000 A3 soldiers could amount to 100,000 spirit tickets, a rare gain in his country. 14 billion people shared so few wild beast spirits that each received too little. Just as Zhou Kaif was cleaning the battlefield, a 20-ton payload remote-controlled missile sliced through the sky, heading straight for him. At this moment, in the old Delhi palace, President Kawindi and a group of high-ranking officials from the Flying Pie Nation focused their gaze on the central screen. The footage transmitted by the remote-controlled missile showed the battlefield where Zhou Kaif stood was less than 3 kilometers from the missile. In the command center of the old Delhi palace, President Kawindi was in a dilemma. Was a 20-ton nuclear warhead enough to deal with a cultivator? The question furrowed his brow. The yield is too small. It might not harm him, a general murmured. But if the yield is too large and it kills him outright, won't the cultivation method be lost with him? Another high-ranking official added with concern. As the debate continued, an anomaly appeared on the large screen. A sharp black sword aura approached rapidly, expanding in size, and the next second, the screen went black. The missile's signal was completely lost. Quindy's jaw nearly hit the floor. This Chinese cultivator had shattered their understanding. Previously, he had only stopped artillery shells, but now he could slice a missile from such a distance. Suddenly, the officials in the room seemed to recall something terrifying, their faces turning pale. The cultivator named Xiao Keifu had threatened to storm the old Delhi palace. Sorry, my wife's about to give birth. Oh no, I left the stove on at home. I need to help put out a fire. Count me in. In an instant, several officials, arm in arm, hurried toward the exit. However, Quindy shouted angrily, "Stay where you are." The president, with a stern face, quickly contemplated a solution. With fierce beasts rampaging, China couldn't deploy large forces. Xiao Keifu was likely a lone wanderer who had accidentally entered the country. Thinking of the bloody video from the slums, Quindy felt deep regret. It was his own scheming, attempting to capture the man alive, that had backfired and offended him severely. Don't just stand there. Quindy yelled at his subordinates. Get in touch with the Chinese authorities and have them retrieve him before he reaches the palace. China prides itself on being a nation of etiquette. They won't let their cultivator run amok abroad. Meanwhile, in a conference room far away in the Forbidden City, the three elders sat at the front of the conference room, while other military leaders lined the long table on either side. Bai Yang stood in the center, solemnly reporting his findings. I have visited 34 celestial abodes. Any potential threats to the social order of Huaxia have been eliminated in their infancy, Bai Yang stated calmly, though his mind was haunted by the horrific scenes he had witnessed in those abodes. After the spiritual energy dissipated, the celestial abodes became like giant breeding grounds for chaos. Cultivators from each sect were trapped inside, forced to fight each other for survival. Ultimately, except for the Huashan sect, which was completely wiped out due to their moral principles, each of the other 33 sects had only one survivor left, the most ruthless one. Without exception, these survivors attempted to ambush Bai Yang whenever he let his guard down. The atmosphere in the conference room was almost suffocatingly tense, but it was unexpectedly disrupted by an unusual presencia, robust jade Qilin in the corner, focused intently on munching on dried fish, making loud smacking noises. Xiaobai, give me more snacks. I've already finished the dried fish in my storage pouch, the jade Qilin demanded confidently, rummaging through the empty pouch. What? Bai Yang exclaimed, incredulous as he looked at the Qilin. I just gave you that storage pouch yesterday, filled with 1,000 cubic meters of dried fish, and you've already finished it? The Qilin shuddered under Bai Yang's gaze and quickly covered its head, bracing for a scolding. It silently thanked its luck that Bai Yang hadn't recalled memories from his past life. Otherwise, as a poor creature lured by his culinary temptations, it would be in big trouble. Remembering last night's feast, the Qilin couldn't help but drool. The earthly delicacies were indeed as delicious as Bai Yang had once described, making this long-awaited visit worthwhile. Bai Yang reluctantly removed another storage pouch filled with assorted dried meats from his waist. Before he could hand it over, the Qilin snatched it and vanished in an instant. The military leaders on either side of the table struggled to contain their laughter until Long Lao led them in bursting out. Wang Lao teased. Bai Xiaoyu, it seems you haven't just raised a jade Qilin. You've got yourself a gluttonous beast. Faced with their teasing, Bai Yang could only shrug helplessly. Who would have thought that this legendary mythical creature would turn out to be such a little foodie? To handle external affairs, we must first secure our internal stability, Bai Yang said solemnly, steering the meeting back on track. Now that our domestic issues are resolved, it's time to discuss when we should deploy troops against the Pancake Nation. Judging by their current resources, they won't be able to hold out much longer. Elder Long nodded slightly and was about to elaborate on troop training when a guard at the door, looking visibly anxious, walked in. Under the scrutiny of the senior officials, he appeared a bit uneasy, repeatedly checking his phone for messages. If there's something to report, just say it, Bai Yang said, noticing the guard's unusual behavior and gesturing for him to continue. The guard swallowed, his voice slightly trembling. President Quindy of Pancake Nation has sent hundreds of messages. He paused, as if organizing his thoughts. He claims, a man named Xiao Keifu from Huaxia has killed over 10,000 soldiers in Old Delhi and is now advancing towards the palace. Quindy demands that we stop and apprehend this man immediately, or else. The guard took a deep breath. Or else he'll spread news overseas that Huaxia is launching an invasion, urging other countries to deny Huaxia its reputation as a land of propriety. According to the latest intel from the tech department, the guard added, this Xiao Keifu is just an ordinary citizen, who was merely at the 10th level of body refinement 3 days ago, with slightly above average cultivation aptitude. The conference room fell into an eerie silence. Everyone exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with incredulity. Bai Yang rubbed his temples, trying to make sense of the absurdity. Let me get this straight: a common citizen at the 10th level of body refinement has single-handedly stormed Old Delhi, taken out over 10,000 soldiers, and is now planning to attack the palace? And the Pancake Nation's president is threatening to use our satellites to report us to other countries. The guard nodded solemnly in confirmation. The room erupted in chaos. Some mocked the incompetence of the Pancake Nation's army, while others expressed bafflement at the president's thought process. Even the experienced Elder Wang, who had encountered many cunning and shrewd leaders in his diplomatic career, found himself perplexed by the sheer incompetence of this national leader. In the conference room, Bai Yang was discussing important matters with other leaders when a sudden message came from the technical department. The president of Fabing was requesting a video call. Bai Yang nodded slightly, signaling the guard to connect the call and project it onto the large screen in the meeting room. He pondered silently, wondering about the president's intentions for calling at such a time. Meanwhile, Xiao Keifu was on his way to the Old Delhi Palace, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Anyone he encountered who wasn't of Huaxiao nationality was swiftly cut down with a single strike, their bodies casually collected into his storage bag. Why not make some extra profit along the way, he thought with a smirk. In the distance, a white domed building in the style of a palace came into view. It was the Old Delhi Palace. Xiao Keifu abruptly halted, retrieving a Huaxiao boundary marker from his storage bag, his eyes filled with fervor. Soon, I will plant this marker in the center of the palace for all to see, declaring Huaxia's dominion over Old Delhi to the world. He imagined himself holding the marker in one hand and the soul-devouring sword in the other, feeling a rush of excitement. With a 3-foot sword, I will achieve unparalleled feats. Such achievements would even earn me a bow from my ancestors. Before the words had fully left his lips, Xiao Keifu's figure shot forward like an arrow, racing towards the palace and kicking up a cloud of dust. Inside the Old Delhi Palace, President Ku Wendy was tearfully addressing Bai Yang and others on the video screen. You Huaxia claim to be a nation of etiquette, yet you send experts to attack us secretly. What kind of heroes are you? So, you want me to visit Old Delhi openly? Bai Yang responded calmly, leaving Ku Wendy speechless. After a moment of thought, Ku Wendy suddenly spoke with confidence. You Huaxia value your reputation, don't you? If you don't take Xiao Keifu away, I'll inform all the countries on Blue Star, exposing your intentions to start a war. He exchanged a smug glance with a high-ranking official from Fabing, as if he could already see Huaxia compromising to protect its reputation. President Ku Wendy. Elder Wang suddenly interjected. I have a question for you. How do you plan to send messages to other countries? Isn't it obvious? Using your Huaxia satellites, of course. Ku Wendy replied disdainfully. What if we don't let you use them? You said we could use them for spirit stones. Ku Wendy erupted in anger. Elder Wang shook his head in resignation, falling silent. If someone like him could become a president, who couldn't? Just as Ku Wendy was about to continue his threats, a thunderous sound echoed from the sky. Through the screen, everyone watched in astonishment as a granite Huaxia boundary marker landed squarely in the center of the Old Delhi Palace courtyard, the prominent Huaxia emblem gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Who planted the Huaxia boundary marker in the palace? The leaders in the conference room exchanged bewildered glances, utterly shocked. Long Lao rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked again at the large screen. Sunlight poured through the gaping hole in the palace dome, illuminating the Huaxia boundary monument at the center of the palace in a golden glow, as if it naturally belonged there. Isn't this the Old Delhi Palace? Long Lao muttered incredulously to himself. With a thunderous crash, the palace doors were kicked open. Xiao Keifu strode in with his sword, pointing it directly at Ku Wendy. I have an announcement. Old Delhi is now territory of Huaxia. He looked around with an imposing presence. Surrender and join Huaxia, or die. Saying this, Xiao Keifu pulled out his phone from his jacket pocket and started recording himself. Today is a great day. I, Xiao Keifu, have single-handedly stormed the Old Delhi Palace, expanding Huaxia's territories. He passionately narrated, intending to capture this historic moment to boast to his neighbors back home. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Purple Gold City, Bai Yang's left eyelid twitched incessantly. Previously, when Ku Wendy claimed that Huaxia had sent experts to invade, he was skeptical. Could a cultivator at the 10th level of the body refining stage, even if breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, really overthrow Old Delhi single-handedly? Although the Flying Pancake Nation isn't one of the 5 major powers, their military strength with a population of 1.4 billion shouldn't be underestimated. Yet the scene before him completely overturned his understanding. Xiao Keifu had single-handedly conquered the entire Old Delhi. Isn't Huaxia known as a nation of etiquette? We are willing to pay any price. Please take him back. Ku Wendy pleaded desperately at the screen. This voice reached Xiao Keifu's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. Had clearly used his divine sense to check before entering, and there was no one else in the palace. Following the gaze of Ku Wendy and the others, familiar faces appeared on the screen, none other than the senior officials of Huaxia, with the top 3 being the pillars of Huaxia. How dare you? stealing Huaxia's confidential video. Xiao Keifu's eyes widened with anger. Without waiting for Kawindi to explain, he flashed in front of the high-ranking officials of the Flying Pancake Nation. In an instant, all of them fell under his sword. Protecting national secrets and maintaining the integrity of the motherland truly commendable, Xiao Keifu. In the conference room, everyone watched Xiao Keifu, who stood with his hands on his hips and a look of triumph on his face, rendered speechless. They had been on a video call with Fabing, but Xiao Keifu acted swiftly, eliminating the adversaries in an instant. His decisive actions, such as moving the border monument from the Chinese frontier to the Old Delhi Palace, showcased his patriotic fervor. After dispatching all the adversaries on site, Xiao Keifu was about to take off and continue his mission when he heard Long Lao's voice through the screen, calling, "Comrade Xiao Keifu, don't leave yet." Hearing this, Xiao Keifu returned to the palace, his gaze sweeping over the room filled with instruments and equipment. He suddenly realized these were Chinese secrets. Although there were no survivors present, if anyone were to discover the video recordings, the consequences would be dire. With this in mind, he immediately destroyed all the equipment with his sword. "Now it's foolproof," Xiao Keifu declared, twirling his sword confidently as he strode towards the exit. Before leaving, he sent the recorded footage of his recent achievements to the Chinese authorities. He was certain that news of his conquest of the Old Delhi Palace would soon spread far and wide, and the Chinese government would dispatch an army to conquer Fabing, planting the Chinese dragon flag across the land. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Forbidden City, everyone stared at the video-interrupted message on the screen with peculiar expressions. Bai Yang suppressed a laugh, while Long Lao rubbed his nose in frustration. Had intended to commend Xiao Keifu's accomplishments and remind him to be cautious, but Xiao Keifu acted too quickly, destroying the equipment with a single stroke. Since the Old Delhi Palace had already been captured, the military exercises against Fabing needed to be expedited. No better time than today. At the same time, in the giant beast forest of Yunnan province, a group of people had been searching the woods all morning without any luck. They gathered, discussing among themselves, "What's going on lately? Such a vast forest, and we can't even find a trace of a beast." Hidden in the shadows, the beasts remained silent, fearing exposure. Due to the frequent sweeps by the Chinese people, large beasts had nearly disappeared from the forest's outskirts, leaving only smaller ones hiding. Amidst their frustration, a phone buzzed with a military announcement. Recently, Fabing has been secretly plotting against China's cultivation methods, intending to detain lost Chinese cultivators to extract secrets. "We advocate peace, but will not tolerate bullying." Effective immediately, China formally declares war on Fabing. Those willing to join the fight can report to their local military district, and any spoils in Fabing will belong to the individual. The announcement concluded with a video showing Xiao Keifu's fearful expression and the indiscriminate firing of Fabing's soldiers. The footage depicted Xiao Keifu being forced to defend himself, while the treacherous Fabing government amassed heavy forces, aiming to besiege this lone Chinese warrior. The video ended, and immediately a wave of outrage erupted online. "He just got lost. How is that wrong? Those guys clearly have ulterior motives, even coveting our Huaxia cultivation methods. Over 10,000 soldiers with planes and tanks against just Xiao Keifu. That's too much." Angry comments flooded in like a tide, as cultivators from all over the country hurried back from the wild. The murderous aura they exuded made even the hidden fierce beasts dare not act rashly. These days, the beasts had learned a bloody lesson: provoking Huaxia cultivators never ends well. Even a powerful third-level beast like the Eagle King, which had just snatched a 6-year-old child, was quickly turned into minced meat by hundreds of arriving cultivators. Above the Kyoto military district, the fully armed Dragon God Special Ops team lined up neatly, while countless Foundation establishment cultivators soared into the sky, drawing gasps from the crowd below. Is this the power of the national team? Over 10,000 Foundation establishment cultivators who can fly. I'm only at the 7th level of body refining. When will I reach that realm? Judging by this formation, they must be going to deal with the main force of those guys. With a thought, Bai Yang led the Dragon God Special Ops team, disappearing from everyone's sight in an instant, arriving at the large teleportation array in the military district. He surveyed the group, paying special attention to Lung Feng and others at the front. This mission is different from the previous island blitz. Some of you have reached the peak of Foundation establishment, just a step away from the early stage of the Golden Core. This war against the Flying Pie Nation is mainly to train the troops. You only need to clear the Asin military district and destroy weapons threatening the public, then disband on the spot, Bai Yang said seriously. Remember, your primary goal is to seek opportunities to break through to the early Golden Core stage. Yes, they all responded in unison. The teleportation array lit up with a blue glow, and the Special Ops team members vanished instantly. Meanwhile, in the open space of the Tibetan military district, over 50 teleportation arrays, each 50 meters in diameter, were neatly arranged, flashing blue light continuously. This scene had been ongoing for half an hour. According to military orders, all major military districts had completed the setup of teleportation arrays for public use. Oh my god, from Yunnan to Tibetan West in the blink of an eye. Now we don't need to take a bus to go out of the province. Just stand on the teleportation array. It's so convenient. People from all over the country marveled at this magical teleportation technology, clicking their tongues in amazement at the glowing spirit stone patterns beneath their feet. The round-trip fare is only 20 ling tickets, a price that pleasantly surprises everyone. Under the orderly guidance of the military district soldiers, people from various regions gradually flock to the central square, preparing to form teams for the expedition. To ensure maximum safety for the public, the military leadership has established strict team formation rules. Cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and above can act solo, while those at the body refinement stage must form teams of 10. This arrangement ensures that even if they encounter danger, team members can quickly form a military formation to respond collectively. The central square is bustling with activity. A few foundation establishment cultivators have already taken to the skies, transforming into streaks of light heading straight for the land of Fabing. The square echoes with calls and shouts. Looking for a girl from Miaozhong to join, preferably one with a large goo insect as a means of transportation. Need an alchemy expert to make blood soul pills, and we'll share the spoils with you. Just one more person needed to form a team and fight the enemy. Recruiting an experienced chef, focus on cooking, and receive 1/5 of the bounty. Soon, teams are formed. Almost every team includes a Miaozhong cultivator, who commands various goo insects. Despite their fearsome appearances, these insects are excellent for travel. After registering their information, everyone mounts their goo insects and sets off with great momentum toward the land of Fabing. Meanwhile, in a city within Fabing, 5 ASIN soldiers are on duty atop the makeshift city wall. With the satellite system completely down, they rely on primitive telescopes to guard against beast invasions. Strange, I keep feeling like something's flying overhead, Yelet mutters, staring at the blue sky, but seeing only leisurely drifting clouds. Maybe you went too wild last night, and now you're seeing things. Kumum chuckles knowingly, recalling their misdeeds the previous night with a scantily clad woman who sought refuge at the city gate. As Yelet tries to relax his tense nerves, a rising cloud of dust in the distance catches his attention. He quickly raises his telescope for a closer look, and the scene before him leaves him frozen in place. On the horizon, an uncountable number of ferocious beasts are advancing with great momentum. From 5-meter scorpions with venomous tails to dozen soft-meter-long, evil-eyed pythons, a diverse array of beasts forms a moving tide. Even more astonishing is that each beast carries 10 humans seated firmly on its back. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.